Chapter 351, The Interdimensional Passage in Blood Sand City. 1. Blood Sand City was famous for its blood-red desert. The area of the Crimson Desert was not very large, with a radius of less than 100 kilometers. Compared to the vast wilderness, it was not worth mentioning. Moreover, not a single blade of grass grew in this desert, and the temperature was far higher than that of other areas. One would feel rolling heat waves upon entering. However, this blood sand contained a precious mineral called blood crystal. It was a material for forging low-level Mo weapons. If the blood crystal was crushed into powder and mixed into the molten iron used to forge weapons according to the proportion, a translucent iron ingot could be obtained. Weapons forged with such iron ingots might not be magic weapons, but their edges would still be unusually sharp. The skin that was injured by such a weapon would heal very slowly. Blood Sand City's famous bloody killing war blade was made from this iron ingot and was very famous among the cultivators in the wilderness within 1,000 miles. The production of this kind of blood crystal was extremely low and had always been controlled by Blood Sand City. It was extremely rare to see it in the outside world. At this moment, wanderers and wild cultivators were constantly shuttling back and forth on the road in front of Blood Sand City, making it very lively. As one of the few Grade 5 towers within a 500-kilometer radius, coupled with the opening of the interdimensional passage, it naturally attracted a large number of cultivators and wanderers. Tang Zhen led a mount and mixed in with the human flow as he arrived in front of the city wall that Blood Sand City had built. Rather than calling it a city wall, it was better to call it a protective wall for the wanderer market. Blood Sand City was built on the edge of the Crimson Desert, and the wanderer market was right outside, which was considered a barrier for Blood Sand City. If monsters attacked, the first to be attacked would be the wanderer market. If he wanted to get to Blood Sand City, he had to pass through the wanderer market. If one wanted to enter the wanderer market, they would have to pay the price of a brain bead. Hurry up and hand over your brain. Can't you see that there's a line behind you? When it was Tang Zhen's turn, the action of digging out the head was a little slow. That wild cultivator collecting the fees did not even raise his head as he roared with an impatient expression. However, when he saw Tang Zhen clearly, he immediately swallowed the vulgarities that he was about to curse out. Even though Tang Zhen had deliberately suppressed his overlord cultivation, this low-level cultivator still felt like he was standing in front of a giant beast. A trace of aura that caused one's heart to palpitate was being emitted from Tang Zhen's body. Tang Zhen coldly swept his eyes over this wild cultivator. There was not a trace of emotion on his face. The wild cultivator felt his scalp tingle. A trace of cold sweat seeped out of his back, instantly drenching his clothes. Tang Zhen threw the brain to the low-level cultivator and pulled the bone plate from his hand. He then led his war beast and slowly walked into the wanderer market. After seeing Tang Zhen leave, the low-level cultivator let out a long sigh of relief. His face still had a lingering fear. Another wanderer walked over. This wild cultivator took a deep breath and continued to put on a stern face as he loudly berated the shabbily dressed wanderers. After Tang Zhen led the mount and walked for a while, he stopped in front of a small shop. Sitting on a simple chair, Tang Zhen ordered 10 skewers of barbecued meat and a pot of wild fruit juice. Tang Zhen's appetite was greatly stimulated as he chewed the meat skewers with a strange texture and the sweet and sour wild fruit juice. After ordering another 10 skewers of barbecued meat, Tang Zhen asked the young man who was busy with his work, "Brother, I want to enter the interdimensional passage in Blood Sand City. Can you give me some guidance?" When the young man who was currently turning the roasted meat heard this, he turned his head and said to Tang Zhen with a smile, "You've asked the right person. You should know that among the cultivators of received, 8 out of 10 of them came for the interdimensional passage to Blood Sand City." The little brother barbecued meat passed the barbecued meat to Tang Zhen and picked up a bunch of meat skewers to continue smoking. Although there are many monsters in the wilderness, most of them are low-level monsters. Although there are high-level monsters, they are too scattered. If one wanted to hunt for high-level monsters in the wilderness, they had to look everywhere, and most of the time would be wasted on the road. That's why it's said that after a cultivator reaches rank 4, if they want to earn more brain beads, the most ideal place to go is to go to another plane. The barbecue guy spoke with fervor and assurance. It was obvious that he often talked about this topic with others. Ever since Blood Sand City opened this interplanar passage, it immediately attracted many cultivators. In the beginning, there were many low-level cultivators who came to join in the fun. Most of them had the intention of taking advantage of the situation and hoping to make a fortune from the dead, or get some precious ores and medicinal herbs, and then become rich overnight. However, after they entered, none of them could come out. Later on, these low-level cultivators gave up and all of them stayed in the wilderness. The remaining cultivators were all higher-level cultivators. He handed the skewers to another table's customer. Seeing that he was also very interested, the barbecue guy became even more interested in talking. If you want to enter the passage, you must pay 10,000 brain beads in exchange for a temporary resident identity card. This is also the passage token to enter the other plane. With this token, one could enter other planes. When he wanted to leave, he had to return to the entrance and use the token to return. If you lose the token, you won't be able to return, so you must take good care of it. After returning from the other plane, if you want to enter again, you'll have to pay another 10,000 brain beads. Blood Sand City has set up a shop to provide services for cultivators who enter the other dimension. Whether it's weapons, equipment, or food supplies, we have everything we need. After Tang Zhen ate and drank his fill, he also had a preliminary understanding of the interdimensional passage in Blood Sand City. After paying for the meal, Tang Zhen put his mount in the care of others and slowly walked towards Blood Sand City. It was a wonderful feeling to stroll around the enemy's tower area. The area of a 5th-class city had already reached a rather terrifying level. The Black Rock City that had once made Tang Zhen gasp in admiration was only a third of the size of Blood Sand City. Furthermore, the architectural style of Blood Sand City was extremely peculiar. It looked like a huge pyramid. Compared to the Holy Dragon City, which was filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, there was nothing else in front of Blood Sand City other than a plaza. The pitch-black city buildings, coupled with the desolate blood-colored desert behind, gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. At the bottom of Blood Sand City, there was an entrance for people to enter and exit. 20 cultivators of Blood Sand City stood guard in front of the entrance. After seeing Tang Zhen, these Blood Sand City cultivators blocked his path. Looking at the level 4 cultivators in front of him, Tang Zhen could not help but admit that the average level of cultivators in Blood Sand City was indeed higher than that of Holy Dragon City. After explaining his purpose for coming, a cultivator from Blood Sand City led Tang Zhen to a hall inside the tower. The hall was surrounded by counters with all sorts of weapons and equipment, as well as medicine and food. Everything was well prepared. The 5 cultivators were purchasing medicines, as if they were making the final preparations before departure. The hall was also guarded by dozens of Blood Sand City cultivators. After Tang Zhen paid 10,000 brain beads, he received a passage token. Immediately after, a cultivator asked Tang Zhen if he needed to buy weapons and supplies. Tang Zhen walked around the counter. He was not very interested in those ordinary weapons and equipment. He stood in front of the medicine counter for a while. After buying some IV ointment, Tang Zhen followed the cultivators of Blood Sand City and headed to the interdimensional passage. The interdimensional passage to Blood Sand City was placed in an independent room, and there were cultivators guarding the door. After entering the room, Tang Zhen saw the appearance of the interdimensional passage with a glance. The so-called interplane passage looked like a giant ball of light that was constantly collapsing and shrinking, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. Tang Zhen walked to the front of the tunnel. He raised the command token in his hand and extended his arm into it. Tang Zhen inhaled a deep breath of air as he sensed the pulling force that was transmitted from his arm. He then took a step forward and entered. Chapter 352A Big One. Here, I wish all my readers a happy new year, and money rolling in. Tang Zhen felt as though he had entered an incomparably long passageway. It seemed to be extremely far away, yet it would arrive in the blink of an eye. This contradictory feeling almost made people vomit blood. Fortunately, this uncomfortable feeling flashed past. When his vision recovered, Tang Zhen discovered that he was standing on the top of a tall earth mountain. Behind him was the constantly changing interdimensional passage. As far as the eye could see, there were incomparably huge ruins and wreckage. From time to time, the figures of monsters would flash. These monsters were huge and had a fierce aura. They looked extremely violent. They seemed to be the masters of this world, and the endless ruins were their home. Tang Zhen retracted his gaze and started to size up his surroundings. More than 20 cultivators of Blood Sand City were fully armed and guarding the passage. More than a dozen cultivators, who reeked of blood, were sitting cross-legged in groups of 3 to 5. Most of them were covered in blood. When they saw Tang Zhen appear, these cultivators who were resting with their eyes closed glanced at him. Tang Zhen tried his best to suppress his overlord cultivation to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, The aura that he unintentionally emitted still made these cultivators, who were at the highest level, feel fear. In their eyes, Tang Zhen was a peak rank 5 cultivator who was about to become a lord. They didn't dare to offend him. "My lord, do you need a map?" A rank 3 cultivator from Blood Sand City walked over, saluted Tang Zhen, and asked. "Map? What map?" Tang Zhen looked at the cultivator in front of him and casually asked. "Naturally, it's a map with a radius of 1,000 miles. On it are the locations of various dangerous places. If you get close to that area, you can try to avoid it as much as possible to avoid unnecessary danger." This cultivator had never seen Tang Zhen before. Therefore, he determined that this was the first time Tang Zhen had entered this foreign plane. Therefore, he patiently explained. "One map for 1,000 brain beads, we can avoid danger in advance, it's definitely worth it." After the cultivator from Blood Sand City finished speaking, he told Tang Zhen the price of the map. Tang Zhen nodded after hearing this. He took out a level 4 brain pearl from his pocket and threw it to the Blood Sand City cultivator. After the cultivator took the brain, he hurriedly took out a map made of monster skin from his pocket and handed it to Tang Zhen. This Blood Sand City really knew how to do business. They opened up the passage, sold supplies and equipment, and now they even sold maps. Just a single interdimensional passage could bring in a large amount of brain pearl income for Blood Sand City. This business was really good. In comparison, the Holy Dragon City's commercial district's initial investment was too much. Tang Zhen's heart itched as he watched. He was also pondering whether he should upgrade the main tower to level 5. In that case, a plain passage would also appear in Holy Dragon City. Not only would he be able to enter the other planes to hunt monsters at any time, but he would also be able to steal business from Blood Sand City. However, if he wanted to upgrade Lu Cheng to level 5, he would have to sacrifice 100 million brain pearls, which was equivalent to 1,000 level 6 brain pearls. This was a rather terrifying number. Who knew when he would be able to gather all of them? Tang Zhen unfolded the map and sized it up a few times. After which, he folded it and kept it properly. After which, he did not hesitate to rush toward the ruins in the distance. The rest of the cultivators glanced at Tang Zhen's back and no longer paid attention to him. Every day, there would be people coming and going, and there would be people who would stay here forever. This had nothing to do with strength, it was more about luck. A cultivator's entire life was spent in blood and killing, so they were already used to life and death. The wind blew, and yellow sand filled the air, blocking everyone's vision. After Tang Zhen ran for a distance, his body flashed and entered a pile of ruins. He tried to activate the teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. A minute later, Tang Zhen's figure appeared once again with a trace of surprise on his face. "I didn't expect to be able to teleport here. If that's the case, I can play even crazier." A trace of ferocity surfaced on Tang Zhen's face. His eyes glowed as he looked at the ruins in the distance. A crazy plan began to brew in his mind. Tang Zhen put away the items that hindered his movement and began to continuously walk through the ruins with a speed as fast as lightning. Looking at the direction he was heading in, it was the danger zone that was clearly marked on the map. Along the way, he had crossed paths with several terrifying Lord-tier monsters. However, Tang Zhen did not provoke them. Instead, he quietly sneaked over. During this period of time, Tang Zhen also encountered quite a number of cultivators and their remains. However, he still ignored them. He only had one goal now, and that was to head to the gathering place of the monsters, and then make a big deal. After running for nearly a day, Tang Zhen finally approached the closest danger zone to him. Through the map's point of view, Tang Zhen slightly frowned as he looked down at the huge ruins in front of him and the monsters that were constantly wandering in the ruins. Tang Zhen shook his head secretly after checking the style of the building ruins. He was sure that in this alien plane, there had once been a civilized race that was not inferior to the original world, but it had been destroyed for unknown reasons. What was the cause of the destruction of a powerful civilization? Was it related to the interdimensional passage and these monsters that were wreaking havoc? Tang Zhen didn't have the time to think about it. He still had many things to do. After finding a secret location, Tang Zhen returned to his original world. After contacting Ivanov, Tang Zhen asked him a question. "Can you get nuclear bombs? The more the better." Ivanov was shocked. Although he had made his name by selling arms, he had never come into contact with such a sensitive weapon as a nuclear bomb. However, in the original world, there was almost nothing that money couldn't buy. Even things like nuclear bombs could be obtained by paying enough money. Ivanov had his own secret channels. Since Tang Zhen needed it, he could just ask. After making a few phone calls, Tang Zhen got the information he wanted. There were indeed nuclear bombs, but there were only 2. The number was far from what Tang Zhen had requested. These 2 nuclear bombs were ordered by Tang Zhen. At the same time, a large number of high explosives were also ordered by Tang Zhen. After the matter was settled, Ivanov immediately began to prepare. This was an extremely sensitive deal, and Ivanov had to deal with it carefully and personally preside over the entire process. Tang Zhen quietly sat on the sofa. His finger was repeatedly tapping on his thigh as he pondered where he should go to obtain sufficient nuclear bombs. He was going to make a big move this time, and a powerful weapon was indispensable. Since he couldn't buy it, he would just move it directly. He activated that universal electronic tool and began to search. A large amount of data was filtered, and the information left in the end was basically extremely accurate. A map popped up with many red dots marked on it. These places were very likely to store nuclear bombs. Tang Zhen stared at the red dots on the map. After being silent for a moment, he placed his attention on one of the red dots. This is the most likely location to store the warhead. It seems that I have to make a trip personally. When Tang Zhen thought of this, he directly stood up and left the manor. Chapter 353. A big firework. The weather was getting colder, the yellow leaves were falling, the bare trees were shivering in the wind, and there were few pedestrians on the empty streets. Tang Zhen strolled along the street like a leisurely traveler. The foreign buildings on both sides of the street didn't attract his attention. In his mind, he had been planning how to sneak into the target location. The place they were going to sneak into this time around had a very high security level. However, it was unable to stop Tang Zhen from entering. He first figured out the specific terrain of the target location and the surrounding buildings before he hacked into the network system again. After figuring out the specific defense arrangement, Tang Zhen began to act. Tang Zhen, who had activated the quantum invisibility light curtain, quietly entered the target location. After that, he avoided the patrolling guards and sneaked into the underground facility. As though he was wandering in his own backyard, Tang Zhen easily cracked the security equipment and saw the target of this trip. There were more than 1,000 nuclear bombs stored in this secret base, and Tang Zhen took away 50 of them in one go. The disappearance of such a large number of nuclear bombs would definitely cause a huge uproar once it was discovered, causing the original world to fall into complete panic. If people knew where these nuclear bombs were going and knew that they were going to explode in the other world, they would not have any fear. All that was left was perhaps endless curiosity. It was a pity that Tang Zhen's actions were extremely secretive. Apart from suspecting him, there was no direct evidence to be found. After getting what he wanted, Tang Zhen left the place and returned to the Ice Bear Alliance. He also had to modify these nuclear bombs to ensure that they could be detonated remotely and at a fixed time. After returning to the Ice Bear Alliance, Tang Zhen found a huge warehouse and began to work. With his evolved ability to analyze and learn, as well as the help of that universal electronic kit, Tang Zhen could easily complete the modification work. After spending nearly 2 days, Tang Zhen had completed the modification of all these terrifying weapons. After a short rest, Tang Zhen once again activated the teleportation. Tang Zhen walked out from a hidden corner. He looked at the dangerous area in front of him and charged in. For some unknown reason, these danger zones were home to a large number of monsters. Many of these areas were even lord-ranked. If cultivators below the realm of a lord were to accidentally enter this place, they would basically die. What Tang Zhen wanted to do now was to throw the killing weapon in his storage space into this place. In the beginning, Tang Zhen could still avoid the monsters' detection. However, as he ventured deeper, more and more monsters appeared. Among them, a few were lord-tier monsters. The mental strength of these monsters was very strong. Even though Tang Zhen had activated the quantum invisibility light curtain, he was still discovered by them. The monsters began to hunt down the cultivators who had barged into the area mercilessly. Tang Zhen completely ignored the monsters behind him. He continued to run and buried his head as he charged deeper into the region. A monster the size of a small mountain appeared from the ruins. From its aura, one could tell that it was a 2-star horde leader. Tang Zhen simply did not have the confidence to win when facing such a monster. Therefore, he chose to dodge without the slightest hesitation. This level 7 monster didn't seem to have any intention of letting Tang Zhen go. Instead, it quickly pounced toward him. The ground trembled as it ran. Behind it, there was a group of lower-tier monsters and even lower-tier monsters. Seeing that the monster was about to catch up to him, Tang Zhen waved his hand and threw out the modified nuclear bomb. At the same time, he activated the teleportation function. After Tang Zhen disappeared, the monsters rushed up. The level 7 monster in the lead was trying to bite the nuclear bomb. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. A few 100,000 tons of nuclear bombs instantly exploded, completely enveloping the surrounding area. The ferocious-looking level 7 monster instantly vaporized, and its huge body disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a crystal-clear brain that had been taken away by the shock wave. The monsters that followed behind were also unable to escape the fate of death. They were all burned into dust at the same time. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the explosion resounded through the sky. The earth trembled continuously. To the monsters in this area, this was a devastating disaster. Many cultivators witnessed this scene and were so shocked that they didn't know what to do. Some cultivators began to run to the site of the explosion, hoping to obtain unexpected gains in the area of the mutation. Tang Zhen, who was the culprit, was currently sitting on a sofa and feeling the changes in his body. After getting rid of these monsters, Tang Zhen had advanced to level 7 as expected, which was a 2-star horde leader. A powerful force kept surging in his body, making him have the urge to roar at the sky. After waiting for half a day, Tang Zhen wore the modified radiation protection suit that weighed more than 100 kilograms and started the transmission again. At the center of the explosion, the radiation level was frighteningly high. Other than the shocking crater, the remaining building ruins had once again suffered a destructive blow. In some places, it was smooth like glass. Tang Zhen moved his body, which was wrapped in the protective suit, and began to search for the brain that might be left behind. In fact, the Fumi combat suit that Tang Zhen was wearing had an extremely strong radiation protection function. However, he still got himself a set of radiation protection suit out of safety considerations. After the violent explosion, there was no longer anything of value in the central area, so there was no need to stay here. Tang Zhen advanced even further. He attempted to use his mental energy to sense and determine the location of the brain. As a 2-star horde leader, Tang Zhen's mental energy could cover an even wider area. Therefore, he was able to quickly sense the aura of a brain bead. Tang Zhen's heart was filled with joy. Such a clear reaction meant that this brain pearl's level was not low. He swiftly approached the location where the aura was emitted. Not long after, Tang Zhen discovered the target that was hidden by the rock fragments in the dust. This was a brain that was shining with a brilliant light. The nuclear explosion did not destroy it, and it was intoxicating to look at. A level 7 brain pearl was equivalent to 1,000,000. For wanderers and ordinary cultivators, this was a fortune that could make them go crazy. However, to a city lord who wanted to advance to an intermediate city, these brain pearls were not even a fraction of the sacrifice. After storing the brain into the storage space, Tang Zhen continued to search. After setting off such a huge firework, Tang Zhen had to recover his capital no matter what. After all, the price of a nuclear bomb was extremely high, and there was a price but no market. Tang Zhen continued to circle around the explosion area. After spending a few hours, he finally found more than 50 brain beads. Some of the brains were harvested by him after he killed the dying monsters. Among these brains, other than 1 level 7 and 15 level 6 brains, the rest were all level 5 and level 4 brains, which were not of much help to Tang Zhen. He had increased his level by 1 and obtained close to 3 million brain beads. This was Tang Zhen's harvest this time. Such a fast speed of making money made Tang Zhen extremely excited, and it also strengthened his determination to continue lighting fireworks. As for what would happen to the plane where the fireworks were set off, Tang Zhen simply didn't have the mood to care. Other than the ruins and monsters, there were only the cultivators who could leave at any time. Since it was an abandoned garbage dump, it didn't matter if the destruction was more thorough. Tang Zhen put away the protective suit and sized up the cultivator who passed by in the distance. He then turned around and ran into the distance. This other world was filled with danger. Tang Zhen didn't have the obligation to educate these greedy people and tell them what radiation was. Perhaps cultivators with extremely strong physiques could ignore the damage of this radiation. Chapter 354 There's a way to make money, money is rolling in. In the ruins of a collapsed high-rise building, Tang Zhen was indifferently chewing on dry food while constantly observing the low-lying ruins. This was a dangerous area marked on the map, where a level 7 monster was active. It was a 100-meter monster that looked like a mutated centipede. It was currently in the ruins, very quiet. Around the centipede, there were a few Lord-tier monsters. They seemed to be the underlings of this level 7 monster. Perhaps every area marked with danger had a level 7 monster, and that was their territory. If things were really like this, it wouldn't take long for Tang Zhen to advance again. However, Tang Zhen had also heard from others that the highest level of monsters in the alien plane connected to the level 5 building was level 7. Who knew what the mastermind behind this was thinking? Was it to maintain some kind of balance? After finishing the dry rations in his hand, Tang Zhen stretched his body and jumped down. Bang! Tang Zhen's feet stomped on the ground, and the rock under his feet was shattered into pieces. Tang Zhen turned around and looked at the building that was tens of meters tall behind him. He patted the dust on his pants and quickly ran toward the danger zone. However, he had only run a short distance when a dozen foreign cultivators appeared from the ruins of the building and blocked Tang Zhen's path. The hiding place of these foreign cultivators was very secretive. Even Tang Zhen did not discover the traces of this group of people. Their actions were clearly a robbery. Without any nonsense, these foreign race cultivators waved the weapons in their hands and rushed forward, blocking all of Tang Zhen's escape routes. Judging from the expressions and movements of these foreign cultivators, they seemed to be very familiar with this kind of thing. Only God knew how many vengeful souls they had in their hands. However, they had chosen the wrong target this time. They had no idea that the human cultivators before them had the ability to crush them into powder. Tang Zhen's footsteps didn't seem to have any pause as he charged towards the blade of a foreign cultivator. Under the shocked eyes of the foreign cultivator, Tang Zhen easily dodged his saber and then punched. The cultivator's vision blurred and his head exploded. The other foreign cultivators were bewildered as they looked at the headless body that slowly fell to the ground. Tang Zhen looked at the bloodstains on his body in disgust. He took out a battle blade from his storage space and sneered at the foreign race cultivators. A faintly discernible aura began to spread out from his body. The alien cultivators' expressions changed drastically when they felt the oppressive aura. This Dao Wu is a Lord-tier cultivator. No, the aura of a Lord-tier cultivator can't be this terrifying. Damn it, let's run. Although there were Lord-level cultivators in the level 5 city, they were either the city lord or the elders who lived behind the scenes. They were all intimidating military forces in the city. These overlord cultivators were rare and precious, and he definitely could not risk his life. In this dangerous world full of unknown, no one could guarantee that they would not die here unless they were extremely lucky. This was also the reason why the foreign cultivators were so shocked when they found out that Tang Zhen was a Lord-grade cultivator. When they realized this, the first thought that came to their minds was to escape immediately. Even though there were more than 10 of them, they didn't have much chance of winning against a Lord-tier cultivator. Therefore, their best option was to escape. However, they did not have any possibility of escaping in front of Tang Zhen. Just as these foreign tribe cultivators turned around, Tang Zhen was like a phantom as he entangled himself with one of the foreign tribe cultivators. Then, the second non-human cultivator, the third, and the fourth, Dao Wu, came. He could easily take the lives of these foreign cultivators with a simple swing of his saber. By the time Tang Zhen stopped, his side was already filled with corpses. After shaking off the blood on the saber, Tang Zhen began to search the corpses of the foreign cultivators. Unfortunately, this group of people were poor. Tang Zhen only found more than 500,000 brain beads from their bodies. For ordinary cultivators, 500,000 brain beads was a lot. After keeping the brain pearl, Tang Zhen continued to dash toward the danger zone. However, compared to the carefulness he had shown the last time, he was much more relaxed this time around. The horde of monsters would put his life in danger, but avoiding the pursuit of these monsters had become extremely easy. With the big fireworks that saved time and effort, Tang Zhen's goal could be achieved a little earlier. 10 minutes later, another huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky and razed the area to the ground. Not long after, Tang Zhen's figure once again appeared at the site of the explosion. He was still wearing the thick protective suit. After searching along the ruins, Tang Zhen took out the map and glanced at it before heading to the next location. Only this time, his mode of transportation had been changed to a helicopter. Tang Zhen didn't want to waste time on the road. He was already impatient to gather the required brain beads. In the next few days, there were continuous earth-shattering explosions. Radiation clouds were gathering in the sky at an extremely fast speed. More and more brains appeared in Tang Zhen's pocket as he got closer and closer to his goal. However, the continuous super explosions had already attracted the attention of the cultivators. The 5 towers that controlled the interdimensional battlefield had already sent cultivators to investigate, wanting to find out the specific cause of the explosion. The land in this alien plane was about 4 million square kilometers, and the 5 towers each controlled hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land. The continuous explosions made them feel uneasy. In order to upgrade to a level 6 building, he would need a large number of brain beads, and this space was the best way to obtain them. They sent cultivators to kill monsters in this world, and cultivators were constantly killed by monsters. After the cultivators died, there would be young cultivators who would grow up. As long as this world existed, they could enter it year after year. After so many years, some of the buildings had already accumulated enough brain pearls to upgrade to level 6, but they had no intention of upgrading their buildings. This was because once they completed their promotion, the other 4 towers that shared the same alternate plane would replace the monsters that were attacking the city and teleport over to attack the city. This was an extremely dangerous gamble, and if he failed, he would be doomed eternally. No one would advance easily without absolute confidence. Thus, using the alternate dimension to earn brain beads became the most important thing for these level 5 towers. This was the treasure bowl of the 5 towers, and they absolutely couldn't afford to lose it. Just as these cultivators began to investigate, Tang Zhen once again arrived at a dangerous place with a level 7 monster. After carefully scanning the target area, Tang Zhen quickly rushed in. This time, I'll earn another 3 million. I wish my fellow readers that you can easily earn 3 million in the new year. Chapter 355. The treasure. Under the ruins 100 miles away from Tang Zhen's location, a group of foreign cultivators were hurrying on their way. They were covered in dust, and their faces were filled with fatigue. They had used up a lot of their physical strength after days of constant traveling. Fortunately, they were all level 4 or 5 cultivators, so they were probably exhausted. When I catch that bastard saboteur, I'll definitely pull out his tendons and bones. In the middle of the group, a non-human cultivator took out a map and glanced at it. His face was filled with ferocity. 2 days ago, these foreign cultivators had accidentally discovered that the continuous explosions were actually caused by humans. This discovery made them both shocked and angry. They were shocked because the explosion caused by this cultivator was so terrifying that it was almost enough to destroy the world. He was angry because after what he did, even the interplane passage began to become unstable. If this continued, even the interplane passage might be destroyed. Once the interplane passage was closed, not only would the 5 towers lose the best source of obtaining the brain pearls, they would also be forced to upgrade their towers. The reason for this was because of the strange laws of this world. The appearance of the interdimensional passage not only brought benefits to the level 5 building, but it was also a super bomb that started its countdown. After Liu Cheng was promoted to rank 5, the interdimensional passage would appear, and it would exist for a century. After 100 years, each level 5 building would have accumulated enough brain pearls to be sacrificed, and they could upgrade the level of the building. At this time, even if you didn't want to advance, under the invisible laws, you had to advance. The order of advancement was random, and no one knew if they would be the first unlucky one to advance. When the unlucky one was chosen to advance to level 6, he would have to accept the attacks of the other 4 towers. They would either lose the battle and destroy the city, splitting up all their assets, or successfully defend the city and take over the assets of the other 4 towers. However, the first tower to advance would most likely fail. After all, it was facing 4 powerful level 5 towers. The remaining 4 towers continued to fight until the true winner appeared. This was an extremely cruel and bloody process, just like raising venomous insects. However, if the alternate plane were to be destroyed and the passageway was closed in advance, these towers would be in deep trouble. Every level 5 city tower was built at a different time, and the time when the interdimensional passage opened was also different. Therefore, even if the interplane passage of one's own tower was closed, the other towers might still be open. The gap could be a few years or even a dozen years. For these level 5 towers, this was a good buffer period for them to fully prepare for the battle. If the interplane passages were closed at the same time, they would immediately start fighting, which was something the nobles of the Five Towers did not want to see. Therefore, Tang Zhen, who had caused such a terrifying explosion, must be executed immediately. The city lords of the Five Towers had already reached a consensus through the cornerstone platform. They had to kill this destroyer at all costs. Countless cultivator battle teams were sent into this world just to kill Tang Zhen. One by now, the interdimensional passages of the Five Towers had been surrounded by a large number of cultivators. All the cultivators who left had to go through a strict inspection to prevent destroyers from snatching them away. In order to deal with him, the Five Towers had sent out almost all of their elites, and there were more than 10,000 fully armed cultivators. When this cultivator battle team discovered Tang Zhen's traces, they had already released a communication signal. It wouldn't be long before the cultivator battle teams from the nearby 5 cities gathered here. Tang Zhen was unaware of all this. At this moment, he was heading deeper into the danger zone and was prepared to light a firework. Before this, Tang Zhen had always been doing this. However, just as he was passing by the ruins of a building, a strange feeling attracted Tang Zhen's attention, causing him to stop his footsteps. It was as if there was something hidden under the broken building. Tang Zhen, who originally planned to leave after setting off a firework, immediately rushed to the ruins. After rummaging through it, he directly entered a pitch-black entrance. A huge piece of building debris blocked Tang Zhen's path, but it was kicked away by Tang Zhen. Dust flew everywhere, and a strange smell kept coming from the entrance to the underground. Tang Zhen stretched out his hand and pressed on the neck of the combat suit. Immediately after, the combat suit extended upwards and covered Tang Zhen's mouth and nose. The originally pungent smell was filtered out without a trace. After walking forward for a distance, a large door appeared in front of Tang Zhen. This door had been sealed for a long time and looked extremely sturdy. However, it was still unable to stop Tang Zhen's footsteps. After breaking the metal door open with brute force, he was surprised to see a group of half-mechanical creatures. As the monster detector did not give any hints, Tang Zhen concluded that these half-mechanical creatures were not monsters. They might have been combat weapons created by the natives of this world, but they were preserved for some reason. The half-mechanical creature's appearance was similar to a monkey's. It was about 1.2 meters tall. At this moment, it was holding a weapon that looked like a gun as it rapidly pounced toward Tang Zhen. Continuous flames shot out from those weapons and struck the ground and walls around Tang Zhen. These bullets seemed to be extremely corrosive. After hitting the target, they kept making. Tang Zhen easily dodged these bullets and rushed to the front of these semi-mechanical weapons. He easily broke their necks. After storing the corpses and weapons into his storage space, Tang Zhen continued on his way. After another 10 kilometers, they reached the end of the tunnel, and there was nothing inside. Tang Zhen would not believe that there was no hidden area in such a deep underground passage. When he thought of this, Tang Zhen immediately activated his application to scan the area. He quickly discovered a special area on the wall. He took out the purple electric short sword and gently cut the wall. A piece of rock fell to the ground, and a smooth crystal was revealed. Tang Zhen observed it for a moment before extending his finger to gently touch the surface of the crystal. The originally dull crystal began to glow slightly. Soon after, a series of strange words and patterns appeared before Tang Zhen's eyes. If the cultivators in the world of Lusheng were to face this scene, they would probably be at a loss. You need to enter the password for verification. If you get it wrong 3 times, it will shut down immediately. Tang Zhen didn't know what other defensive methods they would have. He activated the Universal Electronic Kit and began to crack the code. These magical applications had never disappointed Tang Zhen. A few minutes later, the crystal screen in front of Tang Zhen began to operate automatically. The dazzling 3D words were rearranged and a 50-digit password was entered. After the password was cracked, the crystal screen flashed for a moment and then dimmed again. However, the wall in front of Tang Zhen slowly opened, revealing a huge entrance. After he slowly walked in, Tang Zhen discovered that he had actually entered in Doomsday Seed Bank. Chapter 356. Island Base, trapped in heavy siege. The so-called seeds here were not simply the seeds of plants. They represented hope and contained the technology and civilization inheritance of this race. In an empty field, Tang Zhen saw semi-mechanical creatures that were in a queue. They were soaked in a kind of sticky liquid. They were all battle machines that did not know fatigue, but they were currently in a closed state and needed to be activated before they could fight. Other than that, There were also a large number of weapons, food, and a hexagonal crystal that stored all the technology of this race. Just like the flashing gold tribe, the natives of the wasteland world were also prepared to rise again. However, looking at the degree of destruction of the wreckage outside, Tang Zhen concluded that this place had been occupied by monsters for at least 100 years. The indigenous people were probably dead. Even if there were some survivors, they still couldn't change the current situation. After such a long time of knowledge loss, even if they found this place, they could not enter the warehouse. Since this was the case, Tang Zhen would kindly accept all of them. There were countless materials stored in such a large warehouse. Tang Zhen had to find a proper place to store them. These items would be transported to the original world by Tang Zhen, and then the useful materials would be selected and transported to Holy Dragon City. After Tang Zhen looked through the entire warehouse, he teleported back to his original world. In Ivanov's manor, the Ice Bear Alliance. Tang Zhen looked at the document in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. The island in the middle of the ocean was now in Tang Zhen's possession, and he could head over to receive it at any time. The main value of the island was the source of drinking water on it. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would have directly built an island in the international waters. Now that the island had become a private territory, there was the best place to store the transported goods. After a little preparation, Tang Zhen and Ivanov immediately took a plane and headed to the island. Tang Zhen finally saw the island in the middle of the ocean after turning around all the way. From the sky, the area of the island was not large. However, this did not have any effect on Tang Zhen. As long as Tang Zhen was willing, he could instantly expand the area of this island by 10 times or even 100 times. The plane slowly landed at the airport. Tang Zhen looked at the island once through the map's perspective and directly headed to the foot of a mountain. Ivanov and the super soldiers, who were following closely behind, saw this and quickly followed. After reaching the foot of the mountain, Tang Zhen stopped and activated the terrain transformation plugin. The people standing behind Tang Zhen were originally puzzled and could not figure out what Tang Zhen wanted to do. However, in the blink of an eye, they were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. The mountain peak in front of them was rising at an unbelievable speed, reaching a height of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. In addition, the area of the island was also rapidly increasing, just like a piece of bread being spread out with a rolling pin. In the middle of the island, a vast flat land quickly appeared. Ivanov and the others looked at the scene in front of them in a daze, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. Oh God, what did I just see? Is this Dao Wu the power of a god? Your Excellency, did you make this? Ivanov carefully walked in front of Tang Zhen and asked with an incomparably respectful expression. Tang Zhen nodded and walked toward the cave that had just appeared on the mountain. The crowd hurriedly followed him in, their faces filled with respect and adoration. The interior of the cave was extremely large, larger than Ivanov and the others had imagined. There was even more vast space in the deeper parts. After walking around, Tang Zhen gave Ivanov and the others a few instructions and then began the transportation work. Such a huge change in the terrain could not be hidden from those who were observant. However, Tang Zhen did not intend to hide it from the start. From the moment he bought this island, Tang Zhen would begin to face the entire original world and slowly show the world of Lusheng to the humans of the original world. A large number of resources were continuously transported over by Tang Zhen and piled on the ground of the cave. The number of resources was increasing. Ivanov and the others looked at the items that were filled with the style of the other world and were even more excited, their eyes full of excitement. Being able to follow a boss like Tang Zhen, who possessed a mystical ability, and participate in a great undertaking that could change the history of mankind, this made them feel incomparably honored. There was no need for Tang Zhen to say anything more. They immediately began the plan for the island's transformation and construction. The training base, the laboratory, and a series of other projects had also officially begun. As for the island's defense work, Ivanov and the others did not have to worry about it at all. Other than modifying a batch of super soldiers, Tang Zhen would also activate a batch of half-mechanical biological weapons that he had just obtained to participate in the defense work of the island. If necessary, he would even release a large number of monsters in the nearby sea and sky to protect the safety of the island. If he could create super soldiers, he could also create super monsters. However, these monsters had many disadvantages, and he could not control them as he wished. The transformed monsters were extremely fragile and could not be compared to the real monsters in the world of towers. Their vitality was also far from that of the real monsters. Tang Zhen had done nearly 100 experiments in Lu Cheng's laboratory, but he still couldn't find an effective solution. This was also the reason why he had never put the modified monsters into use. After spending a lot of time, Tang Zhen finally finished moving all the materials. Tang Zhen patted off the dust on his body as he looked at the huge empty space. He turned around and walked toward the ground. What he didn't know was that at this time, at the edge of the danger zone, there were already more than 2,000 cultivators from the 5 cities who had gathered and surrounded this place. However, they did not take the risk to enter the danger zone. After all, there were terrifying level 7 monsters and a large number of level 6 Lord tier monsters. If they rashly barged in, they would definitely suffer great losses. These cultivators weren't like Tang Zhen, who had endless special abilities and could enter and exit dangerous areas like fish in water. Since the destroyer had entered this area, they only needed to wait with peace of mind. If he was killed by the monster, it would be something to be glad about. However, the possibility of this was very low, because the dangerous areas that the saboteurs had been to would eventually turn into ruins, while he himself was safe and sound. Therefore, the cultivators of the 5 cities believed that the destroyers would definitely come out from inside. However, in order to prevent themselves from being affected by the terrifying explosion, they all tried to stay as far away from the dangerous area as possible and then carefully hid. As long as the saboteur walked out of the danger zone, they would surround him and launch a fatal blow. If Tang Zhen were to know about the plan of these cultivators, he would definitely scoff in contempt. This was because the safety zone that they thought was safe was still within the killing range of a nuclear bomb. Even if they had strong physiques and couldn't be killed directly, there would be endless trouble in the future. These cultivators were not aware of the horror of nuclear radiation, so they were all injured without knowing it. Tang Zhen was not clear about what kind of consequences it would cause. However, as long as he could cause trouble for the enemy, Tang Zhen was very willing to do it. There was one more thing that Tang Zhen was also unclear about. One of the reasons why Bloodsand City had not taken any action to retaliate immediately after suffering losses was because they were afraid of the Holy Dragon City's weapons. The main reason was that most of the cultivators in Bloodsand City were in another plane, participating in the battle for a secret location. The cultivators in charge of Bloodsand City's defense couldn't be easily mobilized, which was the main reason why they hadn't taken action yet. For a low-level city that dared to challenge their ruling position, Bloodsand City would not hesitate to destroy it and then plunder its wealth. Although they were afraid of Holy Dragon City's weapons, Bloodsand City also had similar things, which were also their hidden trump cards. Bloodsand City had once found a batch of weapons that could fire corrosive bullets in some ruins. Because the number of bullets was limited and could not be produced, there was no large number of equipment, and they were stored in Bloodsand City. However, in order to capture the saboteurs, the cultivators of Bloodsand City had equipped themselves with such weapons. The cultivators from the other 4 cities also brought weapons they had discovered in this world to deal with this destructive person. However, just as these cultivators were suppressing their anger and wanted to tear Tang Zhen's corpse into 10,000 pieces, another earth-shattering sound was heard. Chapter 357. Mutated Cultivator, Encircle, Pursue, and Intercept. When the loud sound came, the defenseless cultivators were immediately hit. The scorching heat and dazzling light enveloped them completely, making them feel as if they had fallen into hell in an instant. The armor and hair on his body were set ablaze by the high temperature, and his exposed skin was severely injured. The cultivators who were looking straight at the dangerous area were completely plunged into darkness the moment the light appeared. They roared and scratched their eyes, but large pieces of flesh fell off their faces and hands, making them look extremely ferocious. The power of this firework released by Tang Zhen far exceeded the imagination of these cultivators. A huge shockwave spread from the ground, flattening the surrounding building debris and burying some hidden cultivators. This process was extremely short, but it also seemed extremely long. When the world finally returned to peace, the surroundings became deathly silent. No one noticed that the sky seemed to shake for a moment, and then an indescribable power spread out. The unknown force completely enveloped the area of the explosion and then silently changed the cultivators who were enveloped by the shock wave. After another half an hour, the force suddenly disappeared, but the area covered by the explosion changed dramatically. In the suffocating dust, countless ghostly shadows were wandering around, constantly letting out frightening wails. They were the cultivators from the 5 cities who had survived the Explosion. After the unknown force descended, they all fell into a coma. However, they had already changed beyond recognition. The cultivators' naked bodies were covered with large chunks of skin, and their eyes were blinded. The physical pain almost drove them crazy, causing them to constantly roar and run around. Although they were not in human form, they were still conscious, but they had forgotten who they were. They didn't know why, but the center of the explosion had a fatal attraction to them, making them unable to stop. The wandering cultivators turned around and began to walk toward the center of the explosion at an increasingly fast speed. Having lost their vision, they did not see that as they went deeper into the center of the explosion, the wounds on their bodies were constantly healing, and a layer of hard black shell was growing on their bodies. The closer they got to the central area, the thicker the shells on their bodies became, and they became almost invulnerable. Their eyes, blinded by the strong light, turned into a pool of blood and melted away. But then a pair of blood-red eyes appeared from their eye sockets. A cold glint flickered in those red eyes, and they were filled with the desire to kill. Their auras grew stronger and stronger, from level 4 to level 5, and from level 5 to Lord. There were also a few cultivators whose cultivation levels had soared and directly advanced to 2-star Horde leader. However, they were afraid. It should be, they. This was because there was a brain that was constantly growing in the heads of these cultivators. They had turned from cultivators into real monsters. It was unknown if it was a coincidence or not, but the number of cultivators that had turned into monsters was the same as the number of high-level monsters that Tang Zhen had killed in the past few days. There seemed to be an invisible force that made up for the loss of this abnormal monster. Awoo! All the monsters let out a long roar and ran in all directions, disappearing into the endless ruins in the blink of an eye. After a period of time, Tang Zhen suddenly appeared from the smoke and dust and began to search for the scattered brains. From the beginning to the end, he did not see the cultivators from the 5 cities who were hiding, and he did not know what happened to them. Just like the previous few times, after Tang Zhen searched around the explosion site, he was prepared to head to the next location. However, Tang Zhen still discovered some abnormalities in the process of searching. Although the explosion had buried too many traces, Tang Zhen still found many scattered weapons. This was something he had not encountered in other areas. Could it be that someone wanted to rob me, but ended up being destroyed by the big fireworks? Tang Zhen scratched his head with a face full of doubt. Something's wrong, something's really wrong. Looking at the number of weapons, there must be a lot of people. How could there be no traces left in the killing range of such an explosion? Tang Zhen frowned slightly. There was definitely something fishy going on when things were abnormal. Something that he did not know about must have happened. Moreover, during the process of searching, Tang Zhen had found large pieces of flesh more than once. They definitely didn't come from dead monsters, but cultivators. Tang Zhen's heart was filled with doubt as he left the area and continued to head to the next target location. Tang Zhen maneuvered the assault helicopter into the sky. He had just flown a short distance when he noticed the abnormality on the ground. Hundreds of foreign cultivators appeared in his path and pointed at the helicopter. Other than the cultivators on the ground, a large number of cultivators appeared. In the sky, they looked like xianxias, and their huge wings flapped continuously as they rushed towards Tang Zhen. The alien cultivators at the front had already begun throwing javelins at the assault helicopters. Tang Zhen immediately realized that something was amiss. He unhesitatingly activated the cannon and began to shoot at the group of cultivators in the sky. The whistling bullets streaked across the sky and collided with the cultivators, immediately causing a large cloud of blood mist to explode. A dozen foreign cultivators couldn't dodge in time and were torn into pieces by the bullets. Their bodies fell from the sky. Seeing this, the remaining cultivators scattered in all directions to avoid being hit by the bullets. Compared to these winged level 4 and 5 alien cultivators, the mobility of the assault helicopters was much lower. After Tang Zhen realized this, he immediately maneuvered the armed helicopter and landed in the ruins in the distance. He didn't want his plane to be damaged, so he had to put it away as soon as possible. When the cultivators saw Tang Zhen run straight to the ruins, they quickly chased after him. The cultivators running on the ground looked up at the sky from time to time. After receiving the guidance of the cultivators in the sky, they also swarmed toward the ruins. Tang Zhen stopped the plane on an empty piece of land and directly kept it into his storage space. After which, he quickly entered the ruins. The alien cultivators who were flying in the sky were shocked. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw this. To be able to make such a large plane disappear without a trace, the destroyer being chased must have a storage equipment that was enough to make people jealous. They didn't expect to receive such a huge surprise just by hunting down a destructor. This caused the foreign cultivators in the sky to become greedy. As long as they could get their hands on this storage equipment, they would be able to obtain unimaginable wealth. They did not think that Tang Zhen possessed the storage ability of a holy master. This was because from the beginning to the end, they had thought that Tang Zhen was a very high-level martial cultivator. As for the Holy Dragon City's storage application card, they had never heard of it due to the distance. These flying cultivators kept circling the area where Tang Zhen had disappeared, trying to find his traces. However, the area of the ruins was too large, and it was extremely easy to hide people. After searching for half a day, these foreign race cultivators still did not see Tang Zhen's shadow. This made them extremely anxious. At this moment, the cultivators who had been searching the ground rushed over and surrounded the ruins. The battle would start at the first touch. Chapter 358. Advancing to rank 8, counter-attacking the old nest. These cultivators were scattered in the ruins and looked after each other. The flying cultivators monitored the sky to ensure that the saboteurs would not escape. With swords and guns in their hands, they constantly searched for possible hiding spots of the saboteurs, their bodies full of killing intent. In the shadow of a certain ruin, Tang Zhen silently sized up those cultivators without a trace of expression on his face. As long as he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. After all, his current cultivation base was already enough to make everyone feel terrified. These days, the continuous detonation of nuclear bombs had killed more than 10 second-rank Horde leader monsters. This also meant that Tang Zhen's current level had already reached level 8, which was enough for the cultivators of the 5 cities to look up to. A grade 8 cultivator was also known as a 3-star Horde leader. This level of cultivation was enough to look down on an area. Even the veteran experts in the 5 towers might not have such a high cultivation. It was too difficult for cultivators to reach this height. However, Tang Zhen merely used a nuclear bomb to easily reach such a height. If he didn't have the magical mobile phone application, who knew how long it would take for Tang Zhen to reach this level? However, the highest level of the monsters in this world was level 7. Therefore, after reaching level 8, Tang Zhen could no longer advance. His only goal was to obtain the Brain Pearl. However, from the current situation, his desire to save energy had attracted the attention of Lu Cheng, who controlled the other planes, and had sent a large number of cultivators to hunt him down. A trace of a cold smile appeared on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth after he had clearly thought about the cause and effect of the matter. If these damned guys didn't provoke him, he wouldn't need to pay them any attention. He would leave after he gathered the required brain beads. But now that they actually dared to play this trick on him, then don't blame me for being impolite. Thinking about how the 5 towers had been hunting in this world for many years, they must have accumulated a large number of brain beads. Tang Zhen decided to borrow them. As for the return date, however, before that, Tang Zhen still needed to obtain some information from the cultivators of the 5 cities, as well as the tokens on their bodies to enter and exit the passageway. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen's figure flickered and disappeared without a trace from the shadows. A non-human cultivator stared at the ruins in front of him. Just as he was about to go in and take a look, he felt his vision blur and he fainted. Before he could fall to the ground, a figure flashed by and the cultivator disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. 10 minutes later, another cultivator disappeared into the shadows of the ruins. It didn't take long for a cultivator who was tired from flying to rest on the ruins to be pulled into the ruins. Hundreds of cultivators were scattered in the huge ruins. No one realized that people were constantly disappearing. It wasn't until a cultivator accidentally entered a house and found a pile of corpses on the ground that they became alert. To their horror, they discovered that the saboteur had killed more than 20 cultivators in front of their eyes. What shocked them the most was that among the 20-odd cultivators who were killed, 5 of them were Lord-tier cultivators. These 5 lords were the leaders of the cultivators from the 5 cities. In order to capture the destroyers, the 5 cities sent a total of 15 Lord-tier cultivators, 3 from each city. With these 15 lords leading the team, everyone thought that the saboteurs would not be able to escape. These cultivators had been cultivating in seclusion in the tower. If it wasn't for the pursuit of the destroyers, they wouldn't have entered this dangerous world. Unfortunately, the destroyers were not caught, and 1/3 of the Lord cultivators were killed. This made the cultivators of the 5 cities who knew about this shiver in fear. To be able to kill 5 Lord-level cultivators without a sound, it was clear that the saboteur's strength was extremely shocking, or he had some powerful means that no one knew. If such a cultivator wanted to ambush them, wouldn't it be easy? After realizing this, the cultivators from the 5 cities who had spread out to search immediately gathered together and were on full alert, afraid that they would be attacked by the destroyers. The cultivators of the 5 cities, who were originally aggressive and wanted to kill the destroyers, were now afraid of being killed by others. However, their worries were somewhat unnecessary. This was because the current Tang Zhen was already over 100 miles away. Tang Zhen had obtained the information he wanted from the 5 lords. It turned out that the 5 towers had mobilized a large force to hunt him down because they were afraid that he would destroy this world too much and cause the interplane passage to close. Tang Zhen also clearly understood the consequences of the interdimensional passage closing. Tang Zhen naturally had to make good use of this after understanding the connection between them. Out of the 5 towers surrounding Tang Zhen, 4 of them were from the foreign races. This was enough to prove the superiority of the foreign races on the continent. However, as long as it was a foreign clan city, it would be Tang Zhen's potential enemy and also a stumbling block for the Holy Dragon City's rise. The only human city was Blood Sand City, which was bound to have a battle with Holy Dragon City. It was either you die or I die. To Tang Zhen, the 5 towers all had a reason to be destroyed. Since this was the case, Tang Zhen was prepared to make use of this opportunity to directly destroy them. Tang Zhen thought in his heart as he rapidly ran. The speed of a 3-star horde leader was displayed to the extreme, and he was like a phantom. The direction he was heading in was the location of a foreign race city, which was about 100 miles away. The alien plane connected 5 towers that were separated by the ends of the earth together, allowing Tang Zhen to reach one tower in a short time. After leaving this place, Tang Zhen would need to run for at least half a month to reach the target location in the tower world. During this period of time, he encountered foreign cultivators who were searching for his location in the sky. Tang Zhen temporarily stopped and waited for these cultivators to leave before continuing on. Unknowingly, Tang Zhen had already approached the foreign plane's passageway in this foreign race city. He chose a location in the ruins and placed a time bomb. After suppressing his aura with great effort and ensuring that it would not leak out in the slightest, Tang Zhen quietly approached the interdimensional passage. At the same time, he began to count down in his heart. 3, 2, 1. Tang Zhen's eyes glinted when he saw the last number. He directly headed toward the tunnel. At the same time, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the ruins not far away. The cultivators guarding the passage were immediately attracted by the explosion, and some of them went straight to the site of the explosion. No one noticed that a figure suddenly appeared and directly rushed into the passage. In a hall somewhere in the Xianxia Tower, the interplane passage was flashing slightly. It was a sign that someone had passed through. A figure rushed out of the interdimensional passage. It looked very abnormal, which immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators guarding the place. However, before he could open his mouth to warn them, he felt a chill in his heart and his life force was instantly drained away. The moment this cultivator fell, he saw his other companions fall one after another in the hall. Then, the figure of a human cultivator appeared. The human cultivator looked at him coldly and ran out of the hall. There's actually a human cultivator here. The Xianxia Tower city is going to be in chaos. The moment this thought appeared in the Horned Fang race cultivator's mind, he fell into eternal darkness. Tang Zhen sensed the aura of the brain pearl as he rapidly advanced in the huge tower. His movements were extremely secretive. Although his cultivation had already reached level 8, Tang Zhen was not sure if there were any experts of the same level in this foreign clan city. Therefore, he had to act cautiously. He also had to be wary of those cultivators who were of a lower level than him. Tang Zhen was extremely clear about the logic of many ants biting an elephant to death. He definitely did not dare to be careless. He was a fast cultivating cultivator. Compared to other cultivators of the same level who had experienced countless battles, his combat power and experience were far inferior. Moreover, they had explored the alternate dimension for decades. God knows if they had obtained a weapon that could pose a threat to Tang Zhen. If they were to fail in an easy task, they would be in deep trouble. The most important point was that Tang Zhen didn't want to reveal too much of his strength. He didn't want the other towers to know his true cultivation. Only by pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger would he be able to obtain the greatest benefits. If those tigers knew that he was a tyrannosaur, they would definitely run as far away as possible and would not dare to easily provoke Tang Zhen. If it really came to that time, even if Tang Zhen wanted to start a war with the surrounding buildings, he would not be able to find an excuse to be bullied by others. Tang Zhen suddenly stopped in front of a metal door while his thoughts were spinning. A smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. Lu Cheng's treasure room was found. Chapter 359 Crazy Treasure Snatching. Unrivaled. The tower of the Horned Fang race was extremely large. From the outside, it looked like a giant statue of a foreign race, full of ferocity. It stood tall in the wilderness, majestic and mysterious. If an outsider were to enter the interior of this city tower, they would definitely scurry around like a headless fly without any guidance. However, Tang Zhen had the assistance of the map and his mental energy was extremely strong. Therefore, he was able to easily find the exact location of Lu Cheng's treasure room. The target had been found, and the next step was naturally to rob. As for the four horned tooth cultivators standing guard in front of the treasure room, Tang Zhen directly ignored them. Because they would be dead in a while. As he slowly walked toward the treasure room, the four cultivators looked over in the direction of the sound. As expected, they immediately blocked Tang Zhen's path. These four cultivators were all rank 5. Two of them even had demon weapons on them. They were looking at Tang Zhen with vigilant eyes. As Tang Zhen was wearing a cloak that covered his face, they could not see his true appearance. However, Tang Zhen made them feel an extremely dangerous aura. This caused the four cultivators to involuntarily become nervous as they subconsciously unsheathed their blades. The tower is an important place, no one is allowed to approach it. The cultivator in the lead shouted sternly as his eyes stared unwaveringly at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen stared at the other party and did not give any response. Seeing Tang Zhen's indifferent appearance, the four cultivators immediately became nervous and assumed an attacking posture. "Who are you?" Tang Zhen slightly raised his head and revealed a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. "The person who will send you on your way." As soon as he finished speaking, his body rushed forward. The four cultivators were shocked and hurriedly brandished their swords and sabers. However, their sabers fell to the ground with a clang sound halfway. Tang Zhen calmly passed by, while the four horned teeth cultivators all fell to the ground. The four horned fang cultivators, who seemed to have no external injuries, had their brains completely turned into mush. Tang Zhen didn't even look at the four cultivators on the ground. He came to the iron gate and waved his hand. Purple flames suddenly appeared, melting the hard iron door into molten iron. The huge iron lock fell to the ground with a clang. Tang Zhen kicked the metal door flying and stepped in. He was immediately dazzled by the treasures that were piled up like a mountain. "Ha ha ha, it's the right decision to come this time." Tang Zhen laughed out loud. He unceremoniously kept all the medicinal herbs, brains, ores, demonic weapons, and equipment into his storage space. If the storage space couldn't fit it, he would use the storage application card, and the one with the largest space. The storage application cards that Holy Dragon City sold to the public were of the two lowest grades, with a capacity of 1 cubic meter and 10 cubic meters. As for the storage card used internally, it could be big or small. Tang Zhen's speed was extremely fast, and the large treasure room was emptied in the blink of an eye. This horned tooth race had accumulated treasures from an unknown young man, and now, they had all gone to Tang Zhen. If the city lord of the Jiaoya Tower city saw this, he would probably cry like crazy. Chasing Tang Zhen to the ends of the earth and not stopping until he died was a proper matter. After the mission was completed, Tang Zhen immediately ran toward the interdimensional passage. He had emptied the treasure room of the Jiaoya Tower. If he was discovered, the entire Jiaoya Tower would hunt him down. Tang Zhen did not want to be caught in that situation. Tang Zhen originally planned to throw a nuclear bomb, but he quickly suppressed this thought. The strange situation in the foreign plane caused a trace of vigilance to rise in Tang Zhen's heart. Therefore, Tang Zhen would never use a nuclear bomb in the Lusheng world before he figured out what had happened. "You bunch of foreign races are lucky. Otherwise, I'll exterminate your entire race with a single firework." Tang Zhen's mind turned like lightning. Not long after, he rushed to the hall where the interdimensional passage was located. There were a few corpses on the ground, exactly the same as when he left. Perhaps it was because the interdimensional passage was sealed off and no one was allowed to enter. That was why no one noticed anything unusual even after the guards had been killed for a long time. In this way, Tang Zhen was given an advantage. Tang Zhen threw down a bomb with a smile and leapt into the interdimensional passage. Just as Tang Zhen's figure disappeared, a loud explosion was heard. The hall where the interdimensional passage was located was directly blown up, burying the passage. In another dimension, in front of the passage to the Horned Fang tribe, a figure rushed out of the vortex-shaped passage and then left without stopping. The horned teeth cultivators in charge of the guards were stunned for a moment. They shouted and chased after the figure that was running further and further away. Unfortunately, the other party's speed was too terrifying. Even if they used all their strength, they still couldn't even touch the other party's shadow. Damn it. Hurry up and teleport back to Lusheng to see what's happening. One of the Horned Fang cultivators, leaders shouted, and another cultivator took out a token and teleported over. In the blink of an eye, the cultivator ran back with a long face. Oh no, our teleportation hall has collapsed. When I teleported there, I was almost squeezed to death. While the entire Jiaoya Tower city was in chaos, Tang Zhen was already 100 miles away. Haha, I've earned big this time. The number of brain beads that Tang Zhen had to work hard to make up was not even 1/10 of the total number of treasure in the Jiaoya building. From this, one could see how rich the Jiaoya building was. This was only the number of brains, and the value of the other treasures had not yet been calculated. The gains from the Jiaoya Tower city alone were enough to upgrade Holy Dragon City to level 5. The more Tang Zhen thought about it, the more excited he became. His eyes also began to turn bloodshot. Damn it. It's faster to rob the treasure rooms in these towers. If that's the case, none of the other 4 towers can escape. Tang Zhen let out a long hiss when he thought of this, and his running speed increased a little. He had to be fast and act before the other buildings could react. Otherwise, once the other party became alert, the difficulty would increase. After realizing this point, Tang Zhen continued to rush forward without stopping and finally approached the vicinity of the second foreign tribe city. This time, Tang Zhen used the same old trick again. While the attention of the foreign race cultivators was attracted by the time bomb, he rushed into the passage like lightning. However, after charging into the tower this time, the masked Tang Zhen ran into a group of foreign cultivators and the two sides directly collided. After a few seconds of shock, a great battle broke out. Tang Zhen brandished a battle blade. Under the encirclement of a group of cultivators, blood splattered everywhere as wails continuously sounded out. Every attack would take a life. Even if those foreign cultivators were to join forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Tang Zhen. In less than a minute, he had finished off all of them. However, this was their base camp after all. Even if most of the cultivators were chasing after Tang Zhen in the other dimension, there were still many cultivators left behind to guard their base. The moment the two sides started fighting, it was equivalent to opening a hornet's nest. A huge battle was inevitable. Chapter 360. The number 1 expert of the alien race won. The entire Scarlet Qilin Tower was filled with the sound of an alarm. It was shrill and ear-piercing. When the cultivators who stayed behind heard the alarm, they all put down their work and rushed towards Tang Zhen's position with their swords without hesitation. Tang Zhen felt his scalp turning numb as he looked at the densely packed cultivators that were rushing over. However, since he had already killed his way here, he had to bring back some spoils of war no matter what. Otherwise, wouldn't he have made a wasted trip? After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen started to randomly throw bombs in all directions, causing intense explosions to continuously ring out. The entire Lusheng city fell into chaos. Dust flew everywhere, cultivators wailed, and all kinds of curses were heard. Tang Zhen killed as he charged, heading toward the location of the treasure room that he sensed. 2 Lord-ranked cultivators suddenly appeared. They blocked Tang Zhen's path and charged forward with demonic weapons in their hands. So what if he's a Lord cultivator? I'll kill him all the same. Tang Zhen's eyes turned red as he charged towards the 2 Overlord cultivators and killed one of them with a swing of his blade. Seeing Tang Zhen's power, the other Lord cultivator was so scared that he quickly retreated. To be able to kill a Lord cultivator so easily, the other party's strength was unfathomable. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen did not give him the chance to escape. He lifted his leg and gently kicked the demon saber on the ground. The saber was like lightning as it shot towards the back of the other party. PFF'd. The extremely sharp demon saber pierced through the Lord's heart and nailed him to the wall. Ha ha ha, who else is there? Tang Zhen turned around and roared. His state was like that of a mad demon, and it actually frightened the pursuers behind him to the point that they repeatedly retreated. At this moment, More than 10 grenade-like objects were thrown over. Tang Zhen waved his arms and a wave of air pushed these objects back, causing them to land on the heads of the pursuers. Boom! A violent explosion rang out, and the grenade-like object splattered out countless liquid. This sticky liquid was extremely domineering, burning the walls with a sizzling sound, and green smoke lingered. The non-humankind cultivators who were splashed by the liquid were in bad luck. Their armors and clothes were all burned through by the liquid, and countless bloody holes were left on their skin and flesh. Wails of pain and misery rang out everywhere. Tang Zhen was secretly speechless after seeing this. He did not expect that this kind of strong acid bomb was actually so abnormal. This kind of bomb was a weapon obtained by the Kai Lin clan's cultivators in an alien plane. Tang Zhen had also obtained many of them, but he had never had the opportunity to use them. Seeing that the scene had fallen into chaos, how could Tang Zhen miss such a good opportunity? He casually took out a large bomb and threw it towards the corridor. After a loud noise, the tunnel collapsed, blocking the pursuers behind. Tang Zhen turned his head and took a glance before continuing to kill his way forward. Along the way, Tang Zhen finally killed his way to the vicinity of the treasure room. He finally saw the foreign cultivator with the highest cultivation so far. This was a rather old man. He didn't look very impressive, but from his aura, one could determine that he was a 2-star horde leader. This must be the strongest expert in the Scarlet Qilin Tower City. Good, I can handle it. Tang Zhen glanced at the old man and the 3 lord cultivators behind him before walking over in large strides. This friend, I wonder if my Kai Lin clan has offended you in any way, could you please explain? The old man was unable to see through Tang Zhen's cultivation. However, he could faintly sense that Tang Zhen was stronger than him. Although the fury in his heart was boundless, this old man still did not dare to rashly act. He only hoped to be able to force Tang Zhen to back off. If he were to fight with Tang Zhen, it would be fine if he won. However, if he lost, Lu Cheng would be in a difficult situation. As a level 7 cultivator, he was like the stabilizing force of the city, intimidating other forces who had ill intentions. This old man had scruples in his heart and did not dare to rashly make a move. However, Tang Zhen did not feel any pressure. He only had one goal in coming here, and that was to empty out all the treasures of the Kai Lin clan. You have indeed offended me. As punishment, I want you to compensate me with all the brains in Lu Cheng. Tang Zhen's words caused the old man's expression to change drastically. A trace of ruthlessness appeared on his face. What an arrogant tone. How dare you think about my Lu Cheng's treasure room? I just don't know if you have the ability to do so. As soon as the old man's voice fell, the 3 lord cultivators behind him immediately activated their cultivation skills and pounced toward Tang Zhen. Good. A layer of deep blue ice armor suddenly appeared on the surface of Tang Zhen's body. A sharp ice blade that was 2.5 meters long appeared in his hand. Tang Zhen's ice blade fiercely swung out as he faced the attacks of the 3 overlord cultivators. The 4 of them, including the old man, had a drastic change in expression when they felt the sharp aura that was coming at them. This is a 3-star horde leader of Bai, and after realizing this, the 4 of them felt extremely bitter. How could they stop a rank -8 cultivator from robbing them? Do you still have any shame? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, a sharp ice blade had already attacked him. The non-human cultivator at the front was cut in half by the ice blade. The ice blade didn't stop and continued to hit the other 2 cultivators. Crack! The ice blades shattered, but a terrifying wound was cut open on the 2 men's bodies, and blood kept flowing out. The 2 cultivators retreated in horror. At the same time, they quickly controlled their muscles to seal the wounds so that their organs would not flow out. As soon as the 2 sides exchanged blows, 1 died and 2 were seriously injured. The old man's expression changed drastically. He immediately became extremely cautious after realizing that Tang Zhen's cultivation was higher than his. Seeing that his 3 cultivators had been defeated, the old man had no choice but to charge forward no matter how cautious he was. The speed of a ranked 7 cultivator was far beyond that of an ordinary lord. The old man arrived in front of Tang Zhen in an instant. Swish! 2 1-foot-long demonic battle blades appeared in the old man's hands as he attacked Tang Zhen's vital points. Tang Zhen was on guard. After avoiding the old man's fierce attack, he took out the purple lightning short sword and slashed it over. The old man subconsciously raised his demon weapon to block while the other demon weapon stabbed straight at Tang Zhen's chest. Crack! The old man heard a soft sound and felt the power to block suddenly disappear. He turned his head reflexively and was scared out of his wits. The demonic saber that had accompanied him for dozens of years had already been neatly cut into two. The purple lightning short sword in Tang Zhen's hand did not stop as it headed straight for the old man's throat. The blade of the short sword was less than an inch away from the old man's skin. A weapon that could easily cut through a demon blade could definitely cut through the old man's neck. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, the old man shouted and his body actually retreated a foot out of thin air, avoiding this fierce attack. However, Tang Zhen's following kick had directly landed on the old man's chest. Ka-ba! A crisp sound came from the old man's chest, and his clothes turned into powder and fell to the ground, revealing the fiery red armor on his chest. This guy was really afraid of death. Under his clothes, he was wearing a set of Mo chest armor. Although he had relied on the demon armor to absorb most of the force, Tang Zhen's kick still caused the old man's internal organs to shift, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The old man took a deep breath, suppressed his turbulent blood and chi, and activated his cultivator skills to pounce again. His cultivation technique was very strange. 10 1-foot-long black light beams shot out from his fingertips, carrying a cold aura and wisps of mist. Tang Zhen was not willing to show weakness when he saw this. A purple flame that was over a meter long shot out from his hand. The temperature of the purple flame was extremely high. The moment it appeared, the surrounding air seemed to be ignited, and the heat wave was pressing. The corpse of the cultivator that Tang Zhen had killed emitted a sizzling sound as it was being roasted by the flames. Such an overbearing flame shocked the remaining three. The old man and the two heavily injured cultivators looked at each other with a trace of determination in their eyes. Kill. Chapter 361. Killing the enemy and snatching the treasure. Shaking the 5 cities, the 3 cultivators let out a furious roar at the same time and charged toward Tang Zhen while facing the heat wave. However, looking at the movements of these 2 lord cultivators, it was clear that they were going to fight for their lives. They actually directly pounced towards Tang Zhen's purple flame saber. That old man followed closely behind. His 10 fingers flickered with black light as he grabbed at Tang Zhen's vital points. The 2 of them risked their lives to protect him while the old man was responsible for attacking. Tang Zhen hurriedly dodged when he saw this. At the same time, a shocking heat wave rose from his dark blue ice armor. Ice and fire had actually fused together perfectly at this moment. The cultivator closest to Tang Zhen screamed. His entire body immediately turned into a burning torch, emitting a burning sound that made one's scalp tingle. However, the other party still did not have any intention of retreating. Instead, he directly pounced on Tang Zhen's body. The moment he got close to Tang Zhen, the cultivator was already roasted into a dry corpse and then rapidly carbonized. However, his death had given the old man a chance. That old man's jet-black sharp claws suddenly pierced into Tang Zhen's chest, tearing apart his leather clothes and creating 5 terrifying wounds. The skin and flesh around the wound turned into ice crystals and were frozen solid. Tang Zhen hurriedly retreated, avoiding the danger of his intestines being cut open. If it wasn't for his lack of combat experience, Tang Zhen would not have suffered such a huge loss. Sensing the change in his body, Tang Zhen furiously roared as the purple flames on his body instantly erupted. The purple flames filled the entire passage and engulfed the retreating old man and the lord cultivators who were pouncing on him. With 2 screams, the old man and the lord cultivator immediately turned into fireballs, struggling and running. Tang Zhen felt that his chest had already lost all feeling. That old man's cultivator skill had caused all the skin and flesh on his chest to be frostbitten. Go to hell. Tang Zhen waved his flaming fist and smashed the lord cultivator who was blocking his way. After that, he rushed to the front of the old man. Purple flames and ice blades appeared in Tang Zhen's hands at the same time, directly piercing the old man's body. Through the flames, Tang Zhen could clearly see the old man's charred and distorted face. His dried eyes were filled with shock and resentment. Plop! Tang Zhen threw away the old man's corpse. He turned around to look at the door of the treasure room and kicked it open. After keeping the purple flames in the ice armor, Tang Zhen stepped into the treasure room and began to search wantonly. After clearing the entire treasure room, Tang Zhen swallowed a piece of ivy ointment. After which, he controlled the purple flame to approach the wound. Wisps of black-colored cold air flew out from Tang Zhen's skin and flesh. A trace of pain also came from his chest that had lost all feeling. However, the flesh near the wound had already turned black and rotted. It was obvious that it had rotted after frostbite. He used the purple electric short sword to cut off the rotten flesh, revealing the white bone armor on his chest, which looked extremely ferocious. Tang Zhen took out an IV ointment and carefully applied it on his wound. A numbing and itchy feeling immediately assaulted him. This kind of ointment only had a good healing effect on the aboriginals of the Tower World. However, when Tang Zhen used it, it had a magical effect and the healing speed was extremely shocking. Therefore, the IV ointment was the most common medicine that Tang Zhen had brought with him. After treating the wound, Tang Zhen took a deep breath and rushed downstairs with his saber. Another battle ensued. The Scarlet Qilin Tower, which had lost 5 lords and a 2-star lord, was no longer able to stop Tang Zhen. Swaggering through the interdimensional passage, Tang Zhen engaged in another fierce battle and killed all the Qilin clan's cultivators guarding the passage. Not long after he left, the remaining 3 towers received the news one after another, and they also knew what had happened to 2 towers. Compared to the city's treasure vault that had been ransacked, the Scarlet Qilin race's city that had lost several overlord cultivators only lost a few ordinary cultivators. The Horned Fang race's city that had its treasure vault emptied out was already very lucky. After losing so many overlord-grade cultivators, the Scarlet Qilin Tower's days were not going to be good. However, these 3 towers didn't know that even the number 1 expert of the Scarlet Qilin Tower had been killed. As the Scarlet Qilin Tower had sealed off the news of this, they didn't know the entire process of the battle. If the outside world knew that a 2-star horde leader had been killed, the Scarlet Qilin Tower would really be in danger. After analyzing the situation, the lords of these Lusheng concluded that the person who had robbed their treasure room was the one they had been chasing. From the numerous battles he had with this destroyer, he was at least a 2-star horde leader. Then, after he ransacked the 2 towers, would he also target him? After thinking up to this point, the remaining 3 city lords couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Being targeted by an expert of this cultivation level made them unable to sleep and eat in peace. In order to ensure that their towers would not be robbed, they began to rack their brains to come up with countermeasures. First, he had to move the treasures in the building, then use all sorts of methods to shield the energy from the brain pearl to ensure that it wouldn't be detected by the destroyers. The next step was to deploy a large number of troops inside and outside the passage, and when the destroyers arrived, they would give them a head-on blow. The cultivators of Lusheng who were searching in the alien plane had also received a message from the lightning bird, asking them to retreat immediately to help defend the city. After the cultivators from the 5 cities, who had been searching for a long time in the ruins, received the news, they immediately jumped up in anger. Never in their dreams would they have thought that the destroyers would break through their heavy blockade and run to the cultivators' hideout to cause trouble. When they heard that the saboteur had emptied the treasure rooms of 2 towers and killed several cultivators of the Lord, some were shocked, some were delighted, but most were shocked. Especially the cultivators in the Horned Tooth Tower and the Scarlet Qilin Tower, they all wished to tear Tang Zhen apart alive. Without any hesitation, the cultivators of the 5 cities dodged and began to return to their own towers through the interdimensional passage. Just as they split up, the monsters that had been hiding in the dark and had not moved all this time suddenly launched an attack. Among the attacking monsters, there was a humanoid monster that the cultivators of the 5 cities had never seen before. Their bodies were covered with an impenetrable black shell, and they moved extremely fast. Many of them were Lord-tier monsters. These humanoid monsters were extremely powerful and experienced. Cultivators of the same level were no match for them. The most important thing was that these humanoid monsters could actually control the beast monsters. Not only could they control them to fight, but they could also control them freely. The cultivators of the 5 cities had never encountered such a situation before. They immediately suffered heavy losses and countless casualties. Without any other choice, the scattered cultivators from the 5 cities could only unite again and resist the monster's attack. The 5 towers that were originally in a hostile state had no choice but to cooperate again because of Tang Zhen's appearance. At this moment, Tang Zhen had already arrived at the entrance of another foreign tribe building. Chapter 362. Heavy Defense. Passing off the fake as the real Tang Zhen was hiding in the ruins as he stared at the tunnel in front of him without blinking. Because he had robbed 2 towers of their treasure vaults, the towers of the foreign races who had received the news reacted quickly. At this time, a large number of troops had already gathered in front of the interdimensional passage. These foreign cultivators were fully armed and stood in groups of 3 to 5, guarding against the arrival of the saboteur. Tang Zhen saw a large number of weapons from this wasteland world in the hands of these foreign cultivators. There were strange acid rifles, acid bombs, and even acid cannons. He did not know why the natives of this world loved this kind of weapon so much. Perhaps to them, only this kind of weapon could cause the greatest damage. In order to deal with Tang Zhen, this non-human city had taken out all the weapons it had stored. Tang Zhen was in a difficult position. Should he snatch this city or not when faced with such a situation? Under normal circumstances, Tang Zhen only needed to place a firework, and all these people blocking the door would be wiped out. However, Tang Zhen was also afraid that the power of the nuclear bomb would be too great and directly destroy this interdimensional passage. There was no problem in destroying one tunnel. However, Tang Zhen would be dumbfounded if the other tunnels were destroyed as well. After all, these 5 interdimensional passages were all connected to one other world. Who knew what the other passages would do if one of them was damaged? Shut down, collapse, or be completely destroyed. If any of the above situations happened, Tang Zhen could only stay here forever. Who knew if he would have the chance to return to the tower world? The risk of doing so was too great, and the consequences were unknown. He must not try it rashly. Then how could they enter the tunnel and then safely retreat? Tang Zhen thought for a long time but still did not come up with a perfect plan. Was there a way to deceive these foreign cultivators and enter the passage without anyone knowing? Perhaps he could find the perfect solution in the application store. As Tang Zhen thought of this, he immediately opened the store and began to search for applications that could help him. After searching for a moment, Tang Zhen saw a magical application that belonged to the category of fantasy secret technique, shapeshifting, a secret technique of the ever-changing demon race. You can control your muscles, bones, and bones to change into various appearances and auras of your race. Reference is required for shapeshifting. Download price, 100,000 brain beads. None of the uses of fantasy secret techniques were cheap. The price of 100,000 brain beads was not cheap either. It was equivalent to 1 million gold coins before the mobile phone was upgraded. In the past, Tang Zhen might not be able to afford it. However, the current Tang Zhen was extremely wealthy. 100,000 brain beads was just a small matter. After paying the brain pearl, Tang Zhen immediately downloaded and installed it. Following the activation of the application, Tang Zhen clearly felt an invisible force wrapping around his body's cells, leaving nothing behind. It was as if he had turned into a dough that could be kneaded, rounded, and flattened at will. Tang Zhen understood in his heart. It seemed that this was the power of application. It was indeed extremely magical. It seemed that there was no problem with the application. Next, he would begin the transformation. However, before that, Tang Zhen must first capture a foreign cultivator to use as a reference. Tang Zhen noiselessly approached the nearby passageway. He extended his hand and knocked out a foreign tribe cultivator before directly dragging him away. Tang Zhen carried the alien cultivator to a hidden place and used it as a reference. The appearance and aura of his body rapidly changed. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen's appearance became exactly the same as the foreign cultivator. There was no difference. Tang Zhen nodded in satisfaction after checking the map view. Then, he removed all the leather armor and weapons of the foreign cultivators. After putting on the weapons and equipment, Tang Zhen looked no different from those foreign cultivators. No one would recognize him. After swaying his body and walking 2 rounds, Tang Zhen swaggered out of the ruins. The next thing he had to do was to find an opportunity to slip into the interdimensional passage. When they saw Tang Zhen walking over, a few foreign cultivators glanced at him and then ignored him. Because the destroyers didn't come, the atmosphere around the passage wasn't very tense. Some cultivators were still chatting casually. Tang Zhen walked around the tunnel for a while. When he tried to approach the tunnel, he was immediately stopped. Before the ban is lifted, no one is allowed to approach the passageway. Get lost. Tang Zhen was disguised as a level 4 foreign cultivator. The one who stopped him was a level 5 foreign cultivator. When he looked at Tang Zhen, his eyes were filled with disdain. Tang Zhen laughed hideously. He put on a submissive appearance and hurriedly retreated to the side. How long will we have to wait? Should we force our way in? Tang Zhen stood in a corner and pondered about the feasibility of forcefully attacking. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was inappropriate. After these towers received his news, they had obviously made proper arrangements, so it was very dangerous to attack by force. Even though he was a 3-star horde leader, he still couldn't avoid being injured in the battle. The previous encounter in the Scarlet Qilin Tower City still left Tang Zhen with a lingering fear. When he was in Qilin City, he had launched a surprise attack and caught the other party off guard. At this moment, the foreign invaders had clearly made thorough preparations. If he wasn't careful, he might fall into their trap. In that case, he could only think of another way. Tang Zhen quietly retreated to the edge of the ruins when he thought of this. His body flashed and he hid. Tang Zhen quickly left the site of these foreign race cultivators and began to search around, trying to attract a group of monsters to attack the interdimensional passage. With the shapeshift application, Tang Zhen could completely transform into a monster and enter the monster's interior. Through the map view, Tang Zhen quickly found the traces of a group of monsters. However, just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly saw a group of disheveled foreign cultivators rushing out of the ruins in a panic. Behind these foreign cultivators, there was a group of monsters that were in hot pursuit. However, Tang Zhen frowned slightly when he clearly saw the appearance of these monsters. It turned out that among these monsters, there was actually a kind of human-shaped monster that was completely black. They moved swiftly and attacked ruthlessly, as if all the monsters were under their control. It was Tang Zhen's first time seeing this kind of black human-shaped monster. He could not help but take a few more glances. Under the command of these humanoid monsters, the scattered monsters were constantly besieging and intercepting the foreign cultivators. Their combat strength had more than doubled. Tang Zhen's eyes brightened when he saw the injured foreign tribe cultivators fleeing for their lives under the pursuit of the monsters. He immediately began to pull and pull, causing his clothes and armor to become extremely messy. Immediately after, Tang Zhen ran to the ruins and smeared the blood of the foreign cultivator he had killed on his body. He made it look like he had been seriously injured after a bitter battle. After completing his disguise, Tang Zhen immediately ran towards the foreign race cultivators who were running for their lives. He carefully hid in the ruins at the side. As the monster continued to roar, the cultivators got closer and closer. Soon, they arrived at the place where Tang Zhen was hiding. The moment these cultivators passed by, Tang Zhen rushed out of the ruins like lightning and mixed into the messy group of foreign cultivators, fleeing with them. The foreign race cultivators who were in a hurry to escape were too busy to take care of themselves and didn't notice Tang Zhen who had snuck in. Under the pursuit of the monster, it was already very rare for them to be able to keep their lives. Who would care about what was happening around them? This kind of reasonable thing happened to help Tang Zhen a big deal. Chapter 363, Human-Shaped Monster, Successful Infiltration. When an extremely shrill scream was heard. It turned out that a foreign cultivator had been caught by the monster, and it had bitten him in two before swallowing him. Tang Zhen could not help but turn around and take a look when he heard this mournful scream. His eyes inadvertently met with the human-shaped monster riding on the monster. This fellow was actually a level 7 2-star horde leader. No wonder it could control so many low-level monsters. The human-shaped monster's eyes were incomparably cold and indifferent. They were filled with bloodthirst and cruelty. When it noticed Tang Zhen looking at it, it immediately revealed a sinister smile. However, its smile was filled with shock and contempt, as if it was looking at a group of ants. If an ordinary cultivator were to be looked at by it like this, they would probably be immediately intimidated and leave an indelible shadow in their hearts. This was an innate ability of humanoid monsters, similar to the one-eyed dragon's ability. Tang Zhen was not affected in the slightest. He only felt that the eyes and smile of this human-shaped monster were very annoying. Therefore, he returned a fierce glare. Unknowingly, Tang Zhen had used the mental energy of a 3-star horde leader. The humanoid lord monster that was smiling at Tang Zhen trembled and almost fell off the monster's back. When it steadied its mind and looked at Tang Zhen again, it discovered that the other party had already turned his head around and made an appearance of fleeing for his life. He no longer paid any attention to it. A hint of fear flashed through the human-shaped monster's eyes. It subconsciously slowed down its speed and began to follow behind these cultivators. It was also at this moment that the cultivators guarding the interdimensional passage finally noticed Tang Zhen and the others. Several hundred foreign cultivators rushed over in an attempt to receive Tang Zhen and the others. At the same time, various long-range weapons also landed on the group of monsters. When the human-shaped monster saw this, it immediately stopped chasing and commanded the monster to return. As it turned around, the human-shaped monster glanced at Tang Zhen who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries in the distance. Its expression was extremely strange. After the monster finally left, the foreign cultivators who were still in shock fell to the ground like dead dogs. When they were running for their lives, these foreign cultivators didn't feel any pain in their bodies. All they wanted to do was not to be bitten to death by the monsters. However, after the monsters retreated, they immediately fainted as soon as they relaxed. They had been running for their lives, and their physical strength had been seriously exhausted. When the foreign cultivators saw this, they hurriedly took out items like stretchers and carried them back. Seeing the cultivators who had escaped from danger fall to the ground one after another and then be carried away, Tang Zhen had no choice but to faint with the crowd. Plop! As Tang Zhen fell to the ground with a loud thud, the foreign cultivators immediately noticed his condition. "Hey, there's another one who fainted here," the foreign cultivator beside Tang Zhen roared. Then, someone carried a stretcher over and threw Tang Zhen on it. "Carry them back to the tower, there's no place for them to recuperate here." A lord cultivator walked over, glanced at the unconscious cultivators, and gave an order expressionlessly. After saying this, he no longer paid any attention to these cultivators and turned to leave. These non-human Lusheng respected the strong and didn't care too much about the ordinary cultivators. However, it was their duty to help the injured and return to the Lusheng to recuperate. Tang Zhen lay on a stretcher and leisurely arrived at the entrance of the interdimensional passage. This time, there were nearly 100 people who were injured and unconscious. They were now lining up in order, waiting to enter the passage. A foreign race cultivator passed by Tang Zhen and suddenly stopped in his tracks. He sized up Tang Zhen with a somewhat puzzled expression. "Hey, this guy looks a little familiar. Have I seen him somewhere before?" When the foreign cultivator carrying the stretcher heard this, he replied in an annoyed tone, "Of course he looks familiar. They're all cultivators from the same city. I can't be sure when we've met before." The foreign cultivator guarding the passage shook his head in response. "No, I remember seeing him just now. I can't be wrong." Tang Zhen, who was pretending to be unconscious, cursed in his heart. He thought, "If I'm exposed, I'll be the first to cut you alive." However, this wasn't a solution. If these foreign cultivators discovered his abnormality, all his efforts would have been in vain. When Tang Zhen thought of this, he immediately operated the application and adjusted the half of his face that was pressed down. Due to the stretcher's cover, the foreign cultivators beside him did not notice the obvious change in her face. A leader of the foreign cultivators happened to pass by and heard the conversation between the two. He paused for a moment and then walked over. "Are you sure you saw him at the entrance of the passage?" The leader of the cultivators pointed at the unconscious Tang Zhen and asked the foreign cultivator. Given the special circumstances, the leader of the cultivators had to be careful to prevent the saboteurs from sneaking in. The foreign race cultivator who had pointed out Tang Zhen hesitated for a moment when he heard this. He then said, "Leader, can I take a look?" The leader of the cultivators nodded and motioned for him to take a look. The foreign cultivator approached the stretcher and took a look. Then, he turned Tang Zhen's head back to its original position. The other side of his face that had been adjusted was immediately reflected in everyone's eyes. Although the difference wasn't big, compared to before, he was a completely different person. The foreign cultivator also hesitated. The leader of the cultivators saw this and immediately asked, "Look carefully, this is our brother. He just escaped from the monster's hands, and I asked people to carry him over. So you have to tell me clearly, have you ever seen him before?" The non-human cultivator stammered and said in an uncertain tone, "It seems like Yingluo has seen it before." The leader of the cultivators at the side was furious and scolded sternly, "If you've seen it, then you've seen it. If you've never seen it, then you've never seen it. What are you hesitating for? Answer me immediately, have you seen it before?" The foreign cultivator was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at the leader of the cultivators, who was full of killing intent, and subconsciously shouted, "My eyes must be playing tricks on me, I've never seen it before." After saying this, the foreign cultivator cursed himself in his heart for looking for trouble. The leader of the cultivators pointed at the foreign cultivator twice with a gloomy face. Then, he turned around and left. At this moment, it was the turn of the two foreign cultivators who were carrying Tang Zhen into the passage. The two of them hurriedly took a few steps forward and sneered at the foreign cultivator who had pointed out Tang Zhen. He even wanted to scheme against his unconscious brother who was seriously injured. This was too fucking wicked. The foreign cultivator who identified Tang Zhen wanted to cry but had no tears. He looked at the strange eyes of the cultivators beside him and repeatedly scolded himself for being rude. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at his cultivator, brother, on the stretcher with a gloomy expression. However, when his gaze fell on the cultivator's face that was covered in blood, he could not help but be stunned. Only the foreign cultivator noticed that the foreign cultivator on the stretcher had a strange smile on his face before entering the passage. Chapter 364 Treasure Transfer, Melodramatic Story. Damn, are my eyes playing tricks on me again? The foreign cultivator muttered to himself with a conflicted expression. Other than him, no one else had noticed this. Because of what had just happened, the foreign cultivator was also a little unconfident and couldn't be sure if he was seeing things. Fuck his mother, do what I want, it's none of my business. In the end, the foreign cultivators decided to ignore this matter and just stand guard. Just as the foreign cultivators were no longer thinking about this matter, Tang Zhen had already been carried into the interior of the foreign clan's building. Then, he was sent to a spacious hall. The hall was about 2,000 square meters in size. It was made of a fiery red building material and had all kinds of strange carvings on it. At the top, there were 12 fiery red monster sculptures suspended in iron locks. They emitted bright light from the inside, providing light for the hall. There were also many ferocious-looking statues placed near the passages around the hall, giving off a ghostly aura. The cultivators who were injured and unconscious from the monster's pursuit were all placed here. From time to time, painful moans echoed in the hall. Tang Zhen looked around through the map's perspective. After confirming that no one had noticed him, he quietly got off the bed and activated the quantum invisibility light screen. With a flash, Tang Zhen rushed out of the hall and arrived at the corridor of the tower. He used his spiritual power to sense it, but there was no aura of a large number of brains gathered together. These guys really did hide their brains. Tang Zhen's eyes turned for a moment before he continued to walk forward for a distance. After which, he hid in the shadows. He was prepared to grab a tongue and interrogate it to find out the location of the treasure. The identity of this tongue couldn't be too low. At the very least, it had to be a Lord Cultivator. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to know too much secret information. Not long after, a Lord Cultivator walked over with a heavy heart. Tang Zhen's heart was filled with joy. The moment this Lord Cultivator approached his hiding place, he directly knocked him out and dragged him to a hidden place. After throwing the feudal Lord Cultivator to the ground, Tang Zhen took out a bottle of mineral water from the storage space and poured it on the feudal lord's face. The Lord Cultivator was awakened by the cold water. After waking up, this Lord Cultivator suddenly tensed his muscles and prepared to activate his cultivation skills. At this moment, a cold voice rang in his ears. "You'd better behave yourself, or I'll send you on your way immediately." This voice seemed to contain killing intent, but it was resolute. The Lord Cultivator's heart turned cold as he confirmed that the other party was not joking. After struggling for a while, he realized that his body had been tightly bound by a green chain. Even with his Lord tier cultivation, he could not break it. He didn't expect the green chains to be a rare Holy Master Mo weapon. The Lord Cultivator was shocked. He turned to look at the hijacker in the dark and said coldly, "Who are you? What do you want? You don't need to know who I am. Now you just need to tell me, where did you hide all your brains?" The Lord Cultivator was shocked and shouted, "Damn it, you're the destroyer." "Correct, but no reward." Tang Zhen sneered in the dark and continued to speak to the Lord Cultivator. "From now on, if you say one more word of nonsense, I'll kill you immediately. Now, please answer my first question. Where did you hide all your brain beads?" The Lord Cultivator shook his head and said to Tang Zhen, "I only know that the brain pearl has been hidden in a hidden location, but I don't know the exact location." Tang Zhen sensed the aura of the Lord Cultivator and confirmed that he wasn't lying. "Then do you know the approximate location or the direction?" After asking this question, Tang Zhen's mental energy surged out and once again firmly locked onto this Lord Cultivator. As long as the other party's reaction was a little wrong, Tang Zhen could be sure whether he was lying or not. The Lord Cultivator smiled bitterly, but in order to save his life, he replied honestly, "I think it should be in the valley behind the tower, because that's the only place suitable for hiding treasures." "I didn't expect you to be so cooperative. I'm embarrassed to kill you now." Tang Zhen nodded and said with satisfaction. The Lord Cultivator frowned and sighed. He looked at Tang Zhen and said, "I know you have a 90% chance of killing me, but I still hope you can let me go." Tang Zhen walked out from the shadows and looked down at the Overlord Cultivator. He used an ice-cold voice and said, "Give me a reason. If I'm satisfied, I won't kill you." The Lord Cultivator took a deep breath and said to Tang Zhen, "I have a grudge against the city lord. I've already contacted a group of brothers and are ready to kill him. What kind of enmity is there between the two of you that makes you want to kill him?" Before he became the city lord, he took advantage of his status as the young city lord and snatched away the woman I loved the most. After this beast married her, he just kept abusing her. I couldn't stand it, so I went to reason with him, but in the end, that beast ran. After saying this much, the Lord Cultivator's face revealed a painful and struggling expression, as well as a strong killing intent. In the end, not only did that bastard order people to beat me up and tie me up, but he also raped her in front of me. When she was on her last breath, he personally cut her neck with a knife. When he said this, the Lord Cultivator's expression twisted like an evil ghost. He had finally gotten the chance to pour out the hatred he had suppressed for so many years. Even if the other party was a destroyer, even if the other party could take his life at any time, so what? The Lord Cultivator didn't care about these things anymore. He only needed to say the words that had been suppressed in his heart for many years. In that case, he could go down and reunite with her, and be with her forever. All these years, he felt that he had been living a very tired life. That bastard held a knife and stepped on my head, telling me that this city is his. Whoever he wants to die must die. He has long disliked me, but because of my identity, he doesn't dare to kill me. However, he can snatch my woman and kill her after he's tired of her. This bastard is using this method to take revenge on me. I'll never forget the look she gave me before she died. She doesn't care about death at all, because ever since she was robbed by that beast, she's been living a life worse than death. I'm afraid she's long had enough of living, but because of my existence, she persevered until Yingluo. At that time, we were both lying on the ground. I saw a trace of nostalgia and worry in her eyes. I'm so familiar with her eyes. When we were together, she would look at me like that whenever I was impulsive. She's telling me not to be impulsive, to live well, and not to lose my life for her. But how would she know that without her, what meaning would my life have? The Lord Cultivator was already exhausted. He clenched his fists and his eyes were bloodshot. Tang Zhen inhaled a deep breath of air. He nodded and said, "Your story is not bad, although it's also very melodramatic. If that's the case, I'll let you go this time. After all, you're just an ant to me. It doesn't matter if I kill you or not. To be honest, I also hate the city lord you're talking about, so I've decided to give you something." After Tang Zhen said this, he took out the star-destroying bullet that he had obtained from the great elder of Blood Sand City and handed it to the Lord Cultivator. At the same time, Tang Zhen used the Holy Master's mental enslavement skill and began to control the Lord. "From now on, you'll be plagued by painful memories every day, and these troubles will almost drive you crazy. It will also make your killing intent towards the city lord stronger and stronger. When the pain accumulates to the limit, you will feel that there is no longer any meaning in living. Then, you will take this metal ball, find the city lord, and throw it to the ground. At that time, not only can you kill the city lord, you can also be with your lover forever." The Lord Cultivator on the ground heard this and nodded with a confused look. Using the mental energy of a 3-star horde leader to control a 1-star horde leader was absolutely an easy thing for Tang Zhen. What's more, this feudal Lord Cultivator had an obsession in his heart. Tang Zhen had only ignited it and then threw a big barrel of oil into the fire. When he exploded, he would definitely incinerate everything around him. The only thing that Tang Zhen could not be sure of was whether the star-destroying bullet would produce that strange gray fog after it exploded. If the gray fog could really be produced, the Lord Cultivator might really be able to reunite with his lover. But even so, what did it have to do with Tang Zhen? What he wanted to do was to destroy a non-human city with the help of others. Chapter 365 Hidden Treasure in the Cave. Early evacuation. This city might be razed to the ground one day in the future. Tang Zhen was never tired of casually burying mines. Ever since he came to the Tower World, he had done such things more than once. After keeping the tree spirit chain, Tang Zhen quickly rushed out of the building and headed straight for the back valley that the Lord Cultivator had mentioned. This city had a strange appearance, resembling the head of a ferocious ghost. Its entire body was fiery red, as if it would burn at any moment. The aliens in the world of Lusheng had strange thoughts and always liked to make the appearance of the Lusheng look strange. Tang Zhen had no energy to ridicule this. Tang Zhen didn't have the mood to analyze the outsider's aesthetic thinking. He looked at the black stone pillars in front of him that were like a dead forest and strode toward the back of the building. The natural environment of this foreign tribe city was completely different from Holy Dragon City. There were many leafless red berry trees on the ground. If the Holy Dragon City area's main color was desolation, then the color of this non-human city was ferocity. The mountains were ferocious, the water was ferocious, and even the plants were ferocious. Tang Zhen's expression had unknowingly become malevolent as he walked in this malevolent environment. Where did these fucking bastards hide their brains? Tang Zhen looked at the surrounding terrain, which was almost the same, and could not help but curse furiously in his heart. Tang Zhen felt a little dizzy after walking around this area for a while. He was unable to see anything through the map view. The other party seemed to have used some kind of shielding method, making Tang Zhen unable to sense the location of his brain. Wasn't this a scam? Even if one of you comes out, I can still lock onto a certain area and search. But now, there isn't even a ghost shadow, and the surrounding area is exactly the same. How do you expect me to find it? He had no choice but to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The App Store for help again. A few minutes later, an application was downloaded and installed by Tang Zhen. High-grade treasure detector, able to detect treasures within a 10,000-meter radius, including basic treasures, medium treasures, and high-grade treasures. Download cost: 1 million brain beads. This was the highest version of the treasure detector. Tang Zhen could be considered to have put in a lot of effort. However, as long as he could find the hidden brain, Tang Zhen would not lose out. In fact, there was a basic version of the treasure detector, and the download fee was 10,000 brain beads. Unfortunately, the detection range was only 100 meters. The detection range of the basic version was too small and was not suitable for Tang Zhen. Therefore, Tang Zhen gritted his teeth and directly purchased the most advanced version. As the application started to run, a strange aura appeared and spread to the surroundings like water waves. An image appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. It was a topographic map of the surrounding 10 kilometers. Numerous ripples flitted across the map, after which, some small light spots began to appear in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. They were the so-called treasures. After reading the introduction, Tang Zhen had a rough understanding of the treasure detector. This detector divided the treasures into 10 levels, and from high to low, they were represented by different colors. Level 1 treasures were displayed in white on the screen, Level 2 treasures were gray, Level 3 treasures were red, and Level 10 treasures were gold. The more treasures there were, the brighter the light spots would be, allowing one to see them clearly. Apart from that, the treasure detector could also be set up with a special search mode, which could search for a certain treasure alone and block out other treasures. The advantage of doing so was that it could easily find treasures that couldn't be found by spiritual power. When Tang Zhen saw this, he manually set it up. After the setup was completed, Tang Zhen took out a pile of brains and scanned them all with the detector from level 1 to level 7. After doing all this, a special option for detecting the brain was set up. He took out a level 3 brain and let the detector scan it. The result showed a bunch of light spots with the number 3. He took out his level 7 brain pearl and displayed a dot of light with the number 7. After the test was successful, Tang Zhen immediately activated it, after which, he stared at the screen. Waves of ripples spread out, and after tens of seconds, a large number of dots with numbers suddenly appeared at the edge of the circle. Tang Zhen stared at the light spots, completely ignoring the scattered light spots in other places. Tang Zhen enlarged the large area of light and saw several 7 numbers. There's no mistake, it's that place. Tang Zhen was overjoyed. He immediately rushed toward that area. With Tang Zhen's current speed, he would not need much time to reach that region. After Tang Zhen stopped, a strangely shaped black stone peak entered his eyes. After confirming the location of the brain, Tang Zhen began to search for an entrance in the surroundings. He concluded that the brain was definitely hidden inside the stone peak. After circling around the stone peak twice, Tang Zhen finally discovered a hidden entrance. It was hidden behind a huge black rock. If he had not approached the entrance of the cave, Tang Zhen would not have discovered it at all. Tang Zhen stood at the entrance of the cave and sized it up before walking in. This stone cave was extremely deep. After walking for half a day, Tang Zhen finally heard the conversation of the foreign race cultivators. After using his spiritual power to sense and making sure that there were only 2 level 6 feudal lords and more than 10 level 5 cultivators in the cave, Tang Zhen no longer had any scruples. He directly drew his blade and rushed in. All the foreign cultivators were shocked when they saw Tang Zhen. Never in their dreams would they have thought that such a secret place would be discovered. "You're a mayfly destroyer." A lord cultivator looked at Tang Zhen and shouted with a demon saber in his hand. "That's right." Tang Zhen's voice had just sounded when he waved his battle blade and hacked over. After a series of battlefields, these foreign cultivators were all dead, lying on the ground in a mess. Tang Zhen flicked the blood off his demon weapon and strode towards the treasures on the ground. These towers and treasures were piled up like a small mountain. They were wrapped in a flexible monster skin. It was this thing that blocked the detection of mental energy, making Tang Zhen unable to sense the location of his brain pearl. Tang Zhen took out a stack of storage cards and put away all the treasures before he turned around and left the cave. Out of the 5 towers, 3 of them had been emptied out by Tang Zhen. Only those towers with wings in Blood Sand City were left. Next, Tang Zhen stealthily sneaked into the tower and quickly passed through the interdimensional passage. Under the shocked gazes of the foreign tribe cultivators, he left in a trail of dust. What Tang Zhen didn't expect was that the current plane was already in complete chaos and there were monsters moving everywhere. The human-shaped monsters led the other monsters out of the danger zone and began to kill the cultivators in the 5 cities in groups. This place had completely become the monsters' territory, and the earth-shaking roars of the monsters could be heard everywhere. Tang Zhen found it difficult to even take a single step. He had already fought with the monster over 10 times during his journey. Although Tang Zhen didn't suffer too much damage due to his 3-star horde leader cultivation, the wave-like monsters still left him in a terrible fix. However, he was still quite a distance away from the interdimensional passage of the flying alien tribe. Tang Zhen thought for a moment. In the end, he gave up on the plan to fly to the foreign tribe's building and instead headed toward the nearest plane channel to him, Blood Sand City. After taking stock of his harvest this time, Tang Zhen found that he had earned a lot this time. The little gloominess in Tang Zhen's heart immediately disappeared when he realized this. "I'll rob it again when I pass by Blood Sand City, then I'll return to Holy Dragon City." Tang Zhen's speed suddenly increased when he thought of this. Chapter 366. The Bloodwolf cultivator has successfully returned. Before he returned to the world of towers, Tang Zhen was prepared to give the 5 towers a big gift. He hid the 20 super fireworks in the ruins and turned on the timer. After a day, they would explode at the same time, filling this small world with radiation clouds. I wonder if the interdimensional passage will close after this super explosion. If that was the case, the 5 towers would be in deep trouble. After doing all of this, Tang Zhen covered up a little and began to rush in the direction of Blood Sand City. A large number of cultivators had gathered at the interdimensional passage in Blood Sand City. Due to the monster's abnormal reaction, all of the cultivators of Blood Sand City had stopped hunting monsters and returned to the interdimensional passage one after another. However, there were still nearly 30% of cultivators who did not make it back in time. They were trapped in this world forever and became the food of the monsters. When they saw Tang Zhen, whose face was covered in blood and his clothes and armor were in tatters, the cultivators of Blood Sand City only glanced at him and ignored him. In these few days, they had seen too many cultivators like Tang Zhen. Moreover, after his cultivation was suppressed, Tang Zhen looked like a level 4 cultivator. This would not attract the attention of others. However, there were some people who were surprised by Tang Zhen's good luck. He had returned so late, yet he was not killed by the monster. Tang Zhen expressionlessly swept his eyes around. He was extremely like a cultivator who was physically and mentally exhausted. Tang Zhen blended into the crowd of cultivators with different expressions and began to observe the surrounding situation. Due to the appearance of the destroyers, Blood Sand City had also strengthened its defenses, and a large number of cultivators were waiting for them. Those who didn't belong to Blood Sand City had to be carefully searched before they were allowed to enter. The 2 feudal lord cultivators were stationed behind the interdimensional passage, and any rogue cultivator who disobeyed their orders would be killed without hesitation. Although the cultivators were complaining, they had no choice but to obey the order and let the cultivators of Blood Sand City search them from inside to outside. Tang Zhen stood behind a group of cultivators according to the requirements of the cultivators of Blood Sand City. These people were all wild cultivators and were currently being inspected. The person standing in front of Tang Zhen was a level 4 middle-aged man. He turned his head when he heard the voice. He glanced at Tang Zhen behind him and grinned. "Brother, did you also just return from the ruins?" Tang Zhen nodded his head and deliberately revealed a depressed expression. When that wild cultivator saw this, he thought that Tang Zhen did not gain anything from this trip and consoled him. "There's no need to get angry, little brother. We can only admit that we're unlucky to have encountered such a thing. When I first entered this place, I was barely able to break even. Later on, I gained more experience and gradually gained something. As long as you persist for 2 years, and if you're lucky enough to survive, you'll basically be able to make it." This man was a good person. However, his words were completely useless to Tang Zhen. If he knew that the cultivator in front of him was the famous speaker, and that he had robbed 3 treasure rooms of the non-human race, who knew what he would think? The cultivators of Blood Sand City were searching very slowly, so the two of them were chatting. At this moment, a few more cultivators rushed over from the ruins, their bodies full of killing intent. When the wild cultivator who was chatting with Tang Zhen saw these people, he immediately lowered his voice and said to Tang Zhen, "Do you see those people? They're the Bloodwolves exploration team, a rather famous team of wild cultivators. There were 5 members in this exploration team, and each of them had the strength of a level 5. Their combat power was quite strong. I heard that they have a good relationship with a noble in Blood Sand City. It won't take long for Blood Wolf to build a city. When the time comes, Blood Sand City will send cultivators to help defend against the monsters, and their city will become Blood Sand City's auxiliary city and listen to their orders." This wild cultivator knew a lot of information and told everything to Tang Zhen. He actually didn't know that he had unknowingly fallen into a trap. Under Tang Zhen's guidance, he would reveal everything he knew without holding anything back. At this moment, the 5 rogue cultivators had already come over and familiarly greeted the cultivators of Blood Sand City, showing that they had a good relationship. It seemed that the truth was as this wild cultivator had said. Their relationship with Blood Sand City was not ordinary. However, Tang Zhen didn't care about this. It was just a few rank 5 cultivators. He could casually kill them and they weren't a threat to him. Who would have thought that Tang Zhen was not willing to pay attention to these few fellows, but they took the initiative to provoke Tang Zhen. "Brat, get to the back." Although the 5 of them had an unusual relationship with Blood Sand City, the search this time was inevitable. They saw that Tang Zhen's cultivation was not high and he looked very unfamiliar, so they decided to cut the queue from him. Tang Zhen turned around and stared at the cultivator in front of him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. A mere level 5 cultivator dared to shout at him like this. He was simply courting death. At this time, the Blood Wolf's cultivator was staring at Tang Zhen with a provocative look. His face was full of ridicule, as if he was waiting for Tang Zhen to get angry. Just as he was about to flare up, Yi Shu, who had been chatting with him earlier, pulled Tang Zhen to the side. The rank 5 cultivator smiled apologetically at Tang Zhen and gave him a look. Tang Zhen suppressed the anger in his heart and followed Yi Shu to the back of the team. After seeing Tang Zhen's group obediently leave, those few wild cultivators laughed and stood at Tang Zhen's previous position. The cultivators from Blood Sand City didn't stop them and instead began to chat with them. When the wild cultivator saw that the other party was no longer paying attention to Tang Zhen, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He turned his head to Tang Zhen and softly said, "Do you not want to live anymore? You even dare to offend Blood Wolf. They can't do anything to you here, but once you're outside, they have 100 ways to kill you. You're still young. Listen to me. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." Tang Zhen helplessly smiled when he saw the middle-aged wild cultivator's earnest and well-meaning appearance. Why would he want to compete with a few bugs that he could easily pinch to death? If it affected his plan to steal the treasure, then he would really be crying without tears. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen no longer bothered about this matter and quietly waited for the inspection. After about half an hour, it was finally Tang Zhen's turn to be inspected. He didn't have many things on him, and they were all ordinary items, completely in line with the identity of a level 4 wild cultivator. The 2 Blood Sand City cultivators in charge of the inspection didn't find anything. They tilted their heads to Tang Zhen, indicating that he could leave. Tang Zhen took out his passage token and stepped into the interdimensional passage. Perhaps after tomorrow, this passageway would no longer exist. When he arrived at the teleportation hall of Blood Sand City, Tang Zhen immediately saw the 5 cultivators of Blood Wolf. They were surrounding a counter, as if they were buying some equipment. After seeing Tang Zhen, one of the blood wolf cultivators revealed a sinister smile. He pointed outside and made a throat-cutting gesture. This was a blatant threat, which showed the arrogance of the blood wolf exploration team. They had already remembered Tang Zhen. Once they met him in the wilderness, they would definitely surround him and kill him. Tang Zhen coldly laughed. The next time we meet, I'll let you all know the consequences of provoking this daddy. Who would kill who was still an unknown. However, the most important thing at the moment was naturally to search the treasure room in Bloodsand City. Over 10 seconds later, Tang Zhen revealed a mocking sneer. Do you think I won't be able to find the treasure if you hide it? In your dreams. Chapter 367 Scouting in the Tavern. Target locked. After Tang Zhen activated the application and searched around, he didn't find any information about the existence of a large number of brain beads within the scope of Bloodsand City. It was obvious that Bloodsand City had already taken precautions and hidden the treasures. This was also within Tang Zhen's expectations. There were only two possibilities that could escape the detection of the high-tier treasure detector. Either the location of the treasure was outside of the detection range, or the city used some unknown method to hide the brain and avoid the detection of the advanced treasure detector. As Holy Dragon City's enemy, Bloodsand City could not be let off easily. Therefore, the brain of Bloodsand City had to be taken away. No matter how deep it was hidden, Tang Zhen had to dig it out. After wandering around twice, Tang Zhen took advantage of the fact that the cultivators of Bloodsand City weren't paying attention to him and directly entered a passage. When Tang Zhen came out again, he had already changed his appearance. He had changed into an ordinary civilian's clothing and no longer had the aura of a cultivator. The current Tang Zhen looked just like an ordinary resident of Bloodsand City. There was nothing special about him. He slowly walked up the stairs and passed by some residents of Bloodsand City. It didn't take long for him to reach the residential area of Bloodsand City. Tang Zhen was currently in a huge space that was at least 10,000 square meters. This was the internal shopping mall of Bloodsand City. The sound of bargaining and shouting could be heard constantly, and the residents of Bloodsand City were constantly coming and going. Tang Zhen pretended to be taking a stroll as he walked past the stalls and arrived at a pub not long later. Tang Zhen's heart moved as he looked at the diners in the pub who were talking with fervor and assurance. He then walked inside. After choosing a clean table and sitting down, Tang Zhen ordered a set of wine and dishes. He ate while listening to the conversations of the surrounding residents. From the mouths of these drinking residents, one could hear a lot of gossip. At that moment, out of the 10 tables in the tavern, 5 of them were occupied. They were drinking and chatting. The content of their conversation was very complicated, nothing more than some trivial matters. Tang Zhen listened for a long time, but he did not have the information he wanted. Obviously, for these ordinary residents, the matter of treasure was too high-end and not at the level that they could come into contact with. However, Tang Zhen was not in a hurry. He merely slowly drank his wine with a leisurely and carefree expression. 2 hours later, a few cultivators from Bloodsand City entered the tavern. While they were waiting for the food and wine, the cultivators of Bloodsand City began to whisper to each other. A thin cultivator from Bloodsand City looked around and whispered to his 3 companions, "Hey, did you guys hear? That invader robbed a treasure room in a foreign race's building and killed several feudal lord cultivators." His words obviously aroused the interest of the other 3, and they began to talk. "I heard that the saboteur's strength is very high. He's at least a 2-star horde leader. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill so many 1-star horde leaders." "You don't need to say that, this is an obvious thing. So far, this destroyer has already stolen the treasures of 3 towers. Only the Sha Yu Tower and our Bloodsand City are fine. Do you think the destroyer will come to our place? I don't think we can escape. Didn't you see that the entrance is heavily guarded? Even the 2 lord cultivators who are cultivating in seclusion are personally guarding it. It's to prevent any destroyers from appearing. To be honest, if it wasn't for the appearance of the saboteurs this time, I really wouldn't have known that there were so many overlord cultivators hidden in our Bloodsand City." After saying this, the 4 cultivators of Bloodsand City sighed. This destroyer was indeed not simple. He had actually forced Bloodsand City to use its trump card. At this moment, the food and wine were served. The 4 cultivators stopped their conversation and began to eat and drink. The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Originally, he only wanted to try his luck. He did not expect that he had made the right choice by coming to this tavern. Now, he had to wait until the 4 cultivators were drunk before he could listen to their conversation. After a while, the 4 cultivators of Blood Sand City began to chat again. A bare-armed cultivator placed his wine cup on the table inside. Since this destroyer is so powerful and has killed so many overlord cultivators, do you think our Blood Sand City can stop him? Tang Zhen had been observing the surroundings through the map's perspective the entire time. After hearing the 4 cultivators' words, he immediately perked up his ears. At the same time, Tang Zhen also glanced at that cultivator's arm. That was because it was covered with densely packed tattoos. This was not an ordinary tattoo, but a special cultivator skill. After learning the skill, the monster's blood essence had to be integrated into the body. After the successful fusion, the monster tattoo would appear on the surface of the cultivator's body. Cultivators who mastered this skill could borrow the ability of the fused monster in battle and even have a part of the beast transformation. If a cultivator had the blood essence of a powerful monster and successfully fused with it, then the cultivator's combat power would be very terrifying when using this skill. A cultivator from the Holy Dragon City had exchanged for this skill and successfully fused with the blood essence of a Class 5 tortoiseshell beast killed by Moran. Once this cultivator used a skill, a translucent turtle shell would appear on the surface of his body, giving him an extremely amazing defensive power. The cultivator's combat strength had more than doubled. Even Tang Zhen had the thought of killing a high-level monster and fusing its blood essence after seeing this cultivator's demonstration. However, Tang Zhen was quickly attracted by the contents of the conversation between these cultivators and listened carefully. I don't think so either. With that saboteur's style, it's very likely that he'll charge into our Blood Sand City. If that's the case, then our treasure room will be in danger. You guys don't have to worry about that. The city lord must have a way to deal with it. That saboteur definitely won't succeed, and he might even be killed by us. After saying this, one of the cultivators looked around and waved his hand after making sure that no one was paying attention to him. The other 3 cultivators saw this and leaned forward, their 4 heads leaning together. I heard from my uncle that even if the destroyers really rushed in, they wouldn't be able to find the treasure. Because our Blood Sand City's treasures are all in the hands of a super expert in Lu City. When the other 3 heard this, the doubt on their faces grew even stronger. There were so many treasures that were as big as a small mountain. How could he possibly carry them on him? After the 4 cultivators said this, they changed the topic. However, the rest of the content was already meaningless to Tang Zhen. He got up, paid the bill and left. Tang Zhen slowly walked out of the pub. When he heard the cultivator say that the treasure was on the body of the so-called super expert, Tang Zhen knew that Blood Sand City had placed those brain beads there. They must have used some method to obtain the storage application card and then put away all the treasures in the treasure room. A few thin cards were extremely inconspicuous, and they didn't take up much space. No one would have thought that all the treasures of Blood Sand City were hidden inside. Next, he just had to find the so-called number 1 master of Blood Sand City and snatch the storage card from his hands. As for the storage card's password, it was not a problem for Tang Zhen. As the only provider of the storage card, Tang Zhen could remove the secret of the card in the blink of an eye. This was the back door that the application store had left for him, in case he forgot his password and couldn't use it normally. Now was the perfect time to use it. He slowly walked up the stairs of Blood Sand City. It didn't take long for him to cross the residential area and arrive at the floor where ordinary residents were forbidden from entering. At this moment, Tang Zhen had changed his appearance and disguised himself as a cultivator from Blood Sand City. After hanging Lu Cheng's badge on his chest, Tang Zhen swaggered up under the guard's eyes. Chapter 368. The Blood Crystal Saber and the Spirit Body Old Man. Compared to the noisy residential area, the area where the cultivators were located was much quieter. Tang Zhen walked for half a day before he met 2 cultivators from Blood Sand City who were in a hurry. When he passed by these 2 cultivators, the other party glanced at Tang Zhen with a trace of doubt in his eyes. However, the 2 of them clearly had something important to do, so they didn't stop to investigate and continued to rush forward. What the 2 cultivators of Blood Sand City didn't know was that it was because they hadn't meddled in the matter that they had managed to keep their lives. Tang Zhen would kill any potential danger that might expose his identity at the first moment. After walking forward for a distance, Tang Zhen stopped. This was because an intersection with the same appearance appeared in front of him. Tang Zhen took a deep breath and used his mental energy to sense the surroundings. After that, he walked toward a pitch-black corridor. In this direction, Tang Zhen sensed an aura that was deliberately suppressed. It was not obvious, but it was obvious that it was a cultivator whose cultivation was second only to his. If Tang Zhen's guess was correct, this person should be the super expert that the cultivators of Blood Sand City had mentioned. The light in this passage was very dim, and because of the lack of illuminating crystals, it gave people the feeling that they were walking in a cave. Only the sound of Tang Zhen's footsteps reverberated in the empty tunnel. Two human figures suddenly walked out from the darkness and blocked in front of Tang Zhen. The forbidden area ahead is off limits, a black figure coldly said. At the same time, he sized up Tang Zhen. His eyes flickered with a faint red light in the dark environment. Go back immediately, or you'll be killed without mercy. The black shadow did not hold back when he spoke to an ordinary level 4 cultivator. The other black figure looked at Tang Zhen without saying a word. There was a trace of bloodlust in his eyes, as if he was a vicious wolf hidden in the darkness. It was as though Tang Zhen did not hear their orders as he continued to walk forward. You're looking for death. The cultivator who gave the order snorted coldly and shot out like a bolt of lightning. A withered hand grabbed at Tang Zhen's throat. The moment he attacked, he would aim for a vital point. Once he succeeded, the person who was attacked would either die or be injured. It was obvious that this cultivator did not intend to hold back and planned to give Tang Zhen an unforgettable lesson. However, just as his finger was about to touch Tang Zhen, a strong wind sounded out and directly attacked the lower abdomen of that cultivator. The cultivator's expression changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Ka-ba! A crisp sound rang out as Tang Zhen's kick landed on the cultivator's stomach. The force of the kick reached the back of the cultivator's waist and completely broke it. The cultivator who was attacking Tang Zhen was stunned. His face was filled with disbelief and the ferocity in his eyes turned into fear. Pa-da! The cultivator's body fell limply to the ground, dead. The other cultivator, who had been silent the whole time, narrowed his eyes and unsheathed a long, thin, fiery red saber. This cultivator's body trembled and he had already pounced in front of Tang Zhen. His battle saber directly slashed down. Good blade, I want it. Tang Zhen's eyes brightened. He grabbed the cultivator's wrist and pulled with all his might. The cultivator screamed miserably. His entire arm had been forcefully torn off by Tang Zhen, causing blood to spurt out. Tang Zhen casually held the demon weapon battle blade that was made from blood crystals in his hand. He sized it up and revealed a satisfied expression. Mo weapons made from blood crystals were indeed sharp. Noisy, go to hell. A blood-red light flashed, and the screaming cultivator covered his neck and fell to the ground. With a face full of unwillingness, Tang Zhen lifted his blood crystal battle blade and turned his head to look at the darkness. You've been watching for so long and you still haven't shown yourself. Do you want me to invite you out? Tang Zhen's voice had just sounded when a figure fluttered out. It was emitting a faint glow in the dark tunnel. This was an old man. He was looking at Tang Zhen with an expressionless face. His body appeared to be in a semi-transparent state. The aura of a 2-star horde leader slowly dodged. Good skill, are you the destroyer? The old man's voice seemed to have come from the netherworld, carrying a trace of cold chi that made people's scalps numb. Tang Zhen curiously sized up the other party. Soon after, his face revealed a disdainful expression. I was still wondering what was so special about that so-called super expert. I didn't expect him to be a spirit body old ghost. That's right, I'm the destroyer, so hurry up and take out Lu Cheng's treasure, or I'll kill all of Blood Sand City. The spirit body old man's translucent face showed a hint of mockery and he snorted coldly, Sir, you sure have big words. Do you think that my Blood Sand City is like those foreign races, buildings that you can bully? I can see that you're also a human cultivator, and your cultivation level is similar to mine. If we fight, neither of us will have an easy time. So please return, and we'll mind our own business, how about that? Tang Zhen tilted his head and looked at the old man as he sneered. Our cultivation levels are similar. Are you blind? As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of a 3-star cultivator surged out from Tang Zhen's body and directly attacked the spirit body old man. The spirit body old man's expression changed drastically. He pointed at Tang and said in shock, this aura. You're actually a 3-star horde leader. Could it be that you came from a high-grade city far away? With such a cultivation, why are you bullying me? The spirit body old man calmed the shock in his heart. His eyes rolled as he coldly said to Tang Zhen, I believe you have already seen that I am a spirit body cultivator. Ordinary weapon skills can't harm me at all. Even if you are a 3-star horde leader, I'm afraid you can't do anything to me." After having something to rely on, the spirit body old man was much more confident. Although there were many disadvantages to being a spirit body cultivator, and one had to be a Lord tier cultivator to change their cultivation, they also had a great advantage. They could become invisible and ordinary weapons couldn't hurt them at all. However, Tang Zhen, who was in front of the old man, just happened to have a sharp technique that specialized in restraining spirit bodies. However, Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to attack this spirit body old man. Instead, he coldly asked, "Let me ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Do you know a 2-star horde leader by the name of Brulee?" The spirit body elder's expression changed slightly. After musing for a moment, the old man looked at Tang Zhen and said, "You know Brulee? Did you go to the metal wreckage?" Tang Zhen nodded. It seemed like the answer was already very obvious. Not only did this old man know Brulee, but he was also one of Brulee's teammates. He was the human cultivator who had escaped that year. Tang Zhen's face revealed a cold expression after he thought of this. He said to the old man, "So, the city lord of Colossal Bone City and the grand elder of Bloodsand City are your juniors?" The old man's face revealed a cold glint. He stared at Tang Zhen for a moment before suddenly saying, "Could it be that you're the Holy Dragon City's backer? No wonder they're so powerful. They're only rank 3, yet they dare to challenge our Bloodsand City. They've also produced an endless stream of new items. With a 3-star horde leader as his backing, all of this is within reason." After a short pause, the old man continued, "They are indeed the children of one of my women. However, since they have offended the Holy Dragon City, which you protect, they deserve to die. Why don't we each take a step back and let this matter go?" This old man was also afraid of Tang Zhen's strength. Otherwise, how could he let the matter rest so easily? Tang Zhen gently glanced at the old man. After letting out a cold snort, his left hand formed the shape of a sword and brushed over the blade of the blood crystal battle blade. A strange rune began to appear on the blade of the blood crystal saber, giving off an aura that made the old man tremble in fear. "What is this, Yingluo? Who are you?" The old man involuntarily asked Tang Zhen as he looked at the demon-killing rune that continuously flickered on the blood crystal battle blade. "Who? Of course it's the person who killed you." Tang Zhen sinisterly laughed. He raised his battle blade and charged towards the old man. His speed was shockingly fast. "Ah!" The spirit body old man screamed and drilled into the wall. However, he was still a bit too slow and was hit on the back by the blood crystal saber. The demon-killing rune glowed. The old man let out a blood-curdling screech, and his spirit body almost collapsed. He quickly turned invisible and disappeared. Boom! Tang Zhen held the blood crystal battle blade in his hand and kicked a large hole in the wall before stepping in without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 369, Killing the Spirit Cultivator, Blood Wolf following. Tang Zhen's eyes slightly narrowed after he passed through the large hole. This was a hall that was more than 1,000 square meters in size. It was extremely dark inside, and there were no entrances or exits. It did not look like a place for people to stay at all. Without a doubt, this should be the cultivation room of the old spirit body ghost. "Old man, do you think I can't do anything to you after you become invisible?" Tang Zhen coldly snorted and instantly activated the spirit body detector. The pitch-black room in front of him immediately changed its appearance. Everywhere was a ghastly green, and wisps of black gas floated around. Less than 20 meters away from Tang Zhen, the old spirit body was looking at him with a venomous gaze. He was holding a dagger that was nearly transparent in his hand. Tang Zhen turned around and stared unblinkingly at the old man. He revealed a mocking smile. The old man's face turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to dodge, he saw the blood crystal battle blade in Tang Zhen's hand rapidly shoot out and directly nail the spirit body old man to the wall. A pained expression appeared on the old man's face. From the wound that was pierced by the blood crystal battle sword, black gas kept floating up. "Why don't you run? Let's see if I can catch you." Tang Zhen stood on the ground. He looked at the struggling spirit body old man in the air and coldly asked, "Please don't kill me, I'll give you the storage card." The old man felt Tang Zhen's killing intent and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Then take it out, save me some time." When the old man heard this, he quickly reached for his waist, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. He took out a few storage cards and handed them to Tang Zhen. Just as Tang Zhen's attention was focused on the card, a cold light shot out from the old man's fingertip. It was the transparent dagger. This was a dagger specially made for spirit body cultivators. It could ignore any physical defense and directly harm the soul of the victim. However, just as the dagger was about to pierce Tang Zhen, he strangely disappeared. The dagger also passed through the air and directly stabbed into the ground. The old man was startled. He was just about to withdraw his dagger when Tang Zhen's ice-cold voice suddenly sounded by his ear. "I knew you didn't have good intentions, so you should be on your way, Yingluo." A saber that was also engraved with demon-killing runes slashed across the old man's neck, and endless black chi spurted out from his wound. The old man's eyes bulged, and after struggling a few times, he lowered his head. Tang Zhen pulled out the blood crystal battle blade and the old man's body softly fell to the ground. After picking up the storage card, Tang Zhen glanced at the old man's corpse. After thinking for a moment, he also kept it in his storage space. After walking out of the large hole in the quiet room, Tang Zhen returned to his previous attire. He came to a window and directly jumped down. Bang! Tang Zhen landed on the ground steadily. He sized up his surroundings before he walked toward the Wanderer Market. He walked to the market and took out the mount that he had left behind. Then, Tang Zhen slowly walked towards the wilderness. Not long after Tang Zhen left, the 5 cultivators of the Blood Wolf exploration team also walked out with their mounts and ran in the direction that Tang Zhen had disappeared in. The desire for revenge of these 5 people was extremely strong. Although they were only glared at by Tang Zhen at the entrance of the interdimensional passage, it still caused them to put Tang Zhen on their must-kill list. They were bloodthirsty by nature and would always find all kinds of reasons to kill low-level cultivators to satisfy their perverted desires. Tang Zhen wasn't the first cultivator that they had their eyes on, but he was definitely the last. This was because ever since they had set their sights on Tang Zhen, they were destined to never return. It did not take long for Tang Zhen, who was riding his mount to gallop, to discover the 5 people chasing after him. A trace of killing intent surfaced on his face. "There's a way to heaven, but you refused to take it. There's no door to hell, but you chose to throw yourself into it. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen abruptly stopped his mount and turned around to look at the cultivators of the Blood Wolf exploration team. In the blink of an eye, the 5 of them rushed forward and surrounded Tang Zhen. The cultivator who had chased Tang Zhen away at the entrance of the interdimensional passage laughed sinisterly and spat at Tang Zhen. "Damn it, why don't you run? Why did you stop? Isn't it good that I stopped? It saves you guys the trouble of chasing me." Tang Zhen replied with a smile that was not a smile. "Bullshit, it's only interesting when I chase you until you can't run anymore and then beg for mercy." The Blood Wolf cultivator's face twitched in anger. Tang Zhen nodded and curiously asked, "What will you do after I beg for mercy?" Hearing Tang Zhen's question, a strange expression appeared on the faces of the 5 Blood Wolf cultivators. After looking at each other, they burst into laughter. "This kid is interesting, really interesting. I can't wait to see him beg for mercy." A fierce-looking Blood Wolf cultivator laughed wildly and said to the cultivator who had a conflict with Tang Zhen, "Since this kid is so curious, old 5, tell him about it. Let's see if he'll wet his pants." Ha 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 ha. The 5 of them laughed at the same time, appearing to be unscrupulous. The Blood Wolf cultivator who was called Old Fifth sneered at Tang Zhen and loudly said, "Listen up, kid, don't get distracted. After we capture you, we will strip you of your clothes and smear some monster's blood on you. This kind of blood was very strange. After it dried up, your white and tender skin would crack piece by piece, and you would cry for your parents in pain. After that, we will peel off the human skin. When we peel off a piece, you will wail in pain. Tisk, tisk, that feeling is as painful as you want." At this point, the 5th brother licked his lips, his face full of excitement and bloodlust. "After your skin is completely peeled off, we will throw you out of the blood sand ants nest and watch them crawl all over your body. Then, we will release the rope on your feet. Do you know the blood sand ants? They have extremely hard shells and are very fond of eating fresh meat. Although they are only the size of grass seeds, once they encounter enough food, they will eat until they are the size of eggs before they stop eating. Next, you would run like crazy, but your body would be full of blood sand ants that had burrowed into your skin and flesh. They would eat your flesh and make you roll on the ground in pain, but you couldn't crush them to death. Not to mention that your skin and flesh had been peeled off, and when the exposed fresh meat touched the ground when you rolled, it would also hurt so much that you would rather die. In the end, your body will be filled with large holes and you will lose it in extreme pain. At this point, the fifth brother's body began to tremble. Just by describing the process of the torture, he was already so excited that he was about to collapse. The other four people were also excited and laughed non-stop. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. Are you done? I can't wait to try it after hearing what you said. Tang Zhen's eyes were filled with killing intent. His expression was as cold as ice. Looking at the expressions of the five people, it was clear that many people had been killed by these bastards. Sensing Tang Zhen's anger, the five of them stopped their wild laughter. They faintly sensed that something was amiss. The fifth brother licked his lips and said coldly, "Brat, since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Tang Zhen shook his head. He looked at the other party and said, "You're wrong. It's not me who's going to die, it's the five of you." The five people's expressions changed drastically when they heard this. They looked at Tang Zhen in a dumbfounded manner. The aura of the level 4 wild cultivator in their eyes changed, and then continued to rise. A level 5, 2-star lord, a 3-star lord. An aura that caused their souls to tremble was emitted from Tang Zhen's body and firmly locked onto the five of them. The cruel expressions on the five people's faces completely froze. Endless fear surged from the bottom of their hearts, and their eyes were full of shock and regret. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that this young level 4 wild cultivator was actually a 3-star horde leader who had concealed his aura. This is what you call a real scam. Even if you want to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, you can't play like this. At this point, the five of them had already realized that they would definitely die today. Wanting to kill a 3-star horde leader and even telling him the entire process, this was simply courting death. However, these five people were brutal by nature. They were cruel to others, but even more so to themselves. Even now, he still wanted to fight for his life. However, before the five of them could take action, Tang Zhen had already taken the lead. A green light flew out from Tang Zhen's hand. After which, it swiftly elongated and firmly bound the five of them. Plop! The five of them fell into the dust and cursed continuously. The fear on their faces became more and more intense. The cultivators of the Bloodwolf tribe, who had once struck fear into the hearts of the wild cultivators near Bloodsand City, had now become pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Chapter 370 Giving him a taste of his own medicine. 1. A cold wind blew, messing up the hair on Tang Zhen's forehead. The temperature in the wildlands was getting lower and lower. Tang Zhen ignored the 5 blood wolf cultivators who were cursing and howling. He turned to look at the black stone pillar not far away and softly said, "Stop hiding and come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a flurry of footsteps could be heard. Then, a group of wild cultivators walked out from behind the stone pillars. The person in the lead was the middle-aged cultivator who had tried to persuade Tang Zhen at the interdimensional passage. The scene earlier had been seen by this group of wild cultivators, and they also knew Tang Zhen's true identity. How could the rogue cultivators, who usually didn't dare to speak loudly when they saw a 1-star feudal lord, dare to be impudent in front of a 3-star feudal lord? At this moment, they were all trembling with fear, afraid that they would attract Tang Zhen's anger. The middle-aged cultivator was even more apprehensive. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the young man who acted on impulse in his eyes was actually a 3-star horde leader. A 3-star horde leader was an existence that the wild cultivators didn't even dare to think about. But now, he had actually appeared in front of them. You can't judge a book by its cover, it really wasn't just empty talk. The middle-aged cultivator recalled his encounter with Tang Zhen. After confirming that he had not offended the other party in any way, he walked over with a face full of smiles. "Greetings, my lord." Following the middle-aged cultivator's bow, the other rogue cultivators quickly followed suit, appearing to be very respectful. "All right, you don't have to be so polite." Tang Zhen nodded and looked at the middle-aged cultivator. "What are you doing here?" "Who are they?" The middle-aged cultivator quickly replied, "After I came out from the other plane, I felt that something was wrong. It was as if something big was going to happen there. That was why I decided not to go to another dimension. Instead, I went to Holy Dragon City to try my luck. I heard from a few of my old brothers that life there was much better than in Bloodsand City. These few people are the children left behind by my dead brothers. They are young and ignorant, and their cultivation is not high. It's a coincidence that we met you, a real coincidence." After the middle-aged wild cultivator said this, he was afraid that Tang Zhen would misunderstand, so he quickly explained. Tang Zhen smiled. He waved his hand, indicating that the middle-aged man did not need to be nervous. Although his hands were stained with blood, he was not a madman who would kill anyone he saw. The middle-aged cultivator was obviously overthinking. To be able to sense that something was wrong with the plane meant that this person's intuition was very accurate. No wonder he had lived for so long even though his strength was not high. It's definitely a wise move for you to go to Holy Dragon City, because it's indeed much more powerful than Bloodsand City. I have some connections with the Holy Dragon City's city lord, and can make your life in the Holy Dragon City much easier. I'll give you a note later, you just have to hand it to the person in charge of the commercial district, and he will make proper arrangements for you. The middle-aged cultivator was overjoyed, and the low-level cultivators behind him couldn't help but look happy. To be able to get the recommendation of a 3-star lord, the person in charge of the commercial district definitely wouldn't dare to neglect and would arrange a good job for them. This favor was too great. The middle-aged cultivator was also someone with a clear mind. He knew that it was not easy to accept the favor of these big shots. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, he bowed to Tang Zhen again. These 5 bastards have committed many evil deeds and killed countless innocent wanderers. Today, they even dared to offend the Lord. Please allow me, Elder Shu, to take revenge for the innocent cultivators who died. Tang Zhen looked at Elder Shu with a smile that was not a smile and nodded slightly. It was indeed not good for him to do this with his current identity if it was spread out. This old lady Shu was clear-eyed and proposed to do it for Tang Zhen, which avoided Tang Zhen's embarrassment. After getting Tang Zhen's permission, Elder Shu immediately walked in front of the Blood Wolf cultivator and gave him a fierce kick. The Blood Wolf cultivator, who was in pain, looked at Elder Shu and scolded, "Elder Shu, are you tired of living? How dare you kick me? Do you believe that I will kill your entire family?" Elder Shu snorted and looked at the Blood Wolf cultivator, who was covered in dust. "You're about to die, yet you still dare to say such harsh words. You're indeed worthy of being blood wolves. Each of you is cruel and unscrupulous. Back then, you tortured my brother to death. You tortured him for 3 days before you killed him. Don't think I don't know. Don't worry, I'm a famous member of the Bloodwolf exploration team. I'll take care of you. I'll slowly kill you later so that you can live a little longer, Yingluo." The 5 Blood Wolf cultivators' expressions changed. They knew that the longer they lived, the more suffering they would suffer. After hearing Elder Shu's words, they began to curse. Elder Shu acted as if he didn't hear their curses. He pulled out a dagger and cut off all the tendons of the 5 people. Blood soaked through the 5's armor. From this moment on, the Blood Wolf cultivator was completely crippled. The aboriginals of the world of Lusheng fought against the heavens and earth, and there was a ruthlessness in their bones. It was fine if Elder Shu did not attack, but once she did, the Blood Wolf cultivator would have no chance of resisting. Tang Zhen waved his hand and retrieved the tree spirit chain. He expressionlessly looked at the 5 Blood Wolf cultivators who were constantly struggling. Elder Shu called out to the young cultivators and quickly stripped them of their clothes and armor. The equipment of these 5 people was good, and the Lord would definitely not like it, so it would naturally benefit Old Lady Shu and the others. Just these clothes, armor, and weapons alone were worth at least 100,000 brain beads. Elder Shu and the others had made a big profit. As long as one followed the right boss, it was easy to get rich. Elder Shu turned around and glanced at Tang Zhen. After seeing him nod slightly, he happily ordered the spoils of war to be kept. Then, he turned to look at the 5 Blood Wolf cultivators. He tore off a leather bag from the Blood Wolf cultivator's mount and opened it. After taking a look, he smeared the stinky blood on the 5 people. The 5 of them trembled in fear. They had seen this kind of scene countless times, but in the past, they had always been the ones smearing it for others. However, when it was their turn to be smeared today, 3 out of the 5 of them had already peed their pants. "Elder Shu, just kill me. Don't apply it, get lost. Please, don't apply it anymore. I beg you, Yingluo." Elder Shu was unmoved. He carefully applied the blood to the spot, and a hint of joy appeared on his wrinkled face. In just a few minutes, his body temperature had dried up his blood. The Blood Wolf cultivator's skin rapidly contracted and then, like the bottom of a dried lake, quickly cracked. The Blood Wolf cultivator, whose body was black and full of cracks, began to wail continuously. He wanted to bite his tongue to commit suicide, but Old Lady Shu forced a stone into his mouth and blocked his mouth. Zhu Zi, I have avenged you today. If you are in heaven, open your eyes and see. Look at how I'm going to kill these bastards and take revenge for your entire family. After Elder Shu said this, he pulled at the cracked skin of a blood wolf cultivator. A palm-sized piece of human skin was torn off by Elder Shu. The blood wolf cultivator roared in pain, but he couldn't make a sound because of the stone. He could only roll his eyes. Tang Zhen listened to the screams in his ears and looked at the blood wolf cultivator being tortured in the hands of old lady Shu and the others. However, there were no waves in his heart. Tang Zhen would never have the slightest bit of pity for this kind of animal that deserved to die. If Tang Zhen was an ordinary wild cultivator, the person lying on the ground in a fate worse than death should be him. If he didn't want to be slaughtered, the only way was to keep getting stronger, so strong that all his enemies would feel fear and flee at the sight of him. Tang Zhen was like this, and so was the Holy Dragon City. Chapter 371, Returning to the Holy Dragon, the Lord's Note. Tang Zhen slowly closed his eyes. A moment later, he turned around and left. This is a note for you. Send them on their way. A ray of light shot out from his hand and landed precisely in Elder Shu's hand. Elder Shu put away the note and bowed respectfully to Tang Zhen's back. She turned around and looked at the 5 blood wolf cultivators, who had lost their human forms, and a fierce look flashed across her face. Kill them all and throw them next to the blood sand ants' nest. Hearing this, the young cultivators immediately raised their knives and stabbed them into the hearts of the 5 people. The 5 of them collapsed to the ground with a look of relief in their eyes. Their savage faces were actually filled with gratitude. The 5 people who could not avoid death were naturally grateful that they did not have to suffer the intense pain of the blood sand ants gnawing on their flesh. After throwing the 5 corpses next to the blood sand ants' nest, Elder Shu and the others rode on the mounts left behind by the blood wolf cultivators and rushed towards the Holy Dragon City. The journey back was as calm as water. Nothing happened. Tang Zhen rode his mount and leisurely walked into the Holy Dragon City. Seeing the city lord, whom they had not seen for a long time, the Holy Dragon City soldiers in charge of guarding the city showed respect and all stood up to salute. Not only the city gate, but even the Holy Dragon City's soldiers on the city wall saluted at the same time, even though Tang Zhen could not see them at all. As they walked toward the inner city of the Holy Dragon City, Tai Seng, Qianlong, and the others quickly arrived and followed Tang Zhen into the city governor's hall. There were many things waiting for Tang Zhen to decide during this period of time when he was away. There were also many people who were worried about his safety. Now that Tang Zhen had returned safely, the people of Holy Dragon City seemed to have found their backbone. A trace of joy appeared on everyone's face. After not seeing the city lord wandering around for a few days, many residents were puzzled. Did the city lord go to do some experiments again? Just as Tang Zhen was eating delicious food and discussing the issue of Lu Cheng's advancement with the Holy Dragon City's management staff, Elder Shu and the others had also arrived at the Holy Dragon City. Looking at the tall walls of the Holy Dragon City, Elder Shu and the others were all in awe. Compared to the Holy Dragon City's defense, the Wanderer's Market in Bloodsand City, which was used to stop the monsters' attacks, was like playing house. As they walked into the Holy Dragon City's business district, Elder Shu and the others could not close their mouths. Oh my god, this Holy Dragon City's commercial district is too beautiful. The few of them looked like they had never seen the world before and kept looking around. Hey, you guys, don't throw things around. A guard of the commercial district came over and looked at the confused faces of Elder Shu and the others. He coldly said, littering is prohibited in the commercial district. Offenders will be fined. I can see that you've just arrived, so I'll let you off this time. If you commit this again, you'll have to pay a fine of 10 yuan. Hearing this, Elder Shu and the others quickly picked up the things they had thrown on the ground, indicating that they would never lose anything again. The young men nodded and looked at the guard with envy. The black armor was so beautiful. Old Lady Shu put the trash back into her pocket and smiled at the guard. Sir, have you heard of Blondie? He's a mercenary. The guard shook his head and pointed to the front. Since they are mercenaries, you can ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Around at the military union. They must know about the blonde. Elder Shu thanked him and then asked the guard where the person in charge of the commercial district was. The guard sized up Elder Shu and the others, and a hint of vigilance appeared in his eyes. A few wanderers who had just arrived in the commercial district asked for the office location of the person in charge, which inevitably made the guard suspicious. why are you looking for the person in charge? Be honest. The guard's face darkened, and his gloved right hand reached for the pistol on his waist. At the same time as the guard made a defensive response, at the highest point of the commercial district and on the surrounding cliffs, more than 10 sniper rifles locked onto Elder Shu and the others. If they were sure that Elder Shu and the others had ill intentions, these sniper cultivators would immediately shoot and kill the dangerous targets. After all, Elder Shu and the others were cultivators. When the guards were on alert, they immediately felt the aura of danger. That sense of danger seemed to be extremely far away from him, but it could easily take his life. Elder Shu and the others began to break out in cold sweat, and their bodies began to tremble. Brother, listen to me, don't be impulsive. Elder Shu looked at the nervous guards and forced a smile. At the same time, she quickly explained. One of the lords knows your city lord. He gave me a note and told me to give it to the person in charge of the commercial district. Then he will arrange work for us. Hearing this, the guard relaxed a little and said to Old Shu, where's the note you were talking about? Can I see it? Elder Shu quickly took out a note and handed it to the guard. The guard took the note and looked at it, a strange expression on his face. Elder Shu's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly and carefully asked, My lord, is there a problem with this note? At the same time, he was also praying in his heart that the Lord was not playing with him. If there was any problem with the note, he would be dumbfounded. The guard shook his head and looked at the worried Elder Shu. He turned around and walked toward a building. Didn't you want to see the person in charge? Then follow me. When Elder Shu heard this, his heart was finally at ease and he quickly followed with a smile. The sniper cultivators who had locked Old Huang, and the others into their sights also looked away and began to look for other suspicious targets. Elder Shu and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they felt the dangerous aura around them disappear. This seemingly prosperous commercial district was actually far more dangerous than he had imagined. If he were one of those guys with bad intentions, he would have become a corpse by now. In the office of the commercial district, the person in charge looked at the note and also showed a strange expression. You said that this was given to you by Lord Cultivator, and that as long as I see the note, I will arrange a job for you. Elder Shu quickly nodded in agreement. Oh, tell me, what did that Overlord Cultivator look like? The person in charge asked casually. In fact, he had already confirmed the authenticity of the note because there was only one person in the world of the building who had this kind of special mark on it. Oh, that lord is very young and very mighty. His cultivation is also extremely profound. The person in charge nodded. The appearance described by Elder Shu was indeed the city lord. Oh, that's right, that Lord Cultivator is a 3-star horde leader. Elder Shu thought of something and added. Plop. The person in charge fell from his chair and took a long time to climb back up. He stuttered, the lord you said is Yingluo, a 3-star Lord Yingluo. Are you sure? Elder Shu looked at the person in charge with a strange expression. He must have been frightened by the identity of a 3-star horde leader. That's right, it's a 3-star horde leader. I can guarantee it with my life. The person in charge nodded thoughtfully and quickly stabilized his turbulent mind. After thinking for a while, the person in charge arranged a suitable job for Elder Shu and the others. Food and accommodation were included, and the salary was also very good. Elder Shu and the others were overjoyed. This kind of stable and safe long-term work was much better than fighting in the wilderness. Elder Shu and the others left the office in the business district in joy. They changed into their uniforms and began their official working lives. Chapter 372. Movie Craze. Beginning of cooperation. After a comfortable sleep, Tang Zhen felt 100 times more energetic. Tang Zhen stood on the platform at the top of the tower and felt the cold wind that blew against his face. His brows were gently furrowed. In the past few days, the temperature had begun to drop rapidly, which also proved that the disaster of the cold moon was coming. From the records in those books, the ice imps were extremely terrifying creatures. They were definitely the greatest enemy of Holy Dragon City. A sense of urgency once again assaulted his heart, causing Tang Zhen to involuntarily descend into a busy state once again. After packing up a little, Tang Zhen was sent back to his original world. As he slowly walked out of the cave, he ran into Pargo, who was in charge of guarding the place. Your Excellency, Mr. Ivanov asked me to tell you that the weapons and equipment exhibition in the U.S. Alliance is about to begin. Are you still going? After seeing Tang Zhen appear, Pargo quickly stepped forward and said. The gaze he used to look at Tang Zhen was filled with worship and respect. Ever since he had witnessed Tang Zhen's ability to move mountains and fill the sea, he had completely regarded Tang Zhen as a god. Tang Zhen nodded and Pargo led the way to the American alliance. The small plane landed in a small country nearby and then transferred to a flight to the United States. Tang Zhen was wearing a black trench coat. The foamy combat suit was hidden under his clothes, making his body look unusually burly. Sitting in his seat, Tang Zhen connected to the internet and checked the latest news released by the media in his original world. The promotion for the movie filmed by Tang Zhen had already started and a 5-minute trailer had been released. The name of the movie was Heroes of the Other World, and it was the first movie of a film company's Otherworld series. The audience who had watched the movie were all amazed and shocked. They said that the special effects of the movie could be called a divine work. The film had not even been released yet, but it had already set off a wave of enthusiasm. Especially the female lead in the movie, Yulang, who already had a large number of fans. They were all crazy for this beautiful female lead. Some people even suspected that this woman did not exist at all, but was a virtual character created by some high-tech means. Soon, people discovered that the content of the movie was very similar to the first virtual reality game in the original world that was about to be launched. They suspected that there was some connection between the two. It didn't take long for the game's producer and the movie's distributor to release a statement, claiming that the two were indeed closely related. As long as one entered the virtual reality game that was about to be launched, they would be able to experience the grand and wonderful charm of the world in the movie. This matter continued to be hyped up and had spread to all corners of the original world. Tang Zhen took another look at the virtual game's promotional video. As expected, the scene was extremely realistic. The scenery in the game was not much different from the real world. He believed that once this game was released, it would definitely be popular all over the world. Because this game involved too much high-tech, countless people had their eyes on this company, trying to steal the core secrets of virtual reality games. They couldn't do anything on the internet because with the defense system made by the Universal Electronic Kit, even the best hackers couldn't break in. They had no choice but to use other methods. In the headquarters of a game company in the Pickle Nation, they had once caught 25 thieves in one day. Because of the existence of these thieves, the game company's security department was busy all day as if they were at war. However, this matter was effectively resolved after Tang Zhen transformed 10 super soldiers and went to the game company to take over the security work. No matter how clever these bandits were, they could not escape the super warriors' eyes and ears. Before they could even move, they were captured. However, Tang Zhen still encountered a small interlude when he was modifying the super soldiers of the Asian Alliance. Among the 10 modified people who came with Xu Feng, a young man caught Tang Zhen's attention. This was because Tang Zhen was shocked to discover that this young man, who had not undergone any transformation, actually had the physical fitness of a rank 2 cultivator. With such physical fitness, other than being gifted, the biggest possibility was that he had received brutal training. After realizing this, Tang Zhen also began to doubt the identity of this young man. However, before Tang Zhen could ask, Xu Feng found him and explained the identity of the young man. Being in the Asian Alliance's territory, he had no choice but to do this. It didn't mean that there was a problem with Xu Feng's loyalty. Tang Zhen was silent for a moment before he called the young man in. The two of them discussed for about an hour. No third person knew what the two of them had discussed. After the 10 of them had received the transformation and left with Xu Feng, Tang Zhen fell into deep thought. He had never concealed his existence and had proven his ability several times, making the superpowers in his original world realize that they couldn't do anything to him. Even if they destroyed this world and wanted to die together, the final survivor would definitely be Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen was extremely confident that the superpowers of his original world definitely had detailed information about him and were constantly paying attention to his movements. The facts proved that Tang Zhen's prediction was right. He had the ability to cross planes, the ability to store things, and all kinds of tricks. The young man from the Asian Alliance had told him all of them. From the looks of it, what he had done was not done without anyone's knowledge, but had long been exposed to their eyes. However, this was also the result that Tang Zhen wanted. From the looks of it now, it had already achieved obvious results. Didn't you see that the US Alliance, which was originally chasing after Tang Zhen, had now stopped their pursuit of Tang Zhen and seemed to be planning other means? The Asian Alliance was even more straightforward, directly sending people to make initial contact with him. He believed that in the future, there would be more and more people like this. In fact, Tang Zhen did not know that when he was transforming the island, there were over 10 satellites in the sky that were aimed at his position. The transformation scene was seen by everyone. This kind of ability that was close to a god's had completely destroyed the fantasies of those guys. Moreover, there was evidence that showed that Tang Zhen had dozens of nuclear bombs in his hands that could be thrown out and detonated at any time. Once he angered Tang Zhen, no one would be able to withstand that kind of terrifying revenge. Fortunately, this guy was only constantly obtaining resources from the original world, and there was no sign that he was going to cause trouble in the original world. At the same time that they heaved a sigh of relief, they also changed their tactics one after another. They quickly began to take action and began to make contact with Tang Zhen in a probing manner. When Tang Zhen's plane landed in the United States and was about to leave the airport, a group of brawny men in black suits blocked Tang Zhen's way. Upon seeing this scene, the two super soldiers who were following closely behind Tang Zhen immediately stood up and coldly looked at the black-clothed man in front of them. A handsome man walked over and said to the super soldier, "Please don't misunderstand. I only have some matters that I wish to discuss with Mr. Tang Zhen." Tang Zhen nodded. Soon after, he was led by the group of black-clothed people to a quiet room. After both of them sat down, the man in black introduced himself in the language of the League. "Mr. Tang Zhen, I'm Smith. I'd like to send my regards to you on behalf of my boss." Tang Zhen naturally knew who the boss of the other party was. After seeing Tang Zhen nod, Smith continued, "Although there was some misunderstanding between us, it's all in the past. In the words of the Asian Alliance, we have to look forward. I came to see Mr. Tang Zhen this time in the hope that we can put aside our past grudges and then cooperate in some aspects to achieve a win-win result. As partners, we will help you to the best of our abilities, and we hope to receive your help." After Smith finished speaking, he looked at Tang Zhen without blinking. Tang Zhen's attitude was very important. This represented how the two sides would get along in the future, and it was crucial to the US alliance. Tang Zhen, who was sitting on the sofa, appeared to be in deep thought. In fact, flowers had already bloomed in his heart. He was worried about how to deal with the cold moon disaster, but he didn't expect these guys to run over and want to cooperate with him. It was a good cooperation. They could simply find some things that were more advanced than the technology of their original world and exchange them for a large number of materials and weapons. It was much less troublesome than sneaky transportation. This kind of sure-win business must be done. Chapter 373, Exchanging Junk for Money, Weapon Update. Cooperating with the forces of the original world was something that Tang Zhen absolutely could not avoid. Being able to sit down and have a friendly conversation was far better than fighting and killing. Moreover, Tang Zhen was not afraid in the slightest if they were to fight. As a 3-star horde leader, Tang Zhen could already ignore any threat in his original world. Even the terrifying nuclear bomb was treated as a toy by him. Moreover, the current contact was only the beginning. Both sides were still in the probing stage. No one knew how the future would develop. After discussing with Smith for about an hour, Tang Zhen found another big customer for the junk he got from the warship wreckage. If the American alliance wanted these things, they had to pay a corresponding price. Otherwise, Tang Zhen could completely ignore them. The miscellaneous items and broken combat suits that Tang Zhen looked down on were priceless treasures to these superpowers in the original world. If he could crack it and use it, he would gain endless benefits. After the two sides reached an agreement, Tang Zhen was led by Pargo to the hotel where they were temporarily resting. After Tang Zhen left, an excited Smith took 2 locked boxes and rushed to a secret base in the United States. During the transportation, there were always a large number of guards protecting them in case something happened. It was clear how much importance the United States placed on these items. After Smith passed through many security checks and entered a secret underground base, dozens of top scientists who had been waiting for a long time immediately came up to him. Smith opened the 2 titanium alloy boxes one by one, revealing the items inside. In one of the boxes, there were many pieces of clothing. There was also a large amount of hair mixed in, which looked like a pile of garbage. This was something Tang Zhen took from the rat's nest and handed over to the United States. If ordinary people who didn't understand the value of these items saw them, they would definitely throw them away as junk. However, everyone present was very clear about the value of these pieces of clothing. Almost every piece was worth a city. A white-haired old man impatiently rushed forward and picked up one of the fragments. Then, he turned around and ran. After researching in the laboratory for a while, the old man came back, his body trembling with excitement. God, this is definitely something that only aliens can create. On this fragment, there are countless sensors, as well as femtometer-level wires that are directly connected to the human nerves. In other words, this was a combat suit with a real sense of touch, even more sensitive than skin, because the combat suit could amplify this sense of touch, whether it was smell, airflow, or pain. Its defense was extremely strong. Even a large-caliber sniper rifle could not penetrate this kind of clothing. The bullets would even be bounced off the clothes that had suddenly hardened. It also had the same effect as the mech's exoskeleton, which could increase the user's strength, speed, and reaction time by several times. Once our soldiers put on this combat suit, they can fight 1 against 100, and they can also guarantee that they won't get hurt. The more the scientist spoke, the more excited he became. He was so excited that he almost lost his composure. Looking at the excited white-haired scientist, the highest-ranking officer in the base coughed and indicated for the next item to be identified. The other box was opened, revealing 2 items. Everyone went forward, wanting to figure out what it was. One of the 2 items was in the shape of a long crystal. It was an energy stone used by the Tarobo people, but its specific effects were unknown. The other item was a trumbo ornament that could stay suspended in the air forever. These 3 items were not of much use to Tang Zhen. Therefore, he took them out to exchange. After receiving the 3 items, the scientists who were gathered immediately entered a state of research that made every second count. They had already received news that the Asian Alliance had already gotten some similar items from Tang Zhen. No matter what the Asian Alliance had to pay for this, the United States could not fall behind in scientific research. This was their pride. At the same time, according to the agreement between the 2 sides, a batch of weapons and supplies began to be prepared. After Tang Zhen finished attending the weapons and equipment exhibition, he could move these materials into the world of Lusheng. The night was silent. The next morning, Tang Zhen went to the exhibition venue accompanied by the high priest Pars. After entering the venue with the crowd, Tang Zhen began to wander around in high spirits, visiting the weapons and equipment from various countries. In the past battles in Holy Dragon City, the weapons from the original world had made great contributions, making the surrounding forces tremble in fear. However, as the Holy Dragon City's level increased, the enemy's strength became more and more powerful. The Holy Dragon City's requirements for weapons also increased. A weapon that possessed greater killing power, a longer range, and was easier to operate had become Tang Zhen's first choice. At the same time, the armor, vehicles, and supplies of the Holy Dragon City's warriors also needed to be gradually unified and perfected. In terms of armor, Tang Zhen did not need to rely too much on his original world. This was because the Holy Dragon City Army's standard armor designed by Furnace Hammer had already started production. Although the production speed was not very fast, with the processing equipment brought over from the original world, they could still guarantee 20 sets a day. The modification work of the guns had been entrusted to the Asian Alliance. This wasn't something that could be done overnight, so Tang Zhen couldn't be anxious. If they could not achieve low cost and mass production, those ordinary modified firearms would not have much practical value. This was because Tang Zhen needed a powerful rifle that could fight all day long and was suitable for the Lu Cheng world. Therefore, Tang Zhen paid more attention to the vehicles and city defense weapons. After looking around, Tang Zhen chose a few weapons. One of the weapons was a 30mm close-range cannon. Tang Zhen was very satisfied with its power. After it was set up on the Holy Dragon City's city walls and the surrounding mountains, it would definitely play an excellent defensive role. The only problem was, could Holy Dragon City use these high-tech weapons normally with their basic conditions? After Tang Zhen marked the weapons, Pargo sent people to negotiate and set a delivery date. Before upgrading Holy Dragon City, these weapons had to be in place and ready to be used at any time. The last time the tower leveled up, the Cornerstone platform had released a Heavenly Path mission because there were no monsters, and a group of mercenaries had been sent to attack the Holy Dragon City. Fortunately, the Holy Dragon City had the advantage in weapons. As a result, the One-Horned Tribe mercenaries were beaten into a sorry state, and those who were lucky enough to survive became prisoners. This time, Holy Dragon City would be directly upgraded to level 5. Without thinking, they would definitely encounter more powerful city assaulters than before. In order to deal with these enemies, Holy Dragon City had to make early preparations, especially in terms of weapons. They could not be careless. After walking around the weapons and equipment exhibition, Tang Zhen returned to his resting place. In the next few days, other than going to some scenic spots to play, Tang Zhen spent the rest of his time dealing with the weapons and supplies. In the process of playing, Smith had been accompanying Tang Zhen, but Tang Zhen was too lazy to pay attention to it. A week later, Tang Zhen left the American Alliance and returned to the island base. A freighter from the Asian Alliance was already waiting for Tang Zhen to return to the Asian Alliance the next day. After returning to the island and looking at the bustling construction site, Tang Zhen returned to the Tower World. He had gained a lot this time, and he had even obtained a large number of weapons. He had to set up and master them as soon as possible. The day of Holy Dragon City's advancement was not far away. Chapter 374. Practice before the upgrade. Ever since Tang Zhen had returned, Holy Dragon City had started to become lively again. The weapons and equipment exchanged from the Asian and American alliances were quickly arranged by Tang Zhen to ensure that there were no blind spots during the defense. As the Holy Dragon City's area continued to expand, the difficulty of defending the city also gradually increased. Fortunately, when Tang Zhen was transforming the terrain, the erected defensive mountain peaks were all tall, steep, and smooth. Unless one used special tools, it was impossible to climb up. Tang Zhen was busy, but the others weren't idle. The Holy Dragon City's soldiers were also extremely busy. They familiarized themselves with the new weapons every day. From time to time, the sound of concentrated gunfire would ring out from the valley behind the Holy Dragon City. Qian Long, Tai Seng, and the others didn't even touch the ground all day long, and most of the time, they didn't even have time to eat. If it weren't for the extremely strong physical qualities of cultivators, the two of them would have collapsed from exhaustion. Tang Zhen would occasionally appear at various locations to check the progress of the various work to ensure that there would be no mistakes. Such a big move naturally could not be hidden from others. The foreign merchants and wanderers in the commercial district had long felt that something was wrong, because looking at the Holy Dragon City, it was obvious that they were preparing for war. After realizing this, the merchants could not sit still and began to consider whether they should stay away from this troublesome place for the time being. Fighting a war was not a game, and it was easy to get involved. These merchants were naturally unwilling to suffer an undeserved disaster. Fortunately, the business district had informed them in time that the Holy Dragon City was about to level up. The recent series of actions were to deal with monster attacks, so please do not panic. After Lu Cheng's upgrade, everything would return to normal. The commercial district immediately calmed down after receiving the news. It was indeed time for the Holy Dragon City to level up. It was only a level 3 city tower at the moment, and it did not match such a prosperous commercial district. Moreover, if the level of the building was high enough, it would increase the confidence of the foreign merchants and confirm that the Holy Dragon City could keep this alluring fat meat. Hence, after the panic, the merchants hoped that the Holy Dragon City would level up as soon as possible. However, the sounds of gunfire from time to time were really frightening, causing these foreign race merchants to be on tenterhooks. After seeing the bodies that were killed in the commercial district several times, they were more and more afraid of the power of firearms. They were afraid that the bullets that hit the sky would hit them. There were also some people with various motives, carefully observing and collecting information. Those who were in the commercial district gathered the scattered information revealed by Holy Dragon City. After seeing the results, they were frightened. The current Holy Dragon City was ridiculously powerful. Only God knew how powerful the monsters attacking the city were to be able to destroy such a building. Time passed slowly. After a few more days, Holy Dragon City suddenly quieted down. However, everyone knew that this was only the calm before the storm. As expected, it didn't take long for news to spread. The Holy Dragon City would be upgraded to a city tower the next day. At that time, the city gates would be closed, and the commercial area would be closed. No one was allowed to enter or leave at will. And today, Holy Dragon City would conduct a drill. Not long after the news was released, the foreign merchants who were standing at the entrance of the commercial district to watch the commotion saw groups of Holy Dragon City soldiers appear from the inner city. These Holy Dragon City soldiers were equipped with all kinds of guns and blades, and they looked murderous. They formed a long line and quickly ran up to the city wall to be on guard. These foreign merchants usually only saw the guards of the Holy Dragon City's commercial district and the city gate. They had never seen so many Holy Dragon City warriors. Some experienced non-humankind merchants made a rough estimation and found that there were more than 3,000 people in this troop. If not for the city defense operation this time, many people would not have known that such an army was actually hidden in Holy Dragon City. In the car on the side of the road, Tyson kept shouting in a hoarse voice. Although he was very powerful, there was still a trace of fatigue on his face. The constant exercises and training over the past few days had really exhausted him. However, as long as the Holy Dragon City could continue to level up and the Holy Dragon City's army would become stronger, Tyson would be willing to risk his life. Everything they had now was the result of the Holy Dragon City's founders' painstaking efforts. They regarded it as the most worthy thing in their lives to protect. No matter how bitter or tired he was, he had no regrets. As the Holy Dragon City's Second Legion was deployed to the surrounding mountains, the Holy Dragon City's First Legion, which was more well-equipped, also appeared. They were responsible for the defense of the front wall. Many of the First Legion soldiers were veterans who had joined the army when Holy Dragon City was first established. They had participated in almost all of Holy Dragon City's defensive battles. Although most of the old soldiers had been transferred to the Second Legion to train the new soldiers, the soldiers left behind and supplemented by the First Legion were still elites who could fight 1 against 10. The job of guarding the front of the city wall was none other than them. After those old soldiers, who had a trace of ruffian on them but showed no mercy when killing people, passed, the Holy Dragon City's cultivators squad walked over. These cultivators were all wearing black battle armors. Their faces were completely covered, only revealing their bright eyes. With the continuous addition of residents and the supply of sufficient cultivation resources, the Holy Dragon City's cultivator battle team had long gotten rid of the embarrassing situation of having only 2 or 3 small fries. The number of cultivator battle teams in the Holy Dragon City had already exceeded 100, and there were more than 700 of them. This didn't include the first or second level youths who were undergoing special training at Murun. Compared to the Holy Dragon City's warriors who were like ravenous wolves and raging flames, these cultivators were extremely quiet. However, no one dared to doubt their combat strength. The cultivators who were marching in small teams were equipped with all kinds of weapons, which made them look a little messy. Perhaps it was because they were participating in the battle to defend the city, but the weapons they carried the most were all kinds of firearms, most of which were sniper rifles. The lethality of a cultivator sniper had been proven through actual combat. Naturally, he had to make good use of it. After all the combatants were in position, the city defense exercise officially began. According to the analysis of Tang Zhen's group, the main force that came to attack the city this time around was very likely to be those mercenaries who had accepted the mission. Compared to the monsters that only knew how to fight and charge, these cunning mercenaries were even more difficult to deal with. Therefore, Tang Zhen wanted to strike first. Once these mercenaries completed their teleportation, Holy Dragon City would immediately take action and kill half of them before the battle even started. The wide city walls and the flat peaks of the mountains had many cannons installed, which would definitely become the nightmare of the attackers. A large number of anti-air weapons had also been installed. If the attackers wanted to break through from the air, they would definitely suffer a destructive blow. Moreover, there was a tower that could activate a protective shield among the upgraded towers. With its existence, the threat from the sky would be reduced again. With these preparations, the Holy Dragon City would definitely be able to annihilate the city assaulters. The foreign merchants who were watching the show could not witness the entire process. They only saw the Holy Dragon City struggle for half a day before the warriors returned to their camps. In a residential area of the Holy Dragon City, an ordinary-looking woman stood in a corner, staring at the fully armed soldiers. After a long time, she sighed and turned to leave. What this woman did not know was that while she was observing the Holy Dragon City's soldiers, Tang Zhen, who had opened the map view, was also observing her. He clicked on the woman's body and her personal information was displayed. After Tang Zhen took a glance, he shook his head slightly. Soon after, he fell into deep thought. This woman had been hiding in the Holy Dragon City and had not made any moves. What did she want to do? A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. It was indeed hard to guess. If Tang Zhen's guess was correct, perhaps it would not take long for her to take the initiative to jump out when the disaster of the cold moon arrived. What she wanted to do would also be revealed at that moment. Since that was the case, he would let her off for the time being. Chapter 375, Tower upgrade, defense tower. Another morning arrived, and the sun shone brightly, illuminating the entire wilderness. Tang Zhen stood by the window and looked at the sacred Dragon Valley, which was exceptionally quiet today. A trace of heaviness, which was rarely seen, rose in his heart. It probably wouldn't take long before the entire wildlands was covered in darkness and snow, and the ice imps would slaughter them. In this kind of terrifying millennium catastrophe, Tang Zhen was not sure what the Holy Dragon City's fate would be. The only thing he could do was to do everything he could to ensure that the Holy Dragon City could survive this catastrophe. Mirong Ziyan slowly walked over and gently hugged Tang Zhen's body, leaning her head on his broad back. Everything is ready outside. We can start the ceremony at any time. Okay, I got it. After a moment of silence, Tang Zhen turned around and gently stroked Mirong Ziyan's hair. Then, he turned around and walked towards the door. At this moment, on every step of the Holy Dragon City's main city, there was a fully armed Holy Dragon City soldier standing, looking as majestic as an indomitable steel spear. The Holy Dragon City's residents, who had been gathered for a day off, were now standing in the square, watching the main city's gate. Tang Zhen was wearing a gorgeous long robe as he slowly walked out of the main city's gate. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. With every step Tang Zhen took, 2 Holy Dragon City soldiers would raise their right arms and place them across their chests to salute him. The eyes of these soldiers were burning with passion, filled with worship and respect. After walking through the long flight of stairs, Tang Zhen arrived at the center of the inner city. He took a deep breath and began the official advancement ceremony. After the incantation was read, an altar appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes under his control. On this altar, there were 4 cornerstones floating in the air. Runes were flowing around them, and they were emitting a mesmerizing glow. The foundations of the Holy Dragon City's 4 towers appeared before Tang Zhen's eyes. As Tang Zhen waved his hand, countless brains appeared out of thin air and gathered to form a rainbow-colored river that surrounded the entire altar. 4 level 3 towers to level 5 required a total of 440 million brain pearls. What a terrifying set of numbers. It was enough to make people go completely crazy. If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Zhen had plundered the treasure troves of the 3 towers and obtained a terrifying number of brain pearls, he would not have been able to withstand this kind of sacrifice. With the completion of the offering of the brains, the 4 towers, including the mother tree, had undergone earth-shaking changes. The first to change was naturally the mother tree that loved to show off. Under the gazes of the Holy Dragon City's residents, the mother tree was growing at a terrifying speed, as if it was going to pierce through the sky, and shoot straight into the sky. By the time it finally stopped growing, the mother tree's height had already far exceeded the surrounding mountains, its massive crown almost covering half of the Holy Dragon Valley. The mother tree's trunk had also become extremely thick. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a mountain. Countless 7-colored lights fell from the leaves of the mother tree. The scene was intoxicatingly beautiful. After the 7-colored light landed on the ground, countless colorful flowers suddenly emerged from the ground, turning the Holy Dragon Valley into a sea of flowers. An intoxicating fragrance of flowers immediately filled the air in the valley. The colorful streams of light that fell on the surrounding mountains quickly turned into fresh flowers and green grass, making the once barren and monotonous mountains look green. Some of the light spots were absorbed by Li Sha and the others. Then, their auras began to strengthen slowly, and their cultivation levels continued to rise. In just a few minutes, Lisa, who was originally only at rank 2, had directly reached rank 4. The other dozen or so mother tree cultivators had also advanced by 2 levels in a short time. A joyous mood was transmitted from the mother tree's body. After it circled around Tang Zhen once, it slowly disappeared. At the same time, the other 3 towers also began to change. They also grew in size. If the size of a level 3 building was a car, then the size of a level 5 building was a large passenger plane. Almost without Tang Zhen's control, the upgraded level 5 building began to transform the interior of the building according to its previous style. When an ordinary building was promoted to level 6, it would produce a building spirit that was similar to a weapon spirit. It would help the city lord to manage the building. In fact, when Lu Cheng advanced to level 5, this kind of building spirit had already been born. However, at this time, the building spirit only had an instinctive consciousness and could not communicate with the city lord like an intelligent creature. The modification of the interior of the building was done by these building spirits based on their instincts. The speed of the transformation was extremely fast. It didn't take long for the 3 ordinary towers to complete their upgrade. Tang Zhen didn't have the time to visit the upgraded city tower because he still had an important city tower to build. Taking out the tower foundation stone that he had bought from the stonemason, Tang Zhen placed it on the altar and once again threw in hundreds of millions of brain beads. As the sacrifice began, the memory of this building appeared before Tang Zhen's eyes. Smoke filled the air, and the sound of killing shook the heavens. It was a huge city, but it was currently in the middle of a war. In the sky and on the ground, countless creatures that looked like evil spirits pounced on the city like a tide. They surrounded the giant city and were destroying it bit by bit. The creatures guarding the city looked like humans, but there were all kinds of runes on their foreheads that were constantly flashing with a faint light. A giant protective shield covered the city, blocking countless ferocious evil spirits. These evil spirits were extremely ferocious, and they constantly attacked the city's protective shield, causing it to become more and more fragile. Even if the defenders inside the protective shield kept attacking, they couldn't stop these ferocious evil spirits, because the stimulation of blood would make them even crazier. The protective shield finally shattered, and the evil spirits immediately swarmed in, howling in excitement and fighting with the city guards. The brutal battle began, corpses piled up on the ground like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. In front of a tall tower, dozens of city guards with powerful oars were gathered, their bodies covered in blood. They watched as the tower's protective shield slowly disappeared, and their faces simultaneously showed despair. A group of huge evil spirits attacked. Their target was the tower, and they seemed to want to destroy it completely. When the dozens of city guards saw this, they immediately flew up and fought with the evil ghosts. Countless fireballs and wind blades appeared around the city guards, attacking the evil spirits. Even though the strength of these city guards was extremely shocking, in the face of the endless evil spirits, their end was already decided from the beginning. When the dozens of city guards all fell under the claws of the giant evil spirits, the evil spirits swarmed forward and began to destroy the tower. In less than 10 minutes, the giant tower collapsed. The last scene was of the city in ruins, with corpses all over the ground, and endless monsters surging out from the black hole in the distance. After the image disappeared, a huge tower appeared in the center of the Holy Dragon Valley. Under the control of Tang Zhen's thoughts, the originally black tower turned pure white. It no longer looked as oppressive as before. After the transformation was completed, the illusion of the tower quickly transformed into reality and appeared in front of everyone. Tang Zhen looked at the magnificent giant tower before him and slowly walked in. The interior of the tower was very wide, and there was a staircase leading to the next floor. Tang Zhen did not take the stairs. Instead, he stood on a formation on the ground and instantly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Tang Zhen's figure appeared out of thin air in a secret room at the top of the giant tower. The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile as he looked at the altar-like symbol stone platform. With a wave of his hand, countless brains flew out of the storage space and piled up in the middle of the stone platform. As the brain pearl was filled, the runes on the stone platform immediately lit up, proving that it had been activated. With a thought from Tang Zhen, a giant protective shield was activated from the top of the white tower. It was like a transparent pot that was turned upside down, covering the entire sacred Dragon Valley. After seeing this scene, everyone revealed a shocked expression and started to discuss. Mage Defense Tower, it really lives up to its name. These brains were really worth it. Tang Zhen walked out of the tall tower and looked at the protective barrier in the sky. He could not help but praise repeatedly. Chapter 376. The Defensive Battle of the Level 5 City Tower. 1. After Lu Cheng was upgraded to Level 5, the increase in the residents' attributes immediately appeared. This tower that came from another dimension was not a building that could only activate a defensive shield, but a place where the mages of that other dimension cultivated. Compared to the outside world, the interior of the mage's defensive tower was a world of its own. Quietness was only one of its advantages. More importantly, it could effectively help mages improve their cultivation. Not only could the brain beads in the secret room on the top floor be used to activate the defensive shield, but they could also be transformed into energy that was beneficial for mages to absorb, turning the tower into a holy land for cultivation. However, he did not know if the transformed energy that was useful to mages could be absorbed by cultivators. However, Tang Zhen felt that this place was more suitable for the holy masters. This was because their cultivation system was the most similar to the tower guards in Lu Cheng's memory. As for the ordinary cultivators, they were very similar to the city defenders who used cold weapons. The people and cultures of the two worlds were different, but there were many similarities in their cultivation. Both sides had more combat cultivators and fewer magic cultivators. However, the difference was also obvious. Compared to the world of Lusheng, the cultivation system of this other world seemed to be more complete. The world of Lusheng was a bit backward and messy compared to it. This was something that couldn't be helped. After all, most of the aboriginals in the world of Lusheng didn't have a fixed residence, and most of them lived a precarious life. Who would bother to system the knowledge of cultivation? As for Lu Cheng, who had been passed down for many years, most of them cherished their own knowledge. The cultivation knowledge in their hands was all groped out behind closed doors, and whether it was right or wrong could only be slowly verified. As for the cultivation experience and cultural exchange between different races, he had never heard of it. Tang Zhen took off his long robe and began to walk up the city wall with large strides. The protective shield of the mage tower had been temporarily turned off by him, so he did not need it for the time being. The mage defense tower was not picky about its food. As long as it was an item that contained energy, it would be able to activate its protective shield. However, not all items that contained energy could meet the activation standards of the protective shield. Using the brain beads as an example, to maintain the protective shield for an hour, it would consume 100,000 brain beads. He was really a gold gobbler. If the energy of the items used to maintain the protective shield was too low, not to mention whether they could meet the minimum standard for activation, just the work of replacing the consumable items was enough to exhaust people to death. Therefore, only items that contained a large amount of energy could maintain the protective shield for a long time. The energy of the mages' defensive towers in the Otherworld had been depleted, which led to the evil spirits rushing into the city and completely destroying it. However, the black hole in the horizon and the endless evil ghosts in Lu Cheng's memory made Tang Zhen vaguely think of something, but he seemed to have no clue. The evil spirit that destroyed this otherworld city didn't seem to be as simple as it looked. A trace of curiosity arose in Tang Zhen's heart. He suddenly wanted to figure out the connection between these things. It seemed that this matter was very important to the Holy Dragon City. The people who were more curious than Tang Zhen were all the residents of the Holy Dragon City. After the tower had finished upgrading, they began to enter the tower in an orderly manner. They were not allowed to walk around casually to prevent the city assaulters from attacking from the air and causing accidental injuries to the residents. Until they were at the end of their rope, they didn't need these residents to defend the city. Therefore, they began to stroll around the newly advanced Lusheng, exclaiming from time to time with curiosity and excitement on their faces. After the tower had been upgraded to level 5, the living space had expanded countless times. The residents of the underground city had also moved to the surface. As for the underground city, Tang Zhen had other great uses for it. He was going to modify the underground city and use it to place the interdimensional passage. Every time Lu Cheng advanced to rank 5, a passage to another plane would appear. There had never been an exception. It was just that Tang Zhen did not expect that the opening of the interdimensional passage was not one for each level 5 city but one for each level 5 city. The first one referred to the Holy Dragon City's 5 grade 5 towers as one tower, while the 1 at the back referred to the 5 towers of the Holy Dragon City, each counted as one. In other words, Tang Zhen had obtained a total of 5 interdimensional passages from the upgrade of the tower. To Tang Zhen, this was simply a great good thing that fell from the sky. With 5 interdimensional passages, the Holy Dragon City would no longer have to worry about the location of the Brain Pearl. If this place was not good, they could always go to the next place. Compared to the other cities, Holy Dragon City had a huge advantage, and it was easy to earn a lot of money every day. However, on the other hand, this was not a good thing. This was because once the tower was upgraded to grade 6, the other 4 towers that shared the interdimensional passage would teleport over and attack the newly upgraded tower. The Holy Dragon City had a total of 5 interplane passages, which meant that when the Holy Dragon City was promoted to a level 6 building city, there would be cultivators from 20 level 5 buildings teleported over to attack the Holy Dragon City together. Just thinking about such a terrifying scene gave him a headache. In each level 5 city, there would be more than 3,000 cultivators, and about 10 to 20,000 soldiers. If it were those powerful level 5 towers, the number of cultivators and warriors would probably be even more. Even if there were only 20,000 people in each city tower, the total number of people in all 20 cities would reach a terrifying 400,000. Once there were more than 10,000 people, it was endless. The 400,000 tower army gathered together could probably fill the gravel plain in front of Holy Dragon City. Even 400,000 pigs wouldn't be killed so easily, not to mention that these people were all powerful cultivators and soldiers. Even if Tang Zhen had a nuclear bomb in his hands, he did not dare to use it rashly because the Holy Dragon City would definitely be affected by the shock wave of the explosion. If they really used a nuclear bomb, they would be at the end of their rope and use a big killing weapon to perish together. If you don't want this to happen, there are actually 3 ways to solve it. The first method was to not upgrade Holy Dragon City in advance. Instead, they would fight whoever leveled up. This way, when Holy Dragon City leveled up, the number of enemies would be much smaller. However, no one was stupid. If Holy Dragon City did not want to upgrade in advance, why would the other towers? Perhaps both sides would wait for 100 years for the interdimensional passage to close. Then, they would wait for the unlucky person chosen by the heavenly Tao to appear, and then the 4 families would join forces to attack it. At this time, the Holy Dragon City was at a disadvantage again. Compared to the other 20 towers, the Holy Dragon City's upgrade rate was 5 times higher. As long as they were hit, they would inevitably face the scene of a 400,000 strong army besieging the city. The second method would require Tang Zhen to work a little harder to get rid of all his competitors and get rid of all future troubles. This method might seem feasible. However, Tang Zhen would no longer think this way after he understood the rules of this alternate planes passageway. The world behind every interplane passage was full of endless dangers. There was naturally a reason why the 5 towers would share a piece of the other world. The 5 towers would attract the monsters' attention separately, so that they could not gather together and attack the tower's passageway together. With each tower dealing with a portion of the monsters, the pressure on them would naturally be reduced. The monsters from other planes were quite powerful. Even if one of the towers was gone to share the firepower, the pressure on the other 4 towers would increase greatly. In order to maintain this balance, once a city was destroyed by an accident, another city would fill the gap. If Tang Zhen destroyed the other 4 towers, Holy Dragon City could forget about getting any benefits. This was because the interdimensional passage would close in advance. Then, under the control of the heavenly axiom, Holy Dragon City would be forced to advance. It didn't matter if he didn't have enough brain beads, as long as he paid the soul power of the residents of the building, it would be fine. When the number of souls sacrificed was enough for Lu Cheng to advance, mercenary groups that accepted missions similar to the heavenly axiom would be teleported over and attack the Holy Dragon City, where almost all the residents were dead. The outcome of the battle was self-evident. The heavenly Tao was ruthless and thorough. If one wanted to play tricks, they would definitely suffer the consequences. Therefore, the second method would not work. Chapter 377. The defensive battle of the level 5 city tower. 2. In addition to the above 2 methods, there was actually a third method, and that was the brutal army style. As long as Tang Zhen completed the interdimensional soul transmission experiment, the number of Holy Dragon City's residents would increase explosively. It could be said that there would be as many people as he wanted. In this case, the scene of the promotion was very interesting. When the army of 20 turreted cities arrived and was so ambitious that they wanted to destroy Holy Dragon City, they would see 10 times the number of Holy Dragon City's army waiting for them. How would they feel? Especially when they found out that these Holy Dragon City cultivators were fully armed and glaring at them like tigers looking at a flock of sheep falling into a trap. They didn't know if they would collapse on the spot. If they won this battle, Holy Dragon City would gain an incalculable amount of wealth. At the very least, if one building was worth 500 million brain pearls, then the total of 20 buildings would be 10 billion brain pearls. This didn't include the value of the herbs, ores, weapons and equipment. If all of them were added together, the Holy Dragon City's war profits would reach a terrifying amount of tens of billions. As soon as he thought of that long string of numbers, Tang Zhen was so excited that his breathing became a little hurried. This kind of temptation was something he could not resist. No matter how Tang Zhen calculated, the third method was the most stable and had the greatest benefits. Moreover, the interplane soul transmission experiment had been planned for a long time. It might not be long before the first soul from the original world stepped into the Lusheng world. Even if he did not succeed within 1 or 2 years, Tang Zhen was not in a hurry. This was because the interdimensional passage had existed for 100 years. He had plenty of time. Choosing the third method was already a sure thing. Tang Zhen climbed up the Holy Dragon City's wall with all sorts of thoughts in his mind. The soldiers of the First Legion were all in position, standing quietly in front of their respective defensive positions with serious expressions. They were surrounded by a lot of ammunition, enough to support a shocking battle. After the initial cooperation with the Asian and American alliances, the Holy Dragon City's weapons and equipment had been supplemented and updated. Not far away, the cultivator snipers were all using anti-material sniper rifles, and the Gatling gun on the wall was the most powerful proof. Tang Zhen was not equipped with many high-tech weapons because those things were not suitable for the current Holy Dragon City. The most important and basic requirements for the Holy Dragon City when choosing firearms were to have strong skin, high damage, and easy maintenance. In the end, Tang Zhen had managed to get the powerful close-range defense cannon. Including the supporting equipment, Tang Zhen had spent nearly 50 million American dollars. When Tang Zhen received the list of weapons to be purchased and saw the total amount of $1 billion, he couldn't help but be secretly speechless. War was all about money. With the sound of a cannon, 10,000 taels of gold could be earned. It was indeed not a joke. For Tang Zhen, who owned a tower, this amount of money wouldn't hurt his bones. Just the gold and gemstones he gave to Ivanov were worth more than this. No matter what, there was an undeniable fact that the Holy Dragon City's military strength was no longer what it used to be. Accompanied by Tyson, Qianlong, and the others, Tang Zhen's car circled the mountain road at the top of the Holy Dragon City to make sure that there were no mistakes. It was basically impossible for the enemy to cross these towering peaks. The main task of the Holy Dragon City's Second Army soldiers stationed at the peak was to patrol, just in case. After walking around, Tang Zhen activated the map transformation plugin and transformed some unreasonable places. Tang Zhen didn't lack money now, so he used the map modification plugin that consumed 1,000 brain beads every time. The only thing that annoyed him was that the application remained the same even after the phone was upgraded. It could still be used once a day for 1 minute. Fortunately, after Tang Zhen advanced to a 3-star lord, his brain worked like lightning when he thought about things. 1 minute was enough for him to operate the map many times. Just as Tang Zhen and the others were inspecting the defensive position and making preparations to face the enemy, the cornerstone trading platforms in the countless level 6 and 5 towers on the continent were extremely lively. It turned out that just half an hour ago, on the cornerstone trading platform, a red box mission with an asterisk suddenly popped up. As the city assaulter, we will conquer the newly upgraded level 5 city, Holy Dragon City. Level 6 and level 5 mercenary groups can participate. The total number of mercenaries in each city cannot exceed 3,000. The 10 randomly selected buildings will be qualified to carry out this mission. Holy Dragon City has been destroyed. The mercenary group's level has been upgraded by 1. Rewarded with 5 million points. If the mission fails, the mercenary group that participated in the mission will be downgraded by 1 level and lose the qualification to return. The countdown will start now. The teleportation will begin in 2 hours. Ever since this red-framed mission appeared on the cornerstone trading platform, all the mercenary groups in the level 6 and level 5 turreted cities had fallen into a state of frenzy. Everyone knew that this kind of information with a red box was the legendary Heavenly Dao mission, which was rarely seen. However, as long as a Heavenly Dao mission was issued, it meant that there would be generous rewards. More importantly, the mercenary group's level would increase. It was extremely difficult for a mercenary group registered on the cornerstone trading platform to level up. It would often take more than 10 years just to complete an advancement mission. The reason why these mercenary groups were so insistent on leveling up was that after leveling up, their platform's trading level would also increase. They could then buy some special items, skills, and other miscellaneous items from the cornerstone platform. High-grade mercenary groups could accept even higher-grade missions and obtain even more rewards. The higher the level, the more benefits. Therefore, when these mercenary groups saw the generous rewards, they immediately signed up without hesitation, and their speed was amazing. They were afraid that if they were a step too slow, the other Lusheng would snatch this opportunity away. However, some of the more rational mercenary groups began to analyze the mission in detail. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. The asterisks on the Heavenly Dao missions were not things that would appear randomly. They were missions that were marked as dangerous after the heavenly Tao had confirmed the strength of the target. Therefore, no one in this kind of Lusheng with a star was simple. If they were not careful, they might not be able to return. Many years ago, the Cornerstone platform had issued a mission with 3 asterisks, which was to attack a building that had been upgraded to a national level. That mission had affected the entire continent, and more than 1 million high-level mercenaries had signed up for it. Before the mission had begun, countless transmission passageways had appeared, and the light had blotted out the sky and the sun. 1 million cultivators. What a terrifying lineup. It was enough to overturn the heavens and earth. Although the national-level buildings were indeed powerful, they would not be able to withstand a single blow from 1 million cultivators. However, the result of the battle was beyond everyone's expectations. This newly promoted national-level city was extremely powerful. Not only did it block the attacks of 1 million cultivators, but it also killed nearly 400,000 cultivators. The battle was so intense that the sun and moon were dimmed. Corpses covered the wilderness, and blood soaked the ground into a swamp. The current battlefield had completely turned into a ghost's domain. White bones were piled up like mountains, and there were countless vengeful souls. The remaining 600,000 cultivators were killed and fled. Since the teleportation channel would not open if they failed the mission, they could only return to their original city on foot. However, the journey from the target of the mission to his hometown was not only far away, but also full of difficulties and dangers. The slightest mistake could cost him his life. It was said that only a few thousand cultivators managed to return to their homes. The remaining hundreds of thousands of cultivators either found a place to settle down or were buried in the wilderness, never to return to their homeland. Looking back, he always knew that he was a guest, but the fallen leaves did not return to their roots. The incomparably vast land of the world of Lusheng caused these cultivators to die in foreign lands, unable to see their wives, children, and parents for the rest of their lives. The target of the mission that caused all these disasters was called the Black Prison Tower. Chapter 378. The Defensive Battle of the Level 5 City Tower. Many years had passed since then, and only a few cultivators of the older generation knew about this matter. There were also sporadic records of this matter in the illusions of the advanced buildings. As time passed, the past was gone. The memories of history had been buried by the wind and sand, and would not cause any waves. If Tang Zhen knew about this matter, he would definitely be on his guard. This was because this national-level city that had defeated millions of mercenaries was actually not too far away from Holy Dragon City. With such a strong but low-key neighbor, it was inevitable that people would feel uneasy. As time went on, the Holy Dragon City would definitely attract the attention of the Black Prison Tower. Only the heavens would know what would happen then. At this moment, the Holy Dragon City's walls were silent. Tang Zhen stood against the wind on the wall and did not say a word. His expression was as calm as water, and no one could guess what he was thinking. The cold wind ruffled his hair, and his robe fluttered in the wind. The weather was getting colder and colder, and people couldn't help but tighten their sleeves. However, Tang Zhen's body was as tall as a mountain. It was as though he would never move an inch no matter how the wind and rain hit him. Behind him, all the Holy Dragon City soldiers were silent, only watching his back. Recently, there were rumors that the city lord's cultivation was so profound that it had reached a level that people could only look up to. More than one person patted their chests and guaranteed that the city lord was indeed a 3-star horde leader. They even dared to bet their lives on it. Within a few days, almost all the residents of Holy Dragon City knew about this. They did not say anything on the surface, but they were all very excited. Almost all the residents had a faint smile on their faces, and they were in a very good mood. As the founder of the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen's influence on the Holy Dragon City was incomparably huge. His every word and action would always be followed by people. His strength also represented the strength of the Holy Dragon City, and the cultivation of a 3-star lord was the most powerful guarantee of the Holy Dragon City's prosperity and eternal existence. The city lord and the residents shared the same honor and disgrace. They were of one mind. This was something that all the city lords dreamed of, but they couldn't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For it, Tang Zhen had unknowingly achieved this. It was just that he had yet to realize it. Therefore, after Tang Zhen advanced to a 3-star lord, the most excited people were actually the residents of Holy Dragon City. It was as if they had also reached this level. The apprehension and worry in their hearts that they didn't even realize disappeared after hearing the news. They felt a sense of relief. The cohesiveness of the city's residents had unknowingly reached an extreme. At this moment, as long as Tang Zhen, who was standing on the city wall, gave the order, these valiant soldiers would rush to the battlefield without the slightest hesitation. Even if they were to die without returning, they would not regret it. Tang Zhen was unaware of the feelings of the soldiers behind him. He merely shut his eyes tightly and quietly sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding space. Unknowingly, Tang Zhen slowly opened his eyes. He used a low and cold voice to speak, "They're here." As soon as he finished speaking, the world suddenly changed. 10 pitch-black dots of light lined up on the gravel plain, causing the wind and clouds to change color and sand and stones to fly. Tang Zhen's expression did not change, but the killing intent in his eyes became increasingly dense. The last time Holy Dragon City was upgraded to a level 3 city, only one space transportation channel appeared. He didn't expect 10 space portals to appear after upgrading to a level 5 city. This damn heavenly Dao really thought highly of him. "Fine, I'll kill as many as you send me. Since you dare to invade my Holy Dragon City, you will not be able to return." On the gravel plain, the black dots began to change rapidly after they appeared. Through the smoke and dust, the black dot could be seen expanding rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to a size of 1,000 feet. A wave of murderous intent surged over, and it seemed to be even colder than the cold wind blowing from the wilderness. Bang bang bang, as if a war drum had been struck, a black mass of foreign cultivators rushed out of the first passage. Their speed was unusually fast, and their faces were like those of demons from hell. They were dancing with joy as they looked at Holy Dragon City. "Kill, kill, kill." From the second passage, a sound like a wild beast's roar could be heard. Dozens of 15-meter-tall giants walked out of the space channel. They were covered in iron armor and beast bones, and each of them had a tattooed cultivator riding on their shoulders. Behind him, there were thousands of tattooed foreign men with war hammers in their hands, each of them looking like wild beasts. When the iron bones go to war, not a blade of grass will grow. From the third passage, a wave of uniform roars sounded. Thousands of heavily armored alien cultivators strode out of the spatial tunnel. Their weapons and armors clashed, and their killing intent soared into the sky. The ground seemed to shake as they walked. Kekakekakekaki, laughter that seemed to come from the netherworld came from the fourth passage. A group of cultivators in black robes and strange masks floated out of the passage with giant sickles in their hands. They kept floating on the gravel plain, looking at the Holy Dragon City's walls and laughing eerily. "Fight the heavens and earth, fearless." Thousands of human cultivators walked out of the fifth passage with different expressions. These human cultivators were wearing all kinds of equipment, but they all had an ancient badge on their chest with the word, Zantien. Roar. At the sixth passage, countless non-human cultivators who looked like giant bulls stepped out of the passage. They roared to the sky with murderous intent in their eyes. Walla 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 walla. At the seventh passage, thousands of alien cultivators less than a meter tall appeared. These cultivators looked unremarkable, but their eyes were extremely fierce. They all held a 2-meter-long black wooden stick in their hands and rushed out of the passage. The 75th branch of the elves, Baron Grohl, has come to attack Holy Dragon City. With a clear shout, thousands of handsome elven cultivators in pure white leather armor walked out of the passage. The elf monk was elegant even in battle. The leader had 2 swords on his back, and his white hair danced in the wind. He frowned slightly when he saw the mother tree of Holy Dragon City. "The dark barbarian tribe is here. Anyone who blocks the way will die." In the 8th passage, a rough roar sounded, and thousands of dark-skinned brawny men filed out of the passage. These dark barbarian cultivators were tall and each of them held a double-edged battle-axe. The leader was 3 meters tall and looked like a black iron tower. He looked extremely arrogant. "Child of the earth, God's protection." Laughter rang out from the 9th passage, sounding wild and unruly. After the laughter, many short and fat men walked out. They had long beards and red noses. They were from the dwarf race. Hee, human, delicious food. From the 10th passage, thousands of short spear-wielding kobolds rushed out. The kobold in the lead looked at Holy Dragon City with fear and hatred in his eyes. The mercenaries of the 10 towers that were involved in the siege had all arrived. Chapter 379. The defensive battle of the level 5 city tower. 4. As the space-time tunnel slowly closed, the desolate gravel plain was filled with mercenaries who were participating in the siege. Tang Zhen looked at those city assaulters with different appearances and murderous looks as he coldly laughed, informed the artillery to get ready to reinforce them. He raised his arm slightly and then swung it down hard. Fire! At the same time, the deafening sound of cannon fire rang out, shaking the entire area. The cannonballs drew an arc in the air and landed heavily on the attackers, reaping their lives without restraint. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions rang out, lifting wave after wave of the city assaulters off the ground and tearing them into countless pieces. The gravel from the explosion's shock wave flew in all directions, covering a large area and piercing through the cultivators' bodies. Then, they flew far away with their blood and flesh. The Seegers, who had not even finished arranging their formation, immediately fell into panic and began to flee in the wilderness. The holy masters with protective shields cast their skills to protect themselves from the shrapnel. No one was as fierce as the Holy Dragon City. They actually took advantage of the fact that they had yet to stabilize their footing and gave them a head-on blow. The cultivators from all the races who were originally full of killing intent were now all on tenterhooks, afraid that the cannonballs falling from the sky would hit their heads or blow them into the sky. One of the foreign cultivators controlling the giant was extremely unlucky. Because it was too big a target, he was hit by a cannonball and instantly exploded into countless pieces. Blood and minced meat fell from the sky like a storm, drenching the nearby attackers, making them look like blood men. The irascible dark barbarian cultivators were depressed by the explosion. They had to watch their fellow tribesmen being killed, but they had nowhere to vent their anger. Another cannonball whizzed toward the leader of the dark barbarian mercenaries. He let out an angry roar, but he could only dodge it. Despite having the cultivation base of a lord, he was blasted to pieces by these cannonballs, which almost angered the leader of the dark barbarian mercenaries to death. The black-robed cultivators who looked like death gods were screaming in pain from the explosion. The shock wave lifted their robes, revealing their skeleton-like bodies. The floating ability that the black-robed cultivator had originally regarded as an advantage had caused them to be thrown even further away by the shock wave. When they landed, they were torn into pieces and couldn't be more dead. Amidst the continuous cannon fire, the kobold mercenaries threw their short spears all over the ground. They scurried around and wailed in pain under the curses of the attackers. The kobold leader's eyes were bloodshot. He glared at the Holy Dragon City's walls and growled in hatred. The group of dwarves who had been laughing and laughing were now no longer smiling. They stared at the cannonballs falling from the sky with eyes full of doubt and fanaticism. However, it didn't take long for a strange expression to appear on the dwarves' faces. They moved their short legs and waved the guns and iron hammers in their hands as they dodged the cannonballs. They laughed loudly again. Woo-ha-ha, this feeling is too fucking satisfying. The elves on the side were no longer as elegant as before. Their originally pure white leather armor was already covered with blood and dust, each and every one of them in a sorry state. Looking at the excited dwarves, the elf leader's eyes flashed with disgust and he cursed, "These damn short lunatics. Have their brains been burned by hard liquor? They actually think it's fun to be bombed." After venting his frustration, the elven baron looked at the mother tree again, and a barely noticeable fanaticism flashed in his eyes. The human cultivators from Heaven Battling City's auxiliary city were also extremely depressed at this moment. They didn't expect that this human city would actually have such a terrifying cannon. It didn't look like a wild building in the wilderness at all. The commander of the human mercenaries looked at the Holy Dragon City with deep meaning in his eyes. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. The sound of the cannon seemed to never stop, blasting large pits everywhere on the gravel plain. Looking around, the ground was covered in torn clothes and armor, leaving only the remains of charred skin and flesh. There were 30,000 attackers, but they had been completely annihilated by the cannons. If it weren't for the commanders who kept shouting and restraining them, some of the cultivators would have already fled. At this moment, they all had the same thought in their minds. How many cannonballs did Holy Dragon City have? Why couldn't they fucking finish them? What made the city assaulters even more depressed was that the cannonballs seemed to have eyes. Wherever they ran, the cannonballs would land and bombard their butts. There was not a single place for them to hide in the vast gravel plain. The artillery team that beat up these assaulters did not know the tragic state of the enemy. They just followed the coordinates provided by the artillery observer and fired. Beside them were large amounts of cannonballs, enough for them to squander as much as they wanted. It wasn't until the assaulters spread out more and more, and the killing effect of the cannons became weaker and weaker, that the deafening sounds of cannons finally stopped. The battered and exhausted city assaulters heaved a long sigh of relief and turned to look at the corpses around them, their faces showing expressions of having just survived a disaster. To be able to survive such a terrifying cannon blast was really not easy. After thinking about this, they looked at Holy Dragon City in unison, a hint of fear flashing in their eyes. To be able to make the Cornerstone platform issue a Heavenly Tao mission, this Holy Dragon City was indeed not an easy character to deal with. After the experience of being bombarded, these city assaulters no longer dared to gather together. They were scattered across the gravel plain in groups of 2 or 3, counting the casualties. It didn't take long for the number of casualties to be counted. In the bombardment just now, more than 1,000 cultivators were killed in the 10 towers, and countless were injured. If it weren't for the agility of these cultivators, who were able to nimbly avoid the bombardment of the cannonballs, the number of casualties would have probably increased several times. In the initial plan of these attackers, they were prepared to take down Holy Dragon City in one go with their numbers advantage. They had even brought their siege weapons. However, the Holy Dragon City's bombardment had completely disrupted their plans. Even their siege weapons had been blown into a pile of scrap metal. However, even if these weapons were not destroyed, they might not be of any use, because the Holy Dragon City's city walls were ridiculously high. The leaders of the 10 Lusheng mercenary groups quickly gathered together and discussed a strategy to attack the city. Although they all came from different cities, they had to unite in order to complete the task of the Heavenly Tao. However, after some discussion, they were at their wits' end. The Holy Dragon City was surrounded by towering mountains. It was impossible to climb them in a day. Moreover, the Holy Dragon City would not allow them to climb the mountain and would definitely think of ways to stop them. However, the Holy Dragon City's 50-meter-tall city walls were also a natural moat that was extremely difficult to cross. It was not difficult for the high-level cultivators in the mercenary group of 10 towers to break the city wall, but there would definitely be casualties in the process of attacking. Although none of them wanted to die, they had no choice but to force their way in to complete their mission. After coming to a decision, these mercenary groups took out their trump cards and began to prepare to attack the city. But these city assaulters still thought of things too simply. Chapter 380, The Defensive Battle of the Level 5 City Tower. 5. A scheduled chapter inexplicably went into a work-related section. I'm going to faint. Compared to the newbie mercenaries in the Holy Dragon City's Mercenary Association, the members of the 100 Clan Tower had much more combat experience. Although they had suffered the Holy Dragon City's head-on attack earlier, and both sides had paid a high price of casualties, it only made them feel that it was a little troublesome. When it came to the turn of these blood-licking mercenaries to fight, none of them were simple things, and it was normal to encounter casualties. After all, death could befall them at any moment on the battlefield. After surviving hundreds of battles, life and death had long become indifferent. In order to complete their mission, they would do anything. After confirming that Holy Dragon City was not easy to take down, the mercenary leaders of these 10 towers began to try to cooperate. Among the mercenary groups in the 10 towers, there was no lack of people who were slightly famous on the Cornerstone platform. These guys were very arrogant and did not care about the Holy Dragon City that had just been upgraded. But this time, the leaders of the mercenaries all made an empirical mistake. In their eyes, no matter how powerful Holy Dragon City was, it was just a city that had just been promoted to rank 5. The number of mercenaries attacking the city from the 10 towers added together was more than the number of residents in Holy Dragon City. How could they not take down a small tower with so many people? Even if I use people to pile on it, I can pile it to death. Who knew what kind of luck the Holy Dragon City had to be able to get so many cannons? The Alliance army of 10 cities was not familiar with the enemy's situation, so they were caught off guard and suffered a loss. Other than the cannons, the only thing Holy Dragon City could rely on was the high city walls. Therefore, in the following battle, they had to avoid the cannon attacks as much as possible and not let the Holy Dragon City bastards have any advantage. After a discussion, the mercenary leaders of the 10 towers had come up with a detailed plan to attack the city. The first problem to be solved was how to climb over the Holy Dragon City's 50-meter-tall city walls. According to their past sieging methods, whenever they encountered such a tall city wall, they would use ballistae and other weapons while sieging the city. The ballista could shoot long spears as thick as a child's arm into the city wall. These long spears were the leverage points for the cultivators to climb the city wall. When they stepped on the long spears, they only needed to jump a few times to reach the top of the wall. Once they jumped onto the city wall, they would fight to the death to stop the city guards and buy time for the attackers behind them. As long as they could hold on for a few dozen seconds, the attackers behind them would swarm forward and occupy the entire city wall. If that really happened, Lu Cheng would basically be lost. Even if there was no object to borrow strength from, the siegers could still climb the city walls with their bare hands, but their speed would be much slower. However, since the Holy Dragon City had such powerful cannons, they might have other weapons to defend the city. They had to be on guard. If the Holy Dragon City were to take advantage of them again because of their negligence, the morale of the army would definitely take a huge blow. In a war, the stability of the morale of the army was extremely important. Otherwise, it would fall into chaos without even fighting. After some discussion, they selected 100 highly sensitive cultivators from each of the 10 towers to be the vanguards. When the siege began, their only mission was to quickly rush up the Holy Dragon City's walls. He had to judge the situation, play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. Compared to those brainless monsters, these calculative cultivators were undoubtedly more dangerous. Apart from the mercenaries who were known for their speed, the cooperation of the other mercenaries in the building was also essential. The dark barbarian race and the heavily armored stone rhinoceros race were the main force of the siege on the ground. Once the city gate was opened by the vanguards, they would swarm in. Behind them, there were cultivators in charge of protecting the city. They used all kinds of long-range attacks to provide cover for the cultivators who were attacking the city. Whoever contributed the most during the siege battle would get more benefits when dividing the spoils of war. In order to ensure that they would succeed in one shot, these mercenary groups had brought out their most powerful weapons. The weapons and equipment that they had obtained from the wild buildings had provided a great help to these mercenary groups in the past battles. In fact, the moment these mercenary groups were teleported to the gravel plain, Tang Zhen had already paid attention to the weapons they used and discovered that there was more than one gun among them. In addition, there were some strange-looking items in the hands of the attackers, which were probably some kind of special weapon. The sniper cultivators of the Holy Dragon City were fully focused, their crosshairs locked onto the operators of these special weapons. If it wasn't for the fear of alerting the attackers, the sniper cultivators would have already shot some of their heads. By the time the mercenaries had finally completed the plan, a few hours had already passed. The cooks, army unit of the Lusheng mercenary group had already started to skillfully set up pots and stoves to prepare food for the mercenaries. However, they didn't know that Tang Zhen, who had a map view, had already seen their every move. The plan of these guys to comfortably fill their stomachs and then attack Holy Dragon City was destined to be an extravagant hope. In the Dark Barbarian camp, the Dark Barbarian cultivators spread out and looked up at the sky to prevent more cannonballs from falling. The Holy Dragon City's bombardment made these simple-minded barbarians extremely depressed and on the verge of exploding at any time. The Dark Barbarian race's most respected tactic was to engage in close combat with fists. The Dark Barbarian cultivators looked down on the tactics of shooting arrows from a distance. Therefore, the Holy Dragon City's long-range artillery fire made them extremely angry. It was a pity that war was not a game. In order to win, one could do anything. The Dark Barbarian race's way of thinking would put them in danger. In fact, if it weren't for their racial talents and inexplicable good luck, the Dark Barbarian race would have been exterminated countless times. The mercenaries and cultivators attacking the city were all famished, and the Dark Barbarian cultivators were groaning in hunger. From the moment they signed up to participate in the mission, they were quickly gathered by the signs, and they were extremely busy. The Lusheng mercenary group seemed to be an independent entity, but the real masters were the nobles in Lusheng. Therefore, when the city lord gave an order, not many people dared to disobey. After passing through the gate of time and space and arriving at Holy Dragon City, he had not even had time to recover from the bombardment. After the bombardment ended, the chaotic mercenaries were exhausted, tired, and hungry. Every mercenary's stomach began to beat, and they looked forward to having their meal soon. After all, only by filling one's stomach would one have the strength to fight. As the gathering process was too rushed, they did not have time to prepare dry food. Therefore, they were all staring at the stove, waiting for the moment when the food was ready. The aroma of food wafted over, making the Dark Barbarian cultivators even more hungry. "I say, can you guys hurry up? I'm starving. One of the dark barbarian cultivators turned around and yelled at the chef, "What's the hurry? If you continue to talk nonsense, you won't get a single bite of food." A black barbarian chef with a square body snorted in dissatisfaction. The dark barbarian cultivator's stomach was growling with hunger. He immediately shut his mouth. They were so hungry that they were flustered. If they didn't get any food soon, the dark barbarian cultivators would go crazy. Among the 100 races in the world of Lusheng, the dark barbarian race was famous for being afraid of hunger. However, just as the dark barbarian cultivator decided to endure a little longer, a sharp whistling sound pierced through the air. Hearing this frightening voice, the city assaulters were first stunned, and then their expressions changed greatly. "Everyone, be careful. The Holy Dragon City bastards are starting to fire again." The cultivators who had already dispersed all looked up at the sky nervously. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a black dot whizzed over and landed on Bayan. The black barbarian mercenaries were about to serve their food. Boom! After a loud bang, the dozen chefs and the surrounding large woks all flew into the sky. The vegetable leaves that had been blown away fell onto the faces of the starving black barbarian cultivators. The dark barbarian cultivators were silent for a moment as they picked up the vegetable leaves and stuffed them into their mouths in a daze. Then, they suddenly exploded. "Fuck you, Holy Dragon City, I'll fight you to the death." First, they were blown up by the cannons, and now the rice pot was overturned. This made the hot-tempered dark barbarian cultivators finally explode. In the beginning, only a few dozen dark barbarian mercenaries rushed over. However, they didn't run far before more than half of the dark barbarian mercenaries joined in. The dark barbarian cultivators waved their weapons and ignored any orders as they charged toward the Holy Dragon City's walls. Seeing this, the other mercenary leaders in the other 9 towers began to curse. They had no choice but to start their operation. At this moment, the siege battle officially began. Chapter 381. The defensive battle of the level 5 city tower. 6 people would die in war, and a siege battle was not child's play. The impulsive dark barbarian mercenaries didn't care about the others at all. They took the lead in charging because the rice pot had been blown up. However, it was actually very normal for this to happen. These mercenaries came from different cities and were used to fighting for themselves. Most of the time, they acted on their own will. During the battle, they would fight as they pleased, completely ignoring the thoughts of the other Lusheng mercenary groups. This was also one of the disadvantages of working together to attack a city. Without a strong leader to lead, they were like a plate of loose sand. Not to mention that the mercenary groups in the 10 towers were formed by the countless mercenary groups in the towers. They were a mix of good and bad, so they could not effectively carry out the battle orders. The more people there were, the more chaotic the team became. The mercenaries in Lusheng City, who had been temporarily organized, also had no experience in sieging a city. When they saw the dark barbarian tribe charge, they also rushed forward. This situation seemed to be contagious, and the entire battlefield was in chaos. The dark barbarian mercenaries had crossed the saltwater river in front of the Holy Dragon City. Because of the cut-off source, the salty river had gradually dried up. The current river surface was less than 20 meters wide, and the deepest part was only about 2 to 3 meters. It would be a fool's dream to use this to stop the city assaulters. In fact, Tang Zhen did not expect to use this salty river to intercept the enemy. The value of its existence was to provide the Holy Dragon City soldiers with shooting coordinates. Once the attackers crossed the salty river, the battle would begin. Therefore, when these dark barbarian cultivators crossed the saltwater river, countless guns were already aimed at them. As long as the Holy Dragon City's soldiers lightly pulled the trigger, they could directly kill these furious dark barbarians. However, Tang Zhen didn't immediately order to open fire. Instead, his gaze fell on the rear of the dark barbarian mercenaries. Behind these dark barbarians were the assaulters from the other 9 towers. They followed closely behind and quickly charged across the salty river. Due to the heavy casualties from the bombardment, the 10 cities mercenary group had no choice but to spread out their camps to avoid being attacked again. Due to the suddenness of the incident, the siege teams that had set up camp everywhere were extremely scattered, causing the leaders of the mercenary groups to have a headache. Fortunately, these mercenaries had a strong sense of battle. After the siege began, they spontaneously moved closer to their own camp. In order to prevent being attacked while crossing the river, the mercenaries crossed the river at different locations, avoiding the front of the Holy Dragon City's wall as much as possible. After crossing the salty river, they had all returned to their troops and began to charge quickly in the direction of the city wall. Along the way, the sound of killing shook the sky. Even so, they were still left behind by the dark barbarian mercenaries by nearly 2,000 meters, leaving a huge vacuum in the middle. In the eyes of the other mercenary leaders, this was an extremely stupid action. These damned dark barbarians are always so impulsive. The leader of a foreign tribe mercenary group who had dealt with the dark barbarian tribe cursed. He looked at the dark barbarian cultivators approaching the Holy Dragon City and signaled his men to slow down. Since the dark barbarian race was not afraid of death, he would let them lead the charge and help them find out the Holy Dragon City's situation. If the Holy Dragon City could not withstand a single blow, they would just add fire to the fire and let the Holy Dragon City be finished earlier. If the Holy Dragon City was a tough nut to crack, the dark barbarian tribe would suffer the greatest losses. They just had to retreat in time. Other than the dark barbarian tribe, the leaders of the other 9 towers all had similar thoughts. It was both a good and a bad thing to encounter an impulsive race like the dark barbarian race. It all depended on how to make use of them. Just as the mercenaries were having their own thoughts, the dark barbarian cultivators had already taken the lead and entered the Holy Dragon City's pre-marked shooting area. Tai Seng, who was standing on the city wall, laughed hideously as he raised his gun and aimed at the dark barbarian cultivator at the front. Bang! After a muffled gunshot, Tai Seng, who was holding the anti-material sniper rifle, didn't move an inch. However, the dark barbarian cultivator who was being aimed at trembled and stood still. There was a bloody hole in his chest, and the broken flesh and blood sprayed several meters away. The mercenaries behind the dark barbarian were all covered in blood and flesh. This sudden gunshot also made the mercenary leaders who were observing the situation tremble. That's the sound of a large caliber musket. The face of the leader of the dwarven mercenaries, who was carrying a flintlock with a horn on his head, suddenly changed. When the other leaders heard this, they all frowned. The thing that they were most worried about had finally happened. Not only did Holy Dragon City have long-range weapons like cannons, but they also had defensive weapons like firearms. They were very familiar with the power of flintlocks and knew their advantages in a city defense battle. If the Holy Dragon City had a large number of firearms, it would undoubtedly cause them huge casualties. At this point, the mercenary leaders could only pray that Holy Dragon City did not have many firearms and could not suppress the mercenaries attacking the city. However, just as they thought of this, they heard a storm of gunfire coming from the Holy Dragon City's city walls. The dark barbarian cultivators at the front had already begun to fall to the ground. The furious dark barbarian cultivators were thrown to the ground by the large caliber bullets, and their intact bodies were torn into pieces. The ground under his feet was once again covered in blood and broken flesh and organs, and the stench of blood filled the air. The originally dense crowd suddenly became sparse, and the screams of the dying struggle became more and more intense. The anger on the dark barbarian mercenary's face disappeared and was instantly replaced by fear and powerlessness. His slow brain also became clear. Only then did they realize that from the moment they attacked the city driven by anger and herd mentality, they had already embarked on a road of no return. The bullets that came pouring down from the top of the wall were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, reaping the lives of the dark barbarian mercenaries. The bloodied black barbarian was stunned for a moment as he looked at his fallen comrades. He didn't retreat. Instead, he charged toward the city wall while roaring. There was no turning back. At this point, the mercenaries of the dark barbarian race had no way out. Once they retreated, they would completely disrupt the siege formation and cause the Alliance army to collapse. In order to prevent this from happening, the Holy Dragon City would not even need to open fire. The city attacking force would not hesitate to kill them. The leaders of these mercenary groups were ruthless and decisive. They wouldn't retreat just because of the dark barbarian race and destroy the siege. How could a bloody siege be a game? The dark barbarian mercenaries were also aware of this, so even though they knew that there was a storm of bullets waiting for them from Holy Dragon City, they could only brace themselves and charge forward. The dark barbarian mercenaries roared in unison. Blood continued to spray from their bodies, but their eyes were still wide open. They tried their best to take a few steps forward before falling to the ground. The dark barbarian mercenaries were extremely fast, but the bullets were even faster. Therefore, with every step they took towards the city wall, they would pay the price of dozens of casualties. Behind them, They left a path of charging paved with blood and flesh. The impulsive dark barbarian cultivators had paid a heavy price for their arrogance and recklessness. Chapter 382. The defensive battle of the level 5 city tower. 7. The city assaulters who followed closely behind were all shocked by the scene in front of them. They could clearly see a mist of blood rising from the dark barbarian mercenaries' camp, and screams of pain came one after another. Those fiendish dark barbarians were being killed by bullets, and their bodies were lying on the ground. Streams of blood gathered under the gravel on the ground, forming a blood pool in the low-lying area. After being soaked in blood several times, the white gravel in front of Holy Dragon City had turned light red. After being soaked in blood again, it began to turn dark red. These city assaulters, who were good at using cold weapons, were fortunate enough to witness the killing efficiency of firearms in front of Holy Dragon City. They were all terrified. The deafening cannons and the dense rain of machine guns turned the Holy Dragon City into an iron hedgehog covered in poisonous spikes. There was no place to go. This kind of high-efficiency killing had far exceeded the expectations of the mercenary leaders. If they could not suppress Holy Dragon City, the mercenaries who were involved in the siege would probably retreat immediately. Realizing this, the leaders of the mercenaries quickly used countermeasures. After a bird-like whistle, hundreds of elf archers drew their bows at the same time and shot fiery red arrows at the Holy Dragon City's walls. This arrow seemed to have a strange ability. It suddenly accelerated after rising into the air, as if it was not affected by gravity. It glided straight in the air, heading straight for the Holy Dragon City's walls. Occasionally, bullets would collide with these fiery red arrows, causing a loud bang in the sky and a large number of sparks to burst out. The destructive power of a small arrow was no less than that of a grenade. The Holy Dragon City had its own secret weapon, and so did the foreign mercenaries who were attacking the city. As the elf archers gathered, a large group of dwarf mercenaries with huge bags on their backs also quickly gathered. They quickly pieced together the metal casting pieces, and in just a few minutes, they had formed low cannons. These cannons didn't look very impressive, but the huge muzzles made people shudder. They didn't dare to doubt their lethality. After the cannonballs were loaded, these low cannons began to roar. Solid cannonballs whizzed out, heading straight for Holy Dragon City. The black-robed mercenaries who looked like grim reapers with scythes in their hands flew into the air one after another, and a large number of black shadows blocked the sun from the sky. The leader of the black-robed mercenaries laughed hideously. He waved his huge scythe a few times and the black-robed cultivators scattered. They were not flying very fast, but they avoided the front of the city wall completely, as if they were ready to attack from the surrounding mountains. The mountains that were used to block the enemy were nothing to them. After realizing the black-robed cultivators' intentions, the Holy Dragon City's second army soldiers started to fire at the sky. 10 close-range artilleries were also locked onto these guys. Once they entered the attack range, they would suffer a terrifying rain of bullets. Even Tang Zhen himself was unable to withstand that kind of abnormal shooting speed. The mercenaries in the other buildings also showed off their abilities. A mess of long-range weapons appeared one after another, all of them smashing towards Holy Dragon City. Bullets, bombs, poisonous smoke, javelins, and arrows. All kinds of long-range weapons were constantly falling on the Holy Dragon City's walls. The originally smooth city wall was now filled with dense and hard spears. If not for the Holy Dragon City's high walls, which greatly reduced the effectiveness of these attacks, they would have definitely caused a lot of casualties. Some of the agility-based mercenaries who had been specially selected had rushed to the bottom of the city wall and began to climb up the wall like agile monkeys. Although the mercenaries were constantly shot down by bullets, the mercenaries who were climbing the city wall were still as dense as ants. They quickly rushed to the top of the city wall. Tang Zhen, who was standing on the wall, gently sighed in relief after noticing this scene. Although the strength of these long-range attacks varied, if they continued to land on the top of the wall, it would still cause a huge number of casualties. To the Holy Dragon City soldiers, if it was before the protective shield, Tang Zhen might have felt a headache. However, with the Mage Defense Tower, this level of long-range attack could no longer do anything to the Holy Dragon City. The means of these city assaulters were only so-so. Tang Zhen activated the protective shield without any hesitation after thinking of this. Your performance ends here, and it's time to end this battle. Tang Zhen looked down at those city assaulters who had completely crossed the salty river from above as he coldly snorted in a low and deep voice. The enemy's path of retreat had been cut off. If they didn't fight now, when would they? As soon as he finished speaking, the defense tower in the center of the inner city flashed. Then, the entire Sacred Dragon Valley was covered by a protective shield, and light waves kept flowing in the void. From a distance, the Sacred Dragon Valley seemed to be covered by a giant transparent bowl, blocking all the long-range attacks. Balls of dazzling flames exploded in the air. It was the scene of the long-range attacks of the city assaulters colliding with the protective shield. With this protective shield, the Holy Dragon City's soldiers could attack the enemy as much as they wanted, but the enemy's attacks would be blocked by the protective shield. Be it physical attacks or Holy Masters attacks, none of them were able to penetrate the defensive barrier. Before the protective shield crumbled, the Holy Dragon City's soldiers did not need to worry about being injured by the enemy's attacks. After realizing this, the soldiers guarding the city were even more unrestrained, and their attack speed almost doubled. The Dark Barbarian mercenary group was basically useless now. The mercenaries in the building that were following them also began to feel the sense of powerlessness of the Dark Barbarian mercenaries. When the mercenary leaders noticed what was happening on the battlefield, they were even more shocked. They didn't expect the Holy Dragon City to have such a protective shield in addition to the guns and cannons. How were they supposed to attack the city? The hot-tempered mercenaries had already started to jump and curse. First, you bombard them, then you shoot at them. We finally managed to get close to the city wall and we can fight back, but you fucking created a protective shield. You're just a newly upgraded level 5 city tower. You can't cheat like this, okay? While the mercenary group leaders were depressed, they also began to think to themselves. Could it be that the Holy Dragon City's main city was a building that could activate a protective shield? Perhaps this was the reason why the Cornerstone platform released the siege mission. While they were lamenting the Holy Dragon City's luck, a trace of greed rose in the hearts of these mercenary group leaders. If he could get his hands on this foundation stone, he would make a fortune. A building foundation stone that could activate a protective shield and had all its attributes clearly stated could easily be sold for tens of millions of brain beads, and there was a price but no market for it. If one had the strength and ambition, they could even use this foundation to build their own city and become the lord of the city. It was extremely difficult to upgrade a normal building to level 3. However, if the building was built with such a top-grade foundation stone, as long as there were sufficient resources, the defensive barrier could be activated by the building to resist monsters, and it could be upgraded to a level 3 building without any worries. This point alone proved the great value of the foundation stone of a supreme-grade building. However, if he wanted to obtain this top-grade cornerstone of a building, he would have to first destroy the Holy Dragon City's protective barrier. However, when they carefully observed the strength of the Holy Dragon City's protective shield, they became dejected. According to the reaction of the protective shield after being attacked, this damn protective shield was clearly in a state of full energy and would not collapse for a while. Only the heavens knew how many casualties they would have to pay to destroy the protective barrier. The mercenary leaders were all complaining to themselves, and some of them regretted taking on this damn mission, because the casualties and gains were not proportional at all. Moreover, from the current situation, it was not certain who would win. Just as the mercenary leaders were in a dilemma, the situation on the battlefield changed due to the appearance of the protective shield. Unknowingly, some of the mercenaries in Lusheng had already started to retreat. The Holy Dragon City's endless methods had already made them lose their confidence in winning. Saving their lives was the most important thing. If he lost his life, what right did he have to talk about other things? These mercenaries were all cunning and experienced, and they were very clear about the characteristics of the protective shield. Based on the intensity of their current attacks, it was impossible to rely on those random long-range attacks to break the protective shield. The outcome of this siege battle was already unknown ever since the protective shield appeared. Only a fool would do such a thing that would lead to his death in vain. Thinking of this, the mercenaries who were attacking the city slowed down their pace silently, and their momentum also slowed down. It was also at this moment that Holy Dragon City began to counterattack like a tide. Chapter 383, The Defensive Battle of the Level 5 City Tower. 8. The Holy Dragon City's counterattack was so fast that the mercenaries attacking the city had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, the Holy Dragon City revealed their hidden claws and fangs, and began to wantonly reap the lives of these city assaulters. Artillery, anti-aircraft machine guns, rocket launchers, and hundreds of anti-armor sniper rifles. They unleashed their might at the same time, bombarding the bottom of the city wall. The first to suffer a destructive blow were the elf archers who were constantly firing fiery red arrows. These archers were standing close to 2,000 meters away from the Holy Dragon City's walls. They had not been listed as the primary targets of the Holy Dragon City's warriors. However, as the fiery red arrows headed straight for the top of the wall, the hundreds of archers were immediately locked on by the sniper cultivators. Large caliber bullets whizzed through the air and landed on the archers' bodies, creating terrifying holes in their white armor. After being stimulated by the bloody scene of their comrades' deaths, these archers screamed and dodged, but they were hit by bullets again after running a few steps. The sniper cultivators on the city wall were fully focused. They had completely blocked the elven archers' escape route and would not give them any chance to escape. The unique and dull gunshots kept ringing out from the top of the wall, seemingly unable to be covered by the other gunshots. The sniper cultivators of the Holy Dragon City calmly pulled their triggers, continuously reaping the lives of their enemies from above, bringing out the performance of the anti-material sniper rifle to the extreme. Looking at the elf archers who fell to the ground howling in pain, the mercenary leaders' faces turned gloomy. Such a long-range gun was simply impossible to defend against. Before they could recover from their shock, gunshots that were even more intense than a storm suddenly erupted from the mountains around the Holy Dragon Valley. The 10 close-range defense cannons installed on the peak of the mountain began to fire, and a dense torrent of metal filled the entire sky in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered in a thick layer of burning bullet shells. The black-robed cultivators who were waving their huge sickles in the sky began to fall in droves. Their broken bodies fell down like rain, and the wailing only stopped when they hit the ground. The dense attack formation in the sky was thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black-robed cultivators who were lucky enough not to be hit by the bullets were staring at the close-range defense cannon behind the protective shield with horror in their eyes through their hideous masks as if they had seen a ghost. Without any hesitation, they began to run for their lives. Some of the black-robed cultivators felt that the giant sickles were slow and simply threw them away, letting them fall to the ground. The huge sickle was not light. After throwing it away, the black-robed cultivators' escape speed nearly doubled. Even so, many black-robed cultivators were still hit by the bullets and fell from the sky while screaming in pain. The lucky ones were severely injured and passed out, while the unlucky ones were smashed into meat paste and died. The dwarven mercenaries in charge of controlling the cannons to attack the city were also retaliated by the Holy Dragon City's cannons. After a series of deafening explosions, the cannons and dwarven cannoneers were all gone, leaving only deep pits filled with smoke and black broken limbs. After the cannons killed the dwarven artillerymen, they quickly changed their target and continued to bombard them. It was as if the cannonballs had eyes, and they were only aimed at the mercenaries who were operating long-range weapons. The explosions made them cry out in pain. Behind them was the continuous sound of cannons, and in front of them was a death zone sealed by a rain of bullets. These mercenaries who were attacking the city were so scared that they didn't have any courage to attack. The casualties and difficulty of this siege had far exceeded the limits of what these mercenaries could bear. The fact that they had been able to hold on until now was enough to prove their bravery. At this moment, the only thought in their minds was to survive in this purgatory-like battlefield. Almost at the same time, all the attackers turned around and began to flee in all directions. These mercenaries were afraid that they would be blown to pieces by the cannons if they were just a little slower. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they ran quickly over the corpses that could be seen everywhere, completely ignoring the orders given by the leaders. When he encountered anyone blocking his way, he would just slash at them with his saber and then continue running. Whoever dared to stop them from escaping would be their mortal enemy. It's over, Yingluo, it's completely over, Yingluo. Looking at the mercenaries who were fleeing like rats with no fighting spirit on their faces, everyone knew that the siege mission had failed completely. Against such an overpowered Holy Dragon City, the mercenaries in the 10 towers did not have any chance of winning from the very beginning. The leaders could only hope that fewer people would die, so that they could have enough combat power on the journey back to Lushan. However, how many people could escape unscathed in the face of the barrage of artillery and metal? Even though the mercenary leaders had the strength of a lord, they were unable to save the retreating mercenaries. They could only watch as the mercenaries wailed in pain and were lifted into the air by the artillery. It was a pity that Tang Zhen did not know the thoughts of these mercenary leaders. Otherwise, he would definitely sneer and tell them, "You guys are thinking too much. Since you dared to attack Holy Dragon City, Don't even think about retreating in one piece. After failing to attack the city, they still wanted to leave. They really didn't have any respect for the Holy Dragon City. The punishment for these city assaulters had only just begun. Just as the attacking mercenaries retreated like a tide, the gates of Holy Dragon City began to open slowly. Nearly 1,000 half-mechanized beasts swarmed out of the city gate and pounced on the mercenaries. Once they got close to their targets, they began to bite and tear them apart mercilessly. After Tang Zhen activated these combat weapons that came from another dimension, they began to display their extraordinary power in the tower world. The half-mechanized beast that was involved in the battle this time looked like a giant wolf. It was more than 2 meters tall and looked majestic. They were extremely strong and fast, and their sharp teeth could easily tear apart ordinary armor. According to the level of the monsters in the world of Lusheng, their strength was equivalent to that of a level 3 monster, and their combat power was very impressive. The mercenaries who were slower in their escape could not struggle for long before their throats were bitten by the half-mechanical beasts. After confirming that the one being chased had lost their combat power, they would pounce on the next target. Seeing that they could not escape, some of the mercenaries formed small teams and turned around to fight the half-mechanical beasts. Relying on their numbers, the mercenaries quickly gained the upper hand. However, just as they thought they were about to win, the half-mechanical beast that was on the verge of death suddenly self-destructed, and countless super-corrosive liquids splashed out, burning the mercenaries and causing them to scream in pain. The acid that could instantly corrode a deep hole in a stone burned the mercenaries into horrendous shapes, and their bodies were covered in shocking bloody holes. After seeing this, the mercenaries didn't dare to kill them. Even after subduing the half-mechanical beasts, they could only tie them up and continue to run for their lives. However, every time this happened, a corrosive acid would flow out of the mouth of the half-mechanical beast, burning all the ropes and chains. Seeing this, the mercenaries could only curse, "How unlucky," and continue to run for their lives. Chapter 384. The defensive battle of the level 5 city tower. Final. Just as these half-mechanical beasts were showing off their might and killing the mercenaries, the huge gates of Holy Dragon City had already been opened. With the roar of their engines, the wasteland war chariots went at full speed and whizzed into the wilderness. The combination of its ferocious appearance and fierce firepower turned the wasteland tank into a killing machine. It was crude, simple, but extremely efficient. In the wasteland war chariots that were chasing after the fleeing soldiers, there were fully armed and murderous Holy Dragon City soldiers. They quickly locked onto the mercenaries who were running for their lives through the firing ports and machine guns. As the wasteland reclaimers were traveling, the sound of gunfire continued to ring out, reaping the lives of the fleeing mercenaries. The Holy Dragon City's soldiers did not show any mercy to these city assaulters. They just mechanically pulled the trigger and watched their targets fall to the ground as if they were just lifeless pieces of wood. Among the fleeing mercenaries, there were many agile fellows. They nimbly dodged the Holy Dragon City soldiers' shots and counterattacked from time to time. Fortunately, the wasteland war chariots were durable. Otherwise, under the attack of these mercenaries, there was a possibility that they would be scrapped. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent footsteps could be heard, causing the ground to shake. It was a super giant controlled by a cultivator. At this moment, the giant had also joined the group of people running for their lives. When it ran, its momentum was extremely shocking. When it encountered a wasteland war chariot blocking the way, it kicked it. Boom! The heavy wasteland tank was hit by this heavy blow and flew a few meters away. It then slid more than 10 meters away. Bang! The deformed carriage door was kicked open, and a dozen Holy Dragon City soldiers crawled out with their faces covered in dust. Many of them had their heads broken and bleeding. Fuck you, you actually dared to damage my chariot. You're dead." The bone cat, who had been promoted to the captain, spat out a mouthful of blood. He took out an RPG from the back of the car, aimed at the cultivator on the giant's shoulder, and pulled the trigger. The rocket howled as it left a trail of flames behind it, blasting the cultivator into pieces. The giant's shoulder was also blown off, and an arm flew far away. The injured giant howled in pain and rampaged madly in the wilderness. Along the way, people and horses were thrown off their feet, and they did not distinguish between friend and foe. Countless bullets landed on this fellow's body, turning it into a bloody mess. As it ran, its huge body suddenly fell to the ground. The members of the cultivator battle team had already scattered and were constantly galloping through the wilderness. They were either in cars or riding on their mounts, and they specialized in killing the dangerous members of the defeated soldiers. Ordinary Holy Dragon City soldiers had limited strength and were more suited for group battles. In a one-on-one fight, they were no match for some highly skilled mercenaries. The cultivator battle team's hunting targets were these enemies. The entire wilderness was in chaos, and the sky was also bustling with activity. 10 assault helicopters roared and took off from the sacred Dragon Valley. After passing through the protective shield, they flew in all directions around the Holy Dragon City. Armed helicopters fully loaded with ammunition would be responsible for intercepting and killing the fleeing soldiers from the sky. These assault helicopters were one of the resources Tang Zhen had obtained after the deal with the United States. Now, they were being put to use. The assault helicopters piloted by the Holy Dragon City's cultivators had become the mercenaries' nightmare. Other than high-level cultivators, almost no one could escape from the attacks of large-caliber artillery. With its interception, the mercenaries would not be able to escape. Even the black-robed cultivators floating in the air were shot by the snipers on the plane and had to land at a low altitude to escape. Seeing the Holy Dragon City's endless supply of strange weapons, the mercenaries who had fled in all directions were on the verge of collapse. Soon, some of them could not withstand the pressure and dropped their weapons, kneeling and surrendering. Their faces were ashen, and they knelt on the ground numbly, letting the car pass by them. Thousands of Holy Dragon City's 2nd Legion soldiers carried long spears and bayonets, following closely behind to clean up the battlefield. Every time they saw someone kneeling down and surrendering, the soldiers of the 2nd Army would quickly rush up and lock them up with special shackles. The special metal manacles made by the furnace hammer could not be broken by ordinary cultivators, so they were safe enough. The surrendered people were driven to the side and lay face down on the ground. Under the cold muzzle, they did not dare to act rashly. They were very clear that if they did not behave themselves, they would definitely be shot to death by the serious-looking Holy Dragon City soldiers. Seeing that the situation was not good, and that Holy Dragon City had already formed an encirclement, more and more mercenaries began to kneel and surrender. At this point, resisting and escaping would only lead to faster deaths. The corpses in the wilderness were the most powerful proof. If they wanted to live, they had no choice but to surrender. The mercenaries who were still resisting were mostly level 5 cultivators, including some overlord cultivators. Some of them led their subordinates in a group, while some were alone, confronting the cultivators of the Holy Dragon City. Surrounded by guns and swords, the arrogant expressions on the mercenaries' faces had disappeared, leaving only fear and despair. They kept asking themselves in their hearts, could it be that the wilderness in front of Holy Dragon City would be their burial ground? Perhaps the cold gazes of the Holy Dragon City soldiers around him already contained the final answer. In addition to the mercenaries who were still putting up a desperate fight, there were also figures being chased by cars in the wilderness. They were all high-level cultivators from the alien races. A one-star horde leader from another race ran as fast as he could, constantly dodging the bullets and rockets that were coming from behind him. Although his life was not in danger, he was covered in dirt and was in a sorry state. The roar of the car behind them and the ridicule of the cultivators made the Lord Cultivators who were running for their lives feel ashamed and angry. This Lord Cultivator was usually high and mighty, and he could get whatever he wanted. When had he ever encountered such a miserable situation? At this moment, he was being chased by the Holy Dragon City soldiers until he was boiling with anger. He wanted to turn around and fight for his life, but he was also afraid of really losing his life. Although he wasn't afraid of 1 or 2 rounds of rifle bullets, those terrifying machine guns and rockets could definitely kill him. Just as he was in a dilemma and hesitating whether to counterattack, a figure flashed past his eyes. Before the leader could react, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and then he fell to the ground. The black shadow didn't stop at all. It continued to pounce on the next lord of the foreign race, but it left behind a very clear sentence. Lock him down, don't be careless. This voice was Tang Zhen. Seeing that the city lord had easily knocked out a horde leader-level cultivator, the Holy Dragon City cultivator in charge of the chase was first stunned, then a look of joy appeared on his face. Many people say that the city lord is a 3-star lord. It seems that these words are true. The team leader of the cultivators jumped out of the carriage and muttered a few words with a worshipful expression. He then ordered his team members to tie up the feudal lord cultivator and pull him back into the special cage in the Holy Dragon City. Similar scenes kept repeating in the wilderness, and the number of captured mercenaries kept increasing. After the smoke dispersed, only corpses were left in the wilderness, and the smell of blood lingered for a long time. Chapter 385. Trading Captives. Soul contract at the Holy Dragon City's gate. It was unusually noisy. On the wide road, dejected captives kept walking slowly. They were staggering, and the sound of metal shackles hitting each other could be heard from time to time. The sound was extremely harsh and monotonous. It was unknown if it was also foretelling the future life of these captives, that it would also be dim and dull. To become a captive on the battlefield, one had to prepare for the worst. It was normal to do hard work in prison, but the most worrying thing was that he might be stabbed at any time. These mercenaries were secretly regretting their decision. Perhaps they should not have participated in this ridiculous mission from the beginning. At this moment, even the shock and uproar in the cities on the continent after learning that the mission had failed had nothing to do with them. As the losers of the war, they would receive the punishment they deserved and wait for the Holy Dragon City's judgment. Even their family members would only think that they had died on the battlefield. This was the fate of mercenaries. They could be as reckless as a storm, or they could die silently like wild dogs. On both sides of the wide road, there were Holy Dragon City soldiers standing on top of cars. They held cold rifles and looked at the captives expressionlessly. As long as the captives had any strange movements, they would not hesitate to shoot and kill them. The cars whizzed past, and blood dripped from the gaps of the cars. Without looking closely, one could tell that the goods inside were all incomplete corpses. These were all the mother trees, food, even if it did not like them. A group of human captives were brought over. Their clothes and armors were also in tatters. When they looked at the Holy Dragon City soldiers around them, their expressions were very complicated. Although they were all humans, they belonged to different cities. Even if Heaven Battling City was far more powerful than Holy Dragon City, it still couldn't change the fact that the two sides were enemies. Since they were all enemies, the Holy Dragon City would naturally treat them equally. The captives would be temporarily imprisoned in the lowest level of the underground city, waiting for the final outcome. As for how to deal with these captives, Tang Zhen actually had a headache. Out of the 30,000 attackers, less than half of them died under the Holy Dragon City's guns. The rest were either taken captive or captured alive by the Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen did not care about those who were lucky enough to escape. They could only count themselves lucky that they did not die under the Holy Dragon City's guns. The harsh conditions of the wilderness would at least reap the lives of half of the escapees. He didn't care about the escapees, but he had to deal with the captured mercenaries. This was because these guys were dangerous bombs that would explode if they were not careful, endangering the stability of Holy Dragon City. He had to be extra careful when dealing with such unstable factors. Killing all of them would save him a lot of trouble. However, after the interrogation, Tang Zhen was somewhat reluctant. Among these prisoners, there were many talents who were quite useful to Holy Dragon City. For example, among the dwarven mercenaries, there were many good blacksmiths who were suitable for the hearth hammers. With their help, the production speed of weapons and armor would be greatly increased. Another example was the military doctors among these mercenaries. Their skills were many times better than those second-rate military doctors in Holy Dragon City. Some of them could even concoct precious medicine. Compared to them, the Holy Dragon City's military doctors seemed very amateurish. It was no wonder that the Holy Dragon City soldiers secretly called them quacks. Talents were hard to come by, and since he couldn't bear to kill them, he would leave them alive and squeeze out all their remaining value. However, Tang Zhen would face another difficult problem. Who could guarantee that these captives would be willing to work for Holy Dragon City and would not secretly do something? It was the most worrying choice. Tang Zhen was feeling troubled in his heart when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. The thick and heavy door slowly opened. A tall and beautiful woman slowly walked in. It was as though her feet did not touch the ground as she floated to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen faintly smiled as he looked at the other party's beautiful yet cold appearance. I hope that city lord will not take offense for disturbing us at this time. After the female manager of the ghost bank in a white uniform stopped, she smiled sweetly and bowed to Tang Zhen. You're welcome. What's the matter? One wouldn't visit a temple without a reason. If the other party had come at this time, it must be something very important. The city lord's tower has just been upgraded to level 5, and our bank's level has also been upgraded, all thanks to you. In return, we have prepared a gift for you. I believe the city lord will be very interested. Tang Zhen frowned and indicated for the female supervisor to continue. Holy Dragon City has annihilated countless enemies this time and captured many prisoners. The city lord looks worried. You must be troubled about how to deal with these prisoners, right? Tang Zhen nodded. A trace of a smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. It's our principle to care for our customers' needs. Therefore, our Ghost Bank has specially launched a new soul contract product to help you effectively manage these captives and make them serve you with all their heart. If a prisoner who has signed a contract goes against the contract, his soul will be taken back by the Ghost Bank. We will then evaluate the soul and pay you the corresponding number of brain beads. Tang Zhen laughed softly as he stared at the female manager of the Ghost Bank. It's indeed a good thing. Your Ghost Bank's service is really considerate. No matter how I look at it, I won't lose anything. City Lord, you're too kind. I wonder if you're interested in trying it out. No need to beat around the bush. What price do I have to pay to obtain this soul contract? The Ghost Bank would not give away such a soul contract for free. Business was business, and they must have a request. As for what the other party wanted, this was the question that Tang Zhen was most concerned about. The lady supervisor laughed softly and said to Tang Zhen, since that's the case, I'll be direct. I hope that the city lord can spare the dark bone race cultivators and hand them over to the Ghost Bank. In return, we will provide you with a sufficient number of free soul contracts. The dark bone race cultivators that the other party had mentioned were the black-robed cultivators who wielded sickles and could float in the air. Tang Zhen pondered for a moment before saying to the female supervisor, we can hand them over to the Ghost Bank, but can you reveal the specific use of these dark bone race cultivators? Of course you can. Following the lady supervisor's explanation, Tang Zhen also understood the reason why the other party had exchanged the dark bone clan cultivators. As the business of the Ghost Bank continued to expand, more and more foreign merchants began to contact the Ghost Bank and use their souls as collateral for loans. It was inevitable that there would be some lucky ones who did not return the loan when the contract expired, or even disappeared without a trace. These guys didn't care about the contract at all. They always thought that the Ghost Bank could do nothing to them. These self-conceited guys didn't know that the real purpose of the Ghost Bank's loans was to lure people like them out. Only if they went against the contract would the Spirit Bank be able to legally obtain spiritual power from them. Unfortunately, the Ghost Bank still lacked a group of employees who specialized in collecting debts, so they had not taken any action. The female manager of the Ghost Bank had taken a fancy to the dark bone race cultivators who had participated in the siege this time, so she had personally visited Tang Zhen to discuss the exchange. Tang Zhen was naturally very supportive of this kind of mutually beneficial thing. The only thing that made Tang Zhen feel regretful was that this soul contract only had a duration of 10 years. If he wanted a soul contract with a longer duration, he would have to wait for Holy Dragon City to level up again. To be on the safe side, Tang Zhen requested that the Ghost Bank not sell this kind of soul contract at will. The female manager also nodded in agreement. After the two sides finished their discussion, Tang Zhen gave the order to send the Dark Bone clan cultivators into the Ghost Bank. Tang Zhen didn't know what they would encounter in the pitch-black Ghost Bank, but he was certain of one thing. The duration of the soul contract with these Dark Bone clan cultivators was definitely much longer than that of ordinary captives. The Ghost Bank would definitely not do a business that would make a loss. In the days to come, there would often be Dark Bone race cultivators in black robes and carrying huge sickles going in and out of the Ghost Bank on the first floor of the main tower. Whether they were willing or not, these Dark Bone race cultivators had lost their freedom from the day they had signed the contract. They were running around everywhere. Whether it was the desolate wilderness or the bustling city, it was possible to see their figures. In their hands, they often held a crystal ball with a flickering gray object floating inside. These gray objects were the soul power extracted from the Defiers. They were all taken back by these death-like guys and returned to the Ghost Bank. As for the purpose of this soul power, only a ghost would know. Chapter 386 City Planning, Passageway Exploration. With the end of the siege, the Holy Dragon City's business district returned to its usual hustle and bustle. It was only at this moment that the foreign merchants realized that the ones who came to attack the city were not monsters from the wilderness, but mercenaries from various large cities. The foreign merchants had traveled far and wide, so they naturally knew what this kind of battle meant. To be able to remain unscathed under the siege of 30,000 mercenaries and even capture thousands of enemies, this was enough to prove the strength of Holy Dragon City. Moreover, after the Holy Dragon City was upgraded to a level 5 building, the increase in the residents' attributes was becoming more and more obvious. He believed that it would not take long for the Holy Dragon City's cultivators to start upgrading one after another. There would be more and more residents with cultivation talents. The foreign merchants, who had some hidden thoughts about the Holy Dragon City, now became well-behaved. They simply could not afford to provoke the Holy Dragon City, which had such powerful strength. After experiencing a huge battle, there were too many things that needed to be dealt with in Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen and the rest had to work for 3 full days before they could finish all kinds of trivial matters. The next thing to do was to plan the leveled-up buildings. After the towers were upgraded to level 5, the living space had expanded again. Any random tower could accommodate all the residents of the Holy Dragon City. In order to facilitate the management, Tang Zhen moved all the residents to the first auxiliary city, which was the white flower-like building. If there were no accidents, this would be the last time the residents would move. When the Holy Dragon City was promoted to rank 6, the living space would expand by several times. Even if the number of residents doubled, it could easily accommodate them. The Holy Dragon City currently had 5 level 5 turreted cities. Other than Auxiliary City number 1, which was used to accommodate the residents, there were 4 other turreted cities that were empty. The Mother Tree Lusheng, which was ranked first, was extremely special. The delicate tree houses hidden among the branches and leaves were all owned by cultivators of the mother tree. Apart from Li Sha and the other residents of the city tower were not qualified to live there unless they had the talent for cultivation. In the future, only Holy Dragon City's cultivators would be allowed to enter the interior of the newly built Mage Defense Tower, and it would become a special training ground for cultivators. As for the Holy Dragon City's main city, it would become an office and research site. It would be the true core building of the Holy Dragon City. The last remaining underground city would be used to set up 5 passages to other planes. When the time was right, it would be open to the outside world for a fee. Blood Sand City's interdimensional passage charged 10,000 brain beads for a single entry, making a lot of money. Tang Zhen would naturally not let go of this kind of business that would definitely earn him a profit. After the Holy Dragon City's promotion, they had obtained 5 interdimensional passages. If they managed them carefully, their income would definitely not be much worse than the commercial district, or even much more. After dealing with the trivial matters, Tang Zhen went to the underground city alone and began to choose the location to place the interdimensional passage. After upgrading to a level 5 city tower, the area of the underground city had become extremely vast, far larger than the former Golden Flash Tribe sanctuary. Even if Tang Zhen placed 5 interdimensional passages on the same floor, there would still be more than enough space. Tang Zhen decided to place an alternate planes passage on the 3rd floor after he carefully inspected it. After choosing a suitable position, Tang Zhen slowly closed his eyes. 5 light spots that were continuously collapsing appeared in Tang Zhen's consciousness. Under his control, they appeared in the vast underground space. These specks of light were the unopened interdimensional passages. Tang Zhen used his mind to control the 5 light spots and arrange them in an even and neat manner. Then, he activated them all. These 5 light spots were like air being pumped into them, and they began to expand rapidly. Soon, they were fully formed. The edges of the interdimensional passage were constantly flashing with lightning, like 5 huge burning rings of fire. The middle was a pitch-black passage. At first glance, it was as if the tunnel had an infinite suction force that could devour everything. Following the rapid opening of the interdimensional passage, a burst of intense spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared, and the air also began to surge like ocean waves. These interplane passages were temporarily arranged in order from 1 to 5. It would not be too late to rename them after Tang Zhen was clear about the other planes they were connected to. Tang Zhen was silent for a moment as he quietly looked at the 5 interdimensional passages. Then, he slowly stepped into the first passage. After the tearing feeling during the teleportation disappeared, Tang Zhen's figure appeared on a pile of ruins. Tang Zhen casually sized up his surroundings. He discovered that although this world was in ruins, it was still full of greenery. Many of the ruins were covered by vines and other plants. After changing to the map perspective, Tang Zhen quickly found countless green monsters in the ruins. They had all kinds of strange appearances. The monster that was closest to Tang Zhen was 15 meters tall. It looked like a beautiful flower with huge leaves. It stood motionlessly beside the ruins, its huge flower shaking slightly, looking very beautiful. Unfortunately, this was only the monster's disguise. Once prey approached it, the beautiful flower would reveal its ferocious posture and swallow the prey. Since he was here, he had to test the strength of this monster. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen took a few steps and rushed to the front of the monster. He took out his rifle and started to shoot. The crisp sound of a gunshot broke the silence of the world. The huge flower monster was hit by the bullets, and its juice splattered everywhere. It began to wriggle. After testing the rifle's attack effect, Tang Zhen put the gun into his storage space. The huge flower turned towards Tang Zhen's direction and tried its best to probe forward. Suddenly, it spat out a sticky liquid. The sticky liquid seemed to be highly toxic. When it touched the green grass, a foul-smelling black smoke immediately rose. How could the attack of a level 5 monster hurt Tang Zhen? Tang Zhen easily dodged the liquid's attack. He then grabbed the stone on the ground and it fell into his hand. After shaking it twice, Tang Zhen casually threw the stone towards the flower monster that was constantly twisting. The originally ordinary-looking rock was like a cannonball that was shot out of the barrel, piercing through the flower monster with a sharp whistling sound. Bang! The stone's massive kinetic energy exploded within the flower monster's body, breaking its huge corolla and causing it to fall to the ground. Green liquid gushed out from the broken part. The stem, flower, and leaves twisted a few times before falling to the ground. Tang Zhen had already clearly understood the strength of this flower monster after exchanging 2 blows. Tang Zhen took out the flower monster's brain and glanced at the map. He then quickly ran to the location of the next monster. 5 minutes later, Tang Zhen killed a giant python-like vine monster and ran to the next location. Tang Zhen frowned slightly as he looked at the ruins of the buildings that were destroyed by the enormous force. Looking at the degree of destruction of these buildings, they had at least experienced hundreds of years of wind and rain. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be so dilapidated. There had always been a question in his heart, and that was where these alien planes were and where the monsters here came from. Through the ruins of those dilapidated buildings, Tang Zhen could conclude that the civilization here had been completely destroyed. Then, who was the initiator? There was not a single native in these worlds that were connected through the interdimensional channel. It looked as if they had been cleaned up and left for the level 5 towers to hunt for their brains. Tang Zhen's mind was filled with questions as he continued to walk through the ruins. He would also choose to kill the monsters he encountered along the way. After running for a distance of 700 to 800 kilometers and killing countless monsters, Tang Zhen finally stopped. Just like the alternate plane that Bloodsand City had, there were no monsters above level 7 in this alternate world. Apart from them, Tang Zhen didn't encounter any other cultivators from other towers, which made him feel regretful. The information on this world had been collected, so there was no need to stay. After taking out the military helicopter from the storage space, Tang Zhen flew toward the location of the plane channel. 2 hours later, the plane arrived at the location of the passageway. After keeping the assault helicopter, Tang Zhen returned to Holy Dragon City. According to the characteristics of this world's scenery, Tang Zhen named the alternate dimension after passage number 1 as the Green Ruins World, and set the danger level to normal. After taking a short break, Tang Zhen entered the number 2 alternate planes passageway. Chapter 387, World Number 2, Deja Vu 1. After he walked out of the interdimensional passage, Tang Zhen began to observe the surrounding environment. This was an extremely desolate land. Strangely shaped mountains soared into the sky, and not a single blade of grass grew on them. The dark clouds in the sky were extremely low, as if they would fall at any moment. On the vast, desolate land, countless hideous monsters wandered around, and their shrill roars lingered in the ears. Compared to the Green Ruins world, the air here seemed to contain a violent aura that made people feel irritated. Near the tunnel where Tang Zhen was, there were 2 3-meter-tall wolf-like monsters wandering around. They seemed to be looking for food. They stood and walked like humans, their bodies covered in dirty black hair, and their chests and abdomens were exposed with exaggerated muscles, like gorillas. After discovering Tang Zhen's figure, the 2 giant wolf monsters rushed over without the slightest hesitation. Their blood-red eyes were filled with ferocity and greed. Judging from the aura of the 2 giant wolves, they should be level 5 monsters. Tang Zhen calmly received the attack. His body leapt up the instant he was about to come into contact with the monster. Bang! The giant wolf that was charging at the front was sent flying by Tang Zhen's punch. After flipping a few times in the air, it heavily fell into the dust. The huge wolf's chest caved in after it landed. Its body did not move. Clearly, it had already been killed by Tang Zhen. Another huge wolf's sharp claws slashed over, but it was easily dodged by Tang Zhen. Without waiting for the giant wolf to turn around, Tang Zhen had already pulled out an automatic rifle and started shooting at the giant wolf's back. This was Tang Zhen testing the killing effect of firearms on monsters, making it easier for the Holy Dragon City's cultivators to hunt in the future. The giant wolf was groaning in pain from the assault. Its black fur was soaked in blood, but its movement was not affected. This proved that the lethality of the automatic rifle was not ideal in the face of the giant wolf. However, Tang Zhen's superficial shooting had completely infuriated the huge wolf. It let out an angry howl and pounced at Tang Zhen again. Unfortunately, in Tang Zhen's eyes, the giant wolf's movements were pitifully slow. After easily dodging the giant wolf's pounce, Tang Zhen took out an anti-material sniper rifle and pulled the trigger at the back of the giant wolf. Bang! The killing effect of this shot was far greater than that of an ordinary rifle bullet. After the bullet was fired, an obvious bloody hole immediately appeared on the back of the giant wolf. Then, the bullet pierced through the chest of the giant wolf. After suffering such a heavy blow, the giant wolf's miserable howls became more intense and its movements became more and more unsteady. Tang Zhen held a sniper rifle in his hand as he stared unblinkingly at the bullet hole in the huge wolf's chest. A trace of solemnness appeared on his face. The anti-armor sniper rifle was extremely lethal. If it were to hit an ordinary person, half of the target's chest would definitely be blown away. However, when the bullet hit the giant wolf monster's body, it left an obvious penetrating wound. Where the bullet flew out, it only left a fist-sized wound. It was obvious that the wolf's body was very strong, causing the bullet's effect to be greatly reduced. After putting away the sniper rifle, Tang Zhen took out a saber and slashed at the giant wolf. A few minutes later, the ravaged giant wolf fell to the ground, its body covered in shocking wounds. He bent down and took out the monster's brain. Then, Tang Zhen pounced toward a ruin at the edge of the map. The monsters that tried to attack Tang Zhen along the way were all sent flying by his blade. Even the Lord-tier monsters were the same. It did not take long for Tang Zhen to approach the edge of the ruins. The area of the ruins was extremely large. Tang Zhen's map view could cover a radius of 100 miles, but he still couldn't see the edge of the ruins. Before the civilization of this world was destroyed, there must have been a giant city here. He looked up and saw a giant monster with 3 pairs of wings, a snake's body, and a bird's head circling in the sky above the ruins. Tang Zhen only needed a single glance to confirm that this was a level 7 monster. This kind of flying monster was extremely difficult to deal with. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Tang Zhen would not easily provoke it. Tang Zhen carefully sized up this monster. After he discovered that it was not paying attention to him, he walked into the ruins. On both sides of the dilapidated street, there were scattered debris and bones everywhere, looking extremely dilapidated. The once bustling scene had long disappeared, and the elegant style of the past could no longer be seen. Just as Tang Zhen was sizing up his surroundings, a strong wind suddenly attacked, heading straight for the vital part of his throat. He extended his palm and gently stretched it out. The monster's body that was attacking Tang Zhen came to a stop as it was already firmly controlled by him. It was a strange insect that looked like a skeleton and was about half a meter long. It had been hiding among the skeletons and had made it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake with its excellent disguise. This monster had an extremely sharp head that could easily pierce through the body of its prey. In addition, it was good at camouflaging itself, making it impossible to guard against. He casually crushed the level 5 monster to death and continued to move toward the center of the ruins. He did not know why, but these ruins gave Tang Zhen an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he had seen them somewhere before. However, Tang Zhen was certain that this was the first time he had come to this world. He did not know where that sense of familiarity came from. When they passed by a pile of ruins, Tang Zhen accidentally discovered a few skeletons scattered in the corner of the wall. These bones were very similar to human bones, but they had long been weathered and decayed. Tang Zhen's eyes only paused on the skeleton for a few seconds. After which, he turned to the broken weapons on the ground. It was a broadsword with a wide blade. After an intense battle, it was full of cracks, and the hilt was rotten without a trace. Perhaps it was because it was forged with a special metal, but the decay of the sword was not serious. After brushing off the dust on the surface, Tang Zhen could even see the patterns on the sword. That familiar feeling once again surfaced. yet he was unable to grasp any clues, causing Tang Zhen to go crazy. Frowning, he looked at the center of the ruins. Perhaps that place could answer his questions. Tang Zhen no longer hesitated after thinking of this. He took a step forward and ran towards the middle of the ruins. After advancing to 3-star Lord, Tang Zhen's full speed had already become extremely terrifying. It was believed that Tang Zhen would be able to reach the center of the ruins in a short time. He ran and stopped along the way. When he encountered a monster that he was interested in, he had to make a move and observe it. Therefore, Tang Zhen's speed was not fast. 2 hours had passed by the time Tang Zhen arrived at the central area of the ruins. During this time, he had killed another dozen or so monsters, 5 of which had reached the Lord rank. Compared to the Green Ruins world, the density of Lord-tier monsters in this world was double. It seemed that the strength of the monsters in the worlds connected to the interdimensional passages was not equal, and sometimes it also depended on luck. If they were lucky, they would be assigned to an alien plane with weaker monsters, and it would be much easier to fight monsters. If they were unlucky, they would be assigned to an alternate dimension filled with ferocious monsters, which would definitely increase the danger of fighting monsters. Compared to the outer regions of the ruins, the center of the ruins was even more dilapidated. Tang Zhen stood against the wind on the broken wall of a tall building and continued to observe his surroundings. A pile of black-colored building remains suddenly jumped into Tang Zhen's eyes. That inexplicable sense of familiarity once again assaulted his heart. Suppressing the doubt in his heart, Tang Zhen leapt a few times and landed on the pile of black building remains. Tang Zhen randomly picked up a fragment of the remains and carefully examined it. After taking a few glances, Tang Zhen came to a sudden understanding. A bright light flickered in his eyes. So it's this place, I was wondering why it was so familiar. Chapter 388, The World of Wizards, Underground Secret Room. The reason why Tang Zhen felt a sense of familiarity toward these ruins was because of a memory in his mind that did not belong to him. When he was building the mage's defensive tower, Tang Zhen received the memory from the city, which contained all the experiences before the destruction of the city. The world in his memory was extremely similar to the place Tang Zhen was in. It was impossible to determine that this was the world in his memory just based on the similarity. However, when Tang Zhen saw the black ruins of the building under his feet, there were no more doubts in his heart. Without a doubt, this was the wizard world in the memory of the wizard defense tower. He didn't expect that he would come to this place by chance. Tang Zhen still had a fresh memory of the evil spirits and creatures that destroyed this world. That earth-shattering destruction scene simply caused one's mind to collapse. Under such a terrifying attack, it was no wonder that the giant city would be destroyed. Tang Zhen squatted on the ground and sized up the black stone in his hand. His mind was once again filled with questions. It was now certain that this world had been conquered by those terrifying evil spirits and creatures, and all the living beings in this world had been destroyed. But after destroying this world, where did the invading evil spirits and creatures go? After the Holy Dragon City had advanced to rank 5, why did the interdimensional passage they obtained connect to this world? The whole thing seemed to have been arranged in advance. According to the images in his memory, the comprehensive strength of this world was definitely far greater than that of a few level 5 towers. If this world had not been destroyed, even 10 level 5 towers would not have been a match for the natives of this world. The mysterious force also knew this, so it made the appropriate arrangements. At first, those terrifying evil spirits and creatures invaded this world and destroyed all the living beings in this world. For some unknown reason, the monster appeared in this world and became the master of this place. Although these monsters were very terrifying, for the cultivators in the level 5 city tower, as long as they were careful, they would not be in too much danger. When a certain building was promoted to grade 5, there would be a passage connecting to this world, providing an ideal hunting ground for the cultivators in the building to obtain brain pearls. 100 years later, the passage closed, and Lu Cheng began to advance to level 6. Analyzing the entire process, it was like using all sorts of methods to nurture the weak, and then through elimination, picking out the strongest. However, these were only Tang Zhen's guesses. He didn't know the real answer. Tang Zhen was actually very interested in this mage world. Although this place had been completely destroyed and had even been deliberately cleaned, Tang Zhen still held a trace of hope and tried to find a place similar to the Doomsday Seed Bank. He was very interested in this world's cultivation system. If he could find a cultivation method, he could combine it with the Holy Dragon City's mage defense tower and cultivate mages similar to holy masters. Tang Zhen had always been lacking in such high-end combat talents. He naturally wouldn't miss out on them. Tang Zhen was no longer in a hurry to leave when he thought of this. Instead, he began to search carefully. This used to be the location of the mage's defense tower, so perhaps he could find what he wanted in the vicinity. According to the received memory, the area within a few dozen kilometers of this mage defense tower was the exclusive area of those mages. They worked and lived here. Therefore, Tang Zhen's search work only needed to focus on this area. After completely releasing his mental energy, Tang Zhen began to carefully sense the surrounding environment, hoping to discover any abnormalities. While Tang Zhen was investigating, some of the monsters that were moving around immediately sensed the abnormality and revealed a frightened expression. This was a kind of intimidation due to the difference in levels, making it impossible for low-level monsters to have the heart to resist. They fled the area in a hurry, afraid that they would encounter the terrifying monster. In this way, it allowed Tang Zhen to save quite a bit of effort. Tang Zhen suddenly made a discovery as he walked. In a building that had not collapsed too badly, a trace of special fluctuation was faintly transmitted over, causing Tang Zhen's eyes to light up. Tang Zhen slowly walked to the building ruins and kicked the broken wooden door. This seemed to be a private residence. It used to be luxuriously decorated, but now it was beyond recognition. After kicking away all the obstacles that were blocking his way, Tang Zhen took 7 turns and 8 turns before finally arriving at a narrow small house. The special fluctuation that Tang Zhen had felt earlier came from the underground of this small house. After cleaning up the debris and gravel on the ground, a ground paved with polished rocks was revealed. He reached out and knocked a few times. An echo was heard, allowing Tang Zhen to confirm that there was an underground space. In order to prevent the items in the underground space from being destroyed, Tang Zhen did not punch to collapse the ground. Instead, he used the purple electric short sword to cut. As if a knife was cutting through tofu, a 2-square-meter piece of the ground was cut off by the purple lightning short sword. Then, it was lifted up by Tang Zhen and thrown to the side. A pitch-black cave entrance was revealed, and at the same time, a faint rancid smell drifted out. Tang Zhen squatted at the entrance of the cave and swept his eyes over it before he leapt down. Bang! As his feet touched the ground, a wave of dust rose, proving that no one had been here for a long time. With his current cultivation, Tang Zhen no longer needed to use any support equipment to be able to clearly see the scenery in the darkness. It was a basement with an area of about 50 square meters, with many things of unknown use. It looked like a laboratory. As the location was very well hidden, it was not affected by the outside world, and many items were well preserved. On a wooden table in the corner, there was a large pile of books, covered in a thick layer of dust. A dried corpse in a black robe was lying on the table, holding a test tube container in his hand. Judging from his posture, he probably committed suicide after taking some kind of poison. The clothes on the corpse were very similar to the sorcerer in Tang Zhen's memory. Clearly, this fellow was also a sorcerer when he was alive. A secret underground room that belonged to a mage. It was likely that there would be many things that would interest Tang Zhen. He picked up the open diary on the table, and a few lines of strange text came into view. Today will be the last day of my life. Perhaps I am the only survivor in this world. The food in the basement had been used up long ago, and the anti-hunger potion I took a month ago was starting to lose its effect. The tide-like hunger was almost driving me crazy. Now that things have come to this, I no longer pray to God, because it is meaningless. Respected teacher, my beloved junior, please do not blame me for my cowardice. The reason why I did not participate in the final battle was because I had my own difficulties. Before the abyssal demons attacked the city, I accidentally discovered a strange energy that had never existed before. It seemed to have come with the abyssal demons. The energy conversion device that I've been researching on started working miraculously after the abyssal demons appeared, which made me exceptionally happy. As long as I have enough time, I will be able to perfect this device and then mass-produce battle puppets with this device as the core power. If everything developed according to my plan, then the abyssal demons would no longer be a problem. The overwhelming number of war puppets would be enough to kill them all. Thus, I began a crazy experiment. God bless me, my experiment succeeded. However, when I came out of my experimental state, I was shocked to find that the entire world had become a wreckage. The abyssal demons had disappeared, and countless terrifying monsters began to wander the ruins and wilderness. My home has been destroyed, and all the living beings have disappeared. My experiments have lost all meaning. Since that's the case, what's the point of me living? Let the results of this experiment and my body be buried here forever. The death potion has a hallucinating effect, allowing me to die peacefully in the illusion of happiness. Wait for me, my dear junior sister, the love of my life. The road to heaven is long, you and I will be each other's company. Yingluo. Chapter 389. Retreating from the ruins, the bearded snake cultivator. After casually putting the diary into his storage space, Tang Zhen began to check the other items in the basement. The energy conversion device made by the mage was placed in the middle of the table, with a stack of withered yellow blueprints beside it. He grabbed it in his hand and shook it. It was not as heavy as Tang Zhen had imagined. The energy conversion device was about the size of a human head. From the outside, it looked like a strange metal lump. Now wasn't the time to study this kind of thing, so Tang Zhen put it away with the blueprint. Tang Zhen's heart was filled with joy after he flipped through the contents of the other books. There was indeed the target he was looking for in there. A book about 2 fingers thick recorded the unique cultivation method of the mage world. After Tang Zhen simply flipped through the book, he discovered that the contents recorded in the book were actually some extremely basic introductory knowledge. However, this was also good. With the basic knowledge, he could slowly explore the later stages. In the days to come, he could slowly explore this world and might be able to find the cultivation method for the latter part. He put away all the items in the basement, and it was clean in a few minutes. Tang Zhen made a simple stone coffin and buried the remains of the wizard. Tang Zhen naturally had to properly repay the benefits he obtained from this place. This basement would be the mage's tomb. After he was done with all this, Tang Zhen jumped out of the basement and casually sealed the entrance on the ground. Now that he had grasped the basic information of the mage world, he decided to return to the passage immediately. He quickly moved along the way he came and didn't stop even when he encountered monsters. Therefore, it didn't take long for Tang Zhen to arrive at the edge of the ruins. At this moment, a group of strangely dressed creatures appeared in Tang Zhen's field of vision. This group of creatures looked like a python that was standing and walking, but there were 4 tentacles as thick as arms under their heads, as if they had 4 arms. On their waists and bodies near the ground, there were also a field of 1-meter-long tentacles that were constantly wriggling and waving. These creatures were covered with a layer of thick scales, like natural armor, which could provide effective protection for these snake-like creatures. From the cultivation-based fluctuations emitted from their bodies, he could confirm that these snake-shaped creatures were all cultivators. Without a doubt, the snake-shaped cultivators in front of him must have come from the other 4 towers that shared this world with the Holy Dragon City. After discovering Tang Zhen's figure, the snake-shaped cultivators immediately slithered over and surrounded him. From the beginning to the end, Tang Zhen did not move at all. He did not release his true cultivation aura either. He just looked at the snake-shaped cultivators coldly with a faint sneer in his eyes. CCC. A snake-shaped cultivator with a silver scale between his brows stared at Tang Zhen. His pair of cold vertical pupils were filled with cruelty and coldness. Judging from the aura of this snake-shaped cultivator, he was a 1-star horde leader, the one with the highest cultivation base among these snake-shaped cultivators. Human, how did you get here? The snake-shaped cultivator asked Tang Zhen in an emotionless tone. What surprised Tang Zhen was that this snake-shaped cultivator was actually using the human language. This was a very strange thing. I'm Yingying, of course, I came here through a tunnel between different planes. Tang Zhen looked at the snake-shaped cultivator and indifferently replied, It seems that you are a cultivator from the 5th tower. I didn't expect you to be a human. The snake-shaped cultivator muttered. After sizing up Tang Zhen, he revealed a pensive expression. Human, these ruins belong to the snake tribe. You have invaded our territory. Please leave immediately. As this lord of the snake tribe spoke, a bright red forked tongue continuously flickered out of his mouth. It seemed like he was gathering information about Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen coldly laughed when he heard this. He looked at the lord of the snake tribe and said, What big words. The alien plane was originally shared by 5 towers. When did it become your private territory? Tang Zhen's eyes were filled with disdain as he glanced at the snake tribe cultivators who were waving their tentacles and holding strange-shaped sabers. Moreover, according to the distance, this place should belong to our Lusheng. So, you should be the ones who should get out. Tang Zhen extended his finger and pointed at the snake tribe cultivators. Am I right, little mud loach? Hearing this, the lord of the snake tribe's 4 tentacles suddenly trembled a few times, and then 2 sharp teeth suddenly popped out from the corner of his mouth. Human, have you not considered the consequences when you said those words? Consequences? What consequences? Tang Zhen pretended to be curious when he heard this. I have tens of human slaves like you. If they dare to talk to me like that, they will immediately turn into pieces and become food for my pets. After sizing up Tang Zhen, the lord of the bearded snake tribe sneered, looking at you, perhaps you can't wait to be my pet's food. He was unable to see through Tang Zhen's true cultivation base, which was the reason why the lord of the snake tribe had not taken action. The lord of the snake tribe was cautious by nature, but it didn't mean that he didn't have a temper. Tang Zhen's few words had already aroused his killing intent. However, he did not know that Tang Zhen's killing intent was even greater than his. Tang Zhen shook his head as he looked at the leader of the snake tribe, whose eyes were filled with killing intent. Do you know, after hearing what you said, I suddenly had an idea, Yingluo. Feeling a faint killing intent, the body of the lord of the snake tribe suddenly stiffened, and his eyes revealed a trace of shock. A palpitating feeling rose in his heart. This human cultivator was exuding a terrifying aura that seemed to far exceed his own cultivation. What do you think? The lord of the snake tribe stammered as he asked with a guarded expression. While he was asking, the tentacles that had been dancing on the surface of his body suddenly fell to the ground and started to wriggle. These things that looked like tentacles were actually ferocious vipers. When the other snake tribe cultivators saw this, they also released the venomous snakes that were hanging on their bodies. They formed a circle and slowly approached Tang Zhen. However, Tang Zhen didn't even look at the densely packed venomous snakes. Instead, he was staring intently at the lord of the bearded snake tribe. I'm thinking that your pet will definitely love your meat. Hearing this, the lord of the snake tribe's pupils contracted. Kill him. Following the lord of the snake tribe's furious roar, the venomous snakes on the ground all shot towards Tang Zhen with lightning speed. The snake tribe cultivators who followed closely behind brandished their battle sabers and slashed toward Tang Zhen's position. A bunch of bastards, go to hell. A loud shout came from the group of snakes. Tang Zhen dodged the attack of the poisonous snakes and quickly rushed to the side of the snake tribe cultivators. PFF'd, PFF'd, PFF'd. A series of muffled sounds rang out one after another. Each muffled sound represented that a cultivator from the snake tribe had been smashed into meat paste by Tang Zhen. The explosive energy used by Tang Zhen could easily penetrate the body of the snake tribe cultivators. The power of the explosion was not inferior to that of a high-explosive bomb. Tang Zhen was already very familiar with similar methods of using energy. By the time the explosion ended, the ground was already covered with pieces of stinky flesh, which were being devoured by the venomous snakes. Turning his head to look at the lord of the snake tribe who was dumbstruck, Tang Zhen coldly laughed. Next, it's your turn. Chapter 390. Pursuing the enemy underground. Energy crystal. The scene of Tang Zhen killing a group of snake tribe cultivators in an instant had already frightened the lord of the snake tribe, who had been waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, to the point that he was dumbfounded. It was only now that he realized that the human in front of him was actually a 3-star horde leader with a terrifying cultivation base. These damned human cultivators were always so cunning. The lord of the snake tribe, who was only a rank 6 cultivator, did not have any chance of winning against Tang Zhen, who was 2 ranks higher than him. If he continued to hesitate, he would really not be far from death. After realizing this, the lord of the snake tribe let out a loud roar, and the venomous snakes that were circling him immediately exploded into a mist of blood. Immediately after, the lord of the serpent tribe opened his mouth and inhaled. The floating blood mist immediately entered his mouth. CCC. The moment the blood mist entered his mouth, the lord of the snake tribe's eyes immediately turned blood red, flashing with an extremely brutal light. Tang Zhen's eyes were fixed on this scene. He was extremely curious about what kind of tricks this lord of the snake tribe would play. Since he could take his life easily, there was no need to rush. Looking at the snake lord's actions and expression, could it be that he wanted to fight to the death with him? Just as Tang Zhen was waiting for the lord of the snake tribe to launch his attack, he saw the lord of the snake tribe suddenly spring up and flip to the back. Fuck, this grandson is going to be a coward. By the time Tang Zhen realized this, the lord of the snake tribe had already sanguine light above his head as he plunged into the soil. You want to run away in front of me? Dream on, Tang Zhen coldly shouted. He took a step forward and rushed over. At the same time, he extended his hand and grabbed at the air. The small section of the snake's tail that was left on the surface of the ground seemed to be stuck by glue, and it could no longer move. The lord of the snake tribe, who was underground, turned pale with fright. He was very clear about the consequences of being caught by Tang Zhen. He was destined to die. After thinking up to this point, the lord of the snake tribe gritted his teeth and his body, which was buried in the ground, started to spin violently. Ka-ba! The snake's tail that was grabbed by Tang Zhen immediately let out a crisp sound. Immediately after, it was completely separated from the body of the lord of the snake tribe. Stinky blood splattered everywhere, and the lord of the snake tribe endured the pain of losing his tail as he burrowed into the soil. In order to seek a chance of survival, this lord of the snake tribe was also willing to risk his life. He casually threw away a section of the snake's tail and followed him into the big hole in the ground. He chased after the lord of the snake tribe. It was unknown what method the lord of the snake tribe had used, but the soil became extremely soft when he was moving underground. His movements were almost unaffected. Wherever he went, he could effortlessly open up a 1-meter passage. This kind of cave was extremely suitable for the snake tribe cultivators to walk in. Therefore, the snake tribe's feudal lord's speed of escape was extremely astonishing. As he walked, he destroyed the walls of the cave in an attempt to stop Tang Zhen. After trying a few times to no avail, the snake tribe cultivator gave up on this method and focused on escaping. Unlike the snake-like body of the snake tribe, Tang Zhen was having a hard time running in this cave. Even though Tang Zhen was a 3-star feudal lord, he was still unable to catch up with the lord of the snake tribe in front. Tang Zhen's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the lord of the snake tribe. This guy from the snake tribe was extremely unfriendly to humans. If he was not killed, he would definitely become a fatal threat to the Holy Dragon City's cultivators in the future. It was precisely because of this point that Tang Zhen persevered in chasing him until he killed him. However, when the snake tribe was underground, their spiritual activity was far beyond his imagination, so it would not be easy to capture them. Did he have any methods that could directly kill him? Tang Zhen frowned and pondered as he continued to give chase. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. He extended his hand and pointed at the lord of the snake tribe. A terrifying ray of light cut through the void and landed on the lord of the snake tribe. This terrifying ray of light was the miniature deathlight weapon that Tang Zhen had not used for a long time. Ah! The lord of the snake tribe, who was running for his life, let out a blood-curdling screech. His body was instantly burned to a crisp, and he couldn't be more dead. Boom! It was unknown what the ray of light hit, but a loud noise came from the end of the passage, and then the soil collapsed. Tang Zhen was caught off guard. He could only follow the collapsed soil and fall into a certain dark and quiet underground space. Bah! Tang Zhen removed the protective barrier on his body and spat out the soil in his mouth. He then started to size up this underground space. The sound of flowing water was transmitted from not far away, allowing Tang Zhen to confirm that there was an underground river here. Moreover, the current was extremely rapid. Perhaps it was because of the existence of this underground river that this underground space was created. In this pitch-black environment, colorful light spots continuously appeared in Tang Zhen's eyes, appearing extremely beautiful. Tang Zhen walked to a spot of light and extended his hand to dig it out. When he held it in his hand, he realized that the glowing object was only the size of a quail egg. It was a kind of translucent crystal. The crystal seemed to contain an extremely stable energy, which was very similar to a brain pearl. Perhaps the death ray just now had hit this crystal, which triggered a violent explosion and brought Tang Zhen here. No matter what, this thing was definitely not an ordinary item, and he definitely could not miss it. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen immediately took action and kept all the glowing crystals into his pouch. After collecting the crystals in the nearby area, Tang Zhen followed the flow of the river and continued to explore. The crystals were distributed unevenly. Some places were filled with them, while others only had a few. After walking along the underground river for nearly 10 kilometers, Tang Zhen's storage space was already filled with countless crystals. Looking at the turning point of the underground river in front of him, Tang Zhen stopped and began to turn back. He had collected enough crystals this time, and if they were really useful, he could slowly collect them in the days to come. Tang Zhen arrived at the entrance of the cave where he had fallen. He leapt and grabbed the stone wall at the edge. His arms once again exerted force as Tang Zhen entered the hole at the top and climbed to a relatively flat section in one breath. Tang Zhen finally returned to the ground after bending down and running in the narrow passage for more than 10 minutes. Tang Zhen felt extremely uncomfortable as he walked in that narrow space. At this moment, his mood was surprisingly comfortable as he stood on the ground. Tang Zhen inhaled a deep breath of air. After memorizing this location, he covered the entrance of the cave. He turned around and saw that the venomous snakes on the ground had long disappeared. The torn flesh and blood had also been devoured clean, leaving only some scarlet blood. After this matter was settled, Tang Zhen headed straight to the entrance of the passageway. This time, the return journey was calm and peaceful. They did not even encounter a few Lord-tier monsters. They must have been intimidated by Tang Zhen's aura and hid in a corner far away, trembling. After stepping into the interdimensional passage, Tang Zhen left the wizard world. When Tang Zhen's figure appeared in the underground city, he did not continue to explore the third tunnel. Instead, he slowly walked back to the surface. Since the interdimensional passage had already been established, the preparations for killing monsters to obtain their brains had to be arranged as soon as possible. After returning to his own city hall, Tang Zhen immediately summoned Qianlong Taizhen and the others and told them about what he had seen in the other dimension. Compared to the brutal monsters in the world of sorcerers, the monsters in the world of the Green Ruins were a little weaker. It was very suitable for the cultivators of the Holy Dragon City to train their combat skills. It would not be too late for them to go to other worlds after they had adapted to this hunting method. Chapter 391 The night is like painting. Making a fortune every day. There were a total of 15 military personnel participating in the meeting this time. They were all the heads of the Holy Dragon City Army and the cultivator battle teams. They discussed for a long time in Tang Zhen's city hall. When they finally finished, the moon was already high in the sky. Tang Zhen stood up and waved his hand at everyone as he touched his flat stomach. "It's my treat today. Let's go to the business district and have some fun." When everyone heard this, their faces immediately lit up with joy, and they hurriedly called out, "Long live the city lord." Before and after Lu Cheng's promotion, the heads of the Holy Dragon City military were so busy that they had no time for rest and entertainment. Now that the city lord was treating, he naturally had to take this opportunity to relax. A group of more than a dozen people walked out of the city lord's hall. They chatted and laughed along the way as they headed straight for the commercial district. On the way, he met Mirong Xian, Li Sha, and the others who were having fun. After hearing that Tang Zhen was treating, they immediately followed him noisily. Tang Zhen didn't have the face to refuse Mirong Xian's request, so he could only count them in. Tai Seng's face was filled with displeasure. He was prepared to drag Tang Zhen to a nightclub that had just opened for entertainment. What was he doing following a few women? Moreover, his own daughter was also here. Was he going to let her see her father make a fool of himself? Thinking up to this point, Tai Seng immediately walked to the side and pulled Qianlong over to whisper to him. It was unknown what the two of them were talking about, but Qianlong nodded in agreement. Soon after, Qianlong Yun smiled as he walked over to Tang Zhen's side. With an expression that all men would understand, he began to ramble on. Tang Zhen was annoyed by Qianlong. He could only turn around and walk towards Mirong Xian. He whispered a few words into her ear. Mirong Xian pouted her little mouth and glared at Qianlong fiercely. She unwillingly nodded her head. He turned around and pulled Lisa and the others along as they walked towards another street. As these people were all beautiful women, they attracted the attention of many men along the way, but no one dared to approach them and flirt with them. These people knew their own limitations. They knew that Mirong Xian and the others had a special identity. They could not afford to offend them. After the women left, the group of men who had been pretending to be serious in front of Mirong Xian immediately made their way to the nightclub in the distance. The streets of the commercial district were extremely lively at night. There were wandering residents and foreign merchants everywhere, and they were lost in the alluring night. Before they even arrived at the nightclub, everyone was already attracted by the gorgeous lights outside the building. They were all engrossed in the view and gasped in admiration. The lighting technique from the original world had opened the eyes of the natives of the world of Lusheng. The modified energy supply system of the Glittergold race could easily cope with the power consumption of the nightclub. It was the opening hours of the nightclub. At the entrance of the nightclub, many foreign merchants and mercenaries in bright clothes were coming in and out. As one of the most eye-catching buildings in the business district, the nightclub had already attracted the attention of countless people before it opened. Now that the nightclub was finally open for business, they naturally couldn't wait to come and see what was new. In fact, Tang Zhen was also very curious about the business project of this nightclub. Ever since the construction of this nightclub was completed, Tang Zhen had no time to pay attention to it other than being busy with the renovation for 2 days. A Holy Dragon City resident who had once run a fireworks show in the Wanderer Market was appointed as the manager, and he was fully in charge of the operation of the nightclub. In other words, it was Tang Zhen's first time coming here since the nightclub opened. At the entrance, 6 tall and sweet-looking women were divided into 2 rows to welcome the guests. Only after they got closer did Tang Zhen discover that among these 6 women, there were actually 4 of them who were of a different race that had similar appearances to humans. Tang Zhen could not help but click his tongue in wonder. Even though there were many foreign tribe wanderers in the wildlands, their numbers were much fewer compared to the human race. It was even more difficult to find 4 beautiful foreign women. He didn't know what kind of means the nightclub manager had used to achieve this. He was quite a talent. After the dozen or so people arrived at the entrance, someone immediately recognized Tang Zhen and the others and hurriedly invited them inside. As they entered, a wave of passionate and rhythmic music instantly entered the ears of Tang Zhen and the others. In the center of the spacious hall, there was a high platform, and an enchanting woman locked in a glass cabinet was constantly twisting her body to the rhythm of the music. The group of rough men were dumbfounded by his seductive body movements, and they all had squinted expressions. Around the high platform, there were also more than 20 glass cabinets, all of which contained seductive women of different shapes and sizes. They twisted slowly to the music, and whenever someone approached the glass cabinet, the women's bodies would be wrapped in flames and they would make tearing and biting movements through the glass. After the onlookers left, the flames on the woman's body would disappear, and she would continue to twist as if nothing had happened. On a high platform further away, a woman was fiddling with something. In a glass cabinet, countless spotlights were floating in the air and flashing to the rhythm. The strange scene in the hall made everyone click their tongues in wonder. He had long heard about the origins of these women from Tai Seng and knew that they were monsters that were captured by Tang Zhen. Seeing them today, they were indeed strange. After sighing and feeling sorry for a while, the group came to an area in the corner. The manager of the nightclub had long rushed over after hearing the news. After chatting with Tang Zhen and the others for a few minutes, he hurriedly left. It wasn't that the manager was neglecting Zhen Tang, but there were too many things in the newly opened nightclub that needed him to arrange and deal with, so he didn't have much free time. At this moment, the hall on the first floor was full of shadows and moving figures. Many people took advantage of their drunkenness and began to surround the glass cabinets, twisting and turning to the rhythm of the music. They seemed to be enjoying it very much. A few foreign women hired from the wanderers were carrying food and drinks and shuttling back and forth in the hall. They seemed to be very busy. Tang Zhen's face was filled with smiles when he saw this scene. It's good to be busy. The busier you are, the more money you earn. At this moment, the table of Tang Zhen and the others was already filled with all kinds of wine and food. Over a dozen foreign women who had been called by the nightclub manager were currently drinking and chatting with the crowd. The foreign tribe merchants sitting at the side had long noticed Tang Zhen and the others. They knew that they were all powerful figures in the Holy Dragon City. Soon, a foreign merchant came over and served some expensive wine. He then took the opportunity to chat with the crowd. As soon as the first one left, the second one came over, then the third, and the fourth Yingying. Tang Zhen shook his head as he looked at the table and the floor that were almost filled with wine. He indicated for Tai Seng and the others to sit here while he went to the other places to take a look. After leaving the hall, Tang Zhen slowly walked to another hall that was slightly smaller. Compared to the noisy environment earlier, this place was much quieter. Under the soft light, a foreign woman was sitting on the stage and playing a strange instrument. While playing, the woman sang a song that was widely spread in the wildlands with a melodious and soothing voice. When the autumn wind blows, the frost will fall. My lover will go far away. He didn't know when they would meet again after this. I look through the autumn waters, worried to the point of breaking my liver. When the spring breeze caressed his face, the fragrance of flowers filled the air. My lover has returned to his hometown. Ever since they parted, she had missed him day and night. Now that they had reunited, her eyes were filled with tears. Those non-humankind merchants were sitting on the couches, quietly listening to songs and drinking with each other from time to time. From time to time, some foreign race merchants would call for waiters to bring flowers and gifts. then put them next to the singing foreign race woman and accept the woman's thanks with a smile. A flower and a brain. Looking at the flowers and gifts around the foreign woman, it was likely that there were more than 1,000 brains. To the current Tang Zhen, 1,000 brain beads were not worth mentioning. However, to an ordinary person, 1,000 brain beads was already an astronomical figure. After standing at the door and watching for a while, Tang Zhen passed through the passage and walked to the second floor of the nightclub. Chapter 392, Lively Casino, Means to Defend Against. The enemy. After seeing Tang Zhen, the two cultivators guarding the entrance to the second floor immediately bowed and saluted. Tang Zhen looked at the two excited young faces and faintly felt that they were a little familiar. "Are you two residents of Holy Dragon City?" Tang Zhen casually asked as he looked at the two young cultivators who were at a loss. "City Lord, we are not residents of Lu City yet." A young cultivator with a straight nose and wide mouth quickly replied. Tang Zhen nodded. After taking another look at the two of them, he suddenly smiled and said, "You two followed Elder Shu here, right?" Yes, that's right." When the two of them saw that Tang Zhen actually still remembered them, they hurriedly nodded in agreement. These two young men had also met Tang Zhen by chance and learned of his identity as the City Lord. Never in their dreams would they have thought that the three-star horde leader they had met was actually the Holy Dragon City's City Lord. The two young men's hearts were beating wildly as they ran all the way to Elder Shu's workplace. They couldn't wait to tell him the news. When Elder Shu heard the news, he was stunned for a few minutes. He kept muttering, "No wonder, no wonder, no wonder, no wonder." The strange expressions of the guards and the director of the commercial district when they got the note reappeared in Old Lady Shu's eyes. It turned out that the other party had long known that the cultivator was the City Lord, and he was the only one who had been kept in the dark. In the end, when he saw the strange expression on the commercial district director's face, he thought that he was scared by the identity of a three-star lord. Fortunately, he didn't say any nonsense at that time. Otherwise, he would definitely be laughed at by others. Who asked him not to know that Tang Zhen was the City Lord? He even showed off in front of the residents of the building. What Elder Shu didn't know was that at that time, the commercial district director was really frightened. It was not because of anything else, but because Tang Zhen was a three-star lord. However, the business district director didn't need to tell Elder Shu about these things. When she recalled her experience at that time, Elder Shu always sighed that she was extremely lucky. It was only because of a kind help that he had received the City Lord's recommendation, and even obtained this stable and comfortable job. After wandering for half his life, he did not expect to find a good place where he could spend the rest of his life in peace when he was old. While she was grateful to Tang Zhen in her heart, Elder Shu also became extremely serious in her work. She warned herself that she must not betray the trust of the City Lord. When he was free, he would often remind the young people he brought with him to perform well and not embarrass the City Lord. After all, not many people could obtain Tang Zhen's personally written recommendation. After asking Elder Shu where she worked and chatting with two young cultivators, Tang Zhen went up to the second floor. The noisy environment on the first floor was different, while the casino on the second floor had a different scene. Hundreds of foreign merchants and customers dressed up as mercenaries were walking around all kinds of machines and tables. From time to time, excited and annoyed voices could be heard. The forthright customers were spending their money wantonly here, looking very excited. They did not lack brains. What they lacked was a place where they could enjoy to their heart's content. This nightclub in Holy Dragon City could satisfy most of their needs. Many of the staff on the second floor were foreign women, who played the roles of dealers and waiters. The beautiful monsters with the appearance of bunny girls were walking around leisurely in the glass cabinet, as if they had nothing to do with the outside world. After randomly playing a few rounds on the gambling table, Tang Zhen lost his interest. With his current abilities, it was extremely easy for him to play with these things. When playing poker, Tang Zhen could effortlessly remember the position of every card. When playing dice, he could easily judge the number that was rolled with 100% accuracy. If it was in another family's casino, Tang Zhen wouldn't mind fishing for a profit. But when it was his family's business that had such a problem, Tang Zhen couldn't sit still. If this situation couldn't be resolved as soon as possible, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage if he encountered those high-level cultivators? After thinking of this, Tang Zhen immediately called the manager of the nightclub over and told him about this matter. In fact, The casino had already noticed this and was actively researching new gambling equipment to prevent such things from happening. Tang Zhen's situation was only a special case. After all, his cultivation was truly abnormal. It was already sufficient to crush countless cultivators. The gambling equipment used in the gambling den could make cultivators below the Lord rank helpless, but it had no effect on Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen slightly nodded when he heard this. Since the casino had already noticed this, Tang Zhen was naturally no longer worried. This kind of thing could be left to them to handle. After walking around the casino for a while, Tang Zhen got up and left. After walking out of the nightclub, Tang Zhen began to stroll around the streets of the commercial district. As the temperature gradually dropped, the residents' clothes became thicker and thicker. However, the plants were not affected at all, and they were still lush. Tang Zhen was speechless for a long time as he looked at the bright moon in the sky. The preparations to deal with the cold moon disaster were almost complete. Whether it was clothing or winter supplies, they were all ready. When the frost moon calamity arrived, Tang Zhen would once again use the terrain transformation plugin to build a protective wall around the Holy Dragon City to resist the Ice Imp race. Although this protective wall could not completely block the Ice Imp tribe, it was an excellent buffer, preventing them from approaching Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen could make use of the time when the cold moon disaster was frozen for tens of thousands of miles to hunt for brains in other planes with peace of mind and try to upgrade the Holy Dragon City's level again. Tang Zhen did not have much understanding of the legendary Ice Imp foreign race. He only knew that the combat strength of this foreign race would be greatly increased in an environment covered in ice and snow. A thought suddenly appeared in Tang Zhen's mind after he thought of this point. If there was no snow around Holy Dragon City, would the Ice Imp race be unable to do anything to him? Once this thought appeared, it continued to circle in Tang Zhen's mind and could not be removed. If he could really do that, it would be a good idea. Even if the effect was not as obvious as he thought, it was worth a try. It was just that this matter was simple to say, but it was not easy to do. There were only 3 ways to stop the ice from appearing near Holy Dragon City. The first method was to block the ice and snow from the sky, so that they could not land in the area where the Holy Dragon City was. The protective shield activated by the mage's defensive tower might be able to do this, but it did not solve the root of the problem. It could only stop the snow, but it could not change the temperature. Once the protective shield was shut down, everything would return to normal. The second method was to change the Holy Dragon City's weather and environment so that it would always maintain a high temperature. That way, the ice and snow would melt naturally. However, it wasn't a simple matter to do this. At the very least, Tang Zhen didn't have any clues as of now. As for the third method, he would need the help of the terrain modification plugin. Tang Zhen could move some of the land that was already emitting high heat over and set it up around the Holy Dragon City. The Crimson Desert near Bloodsand City was a very good source of heat. With Tang Zhen's current ability, he could easily move the Blood Red Desert over and set it up around the Holy Dragon City. In this way, not only could he make use of the heat source of the Crimson Desert, but he could also obtain a good blood crystal mine. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 393, Underground Prison. Floating shadows. Tang Zhen did not care about the reaction of Blood Sand City after discovering that the Blood Desert had gone missing. What was the harm in doing more of these things that could cause trouble for the enemy? This kind of battle between enemy towers was always full of schemes and blood. They used all kinds of underhanded tricks. If Tang Zhen's guess was correct, the current Blood Sand City was already in a precarious situation. Due to the lack of information, Tang Zhen didn't know if the interdimensional passage in Blood Sand City had been closed after the nuclear explosion. If the passage had really been closed, then the nobles of Blood Sand City would be in a terrible state, and from top to bottom, they would be in chaos. The current Blood Sand City only had the appearance of a level 5 city, but its foundation had long since been empty. If Tang Zhen were to send out an army to attack, he would definitely be able to completely destroy it. After all the wealth in Blood Sand City had been emptied, the city that had lost both its people and wealth was no longer able to arouse Tang Zhen's interest. If the interdimensional passage had really closed, there was no need for Tang Zhen to take action. Someone would naturally deal with them. He had already killed the old ghost of Blood Sand City. After losing the ocean-pacifying godly pillar, it was almost impossible for Blood Sand City to win the battle of Lu Cheng's advancement. Once Blood Sand City was destroyed, the Blood Desert would become an ownerless object. Tang Zhen was only taking it back in advance. Tang Zhen felt that it was not safe to rely on the blood-colored desert alone. Who knew how low the temperature would drop and how thick the snow would be when the cold moon disaster arrived? In that case, other than the Crimson Desert, was there anything similar that could help him resist the cold and ice? Tang Zhen's brows were slightly furrowed. He could not help but feel a little troubled in his heart. He could be said to have no clue about this. He had been in the world of Lusheng for a long time, but most of his understanding of this place came from those messy books, which could be said to be quite messy. Tang Zhen was unable to determine whether the information recorded in the book was true or false. He could only treat it with a skeptical attitude. Therefore, it did not seem very reliable to rely on the records in these books to find what he wanted. I wonder if the foreign mercenaries know about this. Tang Zhen thought about those captives that were locked up. As mercenaries of the tower, they should be people who had seen many things. Perhaps they might know about this information. However, Tang Zhen gently shook his head after carefully thinking about it. This time, the captured mercenaries came from all corners of the continent. Even the closest dog-headed people, Lu Cheng, was thousands of miles away. Even if they knew about this, he would not have the time to travel thousands of miles to transport it, unless that thing was very close to the Holy Dragon City. Furthermore, he might not be able to obtain the information he wanted from them. I'll order someone to post a mission at the Mercenary Association tomorrow. I hope someone knows about this. After making up his mind, Tang Zhen turned around and walked in the direction of the main city. At this moment, a pair of soft and seemingly boneless small hands were extended from behind and covered Tang Zhen's eyes. Tang Zhen didn't need to turn around to know who the other party was. With a loud laugh, Tang Zhen directly hugged the other party in his arms. He then crossed the street like a gust of wind and headed straight for the main tower. In the cool night wind, Murong Xian's shyly shrieking could be heard from afar. In the underground city of the Sacred Dragon Valley, the Holy Dragon City's underground city was extremely large. It only needed a single layer of space to hold all the captives. It was already close to midnight. At the entrance to the lowest level of the underground city, two Holy Dragon City cultivators were chatting. Standing guard in the middle of the night, if he did not do anything, he would fall asleep very quickly. However, the two of them who were chatting did not notice that not far away, there was a faint black shadow that was like smoke, carefully moving over. The empty environment was silent, and there were many shadowy areas where light couldn't reach. The black shadow used these shadows to hide itself perfectly. When it was about to reach the two cultivators, the black shadow carefully opened a small bottle. A faint fragrance wafted out of the bottle and gradually spread to the two cultivators, quickly reaching their sides. As the two cultivators chatted, they suddenly felt a wave of sleepiness hit them, and their eyelids became heavier. Even their minds were in a daze for a moment, completely unable to notice the situation around them. The black shadow seemed to have been waiting for this moment. When the two Holy Dragon City cultivators were distracted, the black shadow flashed slightly and rushed to the entrance of the bottom floor at an extremely fast speed. After this entrance was the Holy Dragon City's underground prison. It was unknown if the Holy Dragon City was overconfident, but there was not a single guard in such a large space. Because it was late at night, snores could be heard from many cells. It was obvious that the prisoners had fallen asleep. After entering the underground prison, the black shadow began to follow the dark passage, carefully looking for something. When Lu Cheng was promoted to rank 5, Tang Zhen had already transformed the lowest level and made it the Holy Dragon City's prison. On both sides of the long passage, there were countless narrow rooms with heavy iron doors. There were thousands of such rooms in the underground prison. The captured mercenaries were locked up in these rooms. The Holy Dragon City had added drugs to their food and drinking water that would make the cultivators weak and powerless, so these guys could not cause any trouble at all. The black shadow kept moving in the tunnel, and a light but rhythmic knocking sound could be heard in the quiet tunnel from time to time. When the knocking stopped, the black shadow would listen attentively for a moment, and then continue to the next passage. Every time it entered a tunnel, the black shadow would repeatedly make a knocking sound. The black shadow seemed to have found nothing in the first few passages. When the black shadow came to another passage and made the same knocking sound, he suddenly received a response. A light knocking sound was heard. It was shockingly similar to the black shadow's knocking rhythm, but it was not produced by the black shadow. The black shadow's body trembled and once again made a series of light knocking sounds, but the rhythm had changed. When the black figure's knocking stopped, the other party responded again. It was another knock with a different rhythm. The two of them communicated with each other for a few minutes using the knocking sound that was similar to a secret code. After that, the Black Shadow used the same trick and quietly left the underground prison. From the beginning to the end, the Black Shadow did not realize that there were a few cameras in the corner of the wall that were staring at it. The surveillance equipment from the original world was monitoring the entire underground prison without leaving any blind spots. The natives of the world of Lusheng didn't understand this kind of thing, so they didn't take it to heart. They didn't know that their every move had long fallen into the eyes of the Holy Dragon City cultivators hiding in the secret room. If it was not for Tang Zhen's previous order that they were not allowed to act rashly, these Holy Dragon City cultivators would have long swarmed forward and captured the Black Shadow. In the City Lord's words, he was fishing. Therefore, before the fish took the bait, one must not act rashly. Otherwise, it would disturb the fish and even scare it away. Now, it seemed like the fish was about to take the bait. Chapter 394 The hunt begins. Passage Fortress. When morning arrived, the Holy Dragon Valley became noisy again. From the inner city to the commercial district, busy figures could be seen everywhere. Whether it was the ordinary citizens of the Holy Dragon City or the wealthy foreign merchants, they were all working hard for their future. After Tang Zhen finished his breakfast, he handed over the matters that needed to be arranged to his assistant before slowly walking to the entrance of the underground city. Ever since the residents of the underground city moved away, it had become deserted. Sometimes, no one could be seen going in or out of the place for an entire day. But today, the entrance of the underground city was extremely lively. More than 100 fully armed Holy Dragon City cultivators and dozens of soldiers from the Second Army were gathered at the entrance, waiting for Tang Zhen's arrival. They were the Holy Dragon City's first batch of cultivators to enter the interdimensional passage. They were all elites that had been selected. None of these cultivators were lower than level 4. Just thinking about being able to enter an alternate dimension to hunt for monsters made them excited. Even though these cultivators were people with strong wills, their faces were filled with excitement at this moment. Not only would he be able to see the scenery of the other world, but he would also be able to take the opportunity to hone his skills. At the same time, he would also be rewarded handsomely. The city lord had already promised that no matter how much they gained, he would give them 1/3 of the commission as a reward. In addition, Holy Dragon City would also provide them with a certain amount of free supplies. After careful calculation, these cultivators realized that as long as their luck was not bad, they would be able to earn a large sum of brain pearls in less than a year. The city lord was indeed generous and had never disappointed these cultivators. There was no need to explain the importance of money. The residents of Holy Dragon City also needed to live, and the cultivators spent money in many places. Now that they had a new way to make money, these cultivators were naturally excited. Tang Zhen had never been a stingy person. Therefore, the rewards he gave to these cultivators were extremely rich, far exceeding the share given by others. Looking at the impatient cultivators, Tang Zhen didn't waste any more time and directly led the group to the third underground floor. After walking for about 10 minutes, the group arrived in front of the interdimensional passage that was set up side by side. 10 Holy Dragon City cultivators were standing guard beside the interdimensional passage. When they saw Tang Zhen approaching, they immediately clenched their fists and saluted. Tang Zhen nodded towards the guard, after which, he turned around and looked at the people behind him. He pointed at the 5 interdimensional passages in front of him and said to the cultivators, "Of these 5 interdimensional passages, I've already explored 2 of them. They are the Green Ruins World, that passage number 1 is connected to, and the Wizard World, that passage number 2 is connected to." There were many plant-like monsters in the world of Green Ruins. The environment was not very bad, and the danger level could only be considered average. You will go to the Green Ruins World to hunt for monsters. It's not too late to enter the Wizard World after you have enough experience. After a few simple words of introduction, Tang Zhen took the lead and stepped into the first alternate planes passage. Seeing this, the other Holy Dragon City cultivators hurriedly followed. In the Green Ruins World, 100 Holy Dragon City cultivators were scattered, constantly looking around. They looked at the ruins under their feet that were covered in all kinds of plants and the green monsters that were constantly moving in the distance. Their faces were full of curiosity. Tang Zhen looked at the cultivators and spoke once again, "You have to be careful in everything you do when hunting monsters in the otherworld. You can't be careless. I'll set up a defense tower at the entrance of the passage and arrange an armed helicopter to be on standby. If you encounter any danger that you can't resist, call for backup immediately. There's one more thing that you must always remember. No matter where you are, as long as you are still a resident of Holy Dragon City, then Holy Dragon City will always be your strong backing. Anyone who dares to offend the Holy Dragon City's dignity and harm your interests, no matter who the other party is, the Holy Dragon City will seek justice for you. We will not forgive you. So, when you meet cultivators from other cities in the other planes, you don't have to be afraid, and you don't have to be polite. It's fine if they don't provoke you, but if they do, beat them to death. If anything happens, I'll take the blame for you. After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he swept his gaze over the cultivators and roared, "Did you all hear what I said?" "I heard you clearly," the cultivators shouted at the top of their lungs. Their faces were filled with excitement, and some of them even had tears in their eyes. Tang Zhen's words caused them to be filled with confidence and lofty sentiments. Ever since they had become residents of Holy Dragon City, the humiliation they had suffered from the foreign races had long since disappeared. Now, when the foreign tribe merchants met the Holy Dragon City's residents, they were all very polite, without a trace of arrogance. Every time this happened, they would have a feeling of exaltation. The person who brought about all these changes was Tang Zhen, who stood in front of them and told them to beat up whoever is unconvinced. Long live the city lord! A Holy Dragon City cultivator couldn't help but shout, but all the other cultivators agreed. Their voices shook the clouds and even alarmed a few monsters nearby. Looking at these Holy Dragon City cultivators who were so agitated that their faces and necks were red from shouting slogans, Tang Zhen hurriedly waved his hand to stop them, indicating that they should act quickly. Tang Zhen still had to build the fortress and explore the other 3 interdimensional passages. He really didn't have much time left. As the 100 Holy Dragon City cultivators continued to venture deeper into the ruins, Tang Zhen also started to activate the terrain transformation plugin to build the fortress. As Tang Zhen's cultivation continued to rise, a minute was already sufficient for him to do many things. The application was activated. Following Tang Zhen's mental control, a huge fortress that covered an area of nearly 10,000 square meters was pulled up from the ground. The entrance to the interdimensional passage was directly placed in the hall of the fortress by Tang Zhen. This fortress could provide a temporary resting place for the cultivators. Once they encountered danger, the Holy Dragon City cultivators could rely on the fortress for defense. A minute passed by quickly, and the fortress was completed. The fortress was made entirely of stone, and there was no problem with its sturdiness. Even if it was bombarded by artillery, it would not collapse. In Tang Zhen's hands, the terrain transformation plugin had already become a building tool, and he was getting more and more skilled in using it. A military helicopter was sent out from the storage dimension and landed on the platform above the fortress. 3 Holy Dragon City cultivators stood to the side. They would be on standby here to rescue the Holy Dragon City cultivators who might be in danger. Other than that, Tang Zhen had also transferred a few dozen soldiers from the 2nd Legion to be in charge of the defense of this place. This was the first time that the Holy Dragon City cultivators had entered an alternate dimension to hunt for monsters. Tang Zhen had no choice but to be careful. Now, the thing that Tang Zhen lacked the most was still the residents of Lu City. And what he was most afraid of losing were these warriors and cultivators who had been cultivated with a large amount of resources. Even losing one would cause Tang Zhen to feel pain. After the fortress was built, Tang Zhen returned to Holy Dragon City. There were still 3 interdimensional passages waiting for Tang Zhen to explore. Chapter 395. A monstrous pistol and a humanoid monster. After returning to the Holy Dragon City's warehouse to prepare some supplies, Tang Zhen returned to the underground city and stepped into the interdimensional passage. When that uncomfortable tearing feeling disappeared, the 3rd foreign world had already appeared before Tang Zhen's eyes. As expected, there was another boundless ruin under his feet. As far as the eye could see, the sky was filled with thick and heavy dark clouds, as if the gap between the sky and the earth had been compressed to an extremely narrow size. There were broken walls everywhere. The high-rise buildings of the past had all fallen to the ground and become a pile of worthless garbage. Even the trees and weeds growing in the ruins gave people a sense of decadence, appearing lifeless. Desolation, deathly silence, and no trace of life. Just like all the other dimensions, there were probably only monsters left in this world. The exit of this foreign world was located on a broken overpass, and the overpass stood alone on the wasteland. Tang Zhen left from the passage and jumped off the bridge that was dozens of meters high. Tang Zhen stepped on the broken road and slowly walked forward. Tang Zhen faintly had an illusion as he looked at the surrounding building remains. It was as if he had returned to his original world. The architectural style of this original world was very similar to that of the original world, but there were some differences in some details. The words on the old items in the ruins also allowed Tang Zhen to finally confirm that this was not the original world. Compared to the other worlds, which had been abandoned for hundreds of years, this world's time was not too long. It was no more than 50 years. He didn't know to what extent this world had been cleaned up, and if there were any good things left behind. Tang Zhen was currently curious about the level of technology in this world. Was it possible to find items that he could use? As he walked along the broken road to the end, an enormous deep pit appeared before Tang Zhen's eyes. After taking a few looks, Tang Zhen could basically confirm that these were the traces left behind by the explosion of a missile-type weapon. After flying over the deep pit, Tang Zhen arrived at a giant square that was covered in wreckage. There were countless vehicles that looked like cars scattered around the square. After being exposed to the wind and rain, they had long since decayed and were completely unusable. Other than the wreckage of the cars, there were also countless skeletons on the ground that looked no different from human skeletons. The bones were scattered all over the place, and there were bite marks all over them. It seemed that they had once been treated as food by some monster. Ever since he had entered this world, he had not seen a single monster. This was an extremely strange thing. Could it be that the monsters in this world had a habit of hiding during the day and coming out at night? That was why he had not encountered a single one of them. Tang Zhen had just thought of this when he noticed a lonely figure slowly appearing beside the wreckage of a car not far away. It was a young man in his 20s. He was wearing a tattered leather jacket, and his pants were already rotten. Under his dirty and messy hair, a pair of emotionless eyes were coldly staring at Tang Zhen. After seeing that Tang Zhen had discovered him, the young man's head tilted to the side. He raised his right hand and pointed at Tang Zhen as he emitted a low roar. Interesting. I didn't expect the monsters in this world to be such things. The moment this young man appeared, Tang Zhen had already discovered his figure and confirmed his identity. Without a doubt, this young man was a monster of this world. The unique aura of a rank 5 monster was extremely obvious in Tang Zhen's eyes. Roar! The monster roared again and jumped from the top of the old car, pouncing straight at Tang Zhen. Compared to a rank 5 cultivator, this monster's speed was clearly faster. Tang Zhen easily dodged the monster's attack and took out a strange-looking giant pistol from his storage space. The pistol had a thick design, but the barrel was 45 centimeters long. The magazine had also been specially modified, and the bullets it fired were real machine gun bullets. This is a earth spear, made from a special metal by the furnace hammer. I just gave it to Tang Zhen and asked him to help me test it in actual combat. The hearth hammer was definitely an expert when it came to forging armors and cold weapons, but the guns it made had a strong dwarven style. Just like the dwarf mercenaries who were attacking a city, after the bullets in the flintlock were used up, they could still use the flintlock as a sledgehammer. Tang Zhen really did not dare to compliment this point. However, since Furnace Hammer was so motivated and enthusiastically participated in the gun modification work, Tang Zhen naturally didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm. Moreover, Tang Zhen also wanted to see the power of this kind of pistol. If the effect was good, he didn't mind giving one to every cultivator in the Holy Dragon City. This kind of heavy gun with a strong recoil was something that only the cultivators in the world of Liu Cheng could use. If an ordinary soldier were to use such a gun, not only would his wrist be broken, but his head could also be crushed by the pistol that came back from the back. For ordinary people, this pistol was simply a self-destructive divine weapon. He raised the gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. With a muffled sound, the monster's head was blown to pieces. Damn, that's really strong. Tang Zhen's right hand that was holding the gun did not move at all. This kind of recoil did not have the slightest effect on him. Tang Zhen was very satisfied with the lethality of the pistol. After all, this thing fired machine bullets, and its power was not any less than that of an anti-material sniper rifle. However, compared to the sniper rifle's ingenious unloading design, the pistol's recoil was really speechless. If it was not modified, the Holy Dragon City's army warriors, who were mostly ordinary people, could not even think of using it. After separating the gun and removing the empty shell, Tang Zhen took out another bullet and stuffed it in. This pistol could be loaded with 4 bullets at a time. When killing monsters below level 5, as long as one aimed at their vital parts, one shot was basically guaranteed to kill one monster. After storing the monster's brain into the storage space, Tang Zhen held the pistol and continued to walk toward the square in front. Not long after, another level 5 monster jumped out of the ruins and blocked Zhen Tang's path. This time, it was a female monster with tattoos all over its body that intercepted Tang Zhen. It was wearing a strange armor made of iron chains and metal, and a large area of its green-gray skin was exposed. Just by looking at her figure, she was definitely of the highest quality. In its hand was a large cleaver that was tied to an iron pipe with iron wire. If such a monster were to be brought to a nightclub, it would definitely attract a large group of foreign merchants. They would buy meat and throw it into the glass cabinets to play with. Unfortunately, the interdimensional passage only recognized the plate and not the person. It was impossible for these monsters from the other world to pass through the passage and enter the tower world. After sizing it up, Tang Zhen walked toward the monster. Without waiting for the monster to attack, Tang Zhen used his mental energy to imprison the monster on the spot. Then, he smashed its head with his spear. His current destination was a giant tower-shaped building that had collapsed. It was also the most eye-catching and well-preserved building in the vicinity. As he pushed his way through, human-shaped monsters of various shapes and sizes continuously appeared in front of Tang Zhen. They were all killed by him with a single shot. During this period of time, Tang Zhen even encountered a 5-meter-tall centipede-like human-shaped monster. Its level had even reached rank 7. A level 7 monster was the highest level of monster that could exist in the other dimension. This monster looked like a dozen men and women joined together. When it stood and walked, its slender body that was like a bamboo pole kept swaying. Over a dozen pairs of arms continued to swing in the air. Over a dozen human heads stared at Tang Zhen. Their eyes continued to roll around while their mouths emitted all sorts of strange cries. Such a strange monster made people feel inexplicably horrified at first glance. Tang Zhen was upset by the monster's cry. He took out the purple lightning short sword and cut the monster into pieces with a few moves. The level 7 monster that was the overlord of this world could only be slaughtered when it faced Tang Zhen. After keeping the brain pearl, Tang Zhen drilled into the huge tower-shaped building that was already seriously tilted, preparing to investigate what was going on. Chapter 396. The Long Road Ahead. Flying monsters. After being abandoned for many years, this giant tower had once again received a visitor. Just like its mottled appearance, the interior of the tower-shaped building was already in ruins. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing of value at all. The situation in front of him was actually within Tang Zhen's expectations. After all, this was a world that had been cleaned up. It was excusable that there were only broken pieces left. Perhaps the name, Monster Breeding Base, was more suitable for the foreign worlds. Even though Tang Zhen had yet to encounter any gains that would satisfy him, he still enjoyed it and was not tired. This was the joy of exploration. The unknown wealth buried in unknown corners always filled people with motivation. Tang Zhen really enjoyed this feeling. As the city lord of a city in the world of Lusheng, the lives of tens of thousands of people were controlled by him, and he could decide life and death with a word. When one's cultivation reached level 8, they would become a 3-star horde leader that countless cultivators looked up to. They could take a person's life with a snap of their fingers. Tang Zhen's current wealth could be described as being comparable to a country's in his original world. To him, wealth was just a pile of numbers. What Tang Zhen wanted now was nothing more than more power, a longer life, and to build Holy Dragon City into the first Tower City in the Tower City world. A man should be like this. And exploring without fear of hardship was the only way to achieve his goal. Letting the human race rise from the 100 races and letting the Holy Dragon City look down on the world had already become an obsession in Tang Zhen's heart. It was precisely because of this that Tang Zhen did not indulge in enjoyment and maintained a clear mind at all times. As his cultivation and horizons widened, Tang Zhen had already gradually seen an even vaster sky. It was also because of this reason that Tang Zhen was even more diligent. After all, he was still surrounded by wolves and danger. He climbed to the top floor of the tower-shaped building in a single breath. During this period of time, Tang Zhen had been releasing his mental energy and scanning the entire enormous tower, not letting go of any corner. In the end, apart from a few monsters, Tang Zhen didn't find anything in the giant tower. He stood at the highest point of the building, and after a moment of silence, he turned around and went downstairs. The information was almost all gathered, so there was no point in staying any longer. He could now confirm that the monsters in this world were not very powerful. It was similar to the Green Ruins world, and he could send people in to kill the monsters at any time. Compared to the Green Ruins world, this wasteland world, which was very similar to the original world, contained more value. Tang Zhen decided to wait for the Holy Dragon City's cultivators to enter this place to hunt for monsters before giving them another mission, which was to collect all sorts of technological products from this world. Tang Zhen would then send it to the island laboratory in his original world for the scientists to study and analyze. Perhaps one of the items would bring Tang Zhen an unexpected surprise. Tang Zhen's brain was still thinking non-stop as he hurried on his journey. Tang Zhen already had a vague guess in his mind regarding the reason for the appearance of these foreign worlds. If things were really as he had imagined, then Holy Dragon City's future would definitely be filled with invasion and slaughter. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. If the Holy Dragon City did not want to be eliminated, they had to become stronger. As he thought about it, a sense of powerlessness inexplicably rose from the depths of Tang Zhen's heart. In front of the strange and unfathomable heavenly Tao law of the world of Lusheng, Tang Zhen felt that he was just like a strong ant. He was so tiny that it was somewhat pitiful. However, Tang Zhen was also clear that whether one was powerful or insignificant would depend on which angle one looked at it from. After speeding all the way, it didn't take long for Tang Zhen to arrive at the overpass where the passage to the alternate plane was. A height of tens of meters was naturally not difficult for Tang Zhen. He only needed to jump a few times before he could reach the top. After arriving at the top of the overpass, Tang Zhen was just about to enter the passage when he suddenly felt a strong wind rapidly approaching. His body flashed slightly to the side. Soon after, a black shadow streaked past Tang Zhen's side and smashed onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The black shadow smashed a large hole in the hard bridge, sending dust flying everywhere. Tang Zhen had already clearly seen the black shadow's true appearance. It was an ordinary metal rod. One could only imagine the strength of the other party by smashing the bridge with an ordinary iron rod. Tang Zhen's eyes narrowed. He turned his head and looked at the sky behind him. A figure that was flapping its wings continuously appeared in Tang Zhen's eyes. It was currently circling in the sky above his head. It was obvious that this was a flying monster, and the attack just now was also launched by it. What caused Tang Zhen to be surprised was the appearance of this monster. Just like the other monsters in this world, this was a monster in human form. However, this monster was extremely handsome. It had a perfect and devilish face, and its naked body had well-proportioned muscles, as if it had been carefully carved by an artist. A pair of huge white wings were constantly flapping behind it. Judging from the aura it was exuding, it was clearly a level 7 monster. Tang Zhen's main character stared unblinkingly at the monster in the sky. A cold smile surfaced on his face. He rarely hunted these flying monsters because he was afraid of trouble. After all, these flying monsters were not easy to catch. However, Tang Zhen had to kill this monster in front of him. As he thought of this, Tang Zhen jumped off the bridge and started to run towards the ruins. At the same time, his cultivation aura was also suppressed as much as possible, making him look like a low-level cultivator. The purpose of this was to trick the monster hovering in the sky into killing him. Tang Zhen was only confident of capturing it after it approached him. The reason why it was so troublesome was because Tang Zhen had taken a fancy to this monster's flying ability. As a 3-star horde leader, Tang Zhen could ignore the 100-meter height. However, it was still extremely difficult for him to reach it without borrowing external strength. If he could grow wings like those flying aliens, Tang Zhen's movements would undoubtedly be more convenient. However, as a pure human, Tang Zhen was simply unable to accept the fact that he had a pair of wings on his body. If that was the case, how was he any different from a birdman? In Tang Zhen's storage space, there was an application card that could allow people to grow wings. However, Tang Zhen had never thought of using it and had kept it on the shelf. As his strength continued to improve, perhaps it would not be long before he could fly freely in the sky without the help of wings. Actually, it was not impossible for Tang Zhen to obtain a pair of wings. As long as Tang Zhen fused the blood essence of a certain flying monster into his body, he would be able to borrow the abilities of this monster. The higher the strength of the cultivator, the higher the success rate. However, This method had an obvious disadvantage. The one that Tang Zhen was most unable to accept was the beastification when the ability was used. The higher the state of the beast transformation, the higher the strength it could display. If Tang Zhen had fused with the blood essence of a bird-type monster, he would become extremely similar to the bird-type monster when he used this ability. Tang Zhen wasn't very interested in turning himself into such a ghostly appearance just to obtain the ability to fly. The ability to fly was not a must. Therefore, Tang Zhen did not pay too much attention to it. However, this monster, which had the appearance of a human, caused Tang Zhen to have this thought once again. He wanted to obtain this monster's blood essence to add a pair of wings to himself. Chapter 397. Obtaining blood essence and upgrading the wings. Seeing Tang Zhen's miserable appearance, the flying monster that was gliding in the sky was indeed fooled. In the eyes of the flying monster, Tang Zhen was just a weak and delicious prey. His current appearance was a sign that he had discovered danger and was running for his life in a panic. A cold smile surfaced on the flying monster's handsome face. It suddenly began to dive down and headed straight for Tang Zhen. As a level 7 monster, it already had a decent level of intelligence. In addition to its strength as a 2-star horde leader, it made the flying monster the overlord of this area. It had never been a match for it. As time passed, its vigilance was greatly reduced, and it actually did not see through Tang Zhen's disguise. At this moment, the flying monster had already locked onto Tang Zhen. According to its flying speed, it would only need less than 2 seconds to reach its prey and tear it into pieces. Like a white bolt of lightning, the flying monster instantly arrived behind Tang Zhen. Just as the monster was grinning as it extended its sharp claws toward Tang Zhen's back, an aura that caused its heart to palpitate suddenly erupted from the fleeing monster. The flying monster was shocked. It knew that it had been tricked. This seemingly weak prey actually had strength that far exceeded his own. Unfortunately, by the time it realized this, it had already lost the chance to escape. Tang Zhen's running body suddenly came to a stop. Before the flying monster could recover, his arm had already locked onto the monster's throat. PFF'd. Under the monster's frightened eyes, Tang Zhen's other hand had already pierced through the monster's chest. The monster only felt an intense pain coming from its chest as if something had been dug out. Tang Zhen's bloody arm was pulled out from the monster's chest. In his palm was a heart that was still beating vigorously. The flying monster stared at Tang Zhen. The light in its eyes gradually dimmed as its handsome head suddenly drooped down. In just one move, Tang Zhen had killed the level 7 monster. After storing the monster's heart and corpse into his storage space, Tang Zhen returned to the tunnel without any hesitation and stepped into it. After leaving the underground city, Tang Zhen went straight to the cornerstone trading platform. He wanted to exchange for a cultivator's skill and then fuse the flying monster's blood essence into his body to obtain a pair of wings that belonged to him. In front of the cornerstone trading platform, after Tang Zhen paid the brain pearl with familiarity, the skill of fusing with the monster's blood essence was transmitted into his mind. Without this process, Tang Zhen would not be able to successfully fuse the blood essence even if he knew the steps of the fusion. According to his past experience, Tang Zhen would receive a reward from the application store every time he exchanged a cultivator skill from the cornerstone trading platform. After the skill transfer was completed, the application store also gave Tang Zhen a reward without exception. With Tang Zhen's current net worth, these rewards were dispensable. What he was concerned about was the application of the skills that had been improved by the application store. Compared to the cornerstone trading platform's skill, the application that was downloaded from the mobile application store was at least twice as powerful and successful. After leaving the cornerstone trading platform, Tang Zhen found a secret room in the main building and closed the door. The next thing he had to do was to fuse the blood essence of this flying monster into his body. After taking off all his clothes, Tang Zhen stood naked in the middle of the room. His strong muscles contained an extremely terrifying strength. Tang Zhen raised his hand and took out the flying monster's heart. His spiritual force completely enveloped it and quickly squeezed out the monster's blood essence from the heart. After throwing away the shriveled heart, Zhen Tang looked at the monster's blood essence floating in the air and took out a large syringe. After using a syringe to collect the floating blood essence, Zhen Tang turned the metal needle around and directly pierced it into his heart. A sharp pain assaulted his heart. However, Tang Zhen's actions did not stop at all. He did not hesitate to push the blood essence in the syringe into his heart. At this moment, Tang Zhen felt as though there was a ball of flame burning within his heart. A painful feeling came surging over like a tide. Traces of cold sweat seeped out from Tang Zhen's forehead. Tang Zhen clenched his teeth tightly while the muscles on his cheeks twitched continuously. The blood vessels hidden under the skin began to swell up slowly, looking very ferocious. It didn't take long before some of the tiny blood vessels began to change, and the color began to darken. These fine blood vessels that had changed their color formed a strange pattern on the surface of Tang Zhen's body that covered his entire body and arms. A layer of faint light also began to appear on the surface of Tang Zhen's body. Moreover, the light became increasingly bright. The skin on some parts of his body was torn apart by an invisible force. Fresh blood instantly covered Tang Zhen's body. However, from the beginning to the end, Tang Zhen did not say a single word. After around 5 minutes or so, the light on the surface of Tang Zhen's body suddenly erupted, illuminating the entire secret room until every detail was clearly visible. Ah! Yingluo, Tang Zhen, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly let out an explosive shout. The pupils of his eyes instantly turned dark green. At the same time, Tang Zhen's body and appearance had also changed in an extremely short period of time. He had actually become exactly the same as the flying monster. A pair of enormous pure white wings unfurled behind Tang Zhen's back and were gently fluttering up and down. Tang Zhen, who was wrapped in light, looked like the legendary angel, sacred and majestic. However, the strange tattoos all over his body gave off an extremely evil feeling. One look at them would make one's blood run cold. Tang Zhen gently exhaled. The light on the surface of his body slowly disappeared. His appearance also swiftly returned to its original state. The huge wings on its back also shrunk rapidly until they were completely gone. Tang Zhen bitterly laughed as he glanced at the tattoo on his body. From now on, as long as he did not force the monster's blood essence out of his body, these strange tattoos would never disappear. After taking out some clean water and washing his body, Tang Zhen put on all his clothes. Opening the app store again, Tang Zhen found the option for this bloodline and chose to buy all of them. After completing the collection of the original skills sold on the Cornerstone trading platform, 3 different versions of skills applications, from low to high, appeared in the mobile application store. Compared to the applications in the application store, the original skills sold on the Cornerstone trading platform were simply unsightly. After Tang Zhen purchased the highest level version, the original low-level version automatically disappeared, leaving only an application icon. The biggest use of this skill application that cost as much as 100,000 brain beads was that it could help Tang Zhen directly turn his wings into energy. In other words, Tang Zhen did not need to worry about his clothes being torn apart when he used this pair of wings. This was because the wings that had turned into energy would directly appear on his back. Following the activation of the application, a pair of wings suddenly appeared on Tang Zhen's back. His clothes were not damaged in the slightest. Under Tang Zhen's control, the pair of wings extended forward and wrapped around his entire body. The pure white wings appeared extremely fragile. However, only Tang Zhen knew that even if a large caliber machine gun was used, it would be impossible to even think about knocking off a single feather from the wings. A level 7 monster's defense was extremely strong. When Tang Zhen was at level 6, he could only kill it by detonating a nuclear bomb. This was evident. After leaving the secret room, Tang Zhen quickly walked to the top of the tower. Those who had never been to the top of the city tower would never know how wide it was. It was like a huge square built in the air, and it made people feel extremely small. At this moment, Tang Zhen was not the only one at the top of the tower. 2 Holy Dragon City cultivators armed with sniper rifles and binoculars were lurking there, on guard against enemies that could appear at any time. Occupying the high ground and holding a highly destructive sniper rifle in their hands, these 2 Holy Dragon City cultivators would definitely become the nightmare of those with evil intentions. After seeing Tang Zhen appear, the 2 cultivators were first stunned before they hurriedly stood up and bowed. After Tang Zhen chatted with the 2 of them for a while, he impatiently unfurled his wings under the dumbstruck gazes of the 2 cultivators. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew over. Tang Zhen had already soared into the sky and flew several hundred meters in the air. Fuck, the city lord actually grew wings. The 2 cultivators looked at each other as they watched Tang Zhen, who was continuously circling in the sky. They did not return to their senses for a long time. Chapter 398. Free Flight, Skill Restriction 1. In the sky above the Sacred Dragon Valley, Tang Zhen flapped his wings as he played in high spirits. When Tang Zhen was young, he had fantasized more than once that he would also possess a pair of bird wings and be able to fly freely in the sky, over the mountains and seas. But today, this ridiculous dream had become a reality. The feeling of having his dream come true was simply indescribable. A hurried cold wind brushed past both of his cheeks, but it was unable to affect Tang Zhen's interest in the slightest. He continued to circle above Holy Dragon City, gradually getting used to the feeling of flying. At the same time, he looked down at his own city from this angle. Although the map perspective could also do this, the feeling of the two was completely different. Tang Zhen was having a lot of fun, but he scared the Holy Dragon City soldiers on the ground. The moment Tang Zhen rose into the sky, the Holy Dragon City soldiers on guard duty on the city walls discovered Tang Zhen, who was constantly circling in the sky. At first, when they did not see Tang Zhen's face clearly, they thought that a flying alien race had come to Holy Dragon City to investigate. The 5 anti-aircraft machine guns on the city wall immediately locked onto Tang Zhen. As long as the situation was slightly off, they would open fire and shoot down this guy who was flying in the sky. A dozen cultivator snipers also aimed at Tang Zhen at the same time, their muzzles constantly moving along with his figure. Soon, they were surprised to find that the figure in the sky was actually the city lord. "Boss, when did the city lord become a bird man?" Next to the anti-aircraft machine gun on the city wall, the rich captain held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Tang Zhen in the sky. A Holy Dragon City soldier came over and asked the tycoon captain with a puzzled look. The rich captain, who was staring at Tang Zhen in a daze, slapped his subordinate's head and scolded, "Kid, do you know how to talk?" "What bird man? Bird your grandpa." The subordinate's neck shrank back from the slap, and he said with an unconvinced face, "Why can't I speak? Aren't I a birdman if I have wings?" The tycoon captain's eyebrows shot up, and the cigarette in his mouth trembled a few times. He said coldly, "Bullshit, how can those birdmen compare to the city lord? Even if there were 10,000 of them, they wouldn't be enough for the city lord to kill. Even if the city lord has wings, he shouldn't be called a bird man, he should be called Bian." The team leader scratched his head and couldn't find an accurate description. Seeing more than a dozen of his men staring at him, the rich team leader sat up abruptly and kicked everyone's buttocks one by one. "All of you, get lost and stand guard. Even if the city lord has wings, isn't he still the city lord? What does it have to do with you bunch of bastards?" Back then, the black-feathered birdman was directly exterminated by our Holy Dragon City. How can such a trashy title like birdman be given to the city lord? I'll say it right here, if anyone calls the city lord a birdman again, I'll throw him off the city wall. All the warriors quickly nodded, not daring to say a word. At this moment, there was a large group of people in the business district staring unblinkingly at Tang Zhen in the sky. They were constantly whispering to each other. Their faces were filled with curiosity. Flying foreign races were not rare, but the Holy Dragon City's lord also had wings. This matter was interesting. Could it be that the Holy Dragon City's city lord was not a pure human, but a flying alien race? In that case, would the Holy Dragon City still be considered a human clan city? However, very quickly, a knowledgeable foreign cultivator stood up and told everyone with certainty that the Holy Dragon City's city lord had grown wings because he had cultivated a cultivator skill that required the fusion of monster blood essence. As for why Tang Zhen did not transform, there were only two possibilities. The first possibility was that Tang Zhen's cultivation base was profound and he could control the beast parts as he wished. The second possibility was that the monster that Tang Zhen had extracted his blood essence from was a rare humanoid monster. Therefore, it was able to maintain its human form when it used its skill. After listening to the explanation of these cultivators, everyone came to a realization. Then, some people asked curiously, what's with the cultivator skill? Since they had this kind of flying skill, why were there so few cultivators who practiced it? The person who asked was also a level 2 foreign cultivator. The foreign cultivator who had just explained looked around and saw that everyone was waiting for his answer. He continued with a proud expression, "From what you said, I know that you haven't mastered any cultivation skills, am I right?" The low-level cultivator nodded in embarrassment. "You don't have to be embarrassed. You should know that among cultivators, the proportion of people who have mastered a cultivator's skill is not too high. There are only a few reasons for this situation. If you want to exchange for a cultivator skill, you must have a sufficient number of brain beads. High-level cultivators were easy to gather, but for low-level cultivators, it was a bit difficult. After obtaining the brain, one would also need to have the identity of a resident of the Tower City, only then would one be qualified to exchange for skills on the Cornerstone trading platform. If you're a wild cultivator, don't even think about exchanging for a cultivator skill. Clearing his throat, the foreign cultivator looked around at the crowd and continued to explain. After exchanging for a cultivator's skill, one must constantly cultivate and practice, so that they can be used smoothly in battle. Each skill had a time limit and consumed a terrifying amount of energy. Most cultivators would only cultivate 1 or 2 skills. When it came to skills, quality was more important than quantity. This was the personal experience of countless cultivators, and it was absolutely correct. If you think you have money and want to exchange for 8 to 10 skills, then I can tell you, there's no way. When exchanging for skills, the Cornerstone trading platform would determine whether you had the qualifications to exchange according to your cultivation. Cultivators below the Overlord rank could exchange for 3 cultivator skills at most. Therefore, cultivators would be very careful when choosing skills. The success rate of fusing with a monster's blood essence skill is very low. Although the flying ability seems good, if it can only fly in the sky for 1 or 2 minutes, it's really too useless. After saying this, the foreign cultivator glanced at Tang Zhen, who was leaving, and a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. Only a Lord-level cultivator like the Holy Dragon City Lord would cultivate such an impractical cultivation technique without any scruples. With their Lord-tier cultivation, they can easily learn 5 or 6 techniques. Even if they learn a technique that isn't very useful, it won't affect their combat power. When everyone heard this, they all had looks of realization. This foreign cultivator was indeed knowledgeable, and his words were very reasonable. However, if it was placed on Tang Zhen, it would be a little outrageously wrong. All the cultivator skills that Tang Zhen exchanged would be recycled by the application store after the exchange. Therefore, he could exchange for an unlimited number of cultivator skills without any limit on the number of times he could exchange. After the skill application was completed and upgraded by the application store, not only was there no limit to the number of downloads, but its power had also been raised to the limit. Take the skill that Tang Zhen was using as an example. Not only could it allow Tang Zhen to unleash 100% of the ability of the fused monster, but it also had the ability to turn his wings into energy and had no time limit. As long as there was enough energy in Tang Zhen's body, he would be able to continue flying and not just fly for a few minutes. There was no cooldown for all skills. In this aspect, Tang Zhen was enough to crush all the cultivators in the Lusheng world. After causing a commotion in Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen flapped his wings and flew straight in the direction of Blood Sand City. He was going to use this opportunity to practice his flying skills to get back the Crimson Desert in Blood Sand City. Chapter 399 Closing of the Passage. Moving the desert, it flapped its wings for a long time, and the Holy Dragon City was getting further and further away. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Tang Zhen activated the Quantum Stealth Light Curtain and flew at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Flying at full speed, Tang Zhen's speed had already exceeded the speed of sound. The scenery in the wilderness rapidly passed by under him amidst a whistling sound. The clothes on his body had already been torn to shreds, leaving only the Fem Battle to protect Tang Zhen's body. Even without the Fem Combat Suit, the monster's body that had turned into energy after the fusion could still provide protection for Tang Zhen, who was flying at an extremely fast speed. However, a cultivator's physical strength would be greatly exhausted while flying at high speed. Even with Tang Zhen's current cultivation, he could only support it for about 2 hours. After flying unhurriedly for tens of minutes, Tang Zhen arrived near Blood Sand City. Compared to the bustling scene that Tang Zhen saw the last time he came here, the current Blood Sand City was obviously much more deserted. Under the cover of the Quantum Stealth Light Curtain, Tang Zhen quietly approached and landed on the top of the building of Blood Sand City. Just like the Holy Dragon City, there were also cultivators on guard at the top of the towers in Blood Sand City. However, the 2 rank 4 cultivators in front of him seemed to be distracted and didn't notice Tang Zhen's arrival. Tang Zhen casually strolled to the front of the 2 Blood Sand City cultivators and punched one of them. The cultivators of Blood Sand City who were attacked felt a buzz in their heads, and then they fell to the ground. Seeing his comrade fall out of thin air, the other cultivator of Blood Sand City was shocked and was about to sound the alarm. There was no need to think about it. This was definitely an enemy invasion. However, before this cultivator could make a move, Tang Zhen had already controlled his mental energy and grabbed the other party's neck. The cultivator's body rose into the air. His neck was long, and his hands and feet were shaking. "Who are you?" The cultivator from Blood Sand City who was being strangled had difficulty breathing, but he still managed to squeeze out a sentence, his eyes full of fear. He was unable to see Tang Zhen who was in an invisible state. However, he could sense that there was a person in front of him who was using an ice-cold gaze to stare at him. As long as he made the slightest movement, the other party would not hesitate to break his neck. The eyes of the cultivators of Blood Sand City in the air had already begun to roll back, and the trembling of their limbs was becoming less and less intense. Their faces had also turned purple, and they could pass out at any moment. Tang Zhen's goal wasn't to kill. He naturally wouldn't let the other party die. After relaxing his mind power, the Blood Sand City cultivator fell to the ground. He couldn't wait to breathe, and at the same time he coughed violently. Looking at the void in front of him, his eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, he no longer dared to trigger the alarm, only hoping to save his life. He knew that if he made any strange movements, the invisible invader would kill him. Answer whatever I ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. You understand. Tang Zhen's voice entered the ears of the cultivators of Blood Sand City, and it carried a heart-palpitating chill. The cultivators of Blood Sand City swallowed their saliva and quickly nodded in agreement. Tell me everything that has happened in Blood Sand City. When the cultivator from Blood Sand City heard this, he hurriedly arranged his thoughts and explained to Tang Zhen. Things were just as Tang Zhen had expected. Blood Sand City had already fallen into a huge crisis. Ever since the nuclear bomb he had set up in advance was detonated, the interdimensional passage in Blood Sand City had changed. In the beginning, the entire plane was thrown into darkness by this terrifying explosion. It was as if the earth had been shattered, and the flying dust covered the sky. The monsters that were affected by the explosion were instantly melted into remains by the high temperature. Almost none of them survived. The cultivators of the 5 cities were dumbfounded by this scene. They subconsciously thought that this was the doing of the invader. Although they hated this guy to the core, they had to admit that no one could deal with this destructive man with a high cultivation base. However, the commotion this time was too big. The influential officials in the 5 towers were worried that the interplane passage would be closed because of this. However, this was how things were in the world. What you were afraid of would come. After the explosion ended, the plane immediately changed. Countless monsters suddenly went crazy, and their strength began to increase rapidly. More and more Lord-tier monsters began to wreak havoc in the interdimensional space. They attacked the interdimensional passage without any reason. The thing that the influential people of the 5 cities were most worried about had finally happened. In the beginning, the tunnel kept twisting, and then it showed signs of collapsing. The cultivators in charge of guarding the interplane passage saw that the situation was not good and quickly retreated to their own towers. The twisted passage didn't last more than a day before it completely collapsed and closed. The closing of the passage also meant the beginning of the disaster. In the following days, a random building would appear out of the 5, and it would be forcibly upgraded to a level 6 building. Before being ransacked by Tang Zhen, these buildings were not afraid of upgrading in advance. After all, they had been running the business for many years and had some foundation and savings. However, after their treasure room was cleared by Tang Zhen, if they were to encounter a situation where they advanced in advance, that would really take their old lives. If Lu Cheng's brain beads were not enough, he could only sacrifice his soul when he was forced to advance. And the people who sacrificed their souls were the residents of the building. It was also for this reason that the people in the other 4 towers were all in a state of panic, except for the only flying non-human tower that had not been ransacked by Tang Zhen. They began to rack their brains to think of a way to survive this crisis. It didn't take long for the Qilin Tower to be upgraded by force, and 1/3 of the residents in the tower died because of the soul sacrifice. The Scarlet Qilin Palace, which had been upgraded to a grade 6 city, was already badly damaged. Who knew if it could defend the city? Most of the cultivators in the other 4 towers had already gathered through the spacetime tunnel and were attacking the Red Qilin Tower. How long would this battle last, and whether it would end with a Pyrrhic victory or a crushing defeat? No one knew at all. Tang Zhen quietly listened to the explanation of the Blood Sand City cultivator and slightly nodded. Blood Sand City's fate had come to an end, and they could no longer pose any threat to Holy Dragon City. After knocking the other party unconscious, Tang Zhen turned around and looked at the blood-colored desert not far away. Countless heat waves visible to the naked eye were rising from the blood-red desert. Tang Zhen nodded his head in satisfaction. He believed that the heat emitted by the blood-colored desert should be able to easily withstand the ice and snow from the cold moon calamity. Tang Zhen gently closed his eyes and activated the terrain transformation plugin. Following the control of Tang Zhen's thoughts, the blood-colored desert in front of him began to shake intensely. After which, it began to move rapidly on the ground. This strange yet spectacular scene made the residents of Blood Sand City, who were standing by the windows of the city tower and happened to see this scene, dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on, and they were all helpless as they watched the Crimson Desert run further and further away. Tang Zhen, who was flying in the sky, had already raised his speed to the limit. 1 minute was enough for Tang Zhen to fly 20 kilometers. Just as the usage time of the skill was about to end, Tang Zhen once again activated teleportation. The blood-colored desert that had been following Tang Zhen on the ground had also disappeared into thin air. It had followed him and appeared 100 miles away. Chapter 400. Upgrading the mobile phone. Visiting the island again, Tang Zhen swooped down from the sky and landed at the edge of the blood-colored desert. As soon as he got close to the blood-red desert, he immediately felt a wave of heat hit him head-on, as if he was in a furnace. What was the reason for this magical desert? However, from now on, it belonged to Holy Dragon City. After a simple estimate of the distance from here to the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen realized that due to the map's restrictions, he would need at least a few days to complete the transportation. Following the increase in his cultivation, the current map of a 100-kilometer radius was no longer able to satisfy Tang Zhen's needs. However, the problem was that there was no map application with a radius of more than 100 kilometers in the application store, so Tang Zhen couldn't spend it even if he had money. According to Tang Zhen's speculations, the reason for this situation was that the level of the application store was not high enough and needed to be upgraded again. If he wanted to upgrade the app store, he would need to spend 10 million brain pearls. If it was in the past, Tang Zhen would not have been able to take out so many brain beads. However, after plundering the 4 towers, he had enough brain matter. Even after the upgrade sacrifice, he could still easily take out the money. After checking the time needed for the upgrade, Tang Zhen finally decided to upgrade the application store. Sharpening a knife would not delay the work of cutting wood. If the upgraded application store really had a larger map, it would save him a lot of time. Not to mention that the higher the level of the application store, the more powerful the applications inside would be. To Tang Zhen, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. Tang Zhen activated the teleportation function and returned to his original world. Using the app store to upgrade for 2 days, Tang Zhen just happened to deal with some things in his original world. Standing in the cave, Tang Zhen paid 10 million brain beads, and the mobile application store officially began to upgrade. What happened next had nothing to do with Tang Zhen. All he needed to do was to wait. When Tang Zhen walked out of the cave on the island, someone immediately came forward to welcome him. His face was filled with excitement. Tang Zhen focused and looked. He realized that the other party was an acquaintance. It was Peter, who had been running around for Tang Zhen in the Ice Bear Alliance. It had been a long time since they last met, but this guy's complexion was not bad. When he was running around with Ivanov, Peter almost died on the road. Fortunately, this guy was lucky and finally made it through. Now that Tang Zhen was building a base on the island, there was a shortage of manpower. As Ivanov's confidant, Peter was directly sent over. It had been a while since he had last been here, and the entire island had changed greatly. Countless buildings had been erected, and busy figures could be seen everywhere. With money, power, and the support and tacit consent of their business partners, the island's construction work progressed at a rapid pace. Several laboratories had already been put into use. Top scientists from all over the world were analyzing and studying the items that Tang Zhen had brought back. He believed that it wouldn't take long for a satisfying result to appear. Tang Zhen was not too concerned about these experiments because he did not have any use for them for the time being. Currently, the thing that Tang Zhen was most concerned about was still the soul transmission experiment. Tang Zhen continued to stir up trouble in the original world in order to lay the foundation for this matter. He hoped that the talents from the original world would go to the Lusheng world to assist him. If it wasn't for this matter, Tang Zhen might have been a low-key rich man and lived a life of luxury. With Tang Zhen's current net worth, It was enough for him to squander for 10 lifetimes without worry. Unfortunately, his ambition was not in this. Therefore, most of the time he spent enjoying himself was used by Tang Zhen to continuously raise his strength. Tang Zhen followed Peter to the spacious and bright office and began to bury his head in work. The first thing to do was to build a larger soul fusion altar in the countries where the virtual game was promoted to increase the strength of the detection. Only by casting a wide net would one be able to catch more fish. The purpose of Tang Zhen doing this was to increase the chances of success. Tang Zhen had a premonition in his heart that he would be able to lock onto the position of the tower world in a short period of time. As long as the coordinates were confirmed, the next step would be easy. The second thing that required the cooperation of the researchers was to complete the cultivation of the host body. What Tang Zhen needed was not a clone, but a body that could bear the soul, a body of flesh and blood without a soul. For example, if the body that hosted the soul was a driver, then the body that hosted the soul was a car. However, this kind of car was very special. It needed a strong shell and excellent performance. Therefore, the process of cultivating a body was not as simple as one would imagine. After being hosted by a soul traveler from the original world, this body could not only cultivate, but it could also not allow for a short life. They were born with the physique to cultivate, and they had to ensure that they could not meet 1,000 people. In this way, the difficulty of training would increase by countless times. The mother tree Lu Cheng could also cultivate bodies. After it was upgraded to level 5, it could cultivate nearly 10,000 bodies at once. This number seemed to be quite a lot, but the period required was too long. The number still could not meet Tang Zhen's requirements. Therefore, the main location for the body's cultivation still needed to be built in the original world. Tang Zhen already had a plan in his heart on how to cultivate the body, and he could try it out at any time. As the saying goes, one must always be wary of others. Tang Zhen had left a small back door in these cultivated bodies. Only by leaving this back door open would Tang Zhen be able to use the talents from the original world without worrying that they would do something disadvantageous to the Holy Dragon City. One by one, the drawings appeared in Tang Zhen's hands. After a little sorting, he handed them to Peter. Now, there were more and more people working for Tang Zhen. There were many things that Tang Zhen did not need to do personally. He only needed to issue orders. After being busy for half a day, Tang Zhen finally finished all the work. He stood up and stretched his back. Tang Zhen walked out of the room. He looked at the bright and beautiful sunlight and the dark blue ocean. He immediately felt extremely comfortable. With such good weather, they naturally had to go out and play. There was a yacht on the island's dock. Tang Zhen called Peter and the two of them went out to sea by boat. The fashionably styled yacht circled around the island. The beach, the shore, and the dark blue sea water continuously passed by Tang Zhen's eyes while the sea breeze brought about waves of refreshing feeling. After playing for a while, the yacht stopped. Tang Zhen leisurely laid on the chair, drinking fruit juice while enjoying his leisure time. The world of the building did not have such a beautiful environment that allowed Tang Zhen to comfortably enjoy the sunlight and the waves. After enjoying the sun for a while, Tang Zhen jumped into the sea and began to swim comfortably. The magnificent and peculiar underwater world caused Tang Zhen to exclaim in admiration. At the same time, he could not help but feel a desire to play. He was like the most agile fish, constantly swimming in the sea, and from time to time, he would throw fresh shrimp and crabs to the yacht. Peter hurriedly picked up these shrimps and crabs for tonight's food. After Tang Zhen was done playing, he directly shot up from the bottom of the sea and flew to a height of over 10 meters. After which, he steadily landed on the yacht. In the following time, the two of them began to process and cook the seafood, and the alluring aroma continued to spread. After a simple cooking, a big pot of seafood was carried out by Peter and directly placed on the deck of the yacht. They drank some wine, ate some seafood, and went fishing. In less than half a day, Tang Zhen had unloaded all his burdens and was extremely comfortable playing. Chapter 401 Virtual Reality Game, World of Lusheng. While Tang Zhen was enjoying the sunlight and seafood on the island, the first virtual online game in his original world was about to start operating. The virtual reality game, World of Buildings, had been in the limelight recently. At this moment, game enthusiasts all over the world couldn't wait to put on their virtual helmets and wait for the game to officially start. The operator promoted the game at all costs, letting countless people know about this futuristic game, and it quickly gathered a large number of loyal fans. The topic of this game had always been at the top of the search engines. Every piece of information about the game would quickly become a hot topic on the internet. The excellent production, the technology that transcended the era, and the reasonable pricing standards made countless gaming fans in the original world look forward to it. In his original world, at 12 p.m., on a certain month of a certain year, the headquarters of a game company in the Pickle Nation officially opened the heavily protected Super server, and the game officially began its operation. Countless players around the world cheered and couldn't wait to enter the game world and experience this game that only existed in science fiction. The Asian Alliance, Dongyang City. In a luxurious villa, a young man and woman wearing virtual helmets were lying on top game chairs and slowly entering the game world. When entering the game, the system stipulated that you must enter your citizenship number, and there would be a DNA test binding. According to the game company's introduction, this was to prevent anyone from stealing the account. Of course, this was just an official statement. Only a very small number of people knew the real purpose. After the young man and woman completed the verification as required, their consciousness entered the game world directly under the guidance of the helmet. A vast and desolate field appeared in front of them. The sky here was extremely high, the ground was extremely vast, and all kinds of strange plants were swaying in the wind. She touched the wild grass on the ground, and the girl screamed with joy, "Brother Zufeng, this weed looks so real. It's so magical." After saying this, the girl even reached out to pinch the young man mischievously, smiling like a little fox. "Brother Zufeng, does it hurt to pinch you?" After being ambushed by the girl, Shufeng had a helpless expression on his face. "All right, stop fooling around. I admit defeat." Hearing this, the girl finally let go of Shufeng and turned around to continue admiring the surrounding scenery. "Brother Zufeng, this place is so magical. Do you think this is really the world of Lusheng that my brother is in?" "I didn't go out, how would I know?" Shufeng shrugged his shoulders helplessly. "But your brother said it himself, the scene in the game is exactly the same as the world in the building he was in. Do you think your brother would lie?" The girl shook her head and a faint smile appeared on her face. "I won't lie to you, so the world of Lusheng must be like this." After saying this, the girl looked down at her tattered leather armor and pouted. "Brother Zufeng, let's go play the game. I want to see my brother in the game as soon as possible." Tang Yaji's eyes were filled with sadness when she said that. She hadn't seen her brother for a long time since they had separated. From Shufeng, Tang Yaji knew a lot about Tang Zhen and how great her brother was now. Her brother, who had once held up the sky for her in the midst of the wavering wind and rain, had now grown to the point where countless people looked up to him. Even this virtual game was his business. Tang Yaji was happy for her brother from the bottom of her heart, and she missed him very much. No one understood Tang Zhen better than her. He had always been a person who only reported the good and not the bad. In order to achieve his current achievements, God knows how much hard work he had put in and how much blood and sweat he had shed. However, Shufeng told Tang Yaji that it was not convenient for Tang Zhen to meet her now, because it would bring her unnecessary danger. When Tang Yaji heard that, she didn't say much. She just followed Shufeng's arrangement and completed her studies every day under the protection of bodyguards. After graduating from school, Tang Yaji directly entered Shufeng's company and was secretly protected by 4 super soldiers at all times. Shufeng did not dare to be the slightest bit careless when it came to Tang Zhen's only younger sister. He was afraid that she would be harmed. Others might not understand Tang Zhen, but Shufeng was extremely clear. If something really happened to his younger sister, the furious Tang Zhen would definitely turn the sky over. This time, the virtual reality game was launched all over the world. As an agent of the Asian Alliance, Zufeng was given 2 sets of top-class helmets and seats. After hearing that there was a game character created based on Tang Zhen, Tang Yaji, who had never played games before, immediately pulled Shufeng into the game. She couldn't see her brother in the real world, but it was good to see him in the game world. In the game world, close to 1 million players were online at the same time, gathering at their spawn points in the wilderness. As far as the eye could see, countless players of all skin colors had already appeared on the vast plains. They were also surprised by the authenticity of the game, and they were constantly touching and looking at it, their faces full of excitement. Some players simply rolled on the ground, constantly shouting and shouting, extremely happy. After the excitement died down, the players split up in 2s and 3s. Some players began to look for monsters and characters in the game to complete missions, while others went deep into the wilderness to see the scenery. According to the game operator's introduction, this game had infinite possibilities. Players could use their imagination to their heart's content and gallop freely in this game world. Soon, some players encountered monsters in the wilderness and were all killed instantly. Soon, players discovered the Wanderer's Market. However, they could not enter because they did not have brains. There were even some players who mistakenly entered the wild building and were being chased by monsters. The inexperienced players began to think of ways to earn their first pot of gold after suffering countless setbacks. Unlike the players who were running into walls everywhere, Xu Feng and Tang Yaji began to hurry after choosing a direction. There were very few monsters along this route, and there were even treasures left by the wanderers hidden in a few hidden locations. When he created this game, it was unknown if Tang Zhen's bad taste had broken out, but he had deliberately left behind such a winding route that was full of surprises. Xu Feng had also found out about this secret route from Lin Weishun during the trial run. This time, Xu Feng would naturally choose this route to play the game with Tang Yaji, which would also save him the cumbersome process of killing monsters and leveling up. He was too busy with work and could not waste a lot of time in the game. The two of them walked and stopped along the way. After about 3 hours, an extremely huge valley appeared on the horizon. Xu Feng, who was wearing light armor, pointed in the direction of the valley and said to Tang Yaji, "Do you see that valley? The holy dragon city that your brother built is in that valley." Tang Yaji, who was wearing black leather armor, immediately looked happy and ran straight to the valley. Seeing this, Xu Feng laughed bitterly and hurriedly chased after him. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive in front of Holy Dragon City. Looking at the tall city walls and the fully armed Holy Dragon City soldiers, Xu Feng could not help but sigh. Even though it was not his first time seeing Holy Dragon City, he could not help but sigh. One could only imagine the hardships Tang Zhen had to pay to wander in the other world with his bare hands and establish such a foundation. Behind the glamorous appearance of those big shots, there were actually countless hardships and efforts hidden, but who could notice it? Seeing Xu Feng and Tang Yaji standing in front of the tower, the Holy Dragon City warrior in the game naturally had to question them. In the end, he saw Xu Feng sneer and take out a letter from his pocket. He said to the Holy Dragon City soldier, "We found this letter in a cave. It seems to be related to the Holy Dragon City, so please help to pass it to the city lord. Wait here, don't go anywhere," the soldier warned before turning around and walking into the city. About 10 minutes later, the Holy Dragon City soldier returned again, bringing Xu Feng and Tang Yaji into the tower. Chapter 402 Unbearable to look back on, deep sibling love with curiosity and apprehension, Tang Yaji followed the Holy Dragon City soldier and slowly entered the Holy Dragon Valley. The Holy Dragon City in the game was still the same as before it had leveled up, but it still looked extremely majestic. The huge city tower stood in the middle of the green valley. The clear lake water rippled slightly, and a few creatures that looked like frogs were throwing a big fish onto the shore. The lake and the mountains were beautiful. In particular, the mother tree standing in the green space of the valley looked extremely beautiful under the cover of flowers and green grass, making Tang Yaji unable to take her eyes off it. Looking at the residents of Lusheng walking back and forth in the valley, as well as those mighty and extraordinary Holy Dragon City soldiers, Tang Yaji couldn't wait to see Tang Zhen. After crossing the long flight of stairs, the two of them quickly entered the interior of the city. It did not take long for the Holy Dragon City warrior to stop in front of a large door. After the announcement, the door was slowly opened, and a tall and charming woman smiled at the two of them. Tang Yaji took a deep breath and walked in slowly. The sunlight shone through the huge window and into the spacious room, making it bright and soft. A tall and well-built man was standing at the window, holding the letter delivered by Xu Feng in his hand. He seemed to be lost in thought. As the sun shone on his face, one could see that his brows were slightly furrowed. His face was as sharp as a knife and was filled with determination. "Big brother Yingluo," Tang Yaji's body trembled. She murmured softly and slowly walked toward the man. Compared to before, her brother seemed to be taller and stronger, and he had an intimidating aura. But with just one look, Tang Yaji was sure that the man in front of her was her brother who had protected her since she was a child. Even though she knew that the Tang Zhen in front of her was just a virtual character in the game, Tang Yaji still couldn't control her emotions. Her big and cunning eyes gradually turned red, and tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes. The two of them had grown up relying on each other and experienced countless hardships. No one could understand her feelings for Tang Zhen. Looking at Tang Yaji's appearance, Xu Feng sighed and quietly logged out of the game. Tang Yaji, who was staring at Tang Zhen, didn't notice Xu Feng's movements. She merely walked towards Tang Zhen step by step. Her eyes were filled with tears, but the corners of her mouth were filled with a blissful smile. Hearing the crying behind him, Tang Zhen turned around in the game. His eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts fell on Tang Yaji. If it was someone with evil intentions, they would immediately shiver with guilt after being stared at by such a sharp gaze. However, Tang Yaji didn't feel any discomfort. She just looked at Tang Zhen in silence. "Miss, are you the wanderer who found this letter?" In the game, Tang Zhen naturally didn't know Tang Yaji. He just looked at Tang Yaji with a strange look, raised the envelope in his hand, and asked. "Yingluo is, I found it." Tang Yaji pouted and sniffled. Although there were still tears in her eyes, she had a bright smile on her face. His voice was the same as his brother's, low and magnetic, no different from his brother's. Tang Zhen, who was in the game, nodded and slowly walked to Tang Yaji, looking at her quietly. Tang Yaji felt like there was a mountain in front of her, but the familiar sense of security made her eyes wet again. Ever since she was young, her brother had always stood in front of her like this, blocking all the frost blades and rain swords for her, not letting her suffer any harm. He remembered a winter when they were young. On a freezing night, there was not enough fuel at home, so the brother and sister could only curl up together to keep warm. The younger shivered in the cold, and her brother, who was not much older than her, covered her with all the clothes and bedding. On a night when a drop of water turned into ice, her brother, who was wearing a torn cotton-padded jacket, walked out of the house. It took a few hours before he staggered back home. Tang Zhen, whose hands and feet were covered in frostbites, was dragging a tattered sack that contained the fuel he had collected outside. Rough bottles, broken leather shoes, rotten wood, and clumps of weeds. On that cold winter night, the brother and sister snuggled up to the burning stove and stayed in a daze until dawn. There were many similar things. It was also precisely this kind of life experience that caused the Tang siblings, characters, to become extremely tenacious and extremely stubborn. Once they had made up their mind, neither of them would give up easily. Tang Zhen, who was in the game, didn't know Tang Yaji's thoughts. After all, the him in front of him was just a piece of data in the game. After glancing at Tang Yaji, Tang Zhen slowly opened his mouth and told Tang Yaji about the origin of the letter. Tang Yaji just looked at him silently with a smile on her face. She didn't know if she had heard what he said. Xu Feng, who had been missing for a long time, still didn't appear. No one knew what he was busy with. What Tang Yaji didn't know was that Xu Feng, who had just exited the game, was taking out his mobile phone and hesitantly making a call. However, the owner of this number might not pick up the call personally. 10 times, the person would not answer the call. Do. "Hello, Mr. Xu Feng, I'm Peter." A deep voice was heard, but the receiver was not the owner of the number. Xu Feng sighed slightly and said into the phone, "Hello, Peter. How's your life on the island recently?" "I'm fine, thank you for your concern." After Peter expressed his gratitude, he continued, "Are you looking for the oracle? Do you want me to pass the phone to him?" he asked. Hearing this, Xu Feng was stunned for a moment, then he said with a happy expression, "Okay, please pass the phone to him." He had called this number dozens of times, but this was the first time the owner of the phone, Tang Zhen, had answered a call. It was really rare. "Wind, what's the matter?" Tang Zhen's voice was transmitted from the phone. No emotions could be heard from his tone. Xu Feng inhaled a deep breath of air and said to Tang Zhen, "I was playing a game with xianxia just now. When she saw you in the game, she cried so hard that she was crying." Tang Zhen, who was on the other end of the phone, was silent for a moment before his voice sounded again, "Tell me where you are and I'll go back immediately." Xu Feng hurriedly told Tang Zhen his current location when he heard this. Tang Zhen hung up the phone as soon as he finished speaking. Xu Feng listened to the beeping sound on the phone. After being stunned for a moment, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xu Feng came to the game seat and looked at Tang Yaji, who was still immersed in the game. He hummed a little song and entered the game again. On the yacht on the island, after Tang Zhen handed the phone to Peter, he turned around and put on the foamy combat suit that was placed at the side. Seeing Tang Zhen cover up those incomparably exquisite tattoos on his body, Peter sighed with some regret. It wasn't that there was a problem with Peter's sexual orientation, but the shirtless Tang Zhen and the tattoos on his body were simply a beautiful piece of art. Peter had seen countless tattoos, but he found that no tattoo could be compared with Tang Zhen's. The tattoos on Tang Zhen's body appeared to have a life of their own, causing one to be unable to help but be attracted to them. Tang Zhen didn't care about Peter's disappointed expression. After he put on the foamy combat suit, he turned around and gave a few instructions. Although the application store was being upgraded, the flying ability obtained after the fusion of blood essence could still be used normally. Swish! A pair of pure white and enormous wings suddenly appeared behind Tang Zhen. They were unceasingly spreading and flapping, and had almost completely occupied the deck. Oh my god, Yingluo! Peter was dumbstruck as he stood on the deck and watched Tang Zhen's wings shake. He suddenly left the yacht and flew straight into the clouds. A moment later, Peter came back to his senses. He trembled as he took out his phone and dialed Ivanov's cell phone. Oh my god, boss, you can't imagine what I just saw. The Oracle actually conjured a pair of huge wings. Like an angel, he flew directly into the sky and looked around. As soon as the phone was connected, Peter roared at Ivanov with excitement as if he had gone crazy. Chapter 403. Return to the Asian Alliance. Tang Zhen's figure flashed in the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Compared to the air quality of the Lusheng world, the sky of the original world was very dirty. At this moment, Tang Zhen had a deep understanding. When flying at a high altitude in the Tower world, one's vision was almost unaffected, and there were no strange smells in the air, which made one feel relaxed and happy. However, in the original world, it was not so comfortable to fly. Although the air quality was very poor, it was unable to affect Tang Zhen's flight. Because his phone was being upgraded, the quantum invisibility light screen could not be used. Therefore, Tang Zhen had no choice but to increase his flying altitude as much as possible to avoid being discovered. Flying in the air of the original world sounded cool, but it was also very troublesome. If someone managed to capture the scene of him flying, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. This kind of meaningless way of becoming famous should be avoided as much as possible. Compared to the ordinary people who came to watch the show, the machines of violence in those countries were not so easy to deal with. Tang Zhen was not afraid of them, but he was afraid of trouble. If he was discovered by the surveillance radar and patrol aircraft on the coastline, it would be inevitable that he would be torn apart. Compared to planes and missiles, Tang Zhen's body was much smaller, so the chances of being discovered were not too high. Furthermore, the femtometer combat suit had extremely high anti-radar detection capabilities. With the military radar level of his original world, it was impossible to detect it. Therefore, as long as Tang Zhen avoided being discovered by the naked eye, he could basically avoid all the trouble. Tang Zhen's thoughts were quite good and his considerations were quite thorough. The only thing that he did not consider was the degree of importance these countries in his original world placed on him. With his ability, he could easily turn the whole world upside down. How could he not be highly monitored by these countries? What he didn't know was that when he was teleported to the island from the world of Lusheng, the satellite in the sky had already locked onto him. The scenes of him basking in the sun on the yacht, swimming in the sea, transforming into wings and soaring into the sky were all faithfully recorded. From the beginning to the end, there were nearly 100 spectators from all over the world who were watching him and analyzing him from all aspects. These people analyzed Zhen Tang's speed and strength based on his movements. They magnified the details of the Fem combat suit and analyzed the possible functions of the combat suit. Even the monster tattoo on Tang Zhen's body had been completely recorded and analyzed by the system. When Tang Zhen hung up the phone and released a pair of wings, not only was Peter scared silly, but those who were monitoring Tang Zhen were also shocked. Oh god, Tom, tell me quickly, is this guy human? I'm sorry, man, I'm actually very confused too. When they saw Tang Zhen soar into the sky, these people immediately got busy. They wanted to figure out where Tang Zhen was flying to. Intelligence team, can you retrieve the content of the target's conversation just now? No, the target's phone seems to have been specially encrypted. We can't crack it at all. Then, can we lock onto his flight path and predict his final destination? We're in the process of analysis. We've got it. According to our analysis, the target's final destination is likely to be within the Asian Alliance. The Asian Alliance? Why, Report, one of the target's men and his sister are in Dongyang City of the Asian Alliance. Yuyu, okay, I got it. Continue monitoring. At the same time, in a secret base of the Asian Alliance. Looking at the flight route marked on the screen, as well as the estimated final destination, a middle-aged general with a resolute face gave the order. Immediately send the 5-step snake team to the location and take over the security work. My request is very simple, and that is to make sure that the target is within our surveillance line of sight. During this period, he is not allowed to come into contact with other foreign forces. You all know the target's abilities, so don't do anything to anger him. After all, he's one of our partners. Following the order, a military helicopter took off from a military base thousands of miles away and headed straight for Dongyang City. It was rare for Tang Zhen to return to his original world. Therefore, those factions were like sharks that had smelled blood. All of them began to take action in an attempt to make contact with Tang Zhen. Over an hour later, Tang Zhen, who was high in the sky, had already seen the huge city on the ground through the hazy clouds. Tang Zhen was a little absent-minded as he looked at the densely packed high-rise buildings and the endless stream of people. He wondered when his holy dragon city would be able to reach such a scale. Tang Zhen sighed, after which, he began to search for the location that Xu Feng had told him. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen had never been to Dongyang City and was not familiar with the city. Moreover, they were high up in the sky, and all the buildings had become small squares, which increased the difficulty of the search. If the phone hadn't been upgraded, Tang Zhen could still use the all-purpose electronic kit to locate it, but now he couldn't count on it. Just as Tang Zhen was hesitating whether to land on the ground, he heard the sound of an airplane. It sounded like a military helicopter. Tang Zhen was slightly startled. This was because the altitude he was at was not the usual flying altitude of a helicopter. What was going on with this helicopter? Just as he was about to dodge, he saw the assault helicopter flying over. As he was speaking through the broadcast, a female soldier in a camouflage uniform was raising her arm and gesturing at him. Tang Zhen frowned. He thought for a moment before turning around and flying over. After seeing Zhen Tang fly over, the door of the armed helicopter immediately opened. Two young faces filled with surprise were staring at Zhen Tang. The airflow produced by the propeller had no effect on Tang Zhen. He directly turned into the cabin door of the plane. Swish! After Tang Zhen entered the cabin, he swept his gaze over the 7 fully armed soldiers in the surroundings. Under everyone's astonished eyes, he directly retracted his wings. Tang Zhen casually took the ear mic that the female soldier handed over and coldly said, "Who are you? What's the matter?" The heroic-looking female soldier smiled at Tang Zhen and said with a slightly hoarse voice, "Mr. Zhen Tang, we are the 5-step snake special forces of the 5th unit of the Asian Alliance. We have rushed here to protect your safety within the Asian Alliance's territory." "To protect my safety, are you sure?" Tang Zhen looked at the female soldier with a smile that was not a smile. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. The female soldier did not reveal any angry expression when she heard this. Instead, she continued to speak to Tang Zhen, "We understand your abilities very well. We don't overestimate our abilities and think that you need our protection. Our real mission is to help you block some unnecessary trouble so that it doesn't affect your daily life. This is our job, please cooperate, thank you." Tang Zhen nodded. After he reported an address, he closed his eyes to rest and did not say anything. This rapid flight had greatly exhausted Tang Zhen's physical strength. He took this opportunity to close his eyes and recuperate. The members of the 5-step snake special combat squad looked at each other, and no one said anything. They had already memorized all the information about Tang Zhen in their minds. They were extremely cautious when facing this special person who possessed many mysterious abilities. They were extremely clear that even though the members of their small group were the elites among the elites, they were still unable to withstand a single blow in front of Tang Zhen. They only hoped to complete this mission under the circumstances of not provoking Tang Zhen as much as possible. Chapter 404. Brother and sister meet and have fun in leisure. 1. Following a loud roar, the assault helicopter slowly landed in a villa area. The carefully trimmed grass was blown up by the air current of the plane, like green waves. As the villa area was far away from the city, it did not attract too much attention during the entire landing process. In a place like Dongyang City, helicopters were not rare. On the lawn of the villa area, 5 men in black suits had already appeared. They were occupying different positions, staring at the slowly landing plane. After the plane stopped, Tang Zhen followed the members of the 5-step snake special combat squad and jumped off the plane. The 5 men immediately came forward and bowed to Tang Zhen after seeing him. Tang Zhen faintly smiled and greeted the 5 of them. These young men were all transformed super soldiers. Each of them had extraordinary skills, comparable to the level 3 cultivators in the world of Lusheng. After professional training, coupled with excellent weapons, their combat power could be said to be abnormal. The main task of these super soldiers was to protect the safety of Xu Feng and his sister, in case they were accidentally hurt. Tang Zhen had a deep impression of the young man leading the group of 5 because he had a very secretive relationship with the official forces of the Asian Alliance. Tang Zhen's first cooperation with the Asian Alliance was through this young man. Although the other party was not purely one of his own, Tang Zhen still acquiesced to the other party's existence and did not play any tricks. Tang Zhen had never done anything out of line in the area controlled by the Asian Alliance. Leaving the young man by Xu Feng's side was also a way to calm him down. The members of the 5-step snake special combat squad that followed Tang Zhen were currently sizing up the super soldiers in front of them without blinking. They also knew the identities of these 5 young men. They also knew that they were not ordinary people, but super soldiers who had been specially modified. However, they were rather disapproving of the name, super soldier. As powerhouses in the army, they all had a personality of not admitting defeat. Therefore, they were somewhat unconvinced of the 5 young men in front of them. There was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. They really wanted to measure how strong these so-called super soldiers were. If not for the mission, they would have started the challenge already. "Where are Zufeng and my sister?" Tang Zhen looked at the young man called Xu Wenfeng beside him and asked as he walked. "Big brother Li and the young lady are playing games. Should I call them over?" Xu Wenfeng, who was following closely behind, took powerful steps and asked Tang Zhen in a low voice. Tang Zhen shook his head when he heard this and walked into the villa. When he came to a room in the villa, Tang Zhen saw Xu Feng and Tang Yaji who were still immersed in the game. A trace of a smile surfaced on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth. He randomly found a chair and sat down before quietly waiting. Time slowly passed. After about 2 hours, Tang Yaji reluctantly exited the game. Tang Yaji took off her virtual helmet and rubbed her red and swollen eyes. There were tears in her eyes. Tang Yaji stood up from the chair and was about to wash her face when a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of her. After seeing this figure, Tang Yaji's body trembled slightly. She quickly rubbed her eyes to see if she was seeing things. However, the other party had already stood up and whispered to her, "Girl, brother is back." Tang Yaji's tears gushed out in an instant. With a wah sound, she rushed to Tang Zhen's side in a few steps and jumped up to hug his neck. "Brother, I've missed you so much." Tang Yaji cried and laughed as she hugged Tang Zhen's neck, refusing to let go. It was as if Tang Zhen would disappear the moment she let go. At the side, Xu Feng sat on a chair and silently watched the scene in front of him. His face was full of smiles. After crying for a while and venting her temper in front of her brother, Tang Yaji finally stabilized her emotions and held Tang Zhen's arm tightly. The two chatted for a long time before Tang Yaji let Tang Zhen go with a smile and went to wash her dirty little face. He turned his head and looked at Xu Feng. Coincidentally, he was walking over with 2 glasses of wine. Tang Zhen casually took 1 glass. Tang Zhen looked at Xu Feng after taking a light breath. "Wind, tell me about the recent situation." Xu Feng nodded and told Tang Zhen about the progress of his work in the Asian Alliance. Due to the cooperative relationship between the two sides, Xu Feng was no longer restricted in everything he did as before, and the scale of his business was also getting bigger and bigger. Relying on the help of other partners, as well as the technology and financial support brought by Tang Zhen, many of the planned projects could be carried out normally. However, one could see the shadow of the Asian Alliance's official power in these projects. No matter what, Xu Feng's business was getting bigger and bigger, and the help he could provide to Tang Zhen was also increasing. Now, Tang Zhen no longer needed to be as sneaky as before when he transported resources from his original world. As long as he made a list, there would be someone in charge of the entire procurement and transportation. After chatting with Xu Feng for about an hour, the two entered the restaurant and enjoyed dinner with Tang Yaji. Tang Zhen and the others chatted and laughed as they tasted the delicious food on the table. They appeared to be very happy. The next morning, before Tang Zhen got up, Tang Yaji had already pulled him up. Yesterday, she had forced Tang Zhen to agree to play with her for the entire day. The things that needed to be dealt with had already been dealt with. Tang Zhen, who had nothing to do, naturally had to satisfy his younger sister's request. After a little preparation, Tang Zhen and his sister left the villa and went straight to the suburbs of Dongyang City. Behind the two of them were 4 super warriors and 7 members of the 5-step snake special combat squad who had changed into casual clothes. Although they didn't recommend Tang Zhen to go out, Tang Zhen directly ignored them. After the luxury cars left the city, they drove for about an hour before they arrived at a village at the foot of the mountain. The agritourism projects here were very popular. For people who were used to city entertainment projects, the countryside scenery here was quite a good choice. Personally picking vegetables, personally fishing at the fish pond, personally making tofu buns, the original taste of the farm food greatly whetted everyone's appetites. Tang Yaji was having fun, and Tang Zhen was smiling. The guards following behind Tang Zhen's group could only put on an act due to their mission. They were unable to get involved. During their tour, they discovered more than 10 groups of suspicious people and were monitoring and following them. Without a doubt, the target of these people was Tang Zhen. The super soldiers and members of the 5-step snake special combat squad became even more alert. Tang Zhen merely laughed softly after seeing this scene. However, he did not say anything. In truth, there were over 20 groups of suspicious people following Tang Zhen. Those who had not been discovered were merely better at hiding. The purpose of these people approaching Tang Zhen was nothing more than to obtain benefits from him. As for the forces of the few countries that were cooperating with him, they tried every possible way to prevent other forces from getting close to Tang Zhen to prevent them from sharing the resources that originally belonged to them. This kind of secret contest had nothing to do with Tang Zhen, and he was too lazy to care about it. As long as they didn't have any crooked ideas on his family, Tang Zhen would quietly watch the development of the situation. However, if this group of people dared to cross the line and endanger his family, Tang Zhen did not mind letting them have a taste of the anger of a 3-star horde leader. No matter how turbulent the undercurrent was, at least it was calm on the surface. After a day of fun, the group returned to Xu Feng's villa. Tang Zhen held a glass of wine in his hand as he quietly sat on the sofa by himself. He was currently silently waiting for the moment when the phone upgrade was completed. Chapter 405. The arrival of the cold moon. Strange and unpredictable, it was late at night and the moon was high in the sky. Under Tang Zhen's anticipation, the phone upgrade was finally completed. As the phone was turned on, before Tang Zhen could check the changes in the application store, an abnormality appeared on the phone. The scene in front of him changed drastically. Suddenly, a continent surrounded by an endless ocean appeared, as if he was looking down from space. Compared to the turbulent ocean, this continent that was surrounded by clouds seemed extremely small. Tang Zhen's eyes were fixed on the scene in front of him. He was certain that this continent surrounded by the ocean was the land where the Holy Dragon City was located. It was because the outline of a certain coastline on the continent was very similar to the map he had obtained before. It was only at this moment that Tang Zhen discovered that the map that seemed to cover a vast area in his eyes was actually just a corner at the edge of this continent. The area of this continent was actually far beyond his imagination, and the area of the surrounding ocean was even more unbelievable. Just as Tang Zhen was prepared to carefully look at the other regions of the continent, he noticed a faint shadow slowly appearing in the sky above the continent. Tang Zhen looked at the shadow that had suddenly appeared as an ominous premonition rose in his heart. He was certain that the area covered by the shadow was where the Holy Dragon City was. As time slowly passed, the shadow became thicker and thicker. A trace of blue luster began to appear in the shadow from time to time. Tang Zhen held his breath. His eyes that were looking at the dark shadow had become ice cold and serious. All of a sudden, the shadow seemed to have broken through some kind of restriction and appeared directly in the sky above the continent, casting a large shadow on the ground. "Is this the cold moon of Suan Ni?" Tang Zhen exclaimed in his heart. He was stunned as he looked at the faintly discernible floating object that seemed to be completely covered in ice and snow. His eyes were filled with shock. As he looked at the crystal clear, dream-like buildings, a crazy thought came to his mind. Could it be that this cold moon that appears once every 1,000 years is the Suan Ni? Just as Tang Zhen thought of this, the scene in front of him suddenly disappeared, and his phone returned to normal. Hoo. Tang Zhen slightly relaxed his stiff body and drank the wine in his cup in one go, calming his excited mood. The scene that had appeared earlier had truly exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations, causing him to have a feeling of being caught off guard. He didn't expect the so-called cold moon to be like this. He wondered if the scene just now was a special prompt from the phone. Could it be that the once-in-a-thousand-years cold moon disaster had already appeared without anyone knowing? After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen was no longer in the mood to check the changes after the phone was upgraded. Instead, he immediately sent it back to the Lusheng world. Just as he returned to the tower world, Tang Zhen felt a wave of biting cold intent assault him. When he returned to his original world, the temperature was not this low. It seemed that the world of Lusheng had indeed changed. When he raised his head to look at the sky, Tang Zhen was shocked to discover that the sky, which was originally filled with twinkling stars, had actually turned pitch black. The area covered by this darkness was extremely wide. When one looked around, one could not see the end at all. The feeling of darkness was extremely oppressive. It was like a huge pot lid that covered all the areas of the wildlands. Since this had happened so late at night, almost no one had noticed it. They only felt that the night was particularly dark. However, Tang Zhen had already realized that the thing he had been worried about had finally happened. The cold moon calamity had appeared in the world of Lusheng in a way that no one had expected. From this moment on, endless ice and snow would completely envelop this land. Upon closer inspection, the object that shrouded the sky had countless waterfalls of cold air falling from the sky, causing the temperature of the wildlands to drop. From time to time, there would be a blue light that stretched for dozens of miles like lightning, looming at the bottom of the object. A pair of wings suddenly popped out from Tang Zhen's back. Soon after, he soared into the sky. A biting cold wind blew past Tang Zhen's ears. The chill brought about by flying at high speed caused one to feel exceptionally uncomfortable. As the height he rose to continued to increase, a vague feeling of danger began to surface in Tang Zhen's heart. It was as if the object that shrouded the entire sky contained great danger. However, Tang Zhen did not have any intention of retreating. Instead, he continued to speed up and advance. This matter was of great importance. No matter how dangerous it was, Tang Zhen had to figure out the matter. Unknowingly, Tang Zhen was getting closer and closer to the object that covered the sky. The sense of danger in his heart had also become increasingly obvious. Bang! Tang Zhen, who was flying at a rapid speed, seemed to have collided into an enormous protective barrier. Those deep blue web-like cracks appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes out of thin air. An enormous backlash force was transmitted over. Tang Zhen was caught off guard, and his entire body was violently bounced back. PFF'd. Tang Zhen was jolted by this rebound force until he vomited blood. He only stabilized his body after falling down for a long distance. He raised his head to look at the sky, only to see that the area he had hit was flashing with light, and some places were gradually becoming transparent. Tang Zhen's line of sight passed through this transparent area and saw a scene that made him dumbstruck. A vast land of ice and snow was floating quietly behind the black barrier. It was filled with blue ice peaks that reached the clouds. The floating continent was surrounded by a round blue protective shield. From the ground, the floating continent that was covered by the blue protective shield did look like a bright moon hanging high in the sky. Tang Zhen suddenly came to a realization. So this was the origin of the name, Cold Moon. Another wave of light flashed, and those transparent areas were slowly covered by black mist. The floating cold moon also disappeared. At this moment, that sense of danger struck him again. Tang Zhen's hair stood on end as he turned around and fled without the slightest hesitation. At the moment Tang Zhen turned around, a strange rune that was over 10 square kilometers in size rapidly condensed and glowed on the surface of the protective shield. The sense of danger that caused Tang Zhen's hair to stand on end came from this enormous symbol. After the rune was formed, countless sharp ice spears appeared like bamboo shoots after a rain, growing longer and longer. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was filled with giant stalactites like ice spears. Shua shua shua, as the huge rune flickered, the ice spears fell from the rune like a storm and headed straight for Tang Zhen. Looking at the ice spears that almost covered the entire sky, there were at least 1 million of them. Once hit by this ice spear, he would immediately become a human skewer and die. That kind of shocking aura was enough to make those with weak will collapse in an instant. This strange and mysterious method caused the sense of danger in Tang Zhen's heart to greatly increase. He became increasingly clear-headed and realized that the cold moon calamity was far from as simple as he had imagined. Fortunately, These ice spears that covered the sky and the earth were unable to harm Tang Zhen. He only needed to activate the teleportation function and he would be able to easily dodge. However, the strangeness and difficulty of the Ice Imp clan had already sounded the alarm for Tang Zhen the moment the ice spear appeared. Chapter 406. Teleporting into the desert, snow covering the lonely city before the sky full of ice spears arrived. Tang Zhen quickly activated the teleportation function and his figure suddenly disappeared from the tower world. After the ice spears lost their target, they continued to smash toward the ground with a whistling sound. Bang bang bang. The sound of the ice spears hitting the ground was endless, and deep pits kept appearing on the ground, while the nearby ground was covered with fine ice shards. There were falling ice spears everywhere, and the dull impact color was everywhere. Countless deep holes appeared on the ground, which were then destroyed by the countless ice spears, and then new deep holes appeared. The entire ground was groaning as it was smashed into a muddy ground by the hard and heavy ice spears. The flat ground also began to rise slowly under the accumulation of ice shards. It didn't take long for the ice spear to land on the wilderness. There were actually mounds of mud, stones, and broken ice crystals. If anyone was within the attack range of this ice spear, no matter how high his cultivation was, he would probably die on the spot. The overwhelming ice spears descended for half a minute before they slowly stopped. Tang Zhen's figure was suspended in the air. A trace of shock flickered in his eyes as he looked at the desolate land. These seemingly unremarkable ice spears, once they reached a certain number and accelerated as they descended from the sky, would become so terrifying. If the ice imps were to throw ice spears into the Holy Dragon Valley, would the mage towers be able to withstand them? To be able to make the aboriginals of the Lusheng world change their expressions and seriously record it in the history books, this cold moon disaster was indeed not simple. Tang Zhen raised his head to look at the black curtain in the sky before slowly landing on the ground. He had a premonition that the black light curtain that could form a huge runic magic circle was only one of the Ice Imps' techniques. Once they launched an official attack on the wildlands, there would probably be countless terrifying means to display. With the boost in their attributes from the ice and snow, the Ice Imp race would definitely sweep through the entire wilderness. Tang Zhen reminded himself that the Holy Dragon City's defensive circle had to be completed as soon as possible. He did not have much time left. Just as Tang Zhen was deep in thought, the black light screen in the sky once again underwent a strange change. Runic magic circles began to flow and flash on the black light screen. From the ground, it looked as if countless stars had reappeared in the sky. However, the moment the runic magic circles appeared, the chill in the air began to intensify. Every time the runes in the sky flashed, a large snowflake would appear and fall from the sky. As far as the eye could see, there was heavy snow everywhere, and the entire world was covered in white. The white snow fell on Tang Zhen's face and quickly turned into clear water. It was moist and cold. Tang Zhen's eyes also turned ice cold as he sensed the chill within the snowflakes. What he was about to face was a brutal battle where only one would survive. As long as he was able to defeat the other party, Tang Zhen did not mind using some underhanded methods. There was no right or wrong in a war. After all, only the victors had the right to live. Tang Zhen opened the App Store on his phone. He didn't look at anything else but directly searched for a map application. Just as Tang Zhen had expected, the map application had indeed changed after the upgrade. The new purchase restriction caused Tang Zhen to be extremely depressed. In addition to the map application, there were many other applications that needed to be upgraded, and they also had various restrictions. Tang Zhen had to complete certain conditions before these higher-level applications would be unlocked. As far as the map application was concerned, the application store would provide Tang Zhen with a map application of the same size as the area that the Holy Dragon City could control. If he wanted a larger map, he would need to control a larger area. According to the display in the application store, the maximum radius of the map application that Tang Zhen could currently download was 300 kilometers. In other words, according to the assessment of the application store, the area that the Holy Dragon City could control at the moment was at most 300 kilometers. Tang Zhen didn't know where he got this data from the App Store, but 300 kilometers was enough for him. After paying a huge sum of brain beads, Tang Zhen's view of the map increased by another 200 kilometers. Looking at the blood-colored desert that was still warm even in the snow, Tang Zhen started the map modification plugin. Swish! Tang Zhen and the blood-colored desert beneath his feet disappeared without a trace. When Tang Zhen's figure reappeared, he was already standing on the gravel plain near Holy Dragon City. The original gravel plain had disappeared without a trace, and in its place was a blood-red desert with rolling heat waves. When the feather-like snow fell from the sky, before it touched the blood-red desert, it instantly melted into snow water and dripped into the desert. After a while, the snow water would turn into steam again and slowly rise up. The entire Crimson Desert looked like a huge steamer, and rolling hot air rose into the sky. Due to the blood-colored desert continuously emitting heat, it caused the area around Tang Zhen to be unable to store even a single bit of snow. Tang Zhen nodded when he saw this. This blood-colored desert was indeed useful. It was not in vain for him to put in so much effort to transport it over. The terrain transformation plugin had entered cooldown. Tang Zhen could only wait until midnight before he could use it again. Stepping on the increasingly thick snow, Tang Zhen's momentum was like the wind as he headed straight for Holy Dragon City. Because he was too fast, he left behind a snow dragon that soared into the sky and danced in the wind. The tall Holy Dragon City's city walls could not be an obstacle for him. After a few leaps, Tang Zhen stood on the Holy Dragon City's city walls. "Who are you? Raise your hand." The Holy Dragon City's soldiers, who were covered in snow and wearing overcoats, immediately surrounded Tang Zhen. The light from over 10 flashlights fell on Tang Zhen's body. At the same time, there were also black muzzles pointing at him. Due to the heavy snowfall, they did not recognize Tang Zhen immediately. "It's me." Tang Zhen had just opened his mouth when he was recognized by the Holy Dragon City soldiers. They hurriedly shifted their guns and quickly surrounded him. "City Lord, what's going on? Why is it snowing so heavily?" The rich captain, who was wearing a military coat and had snow all over his face, quickly came over and asked. "Something big is about to happen. All of you, keep your spirits up and don't be careless, understand?" After Tang Zhen said this, he casually activated the Mage Defense Tower. A giant light shield suddenly appeared, completely enveloping the entire Sacred Dragon Valley, leaving not a single spot untouched. When the falling snow touched the protective shield, it immediately slid down. The protective shield and piled up at the edge of the valley. The mother tree, which had been slightly dispirited by the cold and white snow, immediately became excited after the protective barrier blocked the blizzard. Countless seven-colored starlight began to flash on its branches. In the Holy Dragon Valley, which was covered by a protective barrier, a giant emerald tree shimmering with light rose into the sky. It stood proudly in the blizzard. This fairy-tale-like scene was particularly beautiful and mysterious when viewed from the map perspective. After the protective shield was set up, the Holy Dragon City warriors standing on the city wall immediately smiled and shook off the snow on their bodies. "Damn it, this is the first time I've touched such a large amount of snow in all my life. It's almost enough to bury a person. Looking at the snow, I'm afraid it won't stop for a while. I wonder how thick it will be. After this heavy snow, I'm afraid that many wanderers will starve to death again, hee." These warriors gathered together, smoking and chatting, but their eyes were fixed on the blizzard outside the protective shield. On a snowy night like this, it was even more important to be on high alert in case of an enemy ambush. They didn't know that the enemies they had to be wary of had already arrived in the world of Lusheng with the snow. However, these terrifying enemies weren't on the ground. Instead, they were hiding in the sky above their heads, slowly baring their fangs. Chapter 407. Building the Outer Wall. Monster mutation. Time passed by slowly, and it was already midnight. Tang Zhen didn't return to the main tower to rest. Instead, he brewed a pot of hot tea and was drinking it by himself. On top of the city wall, there were rooms that Tang Zhen had modified. They could be used to store supplies and also provide a place for the soldiers to rest. Tang Zhen drank the hot tea in his cup as he sat in the spacious stone house. After which, he glanced at the time. Midnight had passed and the cool-down time was over. Tang Zhen once again activated the terrain transformation plugin. Under the control of his mind, a loud rumbling sound was heard from the snow-covered land. Then, a huge city wall was lifted from the ground. The speed of the wall's rise was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already risen to about 50 meters. After reaching this height, Tang Zhen stopped rising. This height was very suitable for both defense and counterattack. Due to the special effect of the terrain transformation plugin, the stone of the city wall was extremely hard and could not be easily damaged. The top of the city wall was flat, and it was nearly 100 meters wide. It was hexagonal in shape and surrounded the Holy Dragon Valley. Tang Zhen, whose eyes were tightly shut, began to think rapidly as he began to sculpt the main parts of the city wall. Time was limited. Tang Zhen did not care about the details. He only hoped that the city wall could be of some use when they stopped the Ice Imp tribe's invasion. By the time the general outline of the city wall was formed, the usage time of the skill had ended. Tang Zhen slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. When the cooling of the application was over, Tang Zhen would arrange the blood desert in the middle of the outer city wall and the sacred dragon valley, making it a heat source to resist the cold. That was all he could do at the moment. Tang Zhen slowly walked out of the house and stood on the city wall in silence. The layer of snow outside the protective shield was already more than half a meter thick. It had covered everything in the wilderness, and everything was covered in white. The Ice Imp race was indeed powerful. In just one night, thousands of miles of land had been covered in snow, turning the savage land into a country of ice and snow. Such a method was simply appalling. In comparison, Tang Zhen's 3-star horde leader cultivation seemed so weak. This was also the reason why Tang Zhen had continuously upgraded the Holy Dragon City. After all, no matter how powerful a person was, there was still a limit. However, there could be thousands of such cultivators in an extremely powerful city. When they worked together, it was enough to stir up the universe and change the color of the wind and clouds. If the Holy Dragon City had such strength, why would Tang Zhen fear the arrival of the cold moon disaster like a tiger? According to the records, when the cold moon disaster descended, the monsters in the wilderness would mutate and their strength would increase greatly. These mutated monsters would become the servants of the Ice Imps and attack the hundreds of races in the wildlands. Under the control of the Ice Imps, the monsters in ice armor would become the nightmare of all living beings in the wildlands. Tang Zhen was extremely curious about this kind of mutated monster. He really wanted to know when this change would happen and how it would be carried out. As he thought of this, Tang Zhen immediately switched to the map and began to search for traces of monsters in the wilderness in order to obtain first-hand information. All he could see was a vast expanse of white, with black mountain peaks and green lakes. Due to the snow, Tang Zhen's vision was greatly affected. Fortunately, the map's view had a diameter of 300 kilometers. This also allowed Tang Zhen to easily find the target he wanted. 200 kilometers away, in a vast expanse of white snow, a level 5 giant monster was roaring at the sky, looking extremely angry. The monster's body was similar to a bear's, but its body was covered in crocodile-like scales, and its huge mouth was filled with dog teeth. It was 7 meters long and looked like a mighty armored vehicle. However, for some unknown reason, the monster in front of him had become extremely irritable and was running around in the snow to destroy things. Even if there was a mountain in front of it, this monster would still charge madly and launch a continuous attack. The monster's head was slowly bleeding as stone fragments flew in all directions. Just as the monster's physical strength was greatly reduced and its expression became dispirited, the world changed again. The original runic magic circle on the black light screen that blotted out the sun changed again. A new runic magic circle appeared on the boundless light screen. After the original runic magic circle disappeared, the feather-like snow finally stopped. However, with the appearance of the new runic magic circle, countless spots of light descended from the sky. They were like glowing dandelion seeds, floating down to the snow-covered wilderness. Looking up, it was as if a boundless rain of light was falling from the dark night sky, making one feel as if they were in a dream. However, this intoxicating beauty contained endless killing intent. The light spots that fell from the sky did not scatter randomly. Instead, they seemed to have intelligence as they drilled into the bodies of the monsters one after another. The monsters that were invaded by the light spots immediately became more and more violent, and they even let out painful roars. The entire wildlands was filled with the mournful roars of the monsters. The sound shook the entire world, causing countless people who were unaware of the situation to be inexplicably shocked. Although they didn't know what was happening in the wilderness, they knew that something big was going to happen just by looking at the snow and the countless manic monsters. In the wildlands, everyone was in danger. In the wilderness, the monsters that were invaded by the light spots were constantly struggling. Their eyes gradually turned blue, and their movements became slower and slower. As they ran, the monsters stopped moving, as if they had turned into ice sculptures. Small whirlwinds appeared out of thin air beside the monsters, rolling up countless snow powder and enveloping the bodies of these monsters. When the snow touched the monster's body, it quickly piled up and became thicker. It didn't take long for the monsters to be completely covered by the snow, turning into countless big snowballs. When these snowballs were completely formed, the whirlwind disappeared without a trace. On the surface of the snowballs, a dark blue runic magic circle appeared and covered them completely. The snowball that stood in the wilderness was constantly flashing with a faint light, reflecting the white snow around it. The moment the runic magic circle appeared, the black light screen that blotted out the sky suddenly turned into an emerald blue color, completely illuminating the dark night. The sky turned into a strange color, bright and transparent. The flickering runic magic circles hung in the sky like stars. This scene was like the fusion of day and night, but the brightness of the world was only half of the normal day. The dark blue light filled the entire world, making the world extremely strange. The snowballs that could be seen everywhere were shining, as if they were absorbing some kind of energy from the world, breeding and transforming the monsters in the snowballs. Chapter 408 Snow in the Wilderness. No livelihood. The day of the cold moon disaster was an unforgettable day for the aboriginals of the wildlands. When they woke up, the world had already changed greatly. As far as he could see, there was a thick layer of snow everywhere, completely covering the wilderness. A bone-piercing cold came with the cold wind, causing one to shiver uncontrollably. In such cold weather, if they did not take effective measures to resist the cold in time, they would definitely freeze to death. The residents of Lusheng were fine. After all, they had some savings. It wasn't too difficult for them to buy clothes for their families to keep out the cold. However, for ordinary wanderers, such a sudden snow disaster would undoubtedly end their lives. These wanderers basically relied on the natural environment to feed themselves. They gathered and hunted in the wilderness, barely filling their stomachs. However, as the wilderness was covered by a thick layer of snow, they suddenly became at a loss. The wanderers who had never encountered such a situation had no idea how to get food in the thick snow. Having lost their source of income, they had to think of a way to obtain enough food as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would starve to death sooner or later. But other than asking for food in the wilderness, where else could they go? He couldn't count on the high and mighty towers, as they would even look down on wanderers in normal days. Now that they had encountered a snow disaster, these towers were too busy to take care of themselves, so why would they care about these wanderers? The wanderers would probably be shot to death by the city guards before they could even get close to the tower. Countless wanderers looked up at the sky and sighed. Could it be that the heavens were so cruel that they would not give these pitiful people a way out? These helpless wanderers were all standing on the boundless snowfield and looking around blankly. Where were they going to go in this world that was enveloped by the dark blue light? As they looked at their famished wives and children, a hint of ferocity and determination slowly appeared in the wanderers' eyes. They looked in the direction of the surrounding buildings at the same time, slowly clenching their fists, and their veins popped out. Rather than starving to death, it was better to die than die. Compared to the other places in the wildlands, the wanderers near the Holy Dragon City had one more choice. They recalled the Holy Dragon City's announcement and the promise they made to the wanderers. As long as the wanderers came to Holy Dragon City, they would be able to get a job and ensure that they could fill their stomachs. If the wanderers performed well, they could even obtain the qualifications of a reserve resident and have the opportunity to become an official resident of Holy Dragon City. In the past, most of the wanderers would have thought that this was a scam. After all, how could there be such a good thing in the world? Who knew what kind of work Holy Dragon City would arrange for them? Would they lose their lives at any time? With such a distrustful attitude, the Holy Dragon City's announcement was made for a long time, but only a few people defected. Tang Zhen was actually extremely helpless in the face of such a situation. After all, the city tower and the wanderers were natural enemies. One was in the sky, and the other was on the ground. It was expected that they didn't trust each other. However, with the arrival of the cold moon disaster, the wanderers who had no other choice had to take a gamble. They began to push away the snow in groups and slowly advanced towards Holy Dragon City. Even if the Holy Dragon City really had a conspiracy, as long as they could get a full meal, they didn't care about other things. Teams like this could be found everywhere in the snowfields around Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen was constantly observing the changes that were happening in the snowfield through the map's perspective. Naturally, he also saw the wanderers walking through the snow. Although these wanderers didn't know what was good for them, Tang Zhen didn't care about these things. Instead, he decided to help. Otherwise, with the combined cold and hunger, these wanderers would have died on the way to Holy Dragon City. However, the snow-covered wilderness had greatly increased the difficulty of the rescue. Among the Holy Dragon City's existing means of transportation, other than the armed helicopters that could fly in the sky, the other vehicles could not travel through the snow at all. Fortunately, Tang Zhen had already taken countermeasures before the cold moon disaster. The snow wasn't too hard, so they could use the modified truck to clear the road in front of Lucheng. The Holy Dragon City's warriors were then able to drive their vehicles to patrol the roads, gathering the wanderers and sending them back to the Holy Dragon City. As for the wanderers who were scattered everywhere, he couldn't use this method to rescue them. Due to the fact that they had learned from the books that ice and snow would appear, Tang Zhen had already informed the original world and specially ordered a transportation tool suitable for the snowfield. Snowmobile, hovercraft, and other means of transportation had long been stored in the Holy Dragon City's warehouse, ready to be used at any time. Now that the wilderness was covered in snow, it was time for them to show their might. At this time, the situation in Holy Dragon City was still considered stable. Although the Holy Dragon City's residents were extremely alarmed by the changes in the world after they woke up early in the morning, they quickly calmed down after Tang Zhen made an announcement. As the residents of Lusheng, their responsibility was to do their job well and live their lives in peace. The storm in the outside world was basically none of their business. Of course, Tang Zhen did not tell these residents exactly what had happened. After all, there was no need to do so. However, the Holy Dragon City had entered a state of high alert. All sorts of city defense weapons could also be deployed at any time. Even the number of city guards on the city wall had doubled, and they were all veterans. The cold moon that was suspended in the sky and the snowballs on the ground that were wrapped around the monsters caused Tang Zhen to maintain a trace of vigilance. With the order, all kinds of vehicles in Holy Dragon City started moving quickly and began to clear the snow-covered roads in the wilderness. The caravans and wanderers trapped in the wilderness by the snow were still waiting for them to rescue them. The sound of the car's engine filled the snowfield, and the snow-covered roads were forcibly cut open, one after another, as they continued deeper into the wilderness. Tang Zhen sat in the city hall of the tower. He switched to the map view and paid attention to the movements of the grass in the wilderness. The convoy from the Holy Dragon City was Tang Zhen's bait. He wanted to see if he could lure the Ice Imp tribe out. If the Ice Imp clan had any strange movements, Tang Zhen would immediately teleport over and measure the strength of this group of people. Unfortunately, as the car continued to go deeper, the Ice Imp race still did not appear, causing Tang Zhen to be quite disappointed. The Ice Imps had not shown up yet. What were they planning? Based on the methods they had used, once they launched an attack, it would be an overwhelming one. Everything that happened last night had subverted some of Tang Zhen's perceptions, causing his heart to be in a state of suspense. Perhaps, Tang Zhen's heart would only be able to calm down after he had truly come into contact with the Ice Imp foreign race. Just as Tang Zhen was frowning and thinking, two merchant caravans that were trapped in the ice and snow coincidentally bumped into the Holy Dragon City's convoy that was clearing the road. Looking at the cleared path, the merchants were excited and quickly caught up with their mounts, thanking him constantly. If the Holy Dragon City had not rescued them from the snow, they would have been in deep trouble if they had continued to delay. After getting all the mounts and carriages on the road, the foreign merchants no longer hesitated and immediately set off on the road to Holy Dragon City. Chapter 409. The Human Race's Caravan. The mysterious fatty. As he stepped on the snow on the ground, a caw-caw sound could be heard. From time to time, the sound of mounts could be heard. The mist that came out of his nose and mouth proved how cold the weather was. Even those strong and sturdy mounts were unable to withstand such cold weather. Under the constant urging of the members of the caravan who were riding on the mounts walked slowly and listlessly. The bodies of these mounts were covered in rising mist and frost formed from sweat. In order to prevent these mounts from being frozen, the caravan members put animal skins on the mounts to help them resist the cold. After all, they had to rely on these beast camels to transport goods along the way, so they could not make any mistakes. The two caravans continued to move forward on the road. Many of the members of the caravans were also wrapped in a mess of items to keep out the cold. Although the physique of cultivators was far superior to that of ordinary people, they could not withstand the continuous assault of the cold. Last night's snowstorm had tormented these cultivators, and they had yet to recover from it. Among the two traveling caravans, one of them was a human caravan, which was very eye-catching. There, Were about 700 people in this caravan, and their faces were covered in dust. It was clear that they had traveled a long way. The sudden heavy snow caught the caravan members off guard. They had never seen such heavy snow in the area they were in, and many people were even wearing thin clothes. In such cold weather, the unlined clothes they were wearing had almost no effect on keeping out the cold. Fortunately, they had killed a lot of monsters along the way, and the fine fur was kept, which came in handy now. He wrapped the animal skins around his body and tied them up with grass ropes. Although they looked out of place, they could still resist some of the cold. At this moment, there was a fat man in the caravan who attracted extra attention. This fatty's body was extremely strong and fat. The fat man, who was as thick as his arms and legs, was actually wrapped in 7 or 8 pieces of animal skin from top to bottom. As if he was afraid that he would catch a cold, even his head was fastened with a simple animal skin tube, which acted as a leather hat to keep out the cold. Walking on the snow-covered road, the fat man was like a moving ball, which was particularly eye-catching in the caravan. The members of the foreign trade caravan would look over from time to time, trying to hold back their smiles. After all, this fatty's appearance was really funny. Those mocking gazes could not escape Fatty's perception at all. However, Fatty didn't care about the gazes of these guys at all. He continued to act in his own way. At this moment, he was looking at the middle-aged cultivator beside him with a smug expression. He could not help but smile. "Old son, do you want to play one more round, and bet on this silver-horned beast skin you have?" As he spoke, the fatty glanced at the beast skin on the other party's body, which flickered with silver light, and seemed to be very pleased. "Get lost, I'm too lazy to care about you." Judging from the aura of this middle-aged man, he was a Lord-tier cultivator. In the wildlands, no one dared to provoke a Lord-tier cultivator. After all, everyone knew how powerful they were. However, in front of this chuckling fatty, the middle-aged feudal Lord cultivator, who was the leader of the caravan guards, could not show off his might at all. When he looked at the fatty, there was even a trace of fear in his eyes. The middle-aged cultivator looked at the fat man with a vigilant look, and his right hand subconsciously pressed on the silver-horned beast skin. This silver-horned beast skin was extremely rare. The middle-aged cultivator had spent a lot of effort to kill the Lord-grade silver-horned beast and obtain this exquisite beast skin. He had originally planned to give this silver-horned beast skin to his daughter as a birthday gift after this mission was over. However, the temperature had dropped drastically last night, so the middle-aged cultivator had to take it out and wrap it around his body for warmth. In fact, the middle-aged man originally had a few good beast skins, but they had all become the property of the fat man beside him. This bastard won all the beast furs of the caravan guards, and now he even wanted the silver-horned beast fur. He was really insatiable. The middle-aged cultivator decided to ignore this guy until they reached Holy Dragon City. Looking at the middle-aged cultivator with his mouth shut and eyes looking up at the sky, the fat man chuckled and turned around to climb onto a bike pulled by a riding beast. There were all kinds of animal skins on the carriage. After Fatty climbed up, he laid down comfortably in the pile of animal skins, his face full of pride. After seeing the fat man's expression of enjoyment, a few guards in the caravan, who were wearing thin clothes and shivering in the cold wind, had looks of disdain and fear on their faces. In the entire caravan, only these few people didn't have beast skins to keep out the cold. There was obviously a reason for this. It turned out that a few days ago, a few guards couldn't resist the fatty's temptation and gambled a few rounds with him. The guards of these caravans had traveled far and wide. When they were lonely and bored, they would often play a few rounds. All of them were people of this trade. The caravan guard was very confident in his gambling skills. With the cooperation of a few people, it was simply an easy thing to win against a fatty of unknown origin. Hence, they began to play happily next to the bonfire in the rest camp. Watching someone placing a bet, those businessmen and guards also joined in for a few rounds. However, no one had expected that this fatty was actually an expert. After only a few rounds, he had won everyone's brains clean. After losing all of their brains, a few of the guards made a plan and placed all of the precious fur they had obtained along the way up. These furs were all good goods that the guards of the caravan had killed while they were on the road. They could be sold for a good price in the market. In order to win back their lost brains, these caravan guards also placed their last bet. However, these furs were the common property of the caravan guards. They were taking a huge risk by doing so. It was fine if they won, but if they lost, they would definitely be punished. The few of them were also anxious about losing, so they had to use this plan. Who would have thought that this fatty's luck would be so good that the cart of furs from the caravan members would eventually become his spoils of war? A few members of the caravan were unwilling to give up and began to think about how to get back what they had lost. This fatty had joined the caravan halfway and had always been alone. He should be a wild cultivator without any background. Perhaps after scaring him a little, this guy would spit out the brain that he won. After the caravan guards made up their minds, they sneaked into the fat man's tent at night. No one knew what happened during this period. However, on the second day, these guards were all bruised and swollen. When they looked at the fatty, their eyes were full of fear, and their faces were full of flattering smiles. To be able to put a group of level 4 and 5 cultivators in such a sorry state, this fatty was obviously not a simple character. The leader of the caravan's guards, the middle-aged Lord Tier cultivator, personally went to the fat man to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For it, to everyone's surprise, even this Lord Tier cultivator couldn't retrieve the carriage of beast skins. Everyone knew that after the Lord cultivator returned, he only said with a gloomy face, "If you agree to the bet, you must accept the loss." After that, the matter was left unsettled. They had traveled north and south all year round, and no one in this caravan was a fool, so everyone had a tacit understanding not to mention this matter again. However, as a punishment, not only were the guards of the trade caravan deducted a year's salary, but they also lost their share of the beast skins that could withstand the cold. After this incident, although there were often gambling parties in the caravan, no one dared to gamble with this fatty anymore. This also made the fatty, who loved gambling as if his life, extremely depressed. Sigh, if Yingluo knew this would happen, she wouldn't have cheated. That way, she could have played for a longer time. Fatty, who was lying in the pile of animal skins, had a depressed expression on his face. He only hoped that the caravan could reach Holy Dragon City as soon as possible, so that he could have a good time. His gaze inadvertently swept across the sky and saw the runes that kept flashing in the sky. Fatty's originally calm face suddenly flashed with a trace of seriousness. Cold Moon Suan Ni, Ice Demon Race Suan Ni, a few vague words came out of Fatty's mouth, but no one heard it. As the caravan continued to move forward, the newly built outer city wall of Holy Dragon City finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Author's note: Fatty's character was provided by his book friend, Rengan 8. Thank you for your support. Chapter 410 Different Opinions, Unpredictable Divine Arts. The old residents of the Holy Dragon City were already used to the hexagonal wall that appeared out of thin air overnight. Ever since they had become residents of Holy Dragon City, they had seen similar things more than once, so they were no longer surprised. Although they knew what was going on, the old residents of the Holy Dragon City kept their mouths shut and never talked about it to outsiders. This ability to move mountains and fill the seas was the city lord's secret. As an old resident, he had to keep it a secret for him. Even when the new residents of Lusheng asked about it, the old residents kept it a secret and refused to reveal anything. When asked in a hurry, the old residents would leave behind a reply of, "You'll know after some time," but they still refused to reveal anything. There were many people who knew the real answer, but the strange thing was that not a single one of them spread the news. This also caused those who harbored evil intentions to become anxious because they couldn't get the real answer. A giant city wall had been built out of thin air overnight. It was truly shocking. This matter wasn't simple. The things behind it were too shocking. They had to figure it out. The foreign merchants in the commercial district were also very curious about the sudden appearance of the hexagonal outer wall. They gathered together from time to time and discussed. According to their guesses, there were only two possibilities to build such a magnificent city wall overnight. The first possibility was that the gods had appeared and built a hexagonal city wall for Holy Dragon City. Unfortunately, it was impossible for the gods to show their divinity. After all, legends were just legends, and the manifestation of gods had never happened before. At least, these foreign merchants had never experienced the manifestation of gods. The second possibility was that Holy Dragon City had a holy master with unfathomable cultivation. The so-called unfathomable cultivation did not refer to a lord-level holy master, because a holy master of that level of cultivation could not do that at all. This mysterious holy master had to at least have a cultivation that surpassed a lord to be able to do this. In addition to having a high level of cultivation, the mysterious Holy Master also had to have mastered an extremely rare divine art to be able to build the city wall on a snowy night. However, the probability of this happening was not much higher than the divinity show. The proportion of Holy Masters was low to begin with. How could a Holy Master with such a level of cultivation and mastery of rare divine spells appear in the wildlands and help build a city wall? The more the foreign merchants guessed, the more confused they became. There were different opinions, and in the end, there was even a conflict because of this matter. They were collectively invited to tea by the guards of the commercial district. Tang Zhen himself did not expect that these foreign merchants would not care about the origin of the snowfall and would instead excitedly discuss the city wall. However, this was also good. This was to prevent the foreign merchants from panicking when they found out about the horror of the cold moon disaster. Other than the topic of the outer city wall, the other topic was how to keep out the cold. The most popular items in the business district today were green military coats. After Tang Zhen distributed the winter supplies to all the residents of the Holy Dragon City, there was still a portion of the inventory left. With the sudden arrival of the cold snow, the green military coats in stock were all moved to the commercial district for sale. Since the non-humankind merchants didn't have any winter clothes to keep out the cold, the moment these military coats were put on the table, they were immediately snatched up by those merchants, who were so cold that their noses were constantly running. Very soon, an extremely hilarious scene appeared in the commercial district. Human beings and non-humankind beings were all in green military coats, discussing business with their sleeves pulled up. As far as the eye could see, the commercial district was full of figures in military coats. However, the number of people in the commercial district had already exceeded 30,000. The military coats in the warehouse were simply not enough to sell. The foreign merchants who didn't have any winter clothing gathered at the management office of the commercial district, asking the commercial district to sell winter clothing. The director of the business district couldn't stand it anymore. Looking at the old and young men who were sniffling and freezing miserably, he could only bite the bullet and agree. The Holy Dragon City also had a small clothing workshop with over 100 workers. However, the main purpose of this factory was to cooperate with the furnace hammer to produce the armor of the Holy Dragon Army. It was impossible to rush the winter clothing for the commercial district. He had no choice but to trouble the city lord for this matter. When the business district's manager thought of this, he immediately rushed to the main building to seek an audience with Tang Zhen. After hearing the request of the business district's manager, Tang Zhen did not have any hesitation as he nodded and agreed. These foreign merchants were the Holy Dragon City's god of fortune. He had to satisfy their reasonable requests. When he was gathering materials for the winter, Tang Zhen had indeed considered this matter and also prepared some for the commercial district. It was just that the development of the commercial district had already exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. It seemed that the materials he had prepared were simply not enough. Since that was the case, he would be a porter again. After receiving the accurate news, the business district manager left with a smile on his face. Tang Zhen was directly teleported back to his original world. After giving Xu Feng a call and asking him to prepare a batch of warm clothes, Tang Zhen returned to the Lusheng world. Now was the critical period of the cold moon disaster. Tang Zhen had to keep an eye on the wilderness and could not leave for too long. Just as Tang Zhen returned to his original world, the two new caravans passed through the 100-meter-long city gate on the outer city wall and entered the Holy Dragon City's commercial district. The six-sided outer city wall and the Holy Dragon Valley that surrounded the Holy Dragon City made the caravan members gasp in surprise. Even in the high-end buildings outside the wildlands, it was rare to see such magnificent walls. He did not expect the Holy Dragon City to have two. Living in such a building, the residents would definitely feel extremely safe. Just as the caravan members were sighing about the safety of Holy Dragon City, Fatty, who was lying in the pile of animal skins, stared at the hexagonal outer city wall in a daze. There was a hint of shock in his eyes that no one else could detect. He could feel a trace of divine power on the magnificent city wall. If Fatty's guess was correct, the 50-meter-tall giant city wall in front of them was actually built by a holy master using divine spells. No one knew better than Fatty what this matter meant. When he discovered that there was a terrifying holy master hidden in Holy Dragon City, the Fatty's originally frivolous face showed a hint of difficulty. What a loss, what a loss, what a fucking huge loss. If I had known that such a terrifying holy master was hiding in Holy Dragon City, I would not have gotten myself involved in this mess even if I had to die. Fatty rubbed his temples with a vexed expression. Forget it. I've lost to that old bastard, so I must fulfill my promise. After consoling himself with a few words, the chagrin on Fatty's face disappeared, and he returned to his original frivolous expression. As the caravan entered the commercial district, everyone was immediately attracted by the prosperity of the commercial district. Looking at the Holy Dragon City's vast commercial district with tall buildings everywhere, Fatty smiled until his eyes narrowed. In such a bustling place, there must be a lot of places like casinos. He could finally play to his heart's content. No one had gambled with Fatty along the way, and it was almost driving him crazy. Seeing a cultivator in a military coat pass by, the fat man immediately went up and started to chat with the other party. Although the fat man's appearance was strange, this human cultivator, who had been in the commercial district for a long time, enthusiastically answered the fat man's questions and gave him some suggestions. It didn't take long for the fat man to figure out the rules of the business district and also find out the location of the casino. He excitedly ran to the bank in the business district and directly exchanged 100,000 in cash. Then, he impatiently went straight to the casino. Chapter 411. The Furious Fatty. 1. On the bustling streets, there were people going back and forth everywhere, going in and out of the shops. The snow on the streets had been cleaned up by the staff of the commercial district, leaving no dead spots. Since its opening, the hygiene in the business district had been maintained very well. The foreign merchants had also adapted to the rules of the commercial district. They would not easily throw away garbage, otherwise, if they were discovered, they would be severely punished. Perhaps due to the Mother Tree's influence, the snow and cold did not affect the plants in the Holy Dragon Valley at all. They were still luxuriant with leaves and flowers. In such cold weather, the plants that were still full of vitality were particularly eye-catching. However, no matter how beautiful the scenery in the business district was, it couldn't attract Fatty's attention. Under the guidance of the passers-by, he went straight in the direction of the nightclub. It didn't take long for Fatty to arrive at the entrance of the nightclub. Looking at the strangely shaped and fashionable huge building, Fatty sighed in admiration in his heart. Then, he swaggered in. The casino on the second floor was still open as usual during the day. Under the guidance of the waiter, Fatty impatiently came to the hall on the second floor. The first thing they saw were the bunny girl monsters that originally belonged to this building. They were originally attached to the wild building's foundation stone, and using the foundation stone to build a tower city was just right to put it inside, and there was no need to worry about it disappearing. Fatty wasn't very interested in this thing, he was just curious. It was unprecedented to use the foundation stone to build a city and then put the original monster inside. The sounds of the game machine and the gamblers mixed together and constantly poured into his ears, making it very noisy. However, to Fatty, this sound was like the most beautiful music in the world, making his bones feel lighter. Haha, this is indeed a good place. I like it. The Fatty's face was full of smiles as he strode towards a table. Looking around here and there, the excitement on Fatty's face grew. There were many things that Fatty had never seen in the Holy Dragon City, which made him feel very fresh. After exchanging the chips, Fatty found a table and immediately started playing with great interest. At this table, there were several foreign merchants. When they saw the Fatty come up, they only glanced at him and ignored him. This was a kind of playing method similar to poker cards. After washing the cards, they would be placed in a sealed box and randomly distributed to these guests. Fatty was sitting on a chair, staring at the box with a serious expression. It was only at this moment that Fatty realized that this unremarkable box could actually shield him from the detection of his spiritual power. All along, Fatty had relied on his mental strength that far exceeded ordinary people to ensure the glorious results of winning every bet. However, the box in front of him gave him a feeling of having no place to eat. After the black cards were released, Fatty's expression became even more helpless. The operator here was indeed powerful. He did not know what means he had used, but even the cards had a means to shield them from mental energy detection. Fatty tried for a long time but could not figure out the contents of the card. He had no choice but to give up. Just relying on luck alone was not enough to guarantee 100 victories. As expected, without the means to detect spiritual power, Fatty lost this round. Luck was something that couldn't be seen or touched, but it was extremely important to someone like Fatty. Technique was important, but luck was even more important. For some unknown reason, Fatty's luck was extremely bad today. After playing for an hour, he basically lost more than he won. Damn it, I don't believe this. Due to the sudden drop in temperature, many charcoal braziers were lit in the hall to keep warm, causing the temperature in the hall to be very high. He didn't feel it at first, but the longer he stayed, the hotter he felt. The fat man, who was sweating all over, snorted and casually threw away the beast skins wrapped around his body, revealing his fat body. The fat man stood up from the table, and the fat on his body trembled continuously, glistening like waves. This position is not good. Why don't we try another place? Fatty moved his body to a row of machines. Fatty was actually very interested in the machine that kept flashing and making strange sounds. Following the directions of the gambler beside him, Fatty started to play with great interest. Unfortunately, Fatty's luck was really bad. After playing for a long time, he still lost more than he won. Fatty had a problem. No matter if he was excited or nervous, he would sweat uncontrollably. After playing for a while, this guy was already drenched in sweat and kept wiping his sweat. My luck can't be that bad, right? I actually lost everything I played. Fatty stood up from the machine and mumbled doubtfully, his face full of depression. I don't believe that Lord Fatty's luck is so bad. Passing by a place that sold lottery tickets in the hall, the fat man threw all his money at it, feeling a little angry. This kind of lottery ticket was opened every 10 minutes, and the number was randomly drawn on the spot, which attracted a lot of people. The fatty only bought one set of numbers. Under normal circumstances, it only cost 2 yuan. However, because he was angry, he bought a 10,000 yuan odds. To Fatty, money was just a worldly possession. He just liked the feeling of gambling. It would be even better if he could win. He pulled a chair over and sat down. He held a small piece of paper in his hand and waited for the results of the lottery. It didn't take long for the staff to start waving numbers. A large group of customers who had bought cash also stretched their necks and waited for the result. The fat man was also holding the lottery ticket, staring at the result of the draw. One by one, the numbers appeared in front of the crowd. The expression on Fatty's face became more and more interesting. When the last number appeared, Fatty's smile was brighter than a flower. Ha ha ha, I hit the jackpot. I told you my luck wasn't that bad. The fat man waved the cash in his hand, and his previous decadence was swept away. When the number in Fatty's hand won, the prize money was 200 times the amount of the bet. Previously, he had bet 10,000 times in a fit of anger, so Fatty's prize money reached 4 million. To Fatty, this was a glorious battle record that he had never achieved before. It was enough for him to boast about for the rest of his life. But just as Fatty was so excited that he couldn't control himself, a few foreign race merchants walked over and staggered past him. One of the drunk non-human cultivators crashed into the excited Fatty. The piece of paper in the Fatty's hand fell into the charcoal brazier next to him. Due to the special material used to print the number, it immediately turned black as soon as it came into contact with the heat source. By the time Fatty reacted, the original winning number had completely disappeared. Hoo 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 hoo, Fatty's smile froze on his face. His eyes, which had been squinting in excitement, suddenly shot out a cold light. Fuck you, that's my millions. An earth-shattering roar came from the fat man's mouth. Then, his figure flashed and the foreign merchant who had bumped into him was grabbed by the neck by the fat man. He was directly smashed into the wall of the hall. A web of cracks also appeared on the hard wall from the impact. The level 5 alien cultivator spurted blood and struggled violently under the impact. Unfortunately, the fat man's arm seemed to be made of iron. No matter how hard the foreign cultivator struggled, he couldn't break free from the fat man's hand. The sudden fight immediately attracted the attention of all the customers, and the security guards in the casino also came. A few black muzzles were pointed at the enraged Fatty at the same time. Chapter 412. The brave Fatty, oppressing others with his power. The hall on the second floor had become noisy because of Fatty's sudden attack. The foreign cultivators, companions were all awoken by the sudden change and pounced forward in unison. Their companion had been ambushed by the Fatty in front of them and seemed to be seriously injured, so they naturally had to come forward to rescue him. A few bastards, you actually dare to besiege me, you're really looking for death. The fat man was slightly apprehensive about the black muzzles, but he wasn't so polite to the alien cultivators who were charging at him. That fat body didn't have any effect on Fatty's movements at all. On the contrary, it was frighteningly agile. A non-human cultivator who had rushed in front of the fat man was punched in the stomach by the fat man, and his body was sent flying 4 or 5 meters away. Crack! The foreign cultivator crashed into a table and shattered it into pieces. He knelt on the ground and vomited blood. Seeing one of their companions being sent flying and spitting blood, the rest of the foreign cultivators were even more furious. They roared and charged at the fat man. Since it was forbidden to carry weapons in the commercial district, the foreign cultivators could only fight with their bare hands. In the blink of an eye, 2 more foreign cultivators arrived in front of the fat man. They swung their huge fists at the fat man. The 2 foreign cultivators looked like gray Shar-Pei dogs with wrinkled skin and bulging muscles. The fist that was as big as a claypot landed on Fatty's body. The 2 foreign cultivators' fists landed on the Fatty's body, but were bounced back. Haha, if you want to hurt this fat Lord Fatty's body, you bastards are still too tender. The fat man laughed and shook his body, sending the 2 foreign cultivators flying. Your grandpa's Pixiu, your grandpa's Pixiu. The remaining 2 foreign cultivators were slapped by the fat man and spat out blood. In the blink of an eye, the 5 foreign cultivators who had surrounded the fatty were all sent flying. It was also at this moment that a clear gunshot rang out in the hall, causing the noisy scene to fall silent. Xiao Rui, who was wearing black armor, was looking at Fatty coldly with a rifle in his hand. Behind Xiao Rui, there were 2 guards of the commercial district with sniper rifles. The muzzles were aimed at the vital parts of Fatty's body. I advise you not to act rashly, or you'll definitely regret it for the rest of your life. As Xiao Rui spoke, he slowly moved closer to Fatty, his eyes full of vigilance. These foreign cultivators were all at level 4 or 5, but none of them were a match for the Fatty. This showed how strong he was. According to Xiao Rui's estimation, this guy was most likely a Lord-tier cultivator. As the Holy Dragon City's business district's reputation continued to expand, more and more caravans and cultivators appeared here. Occasionally, there would also be Lord-level cultivators. Compared to ordinary cultivators, the combat power of a Lord-ranked cultivator was too strong, and no one would easily offend them. However, in the Holy Dragon City's business district, even Lord-level cultivators had to follow the rules here. As long as they violated the rules here, they would also be punished without any exception. Some time ago, there was a non-human overlord cultivator who made trouble in the commercial district and refused to accept punishment. Although this was the territory of the human race, this foreign cultivator still looked down on human cultivators, thinking that they would not dare to do anything to him. His words and actions were also extremely arrogant. Since the other party didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, he could only show his true strength with his own hands. At the command, more than 10 sniper cultivators immediately pulled the trigger, and bullets whistled through the air. The arrogant foreign cultivator's expression changed immediately after the gunshot. He dodged the bullets in a sorry state. The power of the sniper rifle was beyond the alien cultivator's expectations. Every shot made his heart tremble. The foreign cultivator knew very well that he would be seriously injured if he were to be hit by the spear. Other than the bullets that seemed to have eyes, there was also a group of Holy Dragon City cultivators in black armor who kept attacking the foreign cultivator. In less than a minute, the foreign cultivator had been shot twice, and his body was covered in blood. The foreign cultivators were ready to escape when they saw that the situation was not good. However, they ran into Mr. Moran, who had just finished his cultivation, and the 2 sides were entangled. Relying on the abundant resources of the Holy Dragon City and the bonus attributes of the residents of the Level 5 City Tower, Mr. Moran had accumulated a lot of resources and advanced twice in a row in just 1 year. This kind of advancement speed was completely unimaginable to Moran in the past. It could be said that without the Holy Dragon City, he would not be where he was today. Perhaps he would still be a level 4 cultivator on the day of his death. Mr. Moran, who had just come out of seclusion, was now a true Lord-level cultivator. As the head instructor of the Holy Dragon City's cultivators, Mr. Moran's combat skills were superb to begin with. Coupled with the fact that the foreign cultivator had a gunshot wound, it only took a few rounds for him to subdue the foreign cultivator. After being shackled by special shackles and sprayed with a special drug, the weak foreign cultivator was dragged and thrown into the Holy Dragon City's underground prison. After entering the underground prison, the foreign cultivator was shocked to find that there were dozens of Lord-tier cultivators locked up here. The foreign cultivator, who had been arrogant even after being captured, was dumbfounded. Only then did he realize that the Overlord-tier cultivation that he was so proud of was nothing but a fart in the eyes of the Holy Dragon City. No one knew what happened to this Lord-tier alien cultivator in the underground prison. All they knew was that he obediently paid the fine and became very well behaved after he came out. It was because of the previous case of capturing a Lord-tier cultivator that the guards of the commercial district were not afraid of the fatty. No matter how powerful the fatty was, he couldn't do much in the face of all kinds of guns and weapons. If they really couldn't deal with this fatty, there was still Mr. Moran and the city lord to hold the fort. They would never let this fatty cause trouble. It was because of this that the guards of the commercial district were full of confidence. Xiao Rui's shot had also stunned Fatty, causing his movements to slow down slightly. Fatty was very clear about the power of this kind of firearm weapon. If it was not necessary, he would never be willing to try it personally. He was in the right in this matter, so he could sit down and discuss it slowly, and make the foreign cultivators compensate for his losses. If these guys dared to renege on their debt, Fatty swore that he would definitely make them regret it for the rest of their lives. The most important point was that he had come to Holy Dragon City this time to do something big. He definitely couldn't let this matter ruin his mission. If that was the case, he would really have suffered a huge loss. The fatty was filled with fear towards the Holy Master in Holy Dragon City. He did not want to attract the Holy Master's attention because of this matter. Since that was the case, he would let these guys off for the time being. It would not be too late to deal with them when he had the time in the future. With that in mind, the fat man threw the foreign cultivator in his hand aside and sat down on a chair beside him. Looking at Xiao Rui in front of him, Fatty chuckled. I don't know how you're going to make me regret it for the rest of my life, but I know that if these guys don't compensate me for my losses, they'll definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. The fat man smiled innocently, but the killing intent in his words sent chills down the spines of the foreign cultivators. Chapter 413 The truth is revealed. Xiao Rui smiled and said to Fatty, I don't know why you say that, and why you want them to compensate you for your losses. At the same time, a few foreign cultivators stood up and looked at the fat man with anger. No one would be happy to be attacked for no reason, which made them feel very angry. It was just that this fatty was obviously not a simple character. His skills were not as good as his opponents, so they could only temporarily endure this. However, no one had expected that the fatty, who had attacked first, would actually turn around and ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For compensation, even if your cultivation is high, you can't bully people like this, right? The surrounding foreign cultivators couldn't help but feel a sense of hatred towards a common enemy. They wanted to see how this matter would be resolved. If the Holy Dragon City sided with this human monk, they would not mind taking some action to express their dissatisfaction. They had been suppressed by the human race in Holy Dragon City, which made them very unhappy. The fat man glanced at the furious foreign cultivator and a trace of anger appeared on his face. He suddenly jumped up and began to curse at the 5 cultivators in front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes. You bastards, I've accumulated good luck for God knows how many years and only won the grand prize once. Do you know how happy I was? 10,000 times. That's 4 million brain beads. I've never seen so much money in my life. You fucking bastards, you actually threw my lottery ticket into the brazier and burned my $4 million brain. Tell me, do you bastards deserve to be beaten? Is there anything wrong with Lord Fatty asking you to compensate for the losses? The more Fatty spoke, the angrier he became. As he waved his arms, the fat on his body trembled continuously. The crowd suddenly came to a realization when they heard this. This fatty was really lucky to have won a prize of millions. However, this fatty was really unlucky. A lottery ticket worth millions of dollars had actually fallen into the charcoal brazier. This kind of great joy and great sorrow, there were really not many people who could bear it. No wonder this fatty was so crazy. No matter who encountered this kind of thing, they would probably go crazy and want to kill someone. However, the foreign cultivator who was being beaten up didn't think so. Who knew if you were lying? You said you won a few million, but who could prove it? Moreover, the lottery ticket you mentioned has already been burned. There's no witness now, okay. The lottery station only recognized the lottery ticket, not the person. If the lottery ticket was gone, then they could only admit that they were unlucky. For a moment, the hall was abuzz with discussion. Some people sighed at Fatty's good luck, some laughed at his bad luck, and some still remained skeptical. Looking at everyone's eyes, Fatty felt that he could no longer suppress his anger. At this moment, Xiao Rui stood up and signaled for everyone to keep quiet. Everyone, please listen to me. This matter is not as complicated as you think. We have enough means to prove whether this sir really won a lottery ticket worth millions. After saying this, Xiao Rui first walked to the lottery counter. First of all, he had to confirm if the prize of several million yuan existed. There was a record of every lottery ticket sold here, so it didn't take long for them to find Fatty's purchase information. The lottery ticket with an additional 10,000 times was so eye-catching that it made the onlookers click their tongues in wonder. It had to be said that this Fatty's luck was extremely good. This was an ordinary lottery ticket that was immediately drawn. The prize money after winning all the numbers was only 400 yuan, which was only a small amount of money for these cultivators. However, when the Fatty raised the stakes by 10,000 times in a fit of pique, this 400 yuan bonus became a figure that was enough to make everyone's heart jump. 4 million brain beads. It was extremely rare for a cultivator to be able to take out such a huge sum of money. The fat man in front of him had almost owned this huge sum of money, but because of an accident, he had missed it. For a moment, countless sympathetic and gloating gazes were cast on Fatty, causing him to tremble in anger. The foreign cultivators who were being beaten up were dumbfounded. They finally understood why the Fatty was so angry. The foreign cultivator who had been attacked by the Fatty first also vaguely remembered that he had indeed bumped into the Fatty. But who would have thought that his careless bump would burn the other party's millions of dollars worth of banknotes to ashes? From the looks of it, the unluckiest one wasn't this Fatty, but rather, himself. The foreign cultivators looked at each other and made up their minds to never admit to this. You said we hit you, but do you have any evidence? The black-eyed alien cultivator looked at Fatty and sneered. The fat man was furious, but he didn't rush up to beat them up. Instead, he glanced coldly at the foreign cultivators. You're right, I don't have any evidence, but you guys know better than anyone what happened. When Lord Fatty gambles with others, he has always admitted his loss. His gambling ethics are unparalleled. Lord Fatty will never owe anyone anything, and no one should even think about owing Lord Fatty anything. It's fine if you don't want to admit it, but unless you bastards are dead, I won't let you go even if you run to the ends of the earth. The fat man's words struck fear into the hearts of the foreign cultivators. They secretly made up their minds that once they left this place, they would immediately escape and never come back. After gathering enough manpower, it would not be impossible to kill this Fatty. The surrounding foreign merchants also jeered at the Fatty for not being able to produce any evidence and accusing him of wrongly accusing a good person. Who knew if he had accidentally dropped the lottery ticket into the charcoal brazier and then framed these foreign cultivators? On this matter, they naturally had to side with the foreign cultivators, regardless of whether they were right or wrong. When Xiao Rui heard this, he laughed coldly. He knew very well what these foreign merchants were up to. However, he did not say much. Instead, he took out his walkie-talkie and asked a few questions in a low voice. After putting down the walkie-talkie, Xiao Rui smiled at Fatty. Everyone, please look here. You will soon find out what happened. When everyone heard that, they immediately looked in the direction that Xiao Rui was pointing at. A monitor was reflected in everyone's eyes. At this moment, the monitor was playing the contents of the previous surveillance video. The entire process of Fatty buying the lottery ticket was redisplayed in front of everyone. The foreign merchants who had been in Holy Dragon City for a long time were already very familiar with this kind of image. Through the video recording, everyone clearly saw the scene of the fat man's lottery ticket being knocked out. After seeing this, everyone came to a sudden realization. With this video, the truth was beyond doubt. Fatty's face was filled with surprise. He never thought that Holy Dragon City would have such a thing that could prove his innocence. He turned to the foreign cultivators with a smug look in his eyes. Hee, the evidence is right in front of you. Let's see how you can deny it this time. The few foreign cultivators, faces turned ashen. With this evidence, they couldn't deny it. Let's try to gather more brain beads, we can discuss this. The foreign cultivator who had bumped into the fat man had no choice but to stand up and try to communicate with him. If he didn't want to die, he could only try to compensate. However, before Fatty could say anything, Xiao Rui took the lead and stood in front of Fatty. According to the commercial district's security regulations, you need to compensate for the damage and pay the corresponding fine. Do you agree? Fatty glanced at the ground and smiled. Of course I agree. Chapter 414. The new version of the mall, upgrade restrictions. Tang Zhen, who was overseeing the City Lord's Hall, quickly learned of the ins and outs of this matter. Tang Zhen could not help but sigh at the good luck of this Fatty called Wang Tongfang. To be able to bet 10,000 times on a lottery ticket and get a few million in cash, this Fatty Wong was an interesting person. Unfortunately, this lottery ticket turned into dust, and the business district was saved a lot of expenses. On this matter, it wasn't that the Holy Dragon City was reneging on their debt, they could only blame Fatty Wong for his bad luck. After all, when the lottery tickets were sold, it was already stated that only the lottery ticket was recognized and not the person was recognized. If you couldn't take out the lottery ticket, naturally, you wouldn't be given a bonus. Although 4 million brain beads was not a small number, Holy Dragon City was a big family and would not lose their reputation because of this matter. If the accident had not happened, and Fatty had redeemed the lottery, the Holy Dragon City would have definitely paid him without a single cent. Now, if Fatty wanted to make up for his losses, he could only think of a way through the foreign cultivators. As long as things went according to plan, he should still be able to get a compensation of hundreds of thousands. As for how much Fatty would recover from his losses, Tang Zhen was not interested. The thing that interested him was Fatty Wong. Tang Zhen, who had received the news, had specially checked this Fatty through the map view. However, he was surprised to find that this guy was not as simple as he looked. From Xiao Rui's report, he could conclude that this Fatty's cultivation had definitely reached the Lord tier. However, from the surface, there was no clue at all. If he didn't make a move, he might even be treated as an ordinary person. From this, it could be concluded that this guy must have some special means to hide his cultivation. At first, he was just looking at the Fatty out of curiosity, but now it seemed that this Fatty needed to be paid more attention. Tang Zhen had no choice but to be more cautious in these troubled times. After giving the order, Tang Zhen turned back to the map view and continued to observe the Holy Dragon City's convoy in the snowfield. Up until now, the convoy had already encountered hundreds of wanderers who had crossed the snowfield to seek shelter in Holy Dragon City. These wanderers in thin clothes were gathered together by the accompanying vehicles and were sent to Holy Dragon City one after another. They were arranged to stay in the caves in the back valley. After inspection and washing, these wanderers would be given a set of clothes to keep out the cold, and then they would have a full meal. After resting for a few days, the wanderers would start working to build the Super Soul Reincarnation Altar in the back valley. From Tang Zhen's current observations, the situation in the wilderness was still considered normal. However, the deep blue light that filled the world, the strange sky, and the countless snowballs that were breeding monsters in the snow were constantly reminding Tang Zhen that a huge crisis was right in front of him. After staring at the wilderness for a while and seeing that nothing was happening, Tang Zhen took some time to study the newly upgraded application store. After the upgrade of the application store this time, the most obvious change was that many of the applications that were quite important to Tang Zhen had the possibility of being upgraded infinitely. If Tang Zhen wanted to upgrade the map, he needed to expand the area under his control. If Tang Zhen wanted a map with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, he must first completely control the area with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. If he wanted to upgrade his storage space, he would need Tang Zhen to provide him with a type of gem called empty spiritual stone. 1 jin of empty spiritual stone plus 10,000 brain beads could increase Tang Zhen's storage space by 1 cubic meter. Tang Zhen could not help but have a headache as he looked at the holographic image of the empty spiritual stone displayed in front of him. The world of Lusheng was so big, who knew where this kind of spatial spiritual stone could be produced? However, if he couldn't get his hands on these spatial spiritual stones, he wouldn't be able to upgrade his storage space. Compared to the miniature storage space he had when he first entered the Tower World, Tang Zhen's current storage space had increased countless times. Logically speaking, it should be enough. However, as the Holy Dragon City's level became higher and higher, Tang Zhen's contact with the world became wider and wider, and he encountered more and more good things. His current storage space was obviously not enough. The storage space was unable to contain anything that was more than 50 meters in size. This severely limited Tang Zhen's trash-picking action. This was a big problem that had to be solved as soon as possible. Fortunately, other than Tang Zhen searching for it himself, he could also use the Cornerstone Trading Platform and the Mercenary Association to announce that he would purchase it at a high price. This way, the chances of finding spatial spiritual stones would increase by a lot. The other few applications that Tang Zhen often used also had upgraded versions and there were upgrade restrictions. For example, the Quantum Stealth Light Curtain was a little useless to Tang Zhen now. Cultivators of a slightly higher level could sense this stealth method. Other than using it to conceal his figure while flying, Tang Zhen rarely activated it. However, when the upgraded Dark World stealth technique was activated, it could guarantee that even if Tang Zhen stood in front of a cultivator of the same level, the other party would still be unable to discover him. This upgraded version of the invisibility technique was really very useful to Tang Zhen. As a 3-star horde leader, Tang Zhen's strength had already far surpassed most cultivators. However, he didn't know if he would have an advantage when facing the Ice Imp race. With the strength of the Ice Imp clan, they shouldn't lack Overlord-level cultivators. Therefore, Tang Zhen's 3-star Overlord-level cultivation might not be enough. However, if he had this application, Tang Zhen could take the initiative to attack and observe these uninvited guests. However, if he wanted to upgrade it to this application, he would need something called Space Crystal Wall Fragment, and it would be 5 kilograms each. Tang Zhen held his chin and silently looked at the holographic image floating in front of him. He kept having the feeling that he seemed to have seen this thing called Space Crystal Wall Fragment somewhere before. In this period of time, after the conquest and continuous acquisition, Holy Dragon City had accumulated countless strange items. Perhaps he had seen this kind of thing before. This spatial crystal wall fragment was of great importance. Since he already had a clue, Tang Zhen must find it. Tang Zhen closed his eyes and focused his mind to think. He began to search his memories in an attempt to find the shadow of this item. As he thought, a memory surfaced in Tang Zhen's mind. There seemed to be a shadow of this spatial crystal wall fragment within it. Tang Zhen's spirit jolted. He immediately rummaged through his storage space and quickly found what he wanted. A diamond-like object appeared in Tang Zhen's hand. It faintly glowed with a resplendent light. He tried to control the application store to absorb it, and as expected, the item limit for exchanging for Dark World Stealth had changed from 10 pounds to a little more than 9 pounds. This crystal was indeed a fragment of the spatial crystal wall. Tang Zhen rejoiced in his heart. Currently, not only had he found this kind of space crystal wall fragment, he had also recalled the location where he had found this item. Back then, there was a space crystal wall fragment in the giant hole in the sky created by the magic eye Tyrannosaurus. However, Tang Zhen didn't know the value of this thing at that time and didn't look for it carefully. Now it seemed that this place needed to be searched carefully again. Tang Zhen did not hesitate any longer when he thought of this. He immediately headed to that location. After walking out of his city lord's hall, Tang Zhen spread his wings and went straight to the huge deep pool that had been formed by the impact of the huge current. After crossing the snow-covered wilderness, it didn't take long for him to reach the upper reaches of the salty river and see the frozen pool. Due to the impact of the huge current that fell from the sky, no one knew how deep the pool was. Even now that the water source was cut off, the water level had not dropped much. Tang Zhen slowly landed beside the deep pool. He glanced at the frozen water surface and took off the outer coat on his body. Wearing the foamy combat suit, Tang Zhen walked to the ice surface. He gently stomped his foot and his entire body sank into the deep pool. The underwater world was pitch black and gloomy. A bone-chilling cold assaulted him, causing Tang Zhen's scalp to slightly tighten. Although the temperature of the water in the deep pool was very low, it was still unable to affect Tang Zhen's movements. Tang Zhen stuck the underwater breathing worm in his hand to his nose and mouth. After spitting out a few bubbles, he continued to head deeper into the deep pool. Chapter 415. At the bottom of the deep pool, Download 1. The enormous river that fell from the sky back then had left an extremely deep impression on Tang Zhen. It originated from the Devillefall Sea 10,000 miles away, but the demon-eye Tyrannosaurus had used a special method to lure it to the wildlands. The strange way he appeared and the terrifying strength of the person behind the scenes caused Tang Zhen to feel a deep fear at the same time that he was shocked. The ability of a king-tier monster was beyond his imagination. It was almost like a god. The Ice Imp race, which only appeared once every 1,000 years, was already regarded by Tang Zhen as an existence as terrifying as king-tier monsters. It was also because of this reason that Tang Zhen had been constantly paying attention to the Ice Imp clan's information to ensure that he would be able to grasp the Ice Imp clan's movements as soon as possible. He was so eager to find the space crystal wall fragments so that he could have more trump cards before the war. At this moment, Tang Zhen was continuously swimming in the deep pool as he searched for traces of the spatial crystal wall fragments. Due to the huge impact, the edge of the pool was extremely steep, and there was no place to stand. From the top to The bottom, the deep pool, was like a deep pipe. It was because of this special terrain that most of the space crystal wall fragments could be piled up in the depths of the pool. However, when he recalled the violent impact of the current, Tang Zhen couldn't guarantee that these space crystal wall fragments would not be washed away by the rapid current. If that was the case, Tang Zhen could only mobilize manpower and carry out manual selection in the cold river. One after another, large fish swam past Tang Zhen. After sensing the aura emitted from Tang Zhen's body, they all fled in all directions in a panic. These immigrants from the Starfall Sea had once provided a large amount of food for the wanderers in the Holy Dragon City and the wilderness. There were even some tenacious aquatic creatures that had already begun to multiply and live in the wildlands. It was a pity that the saltwater river, which had lost its source, had begun to wither and dry up. It would probably disappear from the wildlands completely in a few years. If he wanted to regain his former glory, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Tang Zhen quickly moved through the ice-cold water. Not long after, he had already arrived at the bottom of the deep pool. The bottom of the pool was now filled with broken rocks and the remains of the hydra hidden among the rocks. Because the bottom of the pool was extremely cold, the remains did not show any signs of decay. The monster's tough muscle tissue did not seem to be affected by the pool water, only slightly swollen. Tang Zhen wasn't interested in these things. The dried hydra meat that was stored in the Holy Dragon City was already enough to make him vomit. This kind of thing only felt good when it was fresh. No matter how delicious dried meat was cooked, it was not as good as fresh meat. Tang Zhen even somewhat missed those days. As long as he walked around the river, he would be able to catch countless delicious food. The taste of some of the seafood was unforgettable to Tang Zhen. However, with the disappearance of the current in the sky, there was no turning back. Fortunately, Aurel and the others came with the seawater. They rented a shop in the business district and ran a restaurant that mainly sold seafood. They bought the aquatic products caught by the wanderers from the saltwater river and then cooked them into a variety of delicacies. They were very famous in the commercial district. When Tang Zhen was free, he would bring Mirong Ziyan and the others to visit her business and taste the fresh and delicious food. When we go back later, I'll catch a few fat fish and let Aurel process them. After this thought flashed through Tang Zhen's heart, he began to focus on searching for the spatial crystal wall fragment. Tang Zhen's gaze swept across every corner of the bottom of the pool. Very quickly, 2 pieces of the spatial crystal wall fragment entered his line of sight. He swam over and directly picked them up. These fragments were the size of a baby's fist, and they felt heavy in his hand. They were very beautiful. Tang Zhen's heart was filled with joy. He quickly controlled the application store and directly absorbed it. The download limit had changed from a little more than 9 caddies to about 7 caddies. This made Tang Zhen's spirit greatly shocked. After the harvest, Tang Zhen was full of energy and searched even more carefully. After a short while, Tang Zhen discovered a few more pieces of the spatial crystal wall fragments. He then directly absorbed them. The area of the bottom of the deep pool was not particularly large. It did not take long for Tang Zhen to search the entire surface of the bottom of the pool. At this time, as long as he obtained another 4 jin of space crystal wall fragments, Tang Zhen could download and install the Dark World stealth technique. Now that the surface search had been completed, the next thing to do was to move away the useless gravel and continued to search for the fragments of the crystal wall of space that might be hidden below. With a casual wave of his hand, a pile of rock fragments entered Tang Zhen's storage space, revealing the deep pool's ground below. As expected, there were indeed fragments of the crystal wall of space hidden below, and there were quite a lot of them. Tang Zhen's face bloomed into a smile after he saw this scene. It seemed that the number of space crystal wall fragments at the bottom of the deep pool was definitely enough for him to need. Pieces of space crystal wall fragments were picked up by Tang Zhen. Unknowingly, his harvest was getting more and more. As another space crystal wall fragment was absorbed, the restriction on the exchange of items finally disappeared. Tang Zhen was extremely excited. He quickly opened the application store and prepared to download and install it. However, when he saw the amount of money he had spent on the download, he suddenly felt his heart ache. To download this Dark World stealth application, it actually required 5 million brain beads. Although Tang Zhen had made a fortune some time ago, his daily expenses were also very huge. If he didn't control his spending, it wouldn't take long for him to become a pauper again. It was easy to go from frugal to luxurious, but difficult to go from luxurious to frugal. As their strength increased, the Holy Dragon City's financial income increased. The brains that Tang Zhen had dealt with easily amounted to tens of millions. He was already used to this. There were many places to earn money, but there were also many places to spend money. Just the soul reincarnation altar in the back valley alone would require at least 100 million brain beads. Other than that, there were still many places that required brains. The wealth that Tang Zhen had obtained had already been spent. However, the application in front of him was of utmost importance to Tang Zhen. Not to mention 5 million brain beads, even if it was 10 million brain beads, Tang Zhen would still grit his teeth and download it. However, Tang Zhen's heart was filled with resentment towards this fraudulent application store. If this trend continued, there might be an application that could be sold for hundreds of millions of brain beads after an upgrade. If he was in urgent need of such an application, should he buy it himself? Although he was complaining, he still had to download the application. He turned to look at the fragment of the space crystal wall hidden in the gravel. While he chose to download and install it, he did not stop his search. This kind of space crystal wall fragment was quite rare. Although he had already downloaded 5 kilograms of applications, it was definitely right to store more. With a wave of his hand, another space crystal wall fragment appeared in his hand, and the Dark World Stealth that he had just downloaded had been installed. Tang Zhen was just planning to test the effect of the application when his gaze suddenly glanced at a brilliance under the shattered rock. Curiously, he went up to take a look and saw a fragment of the spatial crystal wall the size of a table. It was constantly flashing under the gravel. Damn, it's actually so big. Tang Zhen blankly looked at this enormous space crystal wall fragment. After being stunned for a long time, he could not help but curse. Chapter 416. Strange World. Resident merchants. Such a large space crystal wall fragment had definitely exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. Before he discovered this giant, Tang Zhen had always thought that these spatial crystal wall fragments were only some fine small crystals. Otherwise, how could they be called fragments? However, this big fellow in front of him made Tang Zhen realize how wrong he was. The fragment in his eyes and the fragment in the magic eye Tyrannosaurus eyes were definitely not the same. He had been confused by the word fragment before, which was why he was so surprised when he saw the giant space crystal wall fragment. Tang Zhen laughed at himself. He waved his hand and kept the fragment of the space crystal wall. Such a large fragment of the crystal wall of space was definitely a treasure, and it might come in handy at some point, so he had to keep it well. After searching for a while, Tang Zhen swam up from the bottom of the deep pool and caught quite a number of fat fish and shrimp. The hard ice surface was directly shattered by Tang Zhen, who had rushed out from the bottom of the pool. His body directly leapt over 10 meters high. A pair of wings appeared out of thin air. As they gently flapped, it allowed Tang Zhen to firmly stop in midair. After checking his surroundings, Tang Zhen flapped his wings and headed straight for Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen flew through the air and returned to Holy Dragon City in a short time. He slowly landed in the valley. Carrying more than a dozen frozen fish and shrimp, Tang Zhen ordered people to send them to Arl's restaurant and then returned to his own residence. After changing into a neat set of clothes, Tang Zhen activated the Dark World Stealth technique. Following the activation of the application, Tang Zhen immediately had a feeling that he had already left the Tower World and was currently in a strange space. This world was filled with strange colors, and there were also some striped black shadows that looked like paint that had been casually scattered on a canvas. In the real world, there were also many strange colors and gaps that were attached to various objects in the world of Lusheng. If he wasn't in this space, he wouldn't have noticed the existence of these strange things in the real world. Tang Zhen tried to reach out to touch a black mark on the cabinet, but discovered that his arm had directly passed through the outer shell of the cabinet and entered the interior of the cabinet. As long as Tang Zhen moved his finger, he would be able to take out the items in the cabinet. This kind of magical experience caused Tang Zhen to be extremely interested. He tested it in several places and even went through the black marks on the wall to get out of the building. Tang Zhen didn't use his wings. His feet stepped on a band of light that was floating in the sky as he floated in the air. Tang Zhen tried to step on the other light bands and landed on the ground with ease. At this moment, Tang Zhen was standing on the grass in front of the tower. 2 Holy Dragon City cultivators were standing in front of him. However, the 2 cultivators were completely unaware of Tang Zhen, who was standing in front of them. This was because there was nothing unusual in front of them. However, from Tang Zhen's point of view, he was able to see the other party's every move. It was as though there was a one-way glass separating the two. This strange space should be the dark world. Tang Zhen, who was in this world, could easily see the scenery outside, hear the sounds outside, and even pull things in. However, the flower that Tang Zhen pulled into the dark world withered into ashes in the blink of an eye and floated away without a trace, without any wind. After leaving the Holy Dragon City's inner city, Tang Zhen slowly walked towards the commercial district, passing through the foreign merchants. From the beginning to the end, those people didn't notice that a person had passed by them, even passing through their bodies. The two of them were not in the same space. Those people were naturally unable to sense Tang Zhen's existence. Seeing the stables not far away, Tang Zhen strolled over. On the bodies of these mounts, there were all kinds of light strips and spots attached to various parts of their bodies. There was a red spot on the head of one of the mounts. At this time, it seemed very irritable, constantly using its head to hit the wall beside it, and not long after, its head was broken and bleeding. A few members of the caravan who were in charge of raising the mounts had no way to deal with this. Through their conversation, Tang Zhen knew that this mount had contracted some kind of disease. Its head was in an unbearable pain, which was why it continuously used its head to bang against the wall. The red spots were probably the mount's lesions. After Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he extended his hand towards the red dot on the head of the mount. After which, he violently pulled. A cluster of squirming red spots was pulled out from the head of the mount. Then, it was directly pulled into the dark world by Tang Zhen. As soon as the red spots entered the dark world, they immediately struggled and turned into dust. He turned around to look at the mount, only to find that it had already stopped struggling. The pain in its eyes had also disappeared, and it was now standing quietly in place. Tang Zhen clicked his tongue in wonder when he saw this. He did not expect that he would actually have the ability to cure an illness. He could make good use of this point. What was the difference between the light spots in the dark world and those in the real world? Why couldn't the light spots in the real world stay in the dark world? What would happen if he brought the dots of light from the dark world into the real world? After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen casually waved his hand and grabbed a red dot of light from the dark world in his hand. He then directly stuffed it into the head of the mount. Under Tang Zhen's unblinking gaze, the light dot rapidly disintegrated and dissipated on the mount's head. However, the light did not disappear. Instead, it turned into countless smaller light spots and spread across the body of the mount. The originally quiet mount immediately became full of energy and vitality after the light spots spread to all parts of its body. Tang Zhen had a feeling that the physical strength of this mount had already reached its peak at this moment. A trace of surprise flashed across Tang Zhen's eyes as he looked at the mount that was continuously jumping around happily. He didn't expect the light from the dark world to have such a strange effect. If this light did not have any side effects on the body, then Tang Zhen had definitely discovered a way to strengthen the Holy Dragon City's military strength while also earning a large amount of brain pearls. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen was no longer in a hurry to go to Arl's restaurant. Instead, he quietly looked at the mount in front of him. The members of the caravans who were raising the mounts did not realize that the Lord of the Holy Dragon City was standing in front of them, looking at the mount that was acting strangely today with interest. After observing for a full hour, Tang Zhen turned around and headed to Arl's restaurant. When the commercial district was first built, Tang Zhen bought a lot of houses in one go and added a lot more later on. Relying on the terrain transformation plugin,'s nature-defying ability, the business district had no lack of street shops. With so many houses and shops, it was naturally impossible for the Holy Dragon City to keep all of them, so they set aside a portion to rent to the residents of the Holy Dragon City and the foreign merchants. The fallen star sea was far away. Arl and the others were destined to have no chance of returning home. They stayed in Holy Dragon City and became ordinary citizens. After the business district opened, Arl looked for Tang Zhen, hoping to get a shop in the business district that specialized in cooking all kinds of special food from the fallen star sea area. In this period of time, Arl had followed the chefs of Holy Dragon City and learned many cooking methods from his original world. Relying on the seasonings sold in the Holy Dragon City and the improved dishes he had learned, Arl believed that his business would definitely be good. Tang Zhen naturally supported Arl's request. The Holy Dragon City was no longer short of labor workers for the time being. Instead, it was short of merchants who were brave enough to travel the world and provide publicity for the Holy Dragon City. The unique environment in the world of Lusheng made the flow of information very isolated. Many Lusheng that were less than 1,000 miles apart might not know each other or even know each other's existence. The merchants who traveled the continent were the best messengers of information. It was through their word of mouth that all kinds of news were passed to other regions. Holy Dragon City's residents relied on the convenient conditions of the business district. If they didn't go into business, it would simply be the greatest waste. In fact, there were already residents of Holy Dragon City who, after applying, had set up their own trade caravan and started their first business. Because they were residents of Holy Dragon City, they would naturally enjoy certain benefits when purchasing weapons and equipment. With the appearance of these merchants, Holy Dragon City would be known by even more people. Chapter 417. Beautiful Boss. The long-distance plan. 1. Arl's restaurant was located in the middle of a street in the business district. The location of this shop was very good. There were many people coming and going in front of the door, and there were many returning customers. In the flower bed in front of the shop, colorful plants were stretching their branches and leaves, as if they were not affected by the cold current at all. The mother tree that had advanced to rank 5 was unconsciously influencing the plants in its area, allowing them to maintain their exuberant vitality. The mother tree's might was only the tip of the iceberg. At this time, there were several tables of guests eating in the restaurant. From their happy expressions, it could be seen that they were very satisfied with the food provided. Tang Zhen turned off the dark world stealth and left the strange space of the dark world. He walked out from the corner of the street. As he walked into Arl's restaurant, the young man standing at the door immediately welcomed him. City Lord, welcome. This young man was one of Arl's clansmen and was now working in the restaurant. He was very sweet-tongued when he welcomed guests. After chatting with the young man for a while, Tang Zhen walked to a single room and sat down at the table. Not long after they sat down, several delicious dishes were served one after another. The fish and shrimp brought back by Tang Zhen had been personally cooked by Arl and were now all on the table. As for Tang Zhen's taste, Arl was already very familiar with it. These dishes were also cooked according to his taste. Tang Zhen tasted 2 mouthfuls and was full of praise. At this moment, the door was slowly opened, and Arl, who was wearing a small leather jacket, walked in. This girl, who grew up by the sea, had very healthy wheat-colored skin, a tall figure, and straight legs. She seemed to be full of explosive power. He had a head of short hair, and his facial features were well defined, showing that he was a man who dared to love and hate. Tang Zhen raised his head and took a look. He then beckoned to Arl. Aren't you busy? Why don't you sit down and eat with us? Arl nodded. He walked over with a smile and sat opposite Tang Zhen. After tasting a mouthful of fresh fish, Tang Zhen smiled and said, I have to say, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Arl looked at Tang Zhen with a smile and a proud expression on his face. He was very happy to be praised by Tang Zhen. Due to Tang Zhen's habit of using chopsticks while eating, the residents of the Holy Dragon City followed suit. Most of them also learned to use chopsticks when eating. He picked up a piece of fresh fish and put it in his mouth. He savored it carefully. After a few bites, as if he had thought of something, he put down his chopsticks and revealed a thoughtful expression. Tang Zhen noticed the other party's expression. He similarly placed his chopsticks down and casually asked, Why aren't you eating? Don't you like the food you make? Or do you have some difficulties? Arl shook his head and said slowly with a sad expression, I've been very happy since I arrived at Holy Dragon City with a few friends from my clan. Here, I don't have to worry about going hungry, I don't have to worry about being eaten by sea monsters, and I don't have to be bullied and discriminated against by other races. This place is like heaven to me. But I don't know how my brothers and sisters are doing. Are they still like before, living a life without food? The thing I want to do the most now is to rush back to the Devilfall Sea and bring them to Holy Dragon City. City Lord, what do you think? After saying this, a trace of sadness and anticipation appeared on Arl's face as he looked at Tang Zhen in a daze. Tang Zhen was silent when he heard this. It was obvious that Arl was homesick. This wasn't anything strange. They were extremely lucky to be able to come here and survive after being rescued. After surviving a great disaster, it was only natural for him to miss his family and friends in his hometown. After Tang Zhen thought for a moment, he said to Arl, If you miss your family, you can go back and see them, or even bring them to Holy Dragon City. I can guarantee that all of your clansmen will have the qualifications to be reserve residents. A trace of joy appeared on Arl's face when he heard this. He repeatedly thanked Tang Zhen after standing up. Tang Zhen gestured for Arl not to be in a hurry to thank him. Instead, he reminded him in a very serious manner, "But I must remind you that now is not the best time to pick up your clansmen. You've seen the weather outside, it's quite bad. What I want to tell you is that this cold snow has not only covered the Holy Dragon City's surroundings, but has also extended for thousands of miles. It was not an easy task to break through such a vast snowfield, and it was very likely that they would be lost halfway. If we set out after half a year, it might be a little safer. At the very least, we don't have to worry about the ice blocking the road." When Tang Zhen said this, he raised his head and looked at Arl, who had his arms crossed. "Now tell me your thoughts. Do you still plan to go back and pick them up?" After hearing this, Arl hesitated and paced around on the ground. She knew that this was not a child's play, and she was also considering whether she should return to the Devilfall Sea at this time. Tang Zhen quietly looked at Arl and waited for her answer. After a while, Arl stopped and showed a determined look. Tang Zhen softly sighed in his heart. He knew the other party's answer just by looking at her eyes. "City Lord, I've thought it through. I'll leave tomorrow. I can't sleep or eat in peace whenever I think about how my people are still living in deep waters and suffering, so I must return as soon as possible." Tang Zhen sighed softly when he heard this. He revealed a regretful expression. "It seems that I won't be able to eat dishes cooked by you in the next year. What a pity." When Arl heard this, he gently smiled at Tang Zhen. "City Lord, if you like it, I'll make it for you every day when I come back." Tang Zhen nodded. He stood up and moved his body before turning around and walking out. Just as they were about to leave, Tang Zhen seemed to have recalled something and said to Arl, "By the way, how many people do you plan to bring back this time?" When Arl, who was about to send him off, heard this, he smiled at Tang Zhen and said, "This is not an easy path to take. I think the smaller the target, the safer the operation," he said. Tang Zhen frowned. He looked at Arl and said, "So you've decided to run?" "That's right, I'm going to return alone. The others will stay and take care of the restaurant." Hearing this, Tang Zhen couldn't help but look at Arl in a higher light. In this world, there was such a kind of person who could be fearless of any danger for his own ideals. Even if the road ahead was filled with countless obstacles, he could still move forward without fear. The woman in front of him was such a person. Perhaps in Arl's heart, her greatest dream was to let her people live a life without worry. As long as she could achieve this goal, she was willing to give everything she had. In order to fill the stomachs of his clansmen, Hua had resolutely led his clansmen through the storms of the Starfall Sea in the past 28 years. In the end, they even encountered the demon T-Rex and managed to escape death. Now that she was in the Holy Dragon City, she put herself in the place and felt the changes. This made Arl unconsciously believe that the Holy Dragon City was the land of her dreams. This was also the reason why she had to travel thousands of kilometers to return to the Devilfall Sea and bring back her clansmen. She had already made up her mind, and no one could change it. Tang Zhen naturally wouldn't stop him. After all, everyone had their own aspirations and couldn't be forced. However, Tang Zhen was able to help this girl. "Tomorrow, I'll go to a place far away from Holy Dragon City to take a look. I can give you a ride and help you save a lot of time. Remember to wear more. It's very cold when you fly." After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. Arl looked at the empty room in a daze, but a bright smile appeared on his face. "I knew it, the City Lord is a very good person, thank you." Tang Zhen, who had activated the Dark World stealth technique and was planning to leave, was slightly startled when he heard this. It had been a long time since someone had given him the good guy card, and this feeling was rather awkward. Not bad. Chapter 418 Mysterious and Unpredictable. Setting off again that night, Tang Zhen once again used the terrain transformation plugin and moved the bloody desert to the inside of the outer wall, completely surrounding the sacred Dragon Valley. With the existence of this Crimson Desert, the Holy Dragon City was equivalent to having a huge furnace, driving away all the bone-piercing chill. The temperature in the area began to rise rapidly, and the snow began to melt rapidly. The cold air in the wildlands no longer had any effect on Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen looked at the heat wave rising in the blood-colored desert. A trace of emotion involuntarily rose in his heart. If not for the magical mobile application, who knew if the Holy Dragon City could survive this disaster? Even if he persevered to the end, it would probably be a Pyrrhic victory. A great loss of vitality was something that was inevitable. There weren't so many ifs and fairness in the world. Strength, luck, and courage were all indispensable things to achieve success. The more capital he had, the more guarantee he would have of success. Compared to the other city lords in the wildlands, Tang Zhen had a much greater advantage against the Ice Imp race, and all of this was thanks to this magical phone. In the end, Zhen Tang was a lucky person. The appearance of this phone had completely changed his life. However, the amount of effort that Tang Zhen had put in during this period of time had far exceeded the imagination of others. Following the numerous life and death battles, as his strength continued to rise and his horizons continued to widen, Tang Zhen had already undergone a complete transformation. It could be said that the current Tang Zhen was a completely different person from the past. Unsurprisingly, the sudden appearance of the Crimson Desert within the outer city walls caused another commotion. Countless people ran to the edge of the Crimson Desert out of curiosity, feeling the scorching heat for themselves. The sudden rise in temperature caused them to take off their winter clothes and change into light, thin shirts, looking relaxed. The merchants who had been to Blood Sand City immediately recognized the origin of the Blood Desert, and their faces were full of shock. Holy Dragon City and Blood Sand City were hundreds of kilometers apart. Who knew how the Crimson Desert had ended up here? Some people didn't believe it and thought that it wasn't the Blood Desert, but a strange desert with a similar appearance. After all, a desert moving hundreds of kilometers out of thin air didn't seem realistic. However, after a few blood crystals were discovered, these suspicious people immediately shut their mouths. Blood Sand City's blood crystals were very famous. It could be said that in the entire wildlands, only the Blood Sand City's blood desert produced them. The desert in front of them looked exactly like the blood-red desert from all directions. After realizing this, everyone was shocked again. What kind of existence could move such a huge desert from hundreds of kilometers away to, warm, the Holy Dragon City? Such a terrifying ability had already exceeded their imagination. Thinking of the outer city wall that had appeared out of thin air last time and the bloody desert this time, countless people had already confirmed one fact. There was a holy master with terrifying cultivation hidden in Holy Dragon City, and he had the ability to move mountains and drain seas. In the eyes of these people, Holy Dragon City was once again covered in a layer of mystery. Just as this rumor spread, a fat man at the back of the crowd had a bitter expression on his face. Unlike other people's wild guesses, Fatty could bet with the fat on his body that the bloody desert had been moved over by someone using divine arts. Just thinking about such a terrifying method would make one's heart tremble. As soon as he thought of the terrifying expert hidden in Holy Dragon City, Fatty felt a headache and his whole body felt unwell. The joy he had felt a few days ago when he had obtained 1,000,000 brains from the foreign cultivators had also disappeared. Holding his throbbing temple, Fatty walked back with a worried look on his face. At the same time, he mumbled softly, Lord Fatty, I'm really unlucky this year. First, I was caught by that old fart to repay a favor. I couldn't eat or sleep well along the way, and I was even trapped in the snow and cold for a night. It wasn't easy for him to win a big prize, but the lottery ticket was burned. After getting a little compensation for scaring her, she felt a little better, but in the end, such a terrible thing happened. Would I be able to deal with a holy master of that level? Wouldn't it be better to just slit my own throat and commit suicide? Damn it, why is Lord Fatty's luck so bad? Fatty grumbled to himself, but the depression in his heart was getting heavier and heavier. At most, I'll just go back on my word this time. In the future, I'll wander the world and never see that old fart again. As Fatty walked, he was wondering if he should run away. However, he was hit on the shoulder by someone. Don't you have eyes when you're walking? You can't even walk on such a wide path. The fat man snorted and looked up at the other party, only to find a woman staring at him. Judging from the other party's attire, he should be a resident of Holy Dragon City. This woman looked very ordinary, but her figure, which was covered by her fat clothes, was not bad. She was tall and graceful. Seeing that the other party was a woman, the fat man didn't care anymore and continued to walk towards the commercial district. He didn't expect that the woman would actually follow him directly. When she passed by him, she whispered something to him. The fatty, who had been walking with his head lowered, had a glint in his eyes, but he soon returned to normal. Slowly raising his head, the fatty watched the woman's back as she disappeared, and his face unconsciously became more serious. After wandering around the streets for a while, Fatty once again came to the Holy Dragon City's casino and went straight to the second floor. Tang Zhen came to the Holy Dragon City's warehouse and began to prepare the necessary items for this trip. The map view could only observe a limited distance. Therefore, Tang Zhen decided to go to the other parts of the wildlands to analyze the movements of the ice imp race. Bringing Arl along was just a matter of convenience. An hour's flight was enough for Arl to walk for months. After all, the wildlands was covered in ice and snow. A long journey was not an easy task. After packing up, Tang Zhen activated Dark World Stealth and entered the business district, entering Arl's shop. After he revealed himself in the room, he was spotted by Arl, who was walking out of his room. Arl was fully armed. He wore a tight-fitting suit made of silver animal skin and carried a leather bag on his back with a long sword and a crossbow. These weapons were all products of the Holy Dragon City, and their quality was definitely top-notch. His long legs were wrapped in animal skin greaves, and he wore a pair of leather boots that extended to his knees. A steel dagger was also hidden inside. On her head, she wore a hat made of animal skin, revealing only her pretty face. Arl, who had already reached rank 4, looked very heroic in this outfit. "City Lord, I'm ready. We can set off at any time." Arl looked at Tang Zhen and said impatiently. Tang Zhen nodded. He took out a pair of wind-proof glasses from his storage space and handed it to Arl. At the same time, he also let her wrap her face. Flying at high speed in this cold weather was no laughing matter, so the work of keeping warm must be done well. It was impossible for Tang Zhen to keep the protective shield activated while he was flying. This was because it would greatly exhaust his physical strength. Moreover, it would also affect his speed. After waiting for Arl to be ready, the two of them came to the corner of the street and Tang Zhen revealed his white wings. Arl's mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were full of curiosity. "Come here and hold my neck tightly." After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he took out a wide leather belt from his storage space. Arl was stunned. When he heard this, he looked at Tang Zhen in front of him and his ears turned red. However, this girl had always been straightforward. She hesitated for a moment before walking in front of Tang Zhen. Both of her arms tightly hugged Tang Zhen's neck. At an angle that Tang Zhen could not see, the girl's crescent-shaped eyes slowly closed as a faint smile appeared on her face. Tang Zhen wrapped a wide leather belt around Arl's waist and tied the two of them together to ensure that they would not break free during the flight. After the inspection, Tang Zhen flapped his wings and rushed into the sky, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Chapter 419. Hurrying on with flying, attacking the city. The air current in the sky brushed past his face, still so cold. Tang Zhen flapped his wings and continued to fly rapidly in the air. The snow plains under his feet flashed past. He had already gotten used to this kind of flying and had fallen in love with the feeling of soaring in the sky. It was just that Arl, who had his arms wrapped around his neck and pressed his body against his, made Tang Zhen feel a little awkward. Ever since the girl flew into the sky, she had been maintaining this position and had not moved at all. Sensing the slightly stiff body of the girl in his arms, Tang Zhen did not know if she was frightened. Arl had a great figure, tall and full. Due to both of them sticking close to each other, Tang Zhen, who was wearing the femme combat suit, could clearly feel the fullness of the other party's chest. It had amazing elasticity and was constantly squeezing his body. Some of his movements while flying in the air made this kind of contact unavoidable, and it was continuous. After a long time, Tang Zhen felt that his body seemed to have some kind of reaction. This caused him to feel a little embarrassed. Now that their bodies were so close together, how could his biological reaction be hidden from Ariel, who was close to him? As the reaction grew stronger, Arl, who was under him, clearly felt something was wrong. His body twisted slightly, as if he was afraid of disturbing Tang Zhen's flight. Arl's body only moved a little and did not have any other reaction. However, the arms that were holding onto Tang Zhen's neck became tighter and tighter. Tang Zhen inhaled a deep breath of air. He tossed aside the messy thoughts in his mind and focused on flying forward. After flying for half an hour, Tang Zhen passed by a mountain peak and descended from the sky. His current location was already far away from Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen was able to sustain such a high-intensity flight for 2 hours without a break. However, Arl, who was under him, was unable to do so. So after flying for a while, he had to land and let Arl rest for a while. Tang Zhen's gaze swept around and discovered a cave hidden within the mountain peak. It was just right for him to rest. After landing in front of the cave, Tang Zhen walked in. Someone once lived in this cave, but it was now empty, leaving only garbage and some pale bones. After confirming that there was no danger here, Tang Zhen took Arl off his body. It was extremely cold during high-speed flight. Even though Arl was a level 4 cultivator, he was frozen stiff and shivering on the spot. He casually placed a pile of fuel on the ground and snapped his fingers. A ball of sparks shot out from his fingers. Upon contact with the spark, the fuel on the ground instantly ignited. The constantly flickering flames made people feel unusually warm. Arl struggled to get close to the fire. He slowly raised his stiff arm, trying to recover his body temperature as soon as possible. When Tang Zhen saw this, he grabbed a hold of Arl's hands. A warm flow entered her arms and instantly flowed through her body. Arl's pale face finally regained some color, and his eyes became lively. "I feel much better. Sorry for the trouble." After stretching his body, Arl tidied up the hair that had fallen down. He smiled softly at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen nodded. He took out a tool to boil water and placed it on the fire. It didn't take long for the water to boil. Tang Zhen quickly brewed a pot of tea. He passed a cup of tea to Arl, along with a bag of biscuits and grilled sausages. They couldn't ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For too much on the way, so the two just had a simple bite. After drinking a mouthful of hot tea, Tang Zhen looked at Arl and said, "We're already a few hundred kilometers away from Holy Dragon City. We just need to fly a few more times and we should be able to escape the area covered in ice and snow. If you're tired, I can take you back to Holy Dragon City." Arl chewed on the biscuit and shook his head at Tang Zhen. "It's okay, I can hold on." Tang Zhen didn't say anything more when he saw the determined expression on Arl's face. Instead, he switched to the map view and observed the surrounding scenery. Just like the area around the Holy Dragon City, this place was also covered in snow. From time to time, one could see giant snowballs wrapped in monsters in the wilderness. In the snowfield in the distance, a few wanderers were knocking on a snowball covered in runes, trying to open it. However, these snowballs were extremely hard and had turned into solid ice without anyone knowing. Even high-level cultivators could not easily break them. The wanderers' actions were clearly just wasting their strength in vain. After looking around and making sure that there was nothing abnormal, Tang Zhen retreated from the map view. It was only at this moment that Tang Zhen realized that Arl, who was beside the fire, was looking at him with a dazed expression. After being discovered by Tang Zhen, Arl didn't avoid his gaze. Instead, he smiled and his eyes seemed to flash with a luster. After the two of them rested for a while, they continued on their journey. This time, without Tang Zhen's order, Arl took the initiative to walk over and hug Tang Zhen's neck. Tang Zhen's mind was slightly shaken as he sensed the faint fragrance that came into his nose. He moved his hand and firmly trapped Arl together with him. However, this time, Arl wasn't being honest. She was tightly leaning against Tang Zhen and was constantly twisting her body. Tang Zhen was upset. He raised his hand and patted Arl's round butt. "Don't cause trouble." A soft groan seemed to be heard in his ear. After that, Arl no longer moved and only hugged Tang Zhen tightly. Slowly walking out of the cave, Tang Zhen's wings flapped and he directly soared into the sky. Tang Zhen observed the ground under his feet as he flew. Very quickly, a small city tower appeared in his vision. Judging from its appearance, it should only be an ordinary level 2 city. However, the tower was in an extremely bad situation, as nearly 1,000 wanderers in ragged clothes were constantly attacking it. At this moment, the interior of the city tower was already filled with thick smoke. Around the city tower, there were many corpses covered in wounds. The soldiers of Lusheng City and the wanderers were fighting each other. It was rare for wanderers to attack a city. After all, the strength of the two sides was not proportional. If it wasn't for the heavy snow, no wanderer would do such a crazy thing. Lu Cheng had a certain advantage in terms of equipment and strength, but they were at a disadvantage when facing these crazy wanderers. As for why such a situation had occurred, he believed that he would only need to look at the wanderers' eyes to know the answer. This was a group of people who were about to go crazy from hunger. Under the threat of death, they took the risk and began to attack these buildings. If he succeeded, he wouldn't have to worry about going hungry for a short period of time. If he failed, he could only blame his fate. It was just the difference between dying early and dying later. Tang Zhen hovered in the air and quietly watched the battle below. When Arl saw this, he also turned his head to observe. "Arl, why don't we go down and take a look?" Tang Zhen's voice was transmitted into Arl's ears. The other party gently nodded his head. With a flap of his wings, Tang Zhen directly landed on the top of the tower and sat on the edge of the building. Tang Zhen, who had activated the quantum stealth light curtain, would not attract the attention of those who were fighting. He extended his hand to untie the belt that bound Arl, who knew that the other party actually did not go down. Instead, he directly snuggled into Tang Zhen's embrace and watched the battle below with great interest. Tang Zhen helplessly smiled upon seeing this. However, he did not say anything. The battle below had also entered a critical stage. It wouldn't take long for the winner to be decided. Chapter 420, Breaking Through the City, Plundering, and Collecting the Cornerstone. Compared to the battles that had taken place in front of Holy Dragon City, the scale of the battle that was taking place in this city could only be considered average. If the Wanderers had attacked Holy Dragon City, they would have been torn into pieces by countless bullets and cannons before they could even get close to the city walls. The strength of the two simply could not be compared. However, compared to the killing of firearms, this kind of close-quarters physical combat was more bloody and cruel. The blade cut through the bones, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and the entire place was bright red. As the saber light flickered, people kept howling in pain as blood spurted out and they fell to the ground. In their constant struggle, their eyes gradually lost their luster and turned gray. Wanderers kept climbing up the walls around the tower, then rushed toward the windows and other places with all their might, trying to break into the tower. However, many wanderers would be shot down halfway and fall heavily to the ground. Some unlucky fellows hit their heads on the rocks, and their brains immediately burst. Those who were lucky enough to survive continued to climb up the tower after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. This was a battle where it was either you die or I die. No one dared to have any thoughts of getting lucky, and only the thought of killing the enemy remained in their minds. The windows and other such critical positions were either guarded or sealed with random objects to prevent enemies from entering. The soldiers guarding the windows kept firing their arrows, and the residents threw all kinds of things at the windows in an attempt to stop the wanderers. Meanwhile, the wanderers attacking the city used bows, arrows, and catapults to continuously fire burning objects at the building. This kind of attack continued. As the fireballs danced, the black smoke in the building became thicker. After paying a huge price, the wanderers finally broke through a window. A few wanderers howled and rushed in. After seeing this, the wild cultivators hidden in the team rushed up a dozen meters into the air and rushed into the building. They waved their blades and killed all the soldiers at the other windows so that the other wanderers could rush in. They turned around and saw that the rogue cultivators were fighting with the cultivators of the building who had rushed over after hearing the news. The passageway inside the building was filled with the smell of blood. More and more wanderers rushed in. Their eyes were red as they barged into the homes of the residents, killing and plundering without restraint. Miserable screams rang out endlessly. Countless ugly things were happening inside the building. Tang Zhen looked at the scene in front of him. He did not make any movements, as though all of this had nothing to do with him. From the beginning to the end, he had treated himself as a bystander. It wasn't that Tang Zhen didn't want to save him, but he really couldn't find a reason to help. These wanderers who robbed the city also had wives and children. The reason they attacked the city at the risk of their lives was to get some food for their families. If Tang Zhen killed them, it would be equivalent to indirectly killing the wanderer's family. The residents of Lu City were humans, and so were the wanderers. The difference in status was of no use to Tang Zhen. However, Tang Zhen did not have any pity for those lunatics who took joy in killing. Tang Zhen casually threw a stone and killed a wanderer who was randomly killing people. Then, he stood up. "Arl, let's go down and take the foundation stone of the tower. Then, we'll continue our journey." Tang Zhen patted Arl, and the two of them directly jumped into the building. As soon as they entered the city, they ran into a naked wanderer who was waving a saber. He was chasing and killing a woman in disheveled clothes. Arl's brows furrowed when he saw this. His longsword glowed with a cold light as he killed the wanderer. The panicked woman glanced at the two of them before turning around and burrowing into a hidden corner. She hugged her legs and sobbed silently. Arl glanced at the other party, and the anger on his face intensified. He swung his sword again and pounced on a wanderer lying on a woman. With her rank 4 cultivation, Arl was invincible. Anyone she could not stand would be killed by her with a single slash. These wanderers who were wantonly plundering the place quickly discovered the two unexpected intruders, Tang Zhen and Arl. They surrounded the two of them with hostility. Tang Zhen coldly looked at the wanderers who were carrying bags of various sizes on their backs. There was no trace of sorrow or joy in his eyes. "You bastards, get lost immediately." Just as Tang Zhen was about to attack and kill these people blocking his way, an angry roar was heard from behind the wanderers. The expressions of those wanderers surrounding Tang Zhen changed. After taking a look behind them, they hurriedly opened up a path. Under the protection of a few wild cultivators, a wild cultivator who was about 2 meters tall walked in front of Tang Zhen with a murderous aura. This wild cultivator should be a mixed blood of a human and a non-human race. He had a very large bone structure, but because of his malnutrition, he looked very strange. His huge head was covered in protruding bones, and his eye sockets were deeply sunken. He didn't even need to think to know that he was definitely hungry. From the wanderers' respectful expressions, it was clear that this burly man was their leader. Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the blood and wounds on the strong man's body. He still did not say a word and merely looked at him with an expressionless face. At the same time Tang Zhen was sizing up the brawny man, the other party was also sizing him up. Even though they couldn't see Tang Zhen's cultivation base, they could clearly see that Arl was a rank 4 expert. This made the rogue cultivators among the wanderers rather fearful. Without Lu Cheng's attribute bonus, their cultivation was only at level 1 or 2, and it was difficult to break through to a higher level. Those who had reached level 3 and above either had extremely high cultivation talent or had other opportunities. It was just that such wild cultivators were very few in number. Even the brawny man in front of him only had a level 3 cultivation. Even if they won against a rank 4 cultivator, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. However, what caused the brawny man to feel the most apprehensive was Tang Zhen, who had an expressionless face. It was impossible to tell the level of his cultivation. Just by standing in front of him, the burly man felt a faint sense of fear, causing his soul to tremble slightly. To be able to make him feel this way, it could only mean that the other party's cultivation was too high, so high that even the burly man could not see through it. After realizing this, the brawny man no longer hesitated and immediately ordered his men to make way while adopting a respectful posture. Tang Zhen nodded upon seeing this. He swept his gaze over the strong man and said, "I want to take away the foundation stone of this tower. Do you have any objections?" The burly man frowned, but he quickly nodded and said, "It's useless for us to hold onto that foundation stone. You can take whatever you want." Tang Zhen looked at the strong man with a smile that was not a smile when he heard this, causing the other party to feel as though he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. His back was covered in cold sweat. No matter how useless this building foundation is, it's still worth a lot of brains. What you said is really against your heart. However, you guys aren't the owners of this tower, so I'll just take the foundation stone. If you're not happy with it, you can take it back from me." The brawny man's expression changed when he heard this, and he hurriedly said that he did not dare. Tang Zhen didn't say any more nonsense. He turned around and brought Arl with him as they headed straight for the tower's foundation stone platform. Upon seeing this, the brawny man ordered his wanderers not to kill anyone and quickly followed them with his wild cultivators. Not long after, Tang Zhen arrived in front of a large door in this building. This place was the house where the foundation stone was placed. Tang Zhen slowly walked in front of the altar that was carved out of dark brown stone. He extended his hand and took down the floating cornerstone of the tower. Before the lord of the city severed his connection with the foundation stone or before the city was destroyed, the foundation stone of the city could not be taken away at will. Even if he reached out to take it, he would only touch a phantom. However, now that the city lord of the tower was dead, the foundation stone of the tower was revealed and easily held in Tang Zhen's hand. Tang Zhen walked out with a smile on his face after keeping the foundation stone into his storage space. Tang Zhen and Arl directly walked out of the door, ignoring the brawny man and the others standing at the door.